Bom dia, seu cheiroso, tudo bom? Hoje eu acordei na hora e eu quase errei a hora de novo. Só que, na verdade... Eita, mais bom dia. A hora correta era 5h15, não 5h30. Mas nem eu sabia, eu também fiquei surpreso. Bom que eu descobri depois também. Fala, Scorpius, bom dia, mano. Como é que você tá? Tudo bom? Beulezinha? De boa? Tá bem? Isso, ouro. Bom, deixa eu tentar já deixar tudo certinho. Pra quando começar, beleza. Fala, King, bom dia. Dormi 13 horas, por isso estou top. Ah, então tá beleza. Pô, e tu pira que eu... Literalmente eu... Ai, cara, Mano, eu tô literalmente, tipo... Acordei, tipo, agorinha. Adormeci vendo Dião. Mano, eu literalmente eu dormi, eu não dormi, na verdade, né? Porque eu dormi a tarde toda, né? É tipo isso. Bom dia, Vitão. Tudo bom? Colocou 3DS pra carregar, pra caso tenha guide versus put? Coloquei, já está até carregado. Já está até carregado aqui, caso essa safadagem aconteça. Já tá até pronto aqui, ó, caso aconteça. Caso aconteça, já está até aqui tudo preparado, aqui carregado, bonitão, bonitão, tudo. Nos esquemas, nos esquemas. Eu acordei 3 horas, pensei que tinha começado. Nossa, velho. Ô, na moral, eu dei um sono gostoso à tarde, tá? Ontem, no caso, né? Que... Nossa, bateu um soninho, velho. Aquele soninho gostoso, velho. Sabe? Sabe aquele soninho gostoso? Não sei se vocês sabem, mas, pô... Presente, bugadinho. E aí, Matos, tudo bom, mano? Bom dia. Fala, Silvio. Bom dia, mano. Como é que você tá também? Tudo bom, mano? Inclusive... Deixa eu ver um bagulho aqui. Tá, não postei. Tudo bom? Vou lá passar um café daqui a pouco. Eu já deixei o café fazendo ali já. A esposa inclusive vai trazer aqui muito depois. Não, hoje eu acordei de boaça, mano. Acordei certinho. Hoje nada me impede, mano. Hoje eu acordei certonho. Eu acho. Obrigado, mozinho. Tapioca. Meu Deus, eu já comecei esbarrando, quebrando as coisas, né? Meu Deus, aí. Eu tô quebrando as coisas aqui, o Meia trouxe essa tapioca pra nós aqui. Tava pegando drop numa stream agorinha, pena que ela vai fechar. Tô vendo a Master Ball League Hong Kong. Eu fiquei sabendo que ia ter essa parada aí também. Tinha tanto Griznor que deu até Mirror. Caraca, Griznor. Hoje eu acordei, Jeff, na hora, mano. Hoje eu tô safe. World Champions League? Qual Champions League? Ah, meu querido, não foi dormir ainda? Caraca, mano, vocês não foram dormir, mano. Peraí. Deixa eu botar.
Your culinary experience of last night. I went to a lovely Italian place, shockingly, and I wanted some pasta. I couldn't decide what to get, but they had a meal which was 3 meals in one.
PSG,
all pasta, all
PSG.
delicious. Great choice. Yeah, you were very happy last night with your choices. And Bologna is fantastic for food. He's been saying it all season, and to be fair, he's been proved very right. Alex, we're at the final tournament of the season in Europe. The final special championships. Let's go over the schedule and talk about how we've got to this point.
Yeah, we've had some incredible places we've gone to throughout this season so far, but we are here in Bologna just ahead of 2 final big tournaments as well coming up. New Orleans, the North American International Championships, and of course everything everyone is playing for, an opportunity to perform and potentially become the world champion in Anaheim at the World Championships. But let's not forget, it's Bologna right here, right now.
Yeah, and all of those tournaments that we've had culminate at the World Championships, the only exclusive tournament on the calendar. But how do you get to the World Championships, Jesper?
Well, beforehand, it was a threshold.
Time de futebol.
Ah,
500 championship points, perdão.
This year, we're working off a top 125 in Europe and a top 100 in Latin America, top 20 in Oceania, and in the Middle East and South Africa, we're working off 10. Of course, all of this is for Masters only. This weekend, not only can you get an automatic invitation to the World Championships by winning the event, but you also get 350 championship points. And you may be thinking, well, I've already got the invite by winning the tournament. What do I need the championship points for? But
semana que vem, Bugado Night, podemos comemorar você também que vai ter descanso fim de semana. É, semana que vem não vai ter nada, mas no próximo vai, né? Então a gente vai dar pra dar uma descansadinha, mano.
I mean, there is very little I like more than finishing a Pokemon tournament, getting back to my hotel and ripping open a whole bunch of booster packs. You know, you get in the top 8 there, that's 3 booster boxes, 2 booster boxes for the top 32, a booster box for top 64, and it goes down even further than that. We were leaving the venue yesterday, Joe. You bumped into one of your friends and they said, I didn't make day 2, but I got 18 booster packs. They looked delighted. Everyone loves ripping booster packs after a long day of Pokemon.
Yeah, it definitely sweetens the blow. If you didn't quite get where you wanted in the tournament, you're still walking away with a whole heap of prizes. That's what it's all about at these major tournaments. You're always going to come away with something, whether you picked up friends, experience, that's always a great thing. But we're now in the day 2 of the competition, which means we have only the best, most talented players out in the field. Let's pick some from this host of great players, Alex, that you're keeping your eye on.
Absolutely. I mean, we had a number of these players that were on and featured throughout the stream so far. You know, Yari Senna's there. We have players like Victor Zhao, you know, who've already been piloting such a fantastic deck, a deck that I know Ross is going to speak very highly of at some point here. But we've also had players that we haven't yet featured. Julius Brunfeld's there, you know, arguably what we always say is one of the nicest people in the game right now, but again, one of the most fiercest competitors of our actual European circuit.
Desculpa os barulhos aí, gente.
Yeah, there's also people like Camilo Colatosti, who came off the top 8 in Utrecht. Didn't actually get to speak to him yesterday. Lost in top 8 of Utrecht against Alberto Conti, but beat them yesterday in Swiss to get that revenge, starting the day off 6-1-1, and definitely in contention for a cut at this tournament.
And let's give some love to players like Lorenzo Bruno, who, and we see this a lot at these Italian special championships, players who don't travel very much, but they look forward to this one event a year in Italy and have good showings. Lorenzo had a top 64 finish a couple years ago in Turin, having a great run with Dragapult this weekend, and he is not the only Italian player out there.
Live, né? Vou divulgar agora, né? Mesmo que...
players at home, but is going to have a great run this weekend.
Speaking of great ones, we can have a look at where our standings are at. This is, I think, for round 10, our standings, so we can see who's on the top tables. And it looks like the first loss has been dealt to Vincenzo, and Julius Brunfeld now is standing on top, the only undefeated player remaining in the tournament. Vincenzo still at 8-1, still at a fantastic record, and still right in contention for that eventual top 8.
Oh, Joe, don't give some love to Jonathan Gann, Quinton Matanat, and Fabrizio Talone as well. 702, also undefeated, but yes, Julius Brunfeld 801 in fantastic spot for a potential cut position.
And I do need to speak of number 15 here on the list, Magnus Peterson. Of course, that's another Seniors World Champion being in there. And yeah, wonderful play by his Gardevoir deck this weekend, but you can just see it. Players that we don't even talk about, they're still in contention for top cut, and they're all playing magnificently here today. And it's so bad that we only get to see such a little sliver of action instead of getting to see everything of it. But that's why we try to cover that as much as possible.
We do. We try our best to find variety, but also the players that we know and love, we try and get them on whenever we can. Magnus, on a record like that, it wouldn't be surprising if we saw him eventually on today's broadcast. There were also some players that we were watching from the start of this tournament, some that we had earmarked. These are players around.
Mas tanto faz essas listas que a gente tá vendo, porque,
they needed a little bit of an extra push coming into this tournament. They had a lot of motivation for this one.
Yeah, this is very important. Kim Pabega, you're sitting there at number 11 in the EU. Realistically, top 125.
Chegou nova coleção, né? Então, essas listas não são com a nova coleção da equipe Optimat, são com as antigas ainda, né? O Zage tem alguma versão boa ainda, o FoiDF tem versão boa, mano, o FoiDF ainda não. É que eu não tinha visto a mensagem.
You're not already in, you're not hanging on, you're trying to fight your way back in, and that's what makes these events.
Tô acordando agora, mano, me dá um desconto, mano.
There's a question of how many of these top 125 players are going to be at the North American Internationals in a couple of weeks' time, because that is the true last chance saloon for getting those championship points this season.
Yeah, and Kim also a winner of this tournament previously, so it's going to back if he can. We also have the metagame breakdown for day 2. This is something that we always like to look at. We saw the day 1. We know that it was always going to be Dragapult and Gardevoir popular. But what else stands out to you from this day 2?
Well, Charizard Dragapult stonks here. 5%, up 1%, getting back into the top 6 graphic. But then again, Dragapult being the most played deck besides Guardy, not really a surprise for us.
Yeah, I mean, these 205 trainers, this is just a nice breakdown. Of course, we get a chance to see the best of the rest as well, those outside that top 6. And just look at some of those numbers and some of those decks that we don't often get to see too much of anymore. Our Chaladon EX still kind of clinging on there. You know, some stands of our Chaladon still kind of hanging on to a deck which, you know, it's a big, bulky Pokemon, has a great attack, has energy acceleration, all these things going for it, just not the right metagame.
I saw some unique builds of Chaladon as well. I saw it paired with Dodrio. I saw it paired with both the Dunsparce and Double all in one deck, trying to use that fan call from Rotom. Also, it looks like Golden Go has started to fall off. I feel like it was much more popular in the beginning of the Journey Together format. Isn't quite having that same sort of results coming into day 2 of the competition, but we also have a fantastic conversion rate that we can look at. This is another way that we can try and really scope out what the best decks
tá faltando daquela pasada na terra da cima do caixão.
Really stands out.
And that's the thing, sometimes you get a deck like this EV Toolbox, you know, we only had 52 of them coming into that day 1, but 15 of those players, of the 52, went and got themselves into top cut. That is a 29% conversion rate. Also, that deck you just pointed out a second ago, Jesper, that Charizard Dragapult, 23% conversion, whereas you look at a deck like Raging Bolt, only a 15% conversion. 23 of the
Deck veja agora tá boladão com o mosquito novo. Ah, o mosquito eu lembro que ia ficar legalzinho quando ele chegasse, né? Eu vi os ataques dele. Eu quero testar. Vamos ver se eu conseguir tirar ele, né?
Whereas EV Toolbox, it is a weirder deck, a more unusual deck, a deck, I mean, we saw it on stream yesterday with me and Alex, the decision making that goes into some of those turns is absurdly difficult. But if you're very good with that deck and you've got the confidence to bring it, you can convert at a higher rate. And I know the conversion for Miraidon's low, but I'm only looking that there's 18 of them in day 2. That's all I need.
How long did it take for Ross to actually finally mention Miraidon today, guys?
Longer than normal, mate.
Bugou muito, cara.
Another thing we're following throughout the weekend is the itchy pollen count. We're keeping an eye on Budew throughout the entire weekend because
gente, meu mouse morreu.
I think for players, it's been all about trying to solve the issue of how do
gente, não aparece o mouse.
We're so far at 25 on our counts.
Meu mouse tá invisível. Como é que faz pra ele ficar visível? Meu mouse ficou invisível, cara. O que tá acontecendo? Meu mouse ficou invisível.
We're looking at 21,000 plus at this point. Is what we kind of finger
Se você mandar ele pro banco com a Celestia e colocar ele de novo como ativo, ele pode atacar de novo, mesmo um ataque dizendo que não pode. Ah, mas isso aí a gente já sabia, eu já sabia. É, tem outras cartas no Tcg Live que fazem a mesma coisa. Caraca, tá bugado. Agora apareceu, meu Deus do céu.
Depending on what we get to show on stream today.
And imagine if we saw more of the burn Budew deck as well that we had on that was featured on stream. But you know, let's we'll take it here at that point for now.
So get the Frostlass on stream and then get that pollen count right up. What are you saying to us?
Well, I think we are going to be expecting a lot of Budew, regardless of whether or not we see that Frostlass and Monkey Dory style archetype. It's a pretty powerful one, I think decent out there in the field, because the question still remains, how
eu tenho duas telas, não, por isso fica aparecendo aí, fazendo uns barulhos.
Tech conclusions now, you know, I've spoken about it in my casted predictions, generally for different sort of types of things that you have to cover for, but we've seen how builds of decks are changing when you're including things like Brock scouting a little bit more in decks to find your sort of evolution Pokemon, find your basic Pokemon without the use of item cards. You know, it's how people have to adapt to the different meta games. Budew and even things like Monkey Dory are really sort of turning things on its head.
And I think any sort of deck that can fit in the Monkey Dory has license to do so.
It's
such a powerful card in the metagame right now, and it's going to impact all sorts of math and really find a way to be really effective against the Gardevoir and the Dragapult specifically, which justifies its inclusion in all sorts of decks. I still have my eye out on that Dragapult Charizard as well. I can't pull myself away from it. I still feel like it's good. The conversion's there, and those brave players out there. I've even seen Rabska coming into the deck as well. That's another tech card we didn't quite get to see this weekend, but still might shine as we get into day 2 and later on in the competition.
I have already seen some Rabska, but playing Gardevoir this tournament. And speaking of the players to watch, when we saw Matthias Bücker Jakobsen playing, He's playing, well, Dragon Ball Charizard, but is also getting in some Dusknoir action too.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm hoping we actually get to see that with 3 different Stage 2 lines. Is not something we typically see.
Dusknoir is certainly another card that people are always afraid of. It's a boogeyman in the room. Again, we haven't yet seen any Dusknoir action, but whenever you come to a tournament like this, you have to expect it, and we know there can be fireworks because of it.
Yeah, it's just such a powerful card.
Fala, Aldinho, bom dia, Ana, como é que você tá? Ontem eu ganhei meu primeiro torneio do TCG. Eu acabei de olhar isso no Instagram, mano. Mano, tem nem 2 segundos que eu acabei de ver tua foto aqui com o bagulho lá que você ganhou, mano. Literalmente, eu acabei de olhar. Parabéns, mano. Ganhei Playmatch e o Booster Box. Caraca, que top, mano. Parabéns, de verdade, Naldinho. Tamo junto, mano. Beijo no seu coração, meus parabéns, mano. Merecido. Ganhou de guardzinha? De guardzinha?
That we have here, which means players also have one eye on this upcoming NAIC tournament. Yesterday we talked about some of our favorite new inclusions, but what do we think about how some of the current decks are going to be adapting? For me, I feel like Gardevoir, we've said this a few times, so I'm always nervous to say it, but finally has a big check, a big answer in that Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. How will the metagame develop with these new inclusions from Destined Rivals?
I think the matchup we got to test a little bit in the hotel, Joe. The
Sim,
Dragon Ball Dusknoir versus Marnie's Grimmsnarl
Sim,
EX is going to be one of the matchups that decides the format.
Você merece, mano, na moral.
A huge checker for Gardevoir EX, being able to one-hit knockout that Gardevoir EX while spreading damage with Monkey Dory and the attack itself. Of course, we still have to factor in something like Shaymin at that point. That's also coming out in Destined Rivals, but yeah, Dragon Ball
Esse 2 vezes o Henry Shaw cearense, o cara é o deus da guard aqui, ganhou tudo e topou um like regional. Melhor ainda.
On your opponent's board, so there's a lot of things that to be taken into account, and yeah, who's this, the king of spread going to be? Is it going to be Dragon Ball? Is that going to be Grimmsnarl? That's also another question we have to answer.
Então, Bugado, você acha que Zar está melhor puro, Terra ou com Dragapult? Com Dragapult é melhor. A melhor versão é com Dragapult, porque o Dragapult é insano, né? Depois vem a versão Terra, depois a pura. Sabe que tem um brasileiro no regional? Eu não tenho certeza, tem que olhar no site pra ver, mas eu acho que
I also think one of the Team Rocket's cards is actually the Team Rocket Watchtower. May not even go in the Team Rocket's archetype, can be splashed at all sorts of things. That's going to have a monster impact on the metagame.
Fala, meus queridos, bom dia. O Bugadinho abriu live pra gente acompanhar o último especial event antes de chegar a coleção da equipe Rocket. O linkzinho vai estar aqui da livezinha, vamos acompanhar juntinhos. E no próximo story vai ter o link lá do YouTube, caso você queira acompanhar por lá. Aqui é Piratas, beleza? Agora vocês acham que era hora. Agasalho eu acho melhor, mano.
You can really hurt your opponent. For me, Noctowl and Bloodminus Luna, they are the big 2 we're hurting, but there's a bunch of others that are going to get caught by that as well. And yeah, you're right, it's a Team Rockets card that doesn't really need to be played in a Team Rockets archetype, but it could absolutely wreck some of the decks in the format if it comes down at the right time.
And I think especially that card could be vital because Secret Box is an A-spec that pops up in a number of archetypes. So just one copy within your deck list. If you have good access to it via the Secret Box, you can really catch some decks out. The Raging Bolts, the Flareons, anything else that's trying to utilize Fan Rotom and all that other stuff, that's going to have a massive change up to the format. So it feels like even if there's only 1 or 2 brand new archetypes coming out from Destined Rivals, the shake-up is still going to be really
saber que tu ganhou do melhor de guard e ainda chegou na final é meio maneiro. Aí ia dar até uma emoção, mano. Cara, deixa eu lá ver meu café, gente, só um minuto. Enquanto eles estão na enrolação.
Thank you, Regidrago. Since we lost Regidrago, nobody's really playing Kyurem. I'm seeing a lot of lists start to sneak that Colress back into their decks, which means, you know, these one-off supporters you talk about, Joe, they are becoming a lot more viable than they were before, because if your opponent doesn't play that Colress supporter, that Kyurem is a terrible card. Are you risking to play it just on the off chance? Most people are saying no. One-off supporter decks are getting better and better as time goes by.
Descendo, né? Então a gente vai ficar mais
With that said, we're going to tell you to follow
lá e
along
pega
at
o café.
Pokemon.com/broadcast if you
Melhor
want
foi
to
a
be
final com a
watching
minha amiga, ela
the
que me
NIC. We'll give you a
introduziu no
little
TCG.
primer
Foi com
there
ela?
of some of the
Que
things you could be
massa!
expecting coming into that
Nossa,
tournament.
que da hora.
Myself and Jesper, we're playing in it. Alex, you're going to be there.
Também
behind the desk,
1.239
commentating
jogadores
all the
pra esse
way. So
regional.
it's one that we're all really excited to
Sente
be
bom, né?
involved
Joga
in one way
Special
or another.
20, né, mano? Mesmo assim.
Pokemon.com/broadcast is the way that you can get involved. Make sure that you're following along and don't miss a moment of that action. It's a fantastic website. It's got all the information that you need, and then you have no excuses to miss out on any of these tournaments, not just the NIC. Worlds is coming up, and hey, before you know it, we'll be back into a new season.
Cremosinho tá 7-3-0?
I'm one of those lazy people that just sent to search for it. And
Cremosinho.
my search engine has that. You visit this page often. I'm like, yep. Yes, I do.
Ela que tá na
That's the
foto
right thing to do.
contigo,
And
ou
also, we
Nodinho?
want you to follow along with all the channels. We want to hear from you throughout this weekend. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We always endeavor to get your comments out in the stream. We'll always have time to talk about these things because we want to hear about your Destined Rivals experience. We want to hear about your tournament experience. What else have you been getting up to this weekend involved in Pokemon? We love to hear your stories and share them out for everyone to see.
Yeah, and it's just all of those channels that were there below with that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Of course, alongside the hub, we have the brand new YouTube channel that homes all of these sort of broadcasts, everything Pokemon as well, that @PlayPokemon on YouTube. And of course, when we're following alongside on Twitch, you can get involved in the comments, engage with us. That's exactly what we want. That is /Pokemon TCG on the Twitch channels as well.
Could not be simpler to get involved. You have no excuses now. You're going to be watching all things Pokemon. And that Play Pokemon, it's a new channel, so don't get caught out. You definitely want to make sure you're subscribed to that one, as well as the official Pokemon channel as well, of course, because the Play Pokemon is all about the competitive side of all of these games. The TCG, Go, VG, it's all happening this weekend. There are broadcasts galore and content for everyone, so make sure you're a part of all of that.
Quem ser esse? Eu nem sabia que esse nome não era estranho. É o Cremosinho, pô. Só joga de control. Hoje ele fica puto que eu fiquei bom nos dois e bati nele. Inclusive o noivo dela, meu amigo, foi que me ensinou tudo de Gol também. Foi meu professor dos dois jogos. Caraca, que massa! Eita, música, tira a música. Saber que tu ganhou. Ouvi como Dr. Caterpie, assim por alto, conheço sim. Mandei minha lista, fiz adaptações. Pô, maneiro, mano. Vou dar uma olhadinha depois. Nunca reclamei do Arven. Me ganhou um jogo solo. Não, o Arven é muito bom, eu gosto do Arven. Caraca, que maneiro. Já vi aqui que você mandou aqui, ó. Só ouro. Dois Arven, 3 quiser. Interessante. Tem matéria de evolução? Tem. Eu gosto da versão com evolução. Sendo bem sincero. Acabei de olhar. Eu queria me emprestar os itens dourados pro deck ficar full pimpado. Pra ficar full do... Ah, é porque você tem uns itens que não tá, né? Tipo bola ninho, outra bola, né? Recipiente. Ele é muito... Cara, eu acho massa ele, velho. Eu gosto do Cremosinho, cara, de verdade. A gente deu o apelido pra ele de Cremosinho. Meti 3 kills, me salvou muito. Ah, o kill é bom. 3 Monk. Insano, mano. 3 Monk é insano, velho. Eu gosto de 3 Monkidori na guard, mano. Não sei porquê, velho. GG, né? Ursaluna X é GG, mano. Se a pessoa começar com Ursaluna. Na Mirror eu montei 3 macacos com 2 guards. Ganhei só nisso. Caraca. Muito absurdo essa play. Alright, deixa eu desmutar.
Playful and besides the points. Remember, booster backs.
Yeah, forget the maths. Just do as best as you can out there in the tournament. That's the best way that you can secure your spot for the World Championships. It's a really exclusive club this year, Jesper. We've had some thresholds over the past few seasons, which has allowed hundreds of players, hundreds and hundreds, sometimes even over 1,000 players competing to be a World Champion. I think if you've made it to the World Championships this season, you can really call yourself the best of the best.
Assim, qual? Carimba da Justiça, mas a caixa acaba que é a melhor opção atualmente. Porque como o barato é um pouquinho mais lento, a caixa acaba que é muito melhor. Que ela puxa toda a play pra tua mão, né? Na minha opinião, atualmente, compensa mais a caixa. Né? Por isso que a caixa tá tão cara.
So, honestly, with the way that Worlds has been set up this year, you're going to be seeing such action that's going to be so intense, such high level. We're going to see the best of deck building being so intense throughout all of the rounds we're gonna have at Worlds.
Se eu vou conseguir, não sei, mas...
Yeah, when you get to tune into that during August, you're gonna be seeing fireworks.
A caixa tá cara porque deram um buyout nela na liga, Scorpions. Alguém comprou todas as caixas secretas e aí o mesmo cara tá vendendo, né? Compraram tudo, né?
Me and Jesper, we've made our own predictions of what we thought was going to do well this weekend. Let's see how we're doing so far with what we've called, as well as Alex and Ross as well. So I've gone with Dragapult and Charizard. It's an easy call to say Dragapult's going to do well. That's a
Pocket lançaram Pokémon que buscam um aleatório do deck. Isso deu consistência demais pro Solgaleo. É uma segunda... É porque assim, ele busca qualquer Pokémon aleatório, então ele busca até evolução, né? Isso é legal. Tipo uma Pokébola, só que pega qualquer bicho, né?
And you're absolutely right about that. I can say that for myself. I played this deck 3 tournaments, and Joe, you probably know this. How many times did I day 2 in those 3 tournaments?
Oh, it's too easy for you. Every single time.
Every single time we played a Dragapult Charizard deck, because it's just the immense power you get from having the 2 best attackers in the game. And that was also a different format. So it was just Prismatic Evolutions format and the format pre-rotation as well. And this deck has been really powerful the past half year. Although people have somewhat favorized the slow Dragapult or the Dragapult Dusknoir, and really just only the hardcore Dragapult Charizard stance have actually been piloting this deck. Us two, for example, people like Oscar Masson, which we've seen in previous tournaments, getting 9th in UIC, also with Dragapult Charizard.
And Ross having a safe pick in the Monkey Dory, but then flying the flag for Miraidon in the Joltik box. That's something we've seen throughout the entire season. He will confess that it's always because it's specific to one tournament that he's picking it, although it just happens to happen every single time. Yeah. Alex being a little bit cuter with his picks. He's saying it's going to be those tiny tech inclusions for some of these archetypes that will go a long way and can sometimes flip a matchup entirely.
Yeah, you're talking about Rakdos. We were talking about the corner attacks yesterday, and, well, that did, as Joa said, putting in Miraculous in his slow Dragon
deck in Utrecht was what
made the difference between winning that top 4 and not even being competitive.
Não caí da cama não, hoje eu não dormi. Eu dormi à tarde quando eu acabei a live ontem, eu falei pra vocês que ia dormir, eu dormi. Tipo, eu acabei a live, fui tomar um banho. Eu gravei o vídeo que eu falei pra vocês, tomei o banho e fui dormir. Aí eu acordei.
One player having Genesect in play, the other player playing Arven, and then he starts looking at Genesect.
Aí eu acordei.
Oh, I can't go for Prime Catcher and win. So all of these interactions you've seen that between juniors, seniors, and masters as well. This Genesect is pulling in its work with, well, being in the way of both Prime Catcher, well, certainly also unfair stamp on top of that.
That's great that we're highlighting the lower age divisions, and we actually have an
Aí
update
agora,
on the metagame for
eu
our
já
juniors and the
tô...
seniors. So let's
Aí eu
take
tô
a look
virado,
at this.
não dormi
There are
depois.
32 trainers in day 2 in the
Eu
junior
acordei 8
division
horas, dormi à
remaining.
tarde, então eu tô
Raging
de
Bolts,
boaça.
8 of them
Ainda, por
remain
enquanto,
out
eu
in
vou
the
tomar um
field.
cafezinho pra me
A popular
acordar.
pick in the junior
Aí depois
division.
eu vou...
But as you can see, there
Vocês
are
estão me ouvindo
still
bem
stage
falando
twos in and
nisso?
around the mix. Dragapult in
Espero
there.
que sim.
God of War, only a couple of them. It seems like there's a bit of a leaning more towards the basic attacking decks in this instance.
Yeah, and a bit more of these aggressive decks. We do know that most of our juniors do like to play some fast decks, get some knockouts really quickly, which is something that the Joltik box from right on. And Pikachu again.
Cara, não tomei o café não, mas tá, eu tenho até que olhar lá ver se ele já tá pronto. Só até eu dar uma olhada bem que me
primary big basic deck that we have. Beyond also the juniors probably liking to have such two strong attackers as Charizard and Dragapult.
Yeah, it's hard to ignore. Even they're keeping an eye on the results of Charizard and Dragapult. Moving on to the senior division then, with 30 trainers in day 2 remaining of the competition. It's a stark contrast, Jesper, because God of War jumps from the 6th most popular in juniors all the way up to the top. Why do you think that is?
I think it's also where we have these age divisions following beside each other. Where the juniors, they're younger, they have a little bit more simplistic decks sometimes, whereas the seniors are tad closer to the Masters in terms of metagame. In Masters, we saw Gardevoir EX, Dragapult EX being closer as the top in Masters, and we see exactly that in seniors, where the age divisions are kind of tracking beyond each other, which is also why that the top 3 from seniors is no surprise for us, having Gardevoir, Dragapult, and we were talking a lot about Joltik yesterday, and again, Joltik has also been just proving itself as such a deck, and I need to know who's actually the one Charizard Dragapult player in seniors.
Gotta shake their hand, I know.
Yes.
I always think the seniors division is such a dangerous division because these players have time on their hands and they are just so passionate about Pokemon. They just want to get many reps in, and so often when you're a senior, you're looking towards that Masters division. Like you said, you're closer there, you can stay in touch with the metagame, and you have time to test more than anyone else. So often in the Masters division, we're seeing the younger up-and-coming players who've played in these lower age divisions gain that experience, become wily by the time they're Masters competitors. So seniors is where you're getting those reps, getting great championship points under their belt, getting great rewards already, and it sets them up perfectly for the Masters division.
And it also means you're saying between the lines that I was better as a teenager?
You were pretty good in seniors. Definitely better than me in seniors.
So yeah, definitely these senior players are the future of the game. Not to speak of the juniors, they're also the future of the game, but that's a little bit
Cara, eu achei que ia ter menos gente online agora comigo, vocês acordaram cedo, ou vocês não foram dormir, né?
Showcasing here on the stream, but yeah, they're coming out every single season. We've seen multiple times with seniors coming up and then performing straight away at these tournaments. We've seen people like Owen Dalgard, who's top 8ing multiple regionals. I was there in the past, top 4ing some ICs back in the day, but that's like
agora,
no.
Acordaram? Eu acho que nem dormiram, né?
And even like
Quem dormiu?
10, 12 years ago, whenever seniors aged up, they didn't
Ó,
even
está
need
filé,
any
então
time
tá
to hit the
beleza.
ground running. They were
Então
just
bote, Silver!
and they were on it. And we've seen, world champions in the first years of Masters. Eco Costa, a great old name. He won his first world championship in his first year of Masters as well. And same did Andrew Estrada.
Yeah, I think that's really telling that as long as you're good at Pokemon, it doesn't matter who is put up against you, you're going to find a way to victory. And this format is so complex. Every damage counter matters, whether it's Phantom Dive, whether it's Gardevoir. And yes, of course, when you're using these strategies, it's about how you manipulate your energy, and you have to expect the hand disruption. It's not just about racing ahead in prizes, it's about fortifying yourself as best as possible to close the win,
porque o último
even though you can be just
comentário aí é bot.
So we can have some really close-knit gameplay throughout the weekend, and I think this is a great format to do so.
Yeah, and I often talk with players about how do we solidify ourselves in position, how do we ask the questions towards ourselves on terms of how we can fortify our own position here. Yeah. It's often the questions of how to win this game. When they solve that, then they have to ask every question when they're in the lead. How do I actually lose this game from my opponent's position? That's why that when we see players who do their homework, do their testing, they figure out how to play every single deck.
Mano, eu também tô com sono.
When you're able to play every single deck, or you've tested someone against every single deck, you know what the other deck's win condition is. Which means, in turn, you're much better at playing around that exact win condition.
And almost every single deck in the format could consider
1,9 cada pacotinho no mercado Pokémon.
We've been following this card for a while. We know that since its release, it's been dominant in the metagame. What is it about Itchy Pollen that's so vital right now for players?
Oftentimes we get to see the more time you get to set up, the better a position you're getting, especially these slow brackable decks. We saw it yesterday with Vengeful, for example, when he was using the Budew. Didn't have that hot of a start. We couldn't say that Victor had that either, to be honest. But whenever Vengeful went for the Itchy Pollen, item cards are just such a staple card in this format. You have Ultra Balls, you have Nest Balls. And when you can't play them, the game just goes way slower. And the more time you get as a player when you're sitting behind this Itchy Pollen item lock, essentially, you get so much time to set up your drag cloaks, your different attackers. And we were talking about when you're playing Dragon Bolt, you want to set up a Dragon Bolt and a half. Well, you get the time to do this behind a Budew.
And I also think just being sacrificial, having that low 30 hit points can entice players in to take that early prize card. And there are so many cards that you can then take advantage of by being behind. Counter-capture, massive card in the game. Of course, unfair stamp spec that we see so commonly in Dragapult, and just generally Iono, being on top of that the entire game by feeding a single prize Pokemon, then trying to throw multi-prizes at the opponent for the remainder of the game. You can make it very difficult for them to still close out their prize map, especially when they're being thrown to low hand sizes constantly.
Yeah, when we're talking close in that prize map, you sit behind a Budew, and then you just have 2 prizes for the rest. You're forcing your opponent essentially to draw 7 prizes throughout the game, which in turn forces more resources out of your opponent. And one of my favorite moves in this format to do is to go Itchy Pollen, force my opponent to knock out my Budew, and be like, stamp.
Instantly.
Yeah, instantly stamp them, knock out their main attacker, and then they're sitting like, well, I have 2 cards plus I didn't get my fest down.
That's not much. Yeah, and I haven't been able to play items the last couple turns, so I've not even set up a board. Yeah, it's definitely something our players have to be delicate with. It can be so easy to just look for the Budew, see the easy prize and go for it, but it is a lot about calculating how you can set up your board.
Eu tô aqui com o meu Pokémon Silver aqui embaixo, mano. Enquanto tá enrolando aí, eu tô upando aqui, gente.
They have a draw engine behind them, in addition to a fantastic attacker. So it's one of those catch-22 situations that Dragapult puts players in, which is why it's
nem lembro a cidade que eu tenho que ir mais.
It's also why we saw Gardevoir being so good and so popular pre-rotation, as it had that curly but refinement, much like we see with Zoroark. It seems like the decks that are best at playing Budew, or the best at, you know, using it properly, are the decks that have a draw engine behind it. You know,
Como tá gostoso aqui, mano. Tá
you have Zoroark with the trade Zoroark.
Café quentinho, eu quentinho.
We see this constantly. As soon as you have some on-board draw engines, Budew is a perfect fit for your deck. So you have to remember that when you're building your decks at home. Maybe you could also go Cleffa and Budew, so you can make sure that whenever you're having these 30 HP squishy Pokemon, to add that, if you're starting with a bad hand, you can Cleffa, and if you feel more disruptive, you can also go for Budew and go for some Itchy Pollen. And yeah, force some allergic reactions.
It does feel like bolstering support accounts is definitely a premium right now. Cleffa, another great card. Artisan, a stadium card, so you can still find your basic Pokemon and getting into the mix. These are all the changes that players have had to make. But Gardevoir's an archetype that's had to change a lot, Jesper. Yeah. When we saw the first victory from Henry Chow, it was incorporating Zoroark EX in this Journey Together format. Then we've seen the Brent Tonneson success story with a number of wins, as well as a whole heap of other players having great top cuts with the deck as well. And another victory over here in Europe, not piloted by Brent. But now it's changed again. It's gone to 3 copies of TM Evolution of all things. Why does Gardevoir have to constantly shift to keep up in this metagame?
You have to make sure that whenever you're testing against a Gardevoir list,
honestly,
when I've been testing against Gardevoir, I've just been like, well, Tonneson's list is the most popular one.
Amanhã essa livezinha é melhor que na antiga que eu acordava cedo pra ver F1. Pô, pior que eu vou ver se eu assisto F1.
Which is the typical length of our formats that we have. When you're playing Gardevoir, yes, Budew was very, very nice, but when people are exactly bolstering their support accounts as this kind of allergic reaction,
10 da manhã, F1 hoje, né?
You have to start playing TM Evolution since that is a more aggressive option. You can go second with Gardevoir, play Arven for TM Evolution Earthen Vessel, play Buddy Poffin to get 2 rolls down, and then straight off the bat TM Evolution into Curlia, which is really good against Budew since you don't have to play that Rare Candy.
Yeah, that's the other way that you would find a Gardevoir.
Aqui é só enrolação, enquanto isso vocês quiserem trocar uma ideia, bora conversar.
You can just have rolls down, never find your Curlia, and suddenly
eu tô aqui só com meu Pokémon Silver aqui embaixo e bora.
So it's really great to go up to the 90 hit points straight away. So first of all, you're safeguarding yourself around Fountain Dive that little bit easier, but also an easy find of the Gardevoir EX, and suddenly you're cooking with those Psychic Embrace, such a vital ability that is the lifeblood of the engine. It powers up all sorts of attackers. Crucially, damaging your own Pokemon is a payoff most of the time in this deck as well. It looks like a downside, but when there's Screamtail, when there's Drifloon, and Monkey Dory flinging that damage back to the opponent, it gives you so much control of the game.
Yeah, it seems like the Gardevoir is like, here, go some damage, Monkey, and you can just toss that right over to your opponent's board. And yes, we did see actually that one yesterday where Julius Kirkus was really hurting under that itchy pollen lot.
Yeah.
And had Julius, for example, been playing Team Evolution in their deck, we could have seen a whole different matchup against Alberto Conti, where
Fuma F1, cara, que fuma
playing Team Evo gives me a better shot against the other most popular in the deck, Dragapult, which means that we made to see at the end of the life cycle of this journey together format that Team Evolution making its great comeback. Team Evolution was played for a while in Gardevoir before rotation as well. But it might just be the comeback that not only Goldengo is running Team Evolution or Dragapult Charizard is running Team Evolution in this format, but Gardevoir too.
And both Michael Davidson and Henry Chow also shouted out Rabska as a key inclusion within their deck list. This spherical shield ability protecting your Pokemon from damage counter placement in addition to bench damage. That's going to safeguard you in lots of matchups, Jesper.
Yeah, and what matchup are you thinking, or what card do you think it prevents the most?
Well, I think it's trying to help Dragapult, but that's already a decent matchup. I think it's good against Screamtail in the mirror match. I also think it's massive against Terra Box because you're worried about Wellspring Ogerpon. It's Darmanitan in Zoroark. It covers so much.
It covers half the format, it seems, because you're covering, well, it's against a Gardevoir match, okay. It's against a Noctowl Ogerpon box, that's pretty decent. It's against every single Dragapult variant. I mean, that's pretty good inclusion. And also, in Zoroark, some of these outsider decks in the format. So you're covering, well, half of the meta game almost in just playing that singular 1-1 line. And beyond that, they were playing Team Evolution. So you can put down that Relor and be like, I'm just going to Team Evolution that. So it's not a 50 HP weak Pokemon sitting on your bench. It turns into a 70 HP shield that's guarding the whole entire bench for you. And if your opponent wants to do anything about it, well, they would have to use boss's orders on it. But then you're essentially wasting a boss's orders just trying to take one prize.
It never feels good.
No, and it's only these Joltik decks that can actually do that and have it pay off. But then Gardevoir against Joltik is not going to play that Rapska anyway. So when the Rapska is very good in a matchup, it forces your opponent to go boss's orders onto it. And it feels like such a gigantic waste to do so. And you're just creating such a platform of getting such an advantage from that singular 1-1 line.
Yeah, Gardevoir gains its advantage as soon as you only take one prize card against it.
Eu tô aqui upando, mano.
Finding a 2-2-2.
Upa não, tô chegando na cidade,
damage from Monkey Dory over a number of turns and sweeping a bunch of prizes when you want, or starting to get aggressive with your other attacking Pokemon. But yes, bro, I just had word in my ear that Ross is out on the floor reporting, so let's see what fun things he's found.
Thank you very much, Joe. Well, I think there's some people at home who are going to be thinking, when is the next round starting? Well, I thought I'd just come out and have a look. I would find out where the next round was. And as you can see behind me, there are a lot of tables, a lot of people setting up. And I know there's some people watching at home who maybe have never been able to get to a large Pokemon tournament. So I thought it might be fun for you guys to see what the start of a round looks like. And what we get at the start of a round is a couple hundred players, at least in day 2, where we've whittled it down to the best players in the tournament. And we have everybody lining up, getting out their playmats, getting out their seeds, getting out their decks.
Pokémon Silver.
Conversation with the person opposite.
Jogando 3DS, Pokémon Silver.
And then it comes down to business. These players are setting up for our next round. We haven't got long to go before we're cutting to our top 8. So we're going to get back to the casters in just a second. But if anyone at home wanted to see what it looks like when we're setting up for one of the final rounds of Swiss, this is what it looks like. A lot of players, serious faces, bit of friendly chat. And then it is down to action. And hey, see if you can spot your favorite playmat from the players that are setting up. But if these players are going to be setting up here, that means our stream game is going to be setting up in a matter of moments. So casters, back to you.
Thanks so much, Ross. Yep, the gameplay is underway here.
Eles estão acabando a rodada para ir para a
Just
prova.
a few Swiss rounds remain until we're getting into our top cut contention, which means, Jesper, we've had a chance to look at some of the archetypes and players, most notably, in our top tables right now. On table 1, it's a Miraidon up against an Ogerpon Terrestrial toolbox, but also around the top tables we have a number of Gardevoir, there's more Miraidon at the top tables, and there's even a Goldengo on table 2 right now, Jesper.
Yeah, and a Goldengo, we've not seen that through the entirety of the weekend. A Goldengo has been mostly played in the
comentando sobre as mesas, será que
and has kind of slithered a bit down in the numbers, and yet again, always been picked up. We first saw the Goldengo deck being played with either Scizor or with the Dunsparce, and now also being played with Dragapult, which just means, well, Dragapult is so good that it can be put into anything, honestly, at this point.
And lurking from the shadows, I've also had a look lower onto table 5 and 6. A couple decks certainly stand out. Simon is playing a Roaring Moon EX deck, but a huge surprise, Neddy Kosek,
Roaring Moon
703 with a Hydreigon EX deck. I know a number of people root for that Pokemon specifically because it is such a flourish when it comes together. Definitely one of the clunkier, more difficult working decks of the metagame.
Dragapult é insuportável, mano, mas é o deck mais poderoso atualmente no meta, né? Querendo ou não, infelizmente. Ele e o counter dele que é a Guardian. A primeira partida foi Dragapult versus Guard, mano, nossa, foi muito...
But the Obsidian for Hydreigon EX being able to put 130 on the active and 130 to 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. Such a massive damage output you get to do there. But yeah, it's a stage 2 Pokemon. You need 4 energies to do it. We don't have Dark Patch anymore in the format, which means you need attachment, typically counter gain on top as a tool that puts down that attacking cost and a new upper energy, which is also then an ace spec, and you need some way to find it. So yes, it is some parts of clunky, but if you set up 2 Obsidians in the game, could just net you 6 prizes.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's a shame that the Dark Patch left the format, but at the same time, bench protection was in the previous format. So now there's like no real check to the Hydreigon unless you happen to come into a Rabsca, which is quite uncommon. So there's no check to the Hydreigon other than itself and how difficult it is to formulate. But to be fair, there's a number of archetypes that sit back, chill, and hope to catch people on these counter-style cards, the Iono, the counter-catcher. But if you just build up a bigger board than your opponent behind the Hydreigon, suddenly you can be taking the game away from them, even if they're going to disrupt you on a future turn, because you've already set up what you need.
Yeah, and when you were sitting with a
Hydreigon deck where eu tô aqui acordado, cara.
It's a big bulky guy, first of all.
Chega a ser
you set him up, and then you just do the
não, mais tarde o friozinho vai continuar e eu vou só dormir, cara.
Charizard deck is relying on you taking prizes first as the Hydreigon player, and but same with Dragapult, you're doing 200, and then you need to incorporate some Dusknoze, which could be taken up by the Obsidian attack first of all, so you have that as a, you know, kind of percussive protection. So, yeah, the Hydreigon deck set that baby up, and we're rolling. But yeah, as you're saying, you gotta set it up first.
You do gotta set it up. That's the only caveat to that deck, but we'll be keeping an eye on Neddy, who's not yet lost a set throughout the day. 703 right now. Still a little bit of work to do in the Swiss rounds to make it into that top cut, but it would be miraculous if it did.
I would think that would be the first time we've ever seen Hydreigon making top cut. We've seen it on the stream multiple times, and we've seen players like, well, I played it before at regionals, not the best regionals to do that, honestly, when we had Hydreigon in the format. Yeah, I took a risk, and I took that together with people like Toad Reckless, who also did it. And that was
Pokémons mais modernos, console você jogou algum? Qual deles você mais gosta? Cara, os mais modernos eu gosto de XY, cara. Acho que é o que eu mais sou fã mesmo, tá ligado?
There's no bench protection beside Rabsca. Rabsca's not very popular. You get into
dos atuais,
where there's like this kind of little pathway which
Hydreigon
can take to get in and actually be of the tournament.
So
we're estão comentando sobre vários baralhos, não?
11 here of 12, which means our players are in touching distance of that top cut, where it becomes single elimination as we whittle down to one winner who walks away with a bunch of booster packs, a bunch of prizes, and a direct invitation to the World Championships. Right now, it's not those Evolution Stage 2s on our top table. It's in fact basics on basics.
Yeah, and basic on basic actions. Besides one of the evolution lines, we do have to wait till our players are mic'd up to exactly to speak about the decks here. But it's going to be a deck we haven't featured before on our right, and it's going to be a deck that we have featured already on our left. So you guys can get to, well, have your guesses in chat. What decks are we actually talking about? And I think we get to know that in a couple minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be Daniel coming up against Fabrizio, 2 Italian players. There's such a strong contingent of Italian players who have made the trip out here to Bologna. A number of pilots who we've already heard will only come to this tournament and then just prefer to play at the local level. They're having their chance out here to show themselves as one true top competitor on the European scene.
Yeah, and it's funny we get to see that. We see that oftentimes with some of these regional level tournaments, these special championships, where some players who aren't traveling in a lot due to like time constraints, it could be anything, honestly, but they still show up to these events sometimes, and then they just do good every single time, since they've used the entirety of the season to be like, I want to be ready for my home event. I need to be ready, I need to have tested, I need to bring out something new, and I need to bring my A game, and they're flying the Italian flag for this. And I mean, we've seen a huge Italian contention at the event, of course, being their home tournament with both Daniel Rinaldi and Fabrizio Talone being
Italian both
Acho
of them,
maneiro essas
and,
maquetezinhas.
my guess could be that we're probably seeing something like 5 or 6 Italians in cut, but
Opa, finalmente partida.
players mic'd up, and well, let me just go on for Fabrizio's deck, because I was looking at this in the field earlier. It's gonna be that Ogre Pawn Noctowl Terrestrial Box style
Joltik
deck
versus
against Daniel,
Terabox.
who's running the Joltik Maridon deck. And we should have Ross besides me here in that case, because, well, he does love this deck to pieces. But yeah, the Noctowl Ogre Pawn style deck is something that really just bolsters tons of options in terms of attackers you're looking at. Wellspring Ogre Pawn, Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, Terrapagos,
Sempre são dois juízes,
Pikachu,
mano.
Lily Skiflary, Blockmurder Saluna, and Mew. There's just options upon options all the time.
Yeah, this deck has had a really strange life cycle. It was really estimated to be one of the very best decks in this format when we first see it springing onto the scene. It was actually in Japan, where it had a number of top 16 placements at a Champions League tournament, which is, you know, a 5,000 player tournament. Whenever you see a deck doing well from a number of pilots, and especially when Tord Reklev is among those players, the best player that we have in the world, I would say, of all time, possibly as well. Only real contention with one other person, so Tord is certainly among the best. And when it hasn't quite followed up with those results, yes, it has had top cut placements. We just saw Caleb Rogerson doing really well with it over in Portland. So we know there can be a way for this deck, but it's not really picked up in the droves that we possibly expected.
No, it also has to do with the difference of style that we have between the Japanese formats of tournaments and the way we're playing tournaments here in the West.
And vocês votem no que vocês quiserem.
5 energies.
Dá nem pra roubar a hora da partida. Dá nem pra
good
roubar.
whenever you want a jolting charge, and it's 2 metal and 2 lightning, so exactly blocking a jolting charge, but does play enough energy depending on what's in hand. And we do see Fabrizio going first, which means likely that Daniel won that coin flip. And when we're looking into this Ogre Pawn Terrestrial style box, we're playing cards like Fein Rotom. This deck's heart is Noctowl. Being able to have a Terra Pokemon in play and being able to use the Noctowl to search out not just 1, but 2 different trainer cards. Being able to search cards like Crispin, like Nest Balls, like energy switches to make sure that you're powering up your attackers for every single thing. Now, what Fabrizio in typical matches wants to go for is that Wellspring Ogre Pawn against these setup decks. Really good to make sure that you take out these setup pieces like Double Dream Piece. You can name Ralts as well. In this matchup, though, not going to be quite the same. When you're up against a Joltik style box deck, there's only going to be one prizer in play. And as we always want to do, Joe, we want to go for 2-2-2 prize mapping. So in this matchup, we're talking Pikachu on Pikachu action.
Yep. And I don't think either player has an easy way around that Resolute Heart either.
E aquele joguinho que você fez vídeo, joguei com vontade de jogar o Deluxe, mas mó preguiça de upar a conta de novo, boto fé.
Galaberry! EX, which is not only a great attacker, but it's also a Terrestrial EX Pokemon, which lines you up perfectly for those Jewel Seeker from Noctowl. That's why they're immediately coming into the hand.
And my eye spies Briar in the prizes from Fabrizio, which means that even if Fabrizio goes for taking 1 prize on a Joltik, it may seem counterintuitive when you want to go these 2-2-2 prizes. Although Briar says that whenever your opponent has 2 prize cards remaining, and then your Terra Pokemon takes a knockout on your opponent's active Pokemon, you get to take an additional prize card, which means you can go 1, 2, and then 3 prizes with Briar. Do that for stuff like Pikachu, for example, which could then fit perfectly into the way that Fabrizio wants to be playing this game.
Bonjour contra o
Pretty much the ideal turn 1, everything you can ask for. I don't think there's an attachment naturally in the hand, one of the only things lacking, but we know that even the expensive 3 energy attack cost from the Pikachu can be found all in 1 turn with the Sparkling Crystal A-Spec, in addition to a Crispin, which can accelerate 1, then you spend your turn attachment as well. So all things considered, Fabrizio has to be very happy with that opener. Already has the rescue board in hand to move the Hoot on the following turn, so is in good shape. And we'll pass it over to Daniel.
Yeah, and Daniel, what he's looking for, he's almost got a guaranteed by Titanium unit. Once they get an attacker out, once they get a Jolting out, and start using the Jolting charge to power up your attackers. In this matchup, it could also be the Iron Hands that we typically see. We did see that from Victor Zhao yesterday. But here in this matchup, Iron Hands is not at its strongest, since the active Pokemon is not guaranteed to be a Pokemon that you can knock out with the MP very much. And you do want to use that MP very much. With Iron Hands, as anything else, seems like a waste for not getting 2 prizes.
O cara usa 2 Pikachu, 2 mãos
Iron Hands and Joltik, but with the iron, we do play Prime Catcher, we do play Boss's Orders, so we can start pulling out some of these hoots, because you can go for some parts of the engine. We do already see 2 knockdowns in Fabrizio's hand, which means that on the next turn coming back into Daniel, could be a Boss's Orders on one of those hoots that did not evolve, or is not going to evolve and take apart some parts of the engine and making it therefore a bit tougher on Fabrizio to be keeping this line of attack streaming on.
And we can see Daniel already planning ahead his turn as he's putting energy to the top of his deck. With the Latias EX found, that Skyliner ability will allow the free retreat now of Miraidon EX, which means we go into Joltik. The Jolting charge is the this archetype that gets our energy flowing, and look at this. 3 energy immediately onto the Iron Hands EX. And will we throw that final lightning energy anywhere else, Jesper? No, it's all in on Iron Hands EX.
If we have 2 hands the size of Iron Hands' hands, you got to power them up with 4 energy, 2 for each. And we go back over to Fabrizio's turn here. And yeah, Fabrizio's what they're going for is either take a prize to something like Assault Landing, or start being aggressive. A full-on turn here that could be magnificent, but needs a lot of pieces.
Eu tô meio com sono, né, então.
Now that needs a full bench with Area 0. Powering up the Terrapagos on top, which I think is not quite feasible, but it would be such a board to hit.
Yeah, the 1 copy of the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX in the prize cards is really unfortunate, because even with 2 Jewel Seekers, you can't make energy switch plus boss combinations happen. That would have been one of the only ways to launch an aggressive gusting prize.
Although you could go for something like the Sparkling Crystal, that would also do seem very all-in, would mean you would need Sparkling Crystal. There's a lot of cards you would actually need in that case to make sure that happens, and unfortunately, Fabrizio does not play any way of gusting without playing that as a supporter. So when you're going here for the Crispin, it seems more so like a setup play, or you could just go
combo, né?
Attach that to Noctowl, go back into the Fan Rotom, get a Stadium in play with one of your Noctowls, and go for an Assault Landing and power up for the Assault Landing. Or what you can go for is potentially a Crown Opal.
No, yeah, Crown Opal seems to be the line that Fabrizio is looking at here. Trying to use the second attack on Terrapagos EX. It only deals 180 damage, but during your opponent's next turn, it prevents all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from basic, non-colorless Pokemon. So take your first prize with a big multi-prize Pokemon, forcing Iron Hands to gust around it, and just force Daniel to constantly have Gust every single turn is a great way to sort of remove those resources for the later game.
Because, yeah, Joe, tell me, how does Daniel's deck actually hit this Terrapagos?
Well, it would be a Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, but that's far later down the line, I would say.
Exactly. So these early game prizes, trying to set up, so when we're talking the Crown Opal first, which can then line into a full bench Area 0, doing 240 with that unified beatdown next turn. Fabrizio doing a perfect job in setting up this, and actually drew the Briar off the first prize. So taking that 1 prize, and then waiting until Daniel Pass to draw 4 prizes, and then go boom, Briar. But he reduced it. Boss's Order is going to take out one of these Hoots, as I said, trying to take parts some of this Noctowl engine, taking 2 prizes, which means 2 prizes away from a potential Briar play. But then again, there's still Hoot in play. There's a Noctowl in Fabrizio's hand, which means that we can get that Area 0. Now we just need to get that bench filled up to be able to unify beat down and take out these couple of hands.
Cada Pokémon é pré-definido. O Terra, por exemplo, Charizard só pode virar Terra Dark, pode virar qualquer tipo Terra. É só o que tá dizendo na carta, no caso, Max. Entendeu? A tipagem que tá dizendo na carta, no caso, né? Não pode virar... No TCG não pode virar qualquer um, só o que tá na carta. Agora no jogo do VGC é qualquer um. Ah não, no Pokémon qualquer um. É mais bem diferenciado. Bem diferenciado. Zar de água, é verdade. Mas o Gratiluz é cantar no Zar de água, né? Parando pra pensar.
Now we can go for energy switch onto Pikachu. Get that grass energy over there. Use the Crispin, get a metal energy and a lightning energy. And it seems like just such a rainbow amount of energy that this Terra box deck plays. But we do the Crispin energy switch, the easiest combo to make here. And then we can go into the line of, well, Daniel does not have like any certain way to then get a knockout next turn. It's going to be stripped of energy, only have 1 energy left on board, and there's no electric generator or anything in Daniel's deck, meaning that if you want to be accelerating energy, it has to be Miraidon. But Miraidon using Photon Blaster into Pikachu does 190 because of the Wrestle the Heart ability. And yeah, it just means that for Fabrizio, what they've done here is put them into such a position where it's really hard to see what Daniel can actually do to go against that. Since if Daniel goes for Crispin, has to be a Prime Catcher on top.
Yeah,
but the
that's a lot.
Photon Blasters does not even take out the Trapper, so...
Yeah, Fabrizio's put himself in a fantastic
Então, ele atacou com o Terapagos, Tomás. É porque o cara deu gratiluz, ele deu boss em outro bicho, gratiluz.
On Terapagos for later down the line with Briar plays. So even though we're removing 3 energy from our Pikachu EX, we still have maintained a lovely threat here. Fabrizio now back ahead. 3 prize cards remain for him, but thanks to Briar, could possibly be only 1 attack away. Daniel, how can you respond in this situation?
And that's why we like from these Joltik decks. They're simplistic in build, they're very consistent. But that's what I love about these Noctowl engines. You have so many ways of playing. Yes, a bit consistent, but you have so many more ways of playing. It just passes it over to Fabrizio. And this is the turn where we can really set ourselves apart here.
O Joltik.
If Fabrizio can either get just a knockout
or
a knockout onto Miraidon, this game could be far, far closer to being over, but there's not a certain way of getting that just yet in hand, but could go for basically just a setup turn, since there's nothing that really is actually threatening on Daniel's side of the board.
No, so supporterless from Daniel, but also because there weren't any Hoo-Hoo in play to begin this turn, Fabrizio doesn't have the same guarantees that he's been working with over the last couple turns with Jewel Seeker. Now Fabrizio has to work with only what's in hand. And right now, I don't see too much. It could even just be an energy to a Pikachu EX and pass here.
It could also be, well, if we can get something like Area Zero in play, Latias, and get an attachment onto Terapagos, we could go back into the Crown Opal, again forcing Daniel to do more with some resources. And, well, if Daniel is to play, then Boss in that case, yes, can get the Latias, but then would go straight into what the Briar would do. But yeah, regardless of how Fabrizio does this, did shuffle some energy back with the Super Rod to be able to power up some of the attackers later on, getting that attachment onto Pikachu, making sure that we can get a bit closer to firing off the Topaz Bolt later, although the second
Aqui basicamente ele se lascou pouquinho.
Basically just powers up the retreat cost of Pikachu, but that's also very important whenever you're trying to set up
Ele cortou o banco, cara.
Fabrizio debating the Iono. It would only give you 3 cards, and you know Daniel hasn't played a supporter. Instead, he's going to bring up the Miraidon EX. That already has free retreat anyway. Not sure how much I love this angle. It's instead going to be retreating Pikachu. And we're just going to get an attack in with the Terapagos. Recognizing, Jesper, that it still sits comfortably out of range of a KO from the Miraidon EX without any damage modifier. And this does still set up that prior play.
It does set up the prior play. It is out of the Phantom Photon Blaster range, but one issue that could be is if
you can
pull off Crispin plus Blood Moon Ursaluna, it could be a massive punish onto that Terapagos, and I'm not sure
Infelizmente
if was thinking about that, but I really do need to see.
Ultra Ball's the draw, Jesper. That could open our hand up.
Também gostei, mas é bem
meme. Need to still see some cards here.
É meme, só é fraco,
né? Tandem unit pull out some Pikachu
Vou ser
in the
sincero
deck.
Aqui. Tem diferença de meme e
possibly even play down the Iron Leaves EX just to
fraco.
have it down.
Eu acho que só é fraco.
And try and filter out as many cards as possible here.
And this is where I, as Daniel, hope that I could substitute in Victor's drawing ability off that restart, drawing the Blood Moon Ursaluna as he wishes to. And yeah, it's going to be an attachment here. Although it seems like then you're foregoing that Crispin play, right? But you really want to make sure that you're fitting down your hand as much as possible. Although with Daniel here, there's no 2-prizer available. There's no Zapdos in Daniel's deck that gives. Well, it's rotated first of all.
Mas pro entendimento da pessoa que tá assistindo, Barry, o daninho acaba sendo melhor, entendeu? Mas acho que também é questão de gosto, né? Costume também.
Quite unfortunate on
Tanto faz pra mim. Pra mim os dois funciona.
People are making sometimes, and whether or not you're playing the Gravity Mountain, which counters both Dragapult and Gardevoir, but in this case here, the Vitality Band could be very, very nice to have. And yeah, Joe, I just don't see how we do a knockout this turn from Daniel's side that actually does something to the board.
Well, even if we're taking out Hoot possibly as our best option and just saying that Briar isn't in hand for Fabrizio. Maybe that's one of your only angles here.
There's
we're lowering the hand size.
On the Hoot.
Yeah, we have to take out this Hoot. You have to expect and give credit for Fabrizio to have access to one more Noctowl. So let's lower our hand size down and restart for 3 big cards here.
And these have to be very, very big cards. First of all, we have to be talking about supporters like Crispin being able to power up.
A different attacker, but I'm not seeing it, unfortunately.
No.
It was just the boss's orders coming into the hand. So at this point, Daniel's saying, Fabrizio, I hope without Noctowl that you can't find a Briar line. Although, of course, Daniel only going down to 3 prize cards. It's not game, set, and match just yet.
No, but if Fabrizio can try and start to set up this Pikachu EX.
Eu ia desperdiçada, sei lá.
Also just trying to find Stadium and use a Fan Rotom here.
Nossa, ele pisou só energia aqui.
Yeah, because it leaves your Terapagos EX out of harm's way. But if you set up the
Ele
Pikachu, you can kind of checkmate it here.
That's true.
Whereas if you can like play Crispin, retreat into Terapagos, take the knockout, and you can set up this Pikachu with something like a Crispin and whatnot.
You're expecting a lot, Jesper. We just have an Iono in this hand right now.
I'm wishing for a lot. I'm not expecting a lot, but I'm certainly wishing for a lot just to make sure that we can somewhat checkmate early and make sure that we can get more action out of this.
Que eu não tô respondendo nada com nada, é o sono, tá? Só pra deixar.
Get free cards plus whatever restart's gonna be able to get you.
Eu tô aqui me cobrindo aqui por causa do frio, mano, mas
need a Crispin to be attaching that last energy as well.
We were looking for Nest Ball or Ultra Ball to unlock Mew EX our own side or Fezandipity for future turns for more of a safeguard. Now we're really not sat on much. Terapagos can finish off the Miraidon EX, and we will go down to just 1 prize card remaining for Fabrizio now. It does remove all energy from play as well from Daniel, so he still has a mountain to climb, but I imagine Blood Moon Ursaluna will be the answer here.
But yeah, Crispin and Nestball being taken off the prizes means that this Pikachu is really, really close to being a checkmate option unless Daniel gets one of the Ionos to make sure that we can do that. Since the only way that in that case that Daniel can sort of protect themselves is benching their own Pikachu and retreating that into the active, although that's seemingly with this board pretty impossible to do and power up in 1 turn.
Flip the script finds 2 Pokegear. Can that give us reach towards the 1
copy of Iono
in Daniel's deck? We'll Ultra Ball first. We know that Blood Moon Ursaluna is important, but we're getting rid of the Pokegear here.
But you have to be thinking here, Joe, if we get that, if we get to go for the Iono play, how do we get into a good attacking spot as well? We'll have to grab the Blood Moon Ursaluna. We have to Iono at the same time. It has to be the only thing that Daniel seemingly can do in this spot.
I feel like throwing away the energy was the best move in that spot because Fabrizio is at 1 prize card.
Attacks is free, yeah.
So you could have Bravery Charmed up your Blood Moon, getting out of range of Pikachu EX, and would have had 2 bites of the cherry to use Pokegear to find Iono. Now we have simply
mas só não dá dano, todo básico. Não, dá dano sim, que é normal.
Trying to find a final attacker to close the game, because Daniel will only be taking 2 prize cards here with the Blood Moon attack.
Yeah, one of the issues that we're going to be seeing there is with the Prime Catcher being used already, and with the Iron Leaves already being in play, with the Blood Moon attacks, it's going to be stuck there in the active, or you're not going to be able to do the Blood Moon attack against it. It has to move to the bench and then to the active again, which can only be done by, you know, either Prime Catcher or Iron Leaves being put down, up, and use the future booster captures to retreat. So yes, we do get the Braver Charm here, but
Grass Energy to Iron Leaves, perhaps, then? Let's see our cards from Pokegear first.
Yeah, it has
7 big cards. Iono's the big hit. I see Arven, I see Boss's orders.
It doesn't look like it, no.
We don't see the ideal supporter in this instance. Boss's orders can still come to the hand unless we take nothing and try and restart for additional cards for one last hope.
Yeah, I would like that because we're looking at it as a spot where we know it's Iono or bust. And if we're taking cards here, it means that we can't draw any more extra cards of restart. Although we do know that with the Bravery Charm being attached to our Saluna, we could have a way of...
You're a little safer around that Pikachu.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It is coming down to the wire now. I think even a Crispin would have been a better option, and you could fully power up or get closer to powering up Iron Leaf, so once you've moved out of your Blood Moon, you have a follow-up attacker. Oh, this is interesting. I do like this
that's a really good attack with Crispin next turn.
That's so much smarter, yeah. The attachment to the Fezandipity being valued to close out your final prize card. Let's restart for 2 cards. Arven, Lily's Clefairy EX, not ideal.
Yeah, and I really have to touch on this being like super smart, since with the Cruel Arrow from Fezandipity, you're able to do 100 damage on a bench Pokemon. Well,
Noctowl and Fein Rotom are both within that 100 damage range. So you can take the knockout here on Terapagos with that Blood Moon for free. And next turn, you can go ahead and say, "I'll Crispin, put 2 energies to that Fecundipity, free retreat with the Latias with the Skyliner, and whoop-de-doo, you're taking free prizes in 2 turns.
And looks like Daniel's picking up another couple great cards here. The Earthen Vessel can in the deck for you next turn, so you can restart again for more cards, and the Bravery Charm, just another piece to put you out of range on more Pokemon. He's actually setting himself up for the only way I think he could win in 2 turns, with both his switching cards used. The Fecundipity will line up perfectly with a Crispin next turn. Daniel's put himself a turn away with a very large Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Goes down to 1 prize card. Fabrizio now needs a big combination if he can close the game here.
Blood Moon Boss is the faster combination of those 2. We do see the Nest Bowl.
I think we're seeing it, yes.
Depending on if we have the boss in hand or not, I have to see that, but we do see the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It does look like we already have it.
So boss acabou.
Ursaluna coming down off the Nest Bowl.
Boss acabou.
The boss's orders, Daniel at 1 prize, meaning that the Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to attack for free. Take that last prize.
Ursaluna sempre é boss. Ursaluna ganhou partida. É isso
mesmo. Taking that game 1 down with their Terra Box deck, and wow, what a game actually we got out of this, despite that start, but looked a bit.
Nossa, cabelo diferente.
That was a thrilling end game sequence of Fabrizio doing so well there. And Daniel as well, as we go through the replay, we see Terapagos got in early, used that Crown Opal, such a smart decision because it then protects your attacker, protects those energy, which then lined up a fantastic Noctowl for E-Switch Crispin for Pikachu to immediately answer and respond on all of Daniel's energy with the Iron Hands EX, only getting the chance to amp once, and it lined up this really awkward avenue for Daniel, where he was just lacking a supporter card, so had to have a slower play with Miraidon. He got set up with damage from Fabrizio at this stage. Daniel continued to chase the Hoot Hoot, which seemed to be a really smart decision as we got into these final few turns.
Yeah, as we got into these final few turns, it looked like a nail biter in terms of Daniel pulling off that Blood Moon Ursaluna, and we were looking at Fabrizio's options to do go ahead and potentially disrupt, but here coming for the Nest Ball for the Blood Moon Ursaluna, being able to attack for free, boss's orders onto everything that Daniel had on their bench, and being able to take this game 1. Half an hour left on the clock. We could actually be seeing 2 full games being able to unfold here, since both of these decks are what it describes as decks that not necessarily takes a long time to play, but doesn't take many turns to play when we're talking about the time rules here.
Yeah, they all try and win in 4 turns, really, ideally. You're going for either a Joltik attack into many multi-prize turns, or you're getting Dual Seeker unlocks, which then enables many multi-prize turns as well. It did look quite routine at the end game for Fabrizio there. He just happened to have Nest Ball and Boss in hand, but that was just, oh hey, I happen to have that combination. There was no Hoot Hoot down, there was no Mew EX or Fecundipity. He had to have the cards right there.
Estou calado, concentrado.
Porque
o som tá forte, mano.
What our game 2 has on offer as we start to see some prize cards. Again, a couple, or 3 of the Crispins of the 4.
Prisou 3 Plínio e o GG, né?
Daniel, he's going to have to lean into Joltik really heavily here.
Yeah, and Fabrizio going first again. These Joltik does want to go second, but we have
to remember Bugado e Guerreiro da Madrugada. Ei, quiser. Tudo bom, mano? Como é que você tá?
Essentially nets you an extra energy attachment and an extra card in hand per turn. Getting into the Fein Rotom here, you want to look for the Noctowl and Hoot Hoot pieces to make sure that your entire of your engine gets to work at all. Also searching through the deck. Fabrizio, there's a lot of things you have to check whenever you're playing this Noctowl Ogerpon style deck, where you have to check for your attackers, you have to check for your energies, you have to check for how many Crispins you have, and you actually have to check for which kind of avenue you want to go down in terms of taking prizes in these different matchups. So that's another reason why that you need to start checking for something like Briar, since if you're taking out the Joltik, as we mentioned in game 1, you have to be able to recover yourself into that 2-2-2 prize race, where you would do it with 1, 2, and then 3 prizes taken on the last one.
Yeah, there's easily like 15 to 20 one-of copies to check in the deck list, in addition to the 5 different energy types that you play in low counts. You've got to keep track of them in hand, got to keep track of them in deck, of course, because Crispin is your main means of energy acceleration. So not just is it great to get the fan call straight away, but also Fabrizio now knows exactly what he has access to throughout the remainder of the game.
But we're talking one-offs, so we can go through the way that Fabrizio plays it. 1 Ditto, 1 Teal Mask Ogerpon, 1 Terapagos, 1 Pikachu, 1 Clefairy, 1 Blood Moon Ursaluna, 1 Fecundipity, 1 Mew, and 1 Latias. That's just only the Pokemon, yeah. If we go back into the items and trainers, it gets even worse with that.
gás nesse match. Então, tá ótimo,
I can keep on. It's going to be a rap song at the end of it, and I'm just not going to continue with that. But we do see a very beautiful setup here from
Cara, se ele não puxar um Arven aqui, ele vai ficar bem atrás.
Best feasible attacker in this matchup, because it's outside of the photon blaster range, and you get to get these two Hoots down, so you can start using that Noctowl's Jewel Seeker to set up such a board.
The Pokegear finds Daniel and Arven for a turn 1 supporter card here that we're going to see, and that will unlock his turn quite nicely. I think there's already the Joltik in hand, but this should provide Nest Ball for Miraidon EX that can then tandem unit out multiple other lightning basic Pokemon. His hand is just a couple Bravery Charm, a bunch of energy, so the Arven has to do some heavy lifting here. There's a world where you simply... No, I think you have to go Nest Ball. You could use an Ultra Ball here and lower the hand size down for a restart, but then you're losing some key resources. You've already grabbed a couple of your tools just by naturally drawing into them. So you can grab a future booster energy capsule just to swing it onto the Iron Hands, knowing you're not going to be grabbing Latias immediately anyway.
Eu acho que o Terabox ganha aqui.
Yeah, we're seeing Daniel, of course, like any other of our players, looking through in terms of the options that they can have. Probably also looked at and was like, where are 75% of my Christmas at? And it starts to look at it being like, yeah, it's going to be really tough to actually accelerate energy beyond this Jolting charge, since typically Joltik wants to go for turn 1 Crispin, plus Jolting charge when you're going second, and then you're looking at it, you're like, well, I can't Crispin, that loses me 2 energies that I could just be attaching. Well, it loses you 1 energy rather, because you can then attach and Jolting charge, but you really want to have those extra attachments on board, since that's what builds your board whenever you're playing against a deck like Fabricio's that can just go from 0 to 100 real fast and take out your attacker before you even got the chance to use it properly.
The good news is you do front load so many of these energy with Joltik, and we have to assume he'll be taking multiple prize cards every knockout he scores. So as he grabs these Crispin, he should still be ticking over nicely, and in fact it could be a real benefit to him to keep finding them turn by turn.
Yeah, especially with the way that the prizes are laid out. It's laid out in 1 Crispin in 1 row, another Crispin in another row, and the last row also has a Crispin. So whatever
Deu sorte de ter comprado o Arven no Pokégear, senão tava lascado.
We do need to grab the rescue board into the hand, not the discard pile. That was a small error there after using the Arven, so we'll keep track of that. I do like trying to Bravery Charm up your Mew EX. It puts you out of a Crown Opal Gusting avenue, so I do think that's going to be a big action. But no, just the Jolting charge. I have to feel like protecting this Mew EX and pushing it out of range of the Crown Opal that we know Fabrizio went for in that game number 1 so aggressively would have been a great angle. The door is now open for Fabrizio to find Sparkling Crystal attachment plus a gusting effect. He of course has to move the Fan Rotom as well, so still has work to do, and it will cost a couple Jewel Seekers. But we know if there's a combination, it can be sculpted via Noctowl.
Eu tô numa posição aqui que meu pé tá dormindo, cara.
Wouldn't be too mad about just going for Noctowl for Stadium and then using the Assault Landing to just take that 1 prize when we're constantly talking about Briars being in effect. Or you could go for that Crown Opal again. We do see the Sparkling Crystal, the attachment, the Noctowl. You could go either Nest Ball for Latias, but you could also just go for the Rescue Ball, making sure there's no 2 prize Pokemon in play and trying to exhaust all of the gusting resources out of Daniel. But a boss's orders on top. You know what I get? I can knock out that Mew for 180 damage. So the Crown Opal being fantastic here.
Virar personagem Juntos aqui agora.
Currently Daniel has any boss in hand.
And Daniel debated the Bravery Charm on Mew EX, opted not to, and now we'll find Fabrizio with a perfect line of attack here. Can rescue board his Fan Rotom for an easy retreat, and Mew EX is going to be an easy 2 prize cards to pick up whilst using Crown Opal, which protects your Terrapagos from any counter attack.
And we do see here Fabrizio sitting with Ultra Ball, Crispin and Bloodmoon in hand. Could easily have gone for Ultra Ball for their own Mew. Decides not to, wanting to see what's in store from the prizes with that Clefairy and Hoodoo being drawn. You could go for this Mew because, well, the terrestrial style box of deck is also one of these kind of cringe decks that only plays Mew Infested Vivity as the real draw options beside this 1 Research and Iono. Not really what we see traditionally. Although when we're going over to Daniel here, another toss spot. Being behind. It's typically these Joltik decks that wants to be on the front foot starting off. And here, we're looking at the exact opposite. Although, when you're looking at it, you may be thinking, well, Pikachu can just Topaz Ball for a knockout, but you have to remember Crown Opal was used. So when using this Crispin, there needs to be something like
aquele deita com o Pikachu,
if you want to be hitting anything on the bench
unless you go Crispin and he wants to start charging up the Galvantula and start doing some 2-hit knockout action onto the Terrapagos, which is still not what you want to be doing at all.
Well, Daniel does have access to his 1 Crispin and will be accelerating in this instance. Pikachu's ready to go. Iron Hands can't really get
Mano,
there.
Joltik slow player, cara. Eu tô dormindo por causa disso, velho. O cara fica meia hora pra procurar as cartas, mano. Na moral, 15 horas pra pegar as cartas, energia, sendo que é uma decisão tão de boa. Meu Deus, velho.
Iron Hands finding a second energy card now with the manual turn attachment.
Yeah, it's just getting more and more difficult the longer we get into the game here. But Daniel has to Ultra Ball, can go and get the Galvantula to the plate. Does not decide to do that off the Crispin attachments. And are we looking at just a pass here and letting Fabricio go down to free prizes eventually?
See, a second jolting charge. This is it. Just saying that Pikachu is difficult to deal with. Maybe if I just shove more energy on, I can do chain attacks with my Pikachu. Or in this instance, it's just more energy coming onto Iron Hands EX. There are 2 prized grass energy, of course. That's worth stressing. So the Joltik can only access 2 energy in this spot. Not ideal for Daniel. Would have been great to power up Iron Hands and more energy onto the Pikachu. Yep. Because Pikachu discards 3 of any energy, so it could have been just excess energy can go and you can decide which ones you need to fulfill future attacks. But in this instance, if you can't find an easy 2-prize swing turn, you have to try and just sit behind Joltik and load it up. Force Fabricio into evolving more of these Hoot. At least there's no easy 2-prize turn for him here. Fabricio might have to once again spend multiple knockdown to make something come together.
Yeah, which is the saving grace for Daniel in this case. But Fabricio being ahead is all right if it ends up just being Crown Opal for a knockout. Still forcing Daniel to go around every single time that you want to be going around this Crown Opal. And perhaps if Daniel goes around, just take 2 prizes with something like the Iron Hands or the Pikachu, depending on if this Clefairy hits the board, then Fabricio can still buy themselves another turn to make something happen for 2 prizes, or build themselves up to that Briar turn when they're just taking the 1 prize.
And very often that single prize is terrible, but like you said, with Briar, it changes everything. It means that can really help you get 1 attack away. Fabricio grabs Lily's Clefairy EX, and will be crispening at least 1 energy to that, you would have to think, just to have multiple threats established at this stage.
Yeah, and also an energy on board that you could be using with that energy switch, right? If you can't get your energy straight up attached with that Crispin to the attackers that you want, at least you can get them into play to make sure that you could be using your energy switches to move a bit around. And that's also why that you've been seeing a lot of these decks playing a big count of energy switch when they're playing more Teal Mask Ogre upon. We do see 2 energy switches in this threshold style box deck. And yeah, the Crispin, you do see Psychic Energy likely gonna go and get that Psychic Energy onto the Clefairy, and also the hand attachment to the Clefairy. And also Fredden's Daniel has to be playing very disciplined here from here on out to actually make sure that this Clefairy is not going to be dealing any 1-hit knockouts.
So this tanky turtle takes another prize. Now Fabricio 1 game ahead and 3 prize cards up in game number 2 of our Swiss round 11. Daniel already in a precarious position. There's Pikachu EX ready to rumble. That's promoted here. Does have to move this Terrapagos EX out the way because of the Crown Opal. So to find some of these prize cards, there's the Arven now in hand. That does grant us access to Prime Catcher.
Yeah, not many options that Daniel likes to be seeing. We do need to see 2 prizes being taken from Daniel this turn, and where the recipe for that is either Boss's Orders or Prime Catcher. Really, in this case, depending on what you want to go and knock out. Iron Hands for Hoot, or Boss's Orders for that Clefairy and take it out with Pikachu. Although if you're taking it out with Pikachu, it's also a very big commitment in terms of the amount of energy you have to start tossing. So Daniel is really... Well, so Fabricio playing versus Daniel both with the prize front, but also in terms of the resources front. Since when Daniel's using attack, they lose every single resource they put into attack when they're using something like Pikachu, whereas Fabricio's just sitting there with the Crown Opal, being able to spam that without even having to do anything other than just announce it, really.
You're asking a lot of questions simply from that attack alone, and it's gained us so much value in this second game. like you said, Jesper, it's so painful to use the Pikachu EX in this stage, especially when you know 3 of your Crispin are prized and there's no guarantees you're going to pull it from your first 2. I think trying to limit your bench a little bit. So I know Clefairy out anyway. That does have some value, but Fezandipity is going to help getting some additional cards. I feel like they'll play this turn.
Acabar essa partida, eu vou esquentar segunda rodada de café e bora.
His Arven with the Prime Catcher that we know is rooting around in the deck. But first, it's going to be the flip the script for 3 fresh cards here.
And it's going to be
Prime Catcher coming to the hand, actually.
Prime Catcher really good here for perhaps guaranteeing a way to grab these 2 prize cards here. I don't think there's any other way of which that Daniel wants to
tomar mais, pois é, eu tomei já uma xícara inteira. Segunda rodada.
Or do you want to go for Hoodoo? Or if you can combine Boss's orders and Prime Catcher, you can actually still get to knock out a Terapagos, since that when the Terapagos goes to the bench, it actually resets the Crown Opal effect. So if we can get a Boss's orders off here, we can do the good old way of getting around that effect. But we do not see any supporters. And actually, for the first time on our stream this event, no supporters of Pokegear. Total failure.
Tough break for Daniel. He'll now
Pimenta no café.
With an Arven. I think a number of his tools are already thin from the deck. Does still have that future boosted energy capsule rooting around somewhere, I believe. But possibly again, just grab a Pokegear for next turn, or just grab a Nest Ball for the future turn.
Yeah, and I love how Daniel was just looking at the boss being like, darn you, why couldn't you be top with the deck, mate? And yes, with the way of doing that, you could have actually been making sure, or not making sure, but you could have made it way harder for Fabrizio to keep up this Crown Opal spamming situation, where it forces Daniel to pull cards out of his deck. He doesn't want to do every single turn, while Fabrizio can also set it up like just by taking small prize advantages constantly and holding those up. And with the way that it's being done right now, with you're forcing Daniel to Pokegear, failing the Pokegear, having to go Arven, Fabrizio looks at it like, yeah, he ain't touching my Terapagos this turn.
Well, the good news is, as Fabrizio takes more prize cards, the Blood Moon does naturally become an answer. That's one of the only things that Daniel can do. Ignoring it feels bad, but it feels better as more prize cards are taken from Fabrizio.
But then again, Fabrizio is sitting there with double hoot.
Mano, sabe o que tá me dando sono? O cara é slow player demais, cara. Na moral, vocês não acham slow player, velho? Como é que o cara consegue ser o Tickbox slow player, velho?
Take our first 2 prize cards, crucially grabbing one of his Crispins, it should be. Oh, has he only taken 1 prize card here?
Surely we're just gone for the arm press.
Yeah,
so the second prize is taken out. There's an MP very much. Don't you worry about that one bit. So yeah, Grass Energy and Crispin going into the hand of Daniel. And yeah, you're seeing the Fezandipity being dropped on Fabrizio's side. Finally getting into some draw.
Does need to, well, with the Ultra Ball in hand as well, he has his pick of the bunch, because we know 1 Ultra Ball can springboard into Jewel Seeker and all sorts of options. And again, it looks like Energy Switch could be on the table here if we could find some sort of
usando toda a capacidade cerebral. Cara, literalmente, o cara tá usando toda a capacidade cerebral que ele possui.
Opening up our bench. That's good for both Lily's Clefairy and the Terapagos EX. That should make it routine for us to deal with the Iron Hands this turn.
Yeah, but also put the pressuring point on Daniel to find that 1 copy of their
Gravity Mountain.
Gravity Mountain, yeah, to counter that Area 0 underdepths. And really just making this so hard for Daniel in terms of, well, you have to take knockouts and you have to start counting the stadium. Otherwise, both Clefairy and Terapagos is going to have such a party whenever it comes to dealing these amount of damage counters. Because we were saying before, well, Daniel has to be very disciplined in terms of the bench. When the Area 0 is in play, the Clefairy with 8 bench just deals 200 damage on its own, which would be 260 in current play if Daniel keeps a bench size of 3.
Tinha 3 Ultra Ball na mão. É 2 slow play, porque o Terabox também tá mó slow play. Mas
with Area 0, a number of basics already in the hand. Can we even Nest Ball out perhaps a Mew EX here to fill your bench?
Perhaps also another Terra Pokemon. You do want to make sure that if the Terapagos is being knocked out, since when it uses the Unified Beatdown, does not have the Crown Opal protection.
That's true.
So it means we also want to be seeing another Terra Pokemon, so that whenever Terapagos gets knocked out, if it gets knocked out rather, that we still get to keep this massive bench size. It's something that we really have to keep a watch of, since this deck works best with a massive bench. Get to have Fezandipity in play, get to have multiple Hootloots in play, gets to have Mew in play. This massive draw engine, also, of course, also getting to have an effective Clefairy being able to threaten this sort of wannabe setup checkmate spot.
Yeah, we're getting close once again. Fabrizio ahead in the prizes.
Se ganhar o torneio fica rico. No Brasil, sim.
Stretching back another hoot here as his final bench space. Oh, it's going to be the Brock Scouting as a supporter card. Maybe just for fodder for his final Ultra Ball on a future turn. The Earthen Vessel, another option here, as we haven't attached any energy at all.
Attachments are always nice.
Yeah, 1 energy on Pikachu EX sets you up for a Crispin line. 1 energy on Blood Moon Ursaluna EX handy as well, as it forces Daniel to respond to that Pokemon. Here comes the Area Zero Underdepths then, with a Terrestrial EX Pokemon in play. Rather than having a 5 bench, you get all the way up to 8 bench spaces. And Fabrizio using that immediately to put another Hoot into play. That second Terrestrial EX that you mentioned, Jesper, is now the Pikachu in play. And the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX also committed to the board. The hand is Ultra Ball, Earthen Vessel, and I think Boss's Orders. So he may just want to hold the lot, honestly.
Yeah, and it looks like such a threatening setup from Fabrizio, because when you're looking at it as Daniel, you're looking at how do I actually combat this? Well, we're talking about Stadium Replacement is one of them. Get to remove some of the damage counters you could be doing with Clefairy. But if Daniel takes 2 prizes, an energy and a boss would always, in these kinds of situations, be enough, since, well, Daniel doesn't run enough Bravery Charm to do that. There's 2 Bravery Charms. If you put into both Festivity and Rhydon, could be doable, but then you have to attack with Pikachu, leaving you without any resources on board. So it just gets more and more difficult in these types of situations to, as Daniel, disrupt and win.
It's that one Iono again that we have to find, yes.
Exato, que os caras ficam fazendo slow play pra sempre, deixando. Sem limite, o cara ia ficar o quê? 15 horas jogando, cara. Tá mogadaço, cadê aquele cafezinho? Pô, tem que pegar ele e acabar a partida, porque eu não quero sair no meio da partida pra pegar o café, né? É o sono, mano. Mas também os caras fazendo slow play.
Surely has to be one of his safest options. Bravery charming up this Blood Moon Ursaluna was one of his strategies in the previous game, even though it didn't work out in that game.
Pera, ele botou o Pipi na frente e não bateu? Ah não, ele bateu no mouse face. Eu não vi, eu tô dormindo.
Iono in the hand of Daniel, which means that there's going to be a bunch of resources that Fabrizio's being allowed to have in hand, like the Hoodoo being in play could just be easily evolved into something like a Noctowl. So yeah, the Bravery Charm going back onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, making sure that something like a Pikachu cannot take it out, or an opposing Blood Moon. But yeah,
I was thinking we could go low with the Vessel and the Ultra Balls, but the Mew EX, of course, was the first Pokemon knocked out.
Yeah, so
going low can't top us up. Yeah, that means there's going to be no hand disruption, just the retreat into Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Daniel will launch a Blood Moon attack and take the KO on Lily's Clefairy, but it's down to Fabrizio now, with 1 Hoot in play, 1 Pheasantipity EX on the board, but already Boss's Orders in the hand.
I see Boss's Orders, and I do see a way of getting attachment to Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Ganhou do mesmo jeito, cara. Ele ganhou do mesmo jeito e ganhou a primeira partida. Simples assim. Mano, foi 15 horas pro cara fazer a mesma jogada. De verdade. Foi 15. Deixa eu lá pegar meu café, mano. Peraí. Deixa eu lá pegar meu cafezinho, eu vou dormir.
This was game number 1 then. Fabrizio using that Crown Opal to kick things off. Even though it was a single prize KO, he was keeping Briar in mind, but crucially it forced Daniel into a corner. He had to use a gusting effect, pushing the Terrapagos out the way, which gave Fabrizio a lovely bank of energy to then pull off this fantastic play. Crispin plus energy switch to take out Iron Hands immediately. And Pikachu also has a really frustrating ability, so once again Daniel had to get around that Pokemon. Fabrizio then given the chance to get a cheeky hit in with the Unified Beatdown, setting up the Miraidon EX perfectly for him to just go down to 1 prize card. And this game number 1 came down to Blood Moon versus Blood Moon.
Yeah, and Blood Moon on Blood Moon action, and Blood Moon wins, but not from Daniel's side. Definitely Fabrizio's side. That Blood Moon or Luna boss's orders, being able to take out anything on the bench. Fabrizio starting off, going first again, getting that Fein Rotom, which is the beating heart of your terrestrial box deck. Being able to boss's orders onto Mew, use the Crown Opal, and really just setting Daniel into a spot of pain whenever you're looking at you're not being able to hit that Terrapagos, and you get knocked out. You're behind by 2 prizes to have to get around it. Goes for another jolting charge with the jolting, and from this moment on, Fabrizio goes ahead 3 to 6 in prize cards, and then we're just going to be seeing this Clefairy taking out this Iron Hands after getting to put down the Area 0 under depths, and kind of, or rather almost, checkmated the game here, and finishing off with an attachment onto Blood Moon and the boss's orders to get that game 2. And in really dominating fashion, it seems like when Fabrizio's playing, everything's just ticking, everything's just going, and he knows all the outs. He has all the outs whenever he needs them.
Yeah, now sitting at a 9-0-2 record. That is phenomenal scenes. Great play from the terrestrial box. It's an archetype that forces you to play perfectly, but it felt like Fabrizio found those angles really nicely and knows the matchup clearly very well. Weaving in that Crown Opal in both situations really put the opponent on the back foot, forcing them to make plays they don't want to make, whilst then you can continue to dual seek and find your best possible turn.
Yeah, and it's not often we get to see Crown Opal actually being used for an effect like that. We typically just see Terrapagos and decks used for unified beatdown. Yeah. Typically when we saw Terrapagos being out there for the first time being played with Noctowl and Dusknoir being really our Briar type of deck, was only playing 4 energies and a 4 double turbo energy. But since the rotation, we've been seeing a lot of creativity with that. Did see a little bit of Terrapagos in the Lost Zone boxes in the past, with Mirage Gate being able to power out the Crown Opal with the little bit of a cringe 3 different energy costs to attack. But if it's perfectly in a deck that plays Crispin and Sparkling Crystal, being able to set down that energy cost by 1 of any kind of energy, and then being able to Crispin for 2 different energy, 1 being attached from hand and 1 being attached directly from the Crispin, being able to power up that beast of an attack, especially in a matchup like this, when you're saying, well, you cannot attack with any of your Pokemon besides Galvantula, but I just used Crown Opal on your only Joltik in play, which means you actually have to get around this Terrapagos, whatever you do every single turn, and the only way you're able to touch it is by Blood Moon or Luna, but hey, I've not taken enough prizes for that to happen yet.
Such smart play from Fabrizio, an expert of the archetype certainly, and even had more tricks up his sleeve. There's a jamming tower in there, there's the Briar that we never saw come into play, but was always in his thinking. So I certainly want to hear from Fabrizio, our top standing player right now in our Swiss rounds, and Ross will be chatting with him.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yes, I'm here with Fabrizio. You are our top player in the room right now. You've just won on stream. How are you feeling?
I think I'm speechless because I started this tournament 2-0-2 and I didn't feel very confident because I made some misplay, but from that point I started playing really well.
I mean, I think that is a little bit of an understatement. You are playing phenomenally. Now, last year in Bologna, you came 64th, right?
Yeah.
That's a very good result. Looking to do a bit better today. What is it about Bologna that brings out the best in you?
Yeah, I think that especially in this tournament, I play the deck that I enjoy the most.
Maluco se arrumou no escuro. Que isso,
cara? I really
cara?
enjoy, and this year I play another deck that's Terra Box that I enjoy too.
Well, you played it in Seville, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And you had a pretty good finish in Seville, but again, you're going a little bit further now.
Coitado
what is it
cara,
about
mano.
the deck which is giving you these good finishes in, you know, back-to-back events?
Yeah, I think the first time I played, I was just like not too confident because it's a really hard deck to play and easy to make mistakes. But in the last month, I improved playing, so I think that now I can understand better how the deck works.
Well, at the moment, there's, you know, you got the big decks. You've got your Gardevoir, you've got your Roaring Moon, you've got your Raging Bolt, sorry, you've got your Dragapult. You've brought something that isn't one of those big 3 decks.
Yeah.
Do you think that gives you an advantage over some of these other players bringing more expected decks?
Yeah, I think bringing some deck that is not on the radar is better to surprise your opponent.
I agree entirely. So, what are you worried about? You get towards Top Cut, you're in great position for Top Cut. What are you worried about facing in Top Cut, if anything?
Yeah, this just one deck is Gardevoir with Rabska.
Okay, so if they've got Rabska, you're not loving it.
It's awful for me if they have Rabska. If they don't have it, it's playable. But with Rabska is...
Eu menti, Bugadinho. Cara, cada um com seu estilo, sei lá.
What is it about Rabska that ruins that?
Based on the water auger pond.
Se o estilo dele de cabelo é esse, né? Quem sou eu pra julgá-lo, né?
And Rabska completely destroy my.
Não tem um jogador de futebol que faz uns cortes assim, sei lá.
You've made a fantastic deck. You're piloting it brilliantly. You're our #1 player right now. It's all going very, very well. Any shout-outs you want to give before we finish up here?
Yeah, I want to shout out to my girlfriend who is watching me from home and to the team Touring Storm. And that's it.
Very nice. Well, thank you very much. Wonderful game on stream. You are crushing.
Salve, Luanzinho, beleza, mano? Como é que você tá? Você gosta de mim, sensato?
Let's go back to you guys.
Ah, mas é porque tem uma galera que, tipo... Cada um tem seu estilo, tá ligado? É esquisito? Depende, né?
Well, pulling themselves together was
E aí, Luanzinho, como é que você tá? Tudo bom?
not the greatest start whenever you want to try and win the tournament, but 7 in a row. Did I hear correctly?
7 so far. We're still going, yes, but there's still more games to come throughout the day. But I do love that, the mental fortitude you need to become a top player and stay at these top tables. You've made some mistakes, you have to put them behind you.
Acordar desde que horas? Desde a hora que... Sim, eu fui dormir ontem, era umas... 5 da tarde. Acordei 7h30, 8h. 7h30. E aí tô acordado desde então. Não dormi mais.
Very similar, really, in that you were oftentimes trying to get Mirage Gate combinations come together. Crispin works a lot similarly to that, where you're accelerating your Pokemon with different types of energy at the same time. So definitely has a style of play.
Eu tirei um cochilo de 1 hora, das 4 às 5. E tô aqui, pra não falar que não dormi, né? Eu tirei só um cochilinho, mas se você tirar o cochilo, 8, 9, 10, 11, meia-noite, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10 horas. Se tirar 1 horinha, 9. É porque, mano, acabou a live ontem, por exemplo. A live ontem acabou, acho que hora que era? Era 1 e pouco, né? Não, era 2h15 da tarde. Eu fui fazer vídeo pra vocês, que é o vídeo que vai cair 9 horas da manhã, do Bugado News. Hoje, inclusive, vai ter 2 vídeos no canal. Vai ter vídeo Bugado News e vídeo deck da Cynthia, mano. Aí, eu upei o vídeo. Eu criei o vídeo, fui almoçar, depois eu tomei banho, deitei e dormi. Aí eu acordei, editei o vídeo, upei o vídeo. 3 vídeos, inclusive, eu upei.
Oh, 100%. With a lot of interesting.
Mas tinha um voidzinho, você podia ver o voidzinho. Coisa. Dormi às 9 e acordei às 10. Caraca. Tá valendo, tá valendo. Deu pra dormir 12 horas aí? 13, né? Trabalha e trabalha. Vida de strummer. Eu não sei o que é trabalhar, não. Me sinto um urso, eu queria ser um urso, cara, pra hibernar, às vezes ia acordar, sabe, sei lá, quando.
Attackers when you're talking Terrapagos, not always something that's included in these styles of decks. Clefairy being a really ample tech against these trackable decks, but we do want to throw it over.
Mas eu vou dar uma viajada lá pra mês que vem. Mês que vem eu vou viajar. A gente vai ficar 3 dias sem live. 3 dias sem live. Vai ser o feriado do mês de junho, que é dia 19 e 20. Eu vou estar viajando.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG concept called teching. Tech cards have more specific use cases in certain
Tipo, vou estar
scenarios
viajando
to turn the tide of battle.
nessa data aí,
Adding more
nessas
core
datas
pieces
que eu
to a deck
falei.
strategy, players have the option to add more distinct cards that can add a different element to a deck, and can make a deck gain more favor over others in the metagame. In teching,
Então já vou
players
deixar, já vai
showcase
ter vídeo
their
preparado e
creativity and
tal,
intelligence,
mas
profiting
sim, só
on
pra
the
dar uma
card's
descansada, eu vou dar uma
effects to help
descansada
them
com a
get the edge
família,
of their
então.
opponents and the
Viajar pra
metagame.
descansar.
A deck that presents a good example of boasting both tech Pokémon and
Cara, eu vou
supporters
aqui pra
was Christian
pertinho,
Fontenot's
Caldas
Lost Zone
Novas,
deck
mano.
from the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
Porque eu moro em Brasília, né? Aí eu vou só pra Caldas Novas curtir com a família. Entendeu? Só pra dar uma descansada, né? Curtir com a família e tal, vai ser maneiro, pô. A viagem tá marcada já desde o mês passado. Vai ser maneiro. Mas pra curtir com a família, eu vou aproveitar e descansar.
Playing both tech Pokemon, Christian had given himself what originally seemed to be bad matchups throughout the meta looked much more manageable. So what about teching supporters and items? In the final of our championships, we
bom dar uma
see just how
descansadinha às
effective a
vezes,
simple
né?
addition of a tech supporter and item can be in your deck. In playing just one copy of Roxanne and a few counter catches, Christian was able to both disrupt his
Eu
opponent's
tô tão
hands
acostumado
and use the element of surprise,
fazer live
taking large
que
knockouts with Radiant
eu vou ter que dar uma respirada. Eu até vou achar esquisito, porque todo dia é tipo assim, acordando, gravando vídeo, fazendo live, acordando, gravando vídeo, fazendo live. Todo dia. E às vezes é bom dar uma parada pra dar uma respirada, né?
Both of these tech cards were a fantastic way of getting him back into the game and getting ahead of the prize race. Another deck that frequently plays many tech cards is Mew VMAX. Mew VMAX and its impressive draw engine with the Genesect V's Fusion Strike system allows the deck to add more tech cards than many other decks in the format
Assim,
usually
isso
grant
aqui eu não
themselves.
me sinto
In the past,
cansado
players have
fazendo.
continued to
É
evolve their Mew
trabalho,
VMAX
mas
lists
eu
in the
me
attempts to
divirto
counter the
muito
metagame more effectively. An example
fazendo
of
os
this more
vídeos,
recently
nas
was
lives, tá
during our
ligado? Então
Poland
pra mim é
Regional
tranquilo.
Championships.
Mas acho que sempre bom você poder dar uma descansada, é bom, né?
Pokémon supporters and item cards such as Ice-Cube, Avery, Iono, Roxanne, Penny, and even Boxer Disaster. So considering all of these tech options, let's take a look at an example of how significant one of these tech cards can be for Mew VMAX in the meta. Although not immediately threatening to many of the other decks in the format, the use of the Box of Disaster item card is for one matchup in mind, Gardevoir EX. We are all aware of Gardevoir EX when using its Psychic Embrace ability, requiring Pokémon to take damage when the Psychic Energy cards are being attached, commonly taking
Acho que todo
Pokémon
mundo
to
tinha
near
que sempre... É
knockouts
por isso
to
que existe
maximize
férias,
damage
né, cara?
output.
Férias
Well,
dá
this
pra
is
gente
where
dar uma
Box of
descansadinha
Disaster
boa.
poses a big threat. For example, if the opponent is looking to take a knockout on any of the V Pokémon the Box of Disaster is attached to, they take 8 damage counters on the Pokémon, risking knockouts on the Pokémon originally doing damage. As an added method of disruption, the Mew VMAX player is given grace that if the Gardevoir chooses to take a big swinging knockout on the Mew VMAX with its Box of Disaster attached, the Box of Disaster's effect will knock out the Gardevoir and will present an opportunity to keep up with the prize race. On the face of it, teching all of these specific Pokemon and trainer cards should put you in a fantastic position to win, right? Well, as much as I'd like to agree, typically adding more specific one-off copies of
Nossa, já tão
cards
bonito essas
can
douradas
actually hinder
pretinhas, mano.
deck's consistency.
Sei lá.
Although it may be alluring to play many of these one-off cards to help with your matchup spread, you do not want to risk damaging your deck's overall consistency, strategy, and approach. It is always important to note when deck building that sometimes it's just as crucial to remain heavy on consistency cards like Professor's Research or Iono than it is to add tech supporters like Avery or Professor Turo's Strategy, or game state dependent cards like Countercatcher. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I hope this helps you understand the importance of teching and its limitations and helps you build your decks more effectively. Who knows, maybe that one tech card you've always wanted to play might even pop up during the coverage. Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
Ai, música, tem que mutar. Deus me livre. Tomar mais um pouquinho do café. Nossa. O café nem tá ruim, tá gostoso, mas... Arrepiei todinho agora, meu irmão. Na moral...
Your special championships for the Pokemon trading card game, but not quite. So that means we get another round of myself, Ross, and the lovely birthday boy, Alex Sal. How are you doing, and happy birthday?
Thank you very much, Ross. Yeah, I'm doing fantastic. It's a great opportunity to spend my birthday here behind the desk, making sure this is as fantastic as possible. We've had a great time so far. We just had a fantastic round 11, and we're going to have a fantastic round 12 before we even start thinking about how and when we're going to announce who will be our Bologna Special Championships.
Bologna.
Yeah, we need to think about that a little bit later, but I'm having a little bit of a look. We have got a Roaring Moon EX at 803. The current, I don't know, it's in position for top card, putting it that way. So we actually have a Roaring Moon EX doing a lot better. This is a story we've not been following so much. This one's kind of snuck up on us a little bit. People need to know about this.
Yeah, it's not just Roaring Moon EX. There's other decks such as a Hydreigon EX bubbling away at 803. So we'll be keeping a keen eye on those decks to see how well they can keep progressing forward. Of course, this is round 12. We're going to be heading into.
Bom dia, Purga, tudo bom, mano? Como é que você tá?
Final opportunity to get those final points.
Ai, que susto. Até eu acordei.
Potentially birth.
Well, that was what I was going to say. Quick reminder of the asymmetrical cup before we get into this next round. Here's how it works. We look at the number of points that the person in 8th place has. If you've got the same number of points, you're in. So let's say
até eu acordei, mano. Eu tava dormindo e eu tomei mal susto.
And then the 9th place has 32 points, they're in. The 10th place has 32 points, they're in. But then if 11th has 31, they are out. But it's not done evenly. So if we've got 10 people in the asymmetrical top cut, seeds 1 to 6 are in, and then 7 plays 10 and 8 plays 9. So it's not just about getting into the asymmetrical top cut, but there should be, unless we have a completely perfect top 8 or top 16, that means there will be players playing an extra round of top cut. You don't want to be one of those players, because that gives you another chance to get eliminated from the tournament. So it's nice and simple. It's not just about making asymmetrical top cut, but you know those top seeds, they want to be high enough that they are out of that extra round of top cut. Don't give yourself an extra chance to be eliminated. Go straight into top 8.
Ross, you make it sound like it's a terrible thing to be an asymmetrical. It's not. It's still a fantastic achievement, and you're still putting yourself in a fantastic spot to make it all the way. But you are right. It's such an easier journey if you can make it at the top of the tree.
Like, if I'm 10th seed and I'm in asymmetrical top cut, I am delighted. But if I lost my final round in a close game, and that essentially counts as a loss, and then I have to play an extra game, I'm not happy about that. No. That makes this last round so much more important. You're right, asymmetrical top cut is great, but if I can get one round further without having to play, oh, you know I'm going to do that. Yeah. Generally, I'm all in favor of playing more. But this is the one exception.
Desculpa aí pelo barulho, mais alguém assustou.
It's a fantastic achievement regardless. All of these players have done so well already to make it to this stage, to make it to day 2, phase 2, whatever you'd like to call it, as they continue their journey to try and become the Bologna Special Championships champion. And it's just such a key moment, a defining moment potentially for so many of our players. Or maybe some of them that are just trying to, you know, keep in that sort of potential World Championship invite berth within the top 125. Make sure they're above that line that they need to make sure they keep above that threshold.
Absolutely. Now, do we have time to have a quick check-in of our caster predictions? The players are shuffling up, but they're not quite ready to go. Let's check in on the caster predictions. Now, I went normal and I went low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit, I went Monkey Dory. There was no chance this wasn't going to be a big card this weekend. That was my easy prediction, my guarantee to get it right. Miraidon, there is a Miraidon on table 3 at the moment. There is a Miraidon currently in position.
Não me assustou, mas me acordou.
This event.
Fala, Bugada. Fala, Kepler. Tudo bom, mano? Como é que você tá? Bom dia.
Yeah, I do predict it every round, and yeah, I do every tournament, and yes, I do try and convince you that I actually fought and decided it was a good pick. Both of those statements are true.
I'm starting to think you're the bad luck charm for these Miraidon players.
Stop putting Miraidon on stream. Last round yesterday, we got a Miraidon undefeated, goes on stream, loses. We got a Miraidon in great position, we just put it on stream and it lost. And this goes right back. The very first tournament Miraidon was ever legal, we had Rob Kimbram, former UK national champion, has a stunning run with Miraidon all the way to top 8, and I think he won every game except on stream where he had 2 losses and a tie. Stop putting Miraidon on stream. It's scared of the spotlight. I don't know how else to explain it. Miraidon the deck does not do well on stream. It's getting weird at this point.
Right, I feel like we've heard enough about Miraidon. I know my caster predictions are a little bit more left field in comparison to your easy choices of Monkey Dory, but I went for those sort of tech inclusions. You know, there's one of those Maractus with that sort of corner type ability, being able to try and soft lock your opponent from being able to retreat. But one of the key cards I think has always been such a useful sort of inclusion in some decks. We've seen it a little bit yesterday, that Genesect of that Ace Nullifier.
Absolutely. Well, I'm afraid, Alex, we can hear more about this later. Right now, we need to get down to the table. Our players are shuffled up. Their basic Pokemon are sat there. We are ready to go. So we have got our final Swiss round. We've got Giovanni Batelli on the left and Matthias Bocke-Jakobsen on the right. We have got ourselves Dragapult against Charizard. Dragapult.
Dragapult Charizard.
Fantastic little matchup here as our players are placing down their prizes. That gives you a glimpse into
Draga versus
what we're
Draga.
going to be seeing on the stream there as well. You know, Matthias right there. You can see Duskul's in his list, so he's not only piloting a deck with those 2 big Terra Pokemon EX, but also a 3rd Stage 2 line.
Pois é. Parece que vai acontecer o que eu falei pra vocês ontem, né?
Some really intricate plays here. Our players are ready.
Você tá se perguntando o quê? Eu vou dizer.
Are down now. Prizes laid out. We'll get confirmation who's kicking us off. There's the fist bump. Round 12 of this Bologna Special Championships is underway. Matthias is kicking us off.
And I hate to break it to you, Matthias might think he's playing a 3rd Stage 2 line. Not yet, he isn't. He's only playing 2 Duskull. They are both prized. That line is unavailable. So, since we've got our first Buddy-Buddy Poffin being played, let's remind ourselves about this Dragapult deck. Now, Dragapult is, you get your Dracloak, which is your draw engine, that's your stage 1. And then
Bora!
Is your stage
Agora eu tô
2,
pronto pra ver essa bagaça, bora.
Maybe the best attack in the game, 200 to the active, 6 damage counters on the bench in any way you like. What Matthias has said here is, you know what? It's not enough. It's not enough power. So we've also got Charizard, that big
Me recuso a ver isso aí,
energy when you evolve into it, and then does 180 damage plus 30 for
Me recuso a ver, não esconde. Deus me livre, Draga versus Draga. Meu Deus do céu, vou nem botar pra vocês botar, meu amigo.
But remember, every time you give up a prize, Charizard gets more powerful, so that's why we see that in here. But again,
que a resposta é meio óbvia.
For at least a few turns, Dusknoir is off the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very well put there, Ross, as we do see in the side. Yeah, just using that Buddy-Buddy Poffin to get further.
Matia vs Giovanni é Draga. Pô, tomar meus olhos, velho. É Dragazard e Dragagard. Ou Dragagard, velho. Tô ficando maluco.
This is all going very nicely to begin with an energy also in hand to start prepping. You know, up against a Dragapult list with Giovanni there, and we know this is a bit more straightforward, of course, but it can be a bit slower, and then we're going to be thinking about how we're going to navigate these turns, because the longer it goes on, more often this kind of slower form of Dragapult EX does really come to the fore. Very quickly touching on it.
Pode votar, tá só suando,
mas
que é uma, mano, aqui é uma partida embaçada, meu amigo. Preferia estar roncando neste momento, de verdade.
Best attack in the format, that Phantom Dive attack. But to get there, we're going to be using things like Budew. We're going to be ticking up those itchy pollen
fechar aqui e dormir, eu tô mais feliz do que ver essa merda.
Rare candies that might be in your opponent's play whilst you're building the board in the background. I will love to highlight though, Ross, there are 2 very unique cards in Giovanni's list, and what are they?
I was going to say this, playing both Maractus and Genesect. We're supposed to try and remain impartial here, but I gotta say, Giovanni is playing your build here. We're using Luminous Energy to retreat that Dreepy. We are then putting the Bravery Charm onto Budew. Brave Budew, as you like to say, Alex. And then Itchy Pollen, tick it up by 1. There will be no item cards for Matthias. There will, however, be an evolution into a Dracloak and a Recon Directive.
I could do this! I could do this!
And 1 to the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, such a key core resource of being able to see more cards, draw more cards, and then kind of eventually burst into those ever so important stage 2s. Important decision here. That Cleffer is something that Matthias is eyeing up because he wants more cards in the hand. The hand isn't looking too pretty, but the other card is also very useful. That Tentacle Machine evolution would be one way to just kind of burst into potentially those stage 2s, but is targeting that draw power as key and core first. There's the Cleffer hitting the ground. Another another baby Pokemon is going to be going into the active spot now. No nature alongside that Budew, but has grasping draw for 5 cards. A lovely no energy cost attack.
And you have to do this here. Matthias's hand is 2 literally unplayable cards. They're 2 evolutions in the Dust Noir line, with both the Dust Gold being prized. You had to use Cleffa there. So now we see a Dracloak and a Recon Directive from Giovanni here, going to grab themselves an extra card. And for them, it's going to be the same kind of deal, but they're not, I don't think they're playing any Rare Candy at all. We did call this a slower version. A second Dracloak, best you could hope for. So now, maybe try and get a little more Dreepy down, but honestly, ending with 2 Dracloak and an Itchy Pollen, that is about what Giovanni's looking for here. Oh, energy attachment, to be fair, that's pretty important.
That's very important. As you mentioned, there's not too much sort of acceleration as the Itchy Pollen continues to tick up. That's Cleffa down to 20 HP now. Back over to Matthias. What have you drawn yourself into after that grasping draw? We Recon Directive first. Energy, ever so important. It looks like a Dragon Bolt there as a second option. Just double checking what's available. Has a couple of those pieces which aren't usable because the Dust Golds are prized. It's kind of sort of just clogging up the hand at the moment. Looks like just choosing the Dragapult EX as a key core resource to going to eventually sort of move into.
But that's really annoying because he also had the Psychic Energy, and if you get the evolution into Charizard this turn, that'll get you the Fire Energy. So you actually really needed that Psychic Energy to attach for your turn with the Dragapult. That was an annoying Recon Directive where you looked and said, I really want both of those cards. So we retreat Cleffa for free into the Dragapult. Remember, it does have Jet Headbutt, but won't actually get a KO. It does 70, and Budew has got 80 HP now by virtue of that Bravery Charm.
Yeah, I really like this from Matthias because he knows that he's going to be facing a Dragapult which requires all those energy attachments down on those Draclos, down on those Dreepies, down on those Dragapult EXs. There is no time for Giovanni right now to be getting a Monkey Dory down and a Dark Energy or Luminous Energy attached to it, which means that 70 is going to be hanging around a little bit longer, and eventually when you get a Phantom Dive that you want, you can just tick off that 1 little extra HP remaining and take multiple knockouts.
And it means you're not knocking out right now, so you're not opening yourself up to something like an Unfair Stamp or a Counter Catcher straight away. So I like it. That's very nice. Now we do get ourselves
an energy.
Yeah, there is a Luminous Energy onto that Dracloak and the Dragapult, so it's actually ready to go now. We got 2 energy on that Dragapult. It is ready to attack. We could see our first Phantom Dive here. We could still go with Itchy Pollen for a while if we prefer. But I am looking at my opponent's board, and they have got the Dragapult, and they have already got a Charmander, so I know they're going to be going sooner rather than later. The question is, do I want another turn to try and slow them down, or do I want to really push damage onto the board? For now, we're going Arven, and it is a Buddy-Buddy Poffin. Because to be fair, that bench is still looking a little bit light for my liking. And then we're also grabbing ourselves that one-off EXP share. We saw this in Alberto Conti's list yesterday.
Dragazage e Dragapult. To make sure you can keep energy sort of flowing around the board state. A very key turn here because we're going to be seeing potentially Giovanni actually firing off the first Phantom Dive. Now, one of the things I maybe would like to see is actually hold back from taking a knockout, not really allowing maybe certain cards in Matthias's deck to be utilized, whether it's anything like an Unfair Stamp. Giovanni actually has his one in hand, so if he's the one who loses the prize first, so it goes. Matthias takes the prize first, he can utilize his Unfair Stamp and really try and set things back. So it's going to be a sort of a game of chicken here, and it's just going to be that key decision as the Dragapult EX goes into the active spot.
Well, there is a Dreepy here which is in range potentially. If you want to take a KO, there we go. There was 1 damage counter on there. So it's one of those things where everything you said, Alex, was absolutely correct. But you can take out a Dreepy before it evolves into a Dracloak, which is a draw engine and potentially a Dragapult down the line. In the end, that was just too tempting for Giovanni.
Yeah, maybe it's that way to kind of force the issue, start forcing his way to be in a more advantageous position than Matthias here, because of course one of the key things that Giovanni has, being a just straight Dragapult EX build, is a bit more streamlined. You're only focusing on utilizing Phantom Dive all the way through, whereas there's so many more pieces Mateus has to start trying to comboing and building together. Of course, there's ways to make it a little bit easier with that energy acceleration from that Charizard EX at some stage. That was just a quick check, utilizing Artisan there, whether it is available in the deck. Now it's on Mateus to use that Ultra Ball to find which key attacker or maybe key support Pokemon he wants to utilize alongside maybe a Phantom Dive of his own.
That's what we're looking for. Well, it's a Serendipity. Remember, a prize was taken last turn, so you can flip the script, draw 3 cards. One thing to keep an eye on as we go through, Dragapult doesn't one-hit KO Dragapult. But if there is exactly 1 prize card remaining for Giovanni, Matthias can get a one-hit KO on a Dragapult using Charizard. So there is that one-hit KO potential on Matthias's side, which is missing from Giovanni's. We're not there yet, and it's harder to set up without using your Dusknoir, but it is something to keep track of as we go through the game. For now, wouldn't mind a Charizard. For now, we're just going to have an Arven.
Yeah, I would love to maybe even see if we can get that energy attachment to that Dragapult EX. Actually, it's got Counter Catcher in hand, could remove something like the opposing Dracloak with that sort of EXP share available right now, but also using something like that Unfair Stamp, so it's almost, you've got gusting power, you've got sort of that way of, you know, manipulating damage counters, but also disrupting your opponent's hand, all together going in one go, and it could be a really devastating play. It does leave the Dragapult EX on his opponent's side.
Em qual o melhor deck de Charizard no momento?
I think it's something that he's considering here.
Temos algumas opções. Charizard, tem Charizard sem Pidgeotto, que eu acho loucura, mas acho que Pidgeotto melhor. Terazard é bom também. Tem Terazard, tem Charizard com Pidgeotto, sem Pidgeotto. Tem muitas opções, mano. Tem 3 opções viáveis. Tem que ver seu estilo de jogo, mano. Os 3 são bons.
Only a boss's orders and a counter catcher in Giovanni. So far the Unfair Stamp has worked, but we're just probably going to have to go down the route that you mentioned. It's either a Technical Machine Evolution route or having to go into Cleffa, but it looks like it's eyeing that up now. Ooh, energy attachment to the Charmeleon instead, and it's going to be just a headbutt.
Okay, so what we saw there was basically setting up a bunch of options, playing Unfair Stamp and seeing what stuck. In the end, TM Evolution not the choice, but I kind of like this because that Dracloak is now very easily KO. He's hit the Unfair Stamp, which would be great if a KO had been taken, but it wasn't. We got Genesect, Unfair Stamp, Counter Catcher, and Boss's Orders. Crucially, none of them are going to be getting that Dragapult out of the active right now.
With that Dracloak, yeah, it's a little bit stuck. This is why I was considering thinking if a Psychic Energy was hit, maybe just taking it out. It's actually not a bad scenario because it limits the draw power that Giovanni would have. But this scenario has also worked out pretty perfectly for Matthias. He does look like he's going to get an extra turn to kind of swing his way back into the game here.
Tem Charizard com Typhlosion também agora. Olha, vou ser bem sincero, Charizard com Typhlosion não é bom. Não que não seja bom, mas não faz muito sentido, vou ser bem sincero. Dá pra brincar com os dois juntos?
Maybe this is the advantage he needed.
If we've got Gusting here, this could be a huge turn because you could hit the Dragapult, you could KO the Dracloak, KO the Budew, and put 3 damage counters onto Dreepy, which basically means a Charizard KO with 2 prizes remaining rather than 1. Speaking of which, here comes a Rare Candy onto Charizard. This is going to accelerate energy. I don't love hitting into the Dracloak here. I really want to KO it on the bench, but I'm not seeing any Gusting available right now. There was no KO, so Serendipity won't be flipping the script. So, I mean, look, getting an attack off it, although actually we still need a Psychic Energy just to get the attack off.
Just to get a Phantom Dive off, exactly that. This way, with the Charizard being evolved up, you do get the energies attachment from that Infernal Rain ability. Such a powerful EX, which has sort of seen less play in recent times, but potentially could go into with that Iono as well and look for something like that Psychic Energy. By thinning out the deck with that ability, there's an opportunity to find it a little bit easier. Let's see if we get get it here.
And Counter Catcher is still live. There's 2 in the deck. He's behind on prizes. Counter Catcher would do it. We don't see Counter Catcher or Psychic Energy.
Unfortunately, not for Matthias here. We'll have to potentially swing away with a Charizard EX. Doesn't really want to maybe give up that Dragapult EX in the active spot. You want to try and save that energy, save that rescue board, just save your big scary attacker for a future turn, and you can kind of send up the Charizard for the moment. But again, not ideal here. Maybe the Charmeleon.
Essa vai ser longa.
That would be an option. There was a real chance here to get the Counter Catcher, Psychic Energy, double KO while putting a bunch of energy down. Instead, it is just a second
não é mais pra brincar mesmo. Mas
you know, jet headbutt, 70
é porque na minha cabeça não rola juntar os dois, mas dá pra brincar.
When you're playing this deck. That was essentially a miss from Matthias. It was not the turn he wanted, but he still has a big Charizard down with a second Charizard threatening afterwards. So we could basically transition into a my Charizard is massive, what are you going to do about it game plan.
Yeah, that's usually the scary thing of facing down against the big Terra Charizard EX, of course. But don't forget, Matthias did have to play that Iono, basically resetting Giovanni's hand and going, well, I'm going to try and aim for this card that I need, but I'm going to have to do it at a risk, because now I've given you 5 new cards to work with, plus the Chop Check, plus now the Recon Directive as well, as we now do see an Ultra Ball coming down. He's going to be pitching away that Counter Catcher because he knows he's going to be going ahead in prizes.
He is going to be taking another 2 prizes here. Everything is on the board to KO that active Dragapult. You've got your own Dragapult, you've got the energy. Everything from here on in is just setting up for future turns. You want to really try and get an energy down onto that bench Dracloak to help that one in the future. And, you know, Pheasant Dipty for when your opponent takes a KO is a pretty big deal. It's just setting up for the rest of the game. Now, his hand, however, I'm having a quick look here. We've got, we do have an Iono. It's not amazing, but it will work. And we do flip the script, of course. A KO was taken on that Dracloak. That's an extra free cards from Giovanni here by virtue of that flip the script ability.
Yeah, I'm just starting to look through some of these lists, try and figure out what routes to victory do we have. One scary thing is that one of those cards I predicted maybe coming into play at some point. Matthias doesn't really have an answer to something like the Maractus, so if something does get trapped up, it doesn't look too pretty, but he's not to know for the time being. Giovanni won't know that's necessarily the line he has to go down. He's probably still thinking, well, my Dragapult EX is nice, it's fresh, it's big, it's a threat right now as I power up a second Dracloak on the bench, and maybe this is more than enough for me to take down eventually this game 1 and put myself in a fantastic position.
We got that energy attachment. That was what we needed. The KO is going to come down here. Could actually take 3 prizes if you want to take the Cleffa now. Thing is, when you talk about like Dragon Ball, they don't have space for Monkey Dory. They're not going to be playing Darkness Energy, potentially Luminous Energy. You know, they've got enough in the deck.
Well, that being said, he's been able to jam in the Dustwire line, so...
to be fair, yes, but right... Okay, but with Dustwire as well, there's no Monkey Dory here, Alex.
Definitely not. There is a boss's orders on the Charizard EX.
Like this.
Just trying to soften it up now when it's not able to take any massive return knockouts. This is the Phantom Dive, which is going to be starting to prep such amount of damage on the board state, a 60 going straight onto that Dragapult EX as well. There is so much damage counters now flying around, Ross.
And there's a potential 4-prize turn next turn. That Dragapult should now be 60 damage away from being KO'd. It should be on 260, 60 away from being KO'd, which means that a Phantom Dive next turn can KO both those EXs. And like I say, that Cleffa's sitting there with 20 HP remaining, so even like, I know it's unavailable right now, but if that Monkey Dory were to come out the prizes, that would take an easy KO on the Cleffa, and that would be the game. So I love Giovanni here going, if I take prizes, that helps you, so I'm just going to get a whole bunch of damage. You aren't playing Monkey Dory, so I'm just going to get the damage down. I'll worry about KOs later.
Yeah, but Matthias is one of those players that we've marked out as a player to watch for any of those keen-eyed
meu despertador vai tocar agorinha, mano. Sendo que eu já acordei. Mano, hoje os despertadores tocaram todos pra eu acordar, mano. Todos. E eu não precisava deles pra acordar, porque eu já estava acordado. Olha só que legal. Ou seja, ontem que era pra eles fazerem o trabalho deles, pra me acordar, eles não fizeram, né? Nem tocou. Hoje tocou. Só que eu tava acordado já, então nem tô nada, mano.
I think, you know, that Charizard in the active, you can't leave it in the active, it's gonna get KO'd. So, and there is a Charizard in hand. So
é sempre assim. Mano, é bizarro isso, tá? Ontem eu não precisava do despertador, aí ele não tocou. Eu precisava dele, não tocou. Pra me acordar. Eu acordei que a live começou às 5h30 da manhã. Eu abri a live 7h30, 2 horas atrasado. Por quê? Porque não tocou. E eu só apaguei na cama também. Tipo.
Giovanni's bench with one energy attached, and as long as Giovanni does get another Dragapult with another energy, a Psychic Energy specifically, then that kind of does put the limit and kind of sets up this kind of checkmate board. We do see a big swing here by the Charizard EX, something we don't get to see as much anymore. Burning Darkness, 180 damage, 30 more for each prize card your opponent's taken, so 210 currently sat on that Dragapult EX.
And here's the thing, if there was a Dust Noir available, then Dust Noir could finish that off, take you 2 prizes mid-turn. It's not available this game. Both the Dust Noir are just out of action right now. So that means that essentially Giovanni's going to take 4 prizes this turn. All he needs to do is just announce Phantom Dive, take 4 prizes, and then that Cleffa is going to be very enticing. Now, you might notice that Charizard didn't come out, and I'm wondering whether Matthias is trying to slow roll a bit here, surprise with that second Charizard and go, Iono, Charizard, now I'm rolling.
I think it's one of those also scary things as well, because we got to start managing those resources, all those energies. There are currently 4 fire energies on the board, so even if it evolves up, there's only potentially 1 energy kind of hiding away in the deck, which obviously would come out with that Infernal Rain ability, as we do get the second key attachment to that Drac Cloak now. That Luminous Energy has now hit the field, so he just needs to eventually find a way into a Dragapult EX, especially if he's going to take knockouts here, especially if he's going to be thinking, well, actually, I'm probably going to get Iono next turn. He has to start thinking about playing around this.
Não, pior que não, Matos, infelizmente. É. Que qualquer um pode ganhar, pô. Pode ter noção, o Draga puxa 4 prizes agora. Ele derrota o Draga e o Draga e o Zay.
Or you can just wait next turn, you will have Recon Directive. Having said that, I'm having a look at the prizes. There's only 1 Dragapult remaining, and it is in the prizes, which means essentially Matthias' route to victory seems to be get your Charizard, put it in the active, I know your opponent to 1, and just hope Giovanni doesn't get another Dragapult. If they do, that is game over.
Yeah, maybe that's exactly why that Brock scouting wasn't played in that turn, as we do see the massive 4 prize taken, 1 prize remaining for Giovanni there, and now it's on Matthias to try and stem the flow, because he has to make sure he gets an Iono off this turn and make sure there's a way to just kind of prevent Giovanni from finding a Dragapult, because just 1 more Phantom Dive, especially when that Cleffa is just waiting in the wings, will actually be a loss for Matthias' side right now. So what can we do here? Has access to shuffle up the deck, because he saw an Iono already go down to the bottom of it from a Recon Directive. Here's a big flick the script. Can we find an Iono to try and slow the game down and bring it back in his favor?
No, we got Boss's orders, Counter Catcher and Dragapult. Now we got a Recon Directive. We hit the Iono, okay. Big. We hit the Iono off of that, but we still need the Charizard. We haven't got the Charizard yet.
It could be the Dragapult for the time being as well. You just kind of give yourself both options. There's an extra fire energy in hand right now. This is the option. This is the reason why maybe he didn't evolve up and attach the 5th fire energy to it, because now he can launch off with potentially a Phantom Dive and maybe start spreading some damage and just causing a bit more chaos on Giovanni's board. He's got a lot of things going for himself. He needs to kind of maybe just take a moment, be quite measured here, and think about exactly what he needs to go for future turns. Because at the end of the day, after the Iono, if Giovanni could just find a
partida emocionante, né?
does mean Matthias will likely
tá maluco,
because that Cleffa just has 20 HP remaining.
And it's also worth noting the other win condition for Giovanni would be a
tô
monkey door with
atento,
Darkness
cara,
energy,
que
but it's not
partida
there available right now. The other
de
advantage here is Oh, yeah, we got the energy. So we got the energy. We're just essentially trying to do as much as we can. We're going to Iono. We almost don't want to take prizes here because of flip the script, though.
Good point. It's a good film, but you have to sort of get rid of the Dragon Ball EX because you don't want that Phantom Dive to be so easy.
Eu tô balançando a perna, dormindo aqui. Essa balançada aqui, eu dormindo, tipo assim.
And, you know, if flip the script is going to be the game-winning flip the script potentially for Giovanni, so be it. We're just doing what we can here as it is a Phantom Dive announcement. Big knockout on opposing Dragapult EX. Where does this 6 damage counter go? Right now, maybe a little bit less relevant for the moment. Just targeting the one going on a Budew. Let's take an extra prize. We're putting one of Fezandivity, getting it ready for a future attack.
Only leap.
Remaining, I should say, on that Drak Cloak. Let's see what
Mas, meu irmão, olha essa partida, velho.
And you had to get a KO the Budew. You don't know Monkey Dory is not an option. You had to. Oh no, because there's damage on the Dragapult. That's not even that relevant. What's he hit? What's he hit?
Nothing yet. Flip the script. Night Stretcher.
Night Stretcher.
That's it. That'll be the Dragapult, and that'll be the knockout on the Cleffa, taking the final prize for Giovanni there.
Bom dia, galera. Foram no pré-release e eu não.
Utilizing that Budew behind
it
and building behind and taking out all those big stage 2s.
Eu não fui não, tu foi? Como é que foi lá?
And that's all you needed. It doesn't matter what happens to the active, you just needed to KO the Cleffa. Here's your replay of game 1 then, and we start off with that brave Budew from Giovanni.
Fiz 4-0 no pré ontem, amassei muito, tirei o roll X do item. Nossa, sim, mano. Mas tirou o roll normal, dourado, full art, qual? O ar especial tem muitas opções.
Option of things like Recon Directive. We then see that big boss's orders onto that Charizard, setting up that 4 prize KO.
Não, aqui já saiu, eu só não fui participar mesmo, porque eu não tenho grana.
Do the same thing the following turn. That's 4 big prizes, putting Giovanni down to just 1 prize remaining. And Matthias tried to make a comeback, but that hit from the Night Stretcher to grab the Dragapult was all it took, and that gave Giovanni game 1.
Yeah, what an interesting back and forth there, because
aqui é 170.
From both our players so long as we get a chance of a game 2 prizes. Their unfair stamp currently sat in the prizes on Giovanni's side of the board. They are going straight into game 2. Matthias will be going second here. His choice, of course, because he has lost.
Vai lá, Barry, tamo junto, mano. Obrigadão, tá aparecendo aí, tamo junto. Beijo no seu coração, pai. Tire uma carga também, deck fica encaixadinho. Putz, aí é top.
Coming straight down after benching 2 Dreepies.
I don't love the fact that that's all you've got.
Eu daria pra você. Que isso, cara?
Only works on a non-rule box Pokemon. So you won't get the extra prize if you knock out a Dragapult once you've actually get up and rolling. So that's kind of important. Right now, Matthias wants to KO that Dreepy. 2 prizes off a Dreepy, yes. But once it evolves up, that will then go away.
But I mean, right now, 170 HP Dreepy, it's a big boy.
Well, that's what you're doing. You're basically saying, I really don't want you to KO this too early. I've got to take this risk. Matthias, on the other hand, you know, with Arven and Buddy-Buddy Poffin, you've already got your Charman.
E calma, daria a grana. Eu entendi, calma, relaxa, pô, tá de boa. Bom dia, Bugado. Eu vim só pra dizer, vou sair pra ir na igreja. Quando chegar, eu apareço de novo. Beleza, Bru, vai lá, tamo junto. Um ótimo dia pra você, é nóis. Você não tem som de tiro? Eu acho que tem uns sons aí nos sons de alert que é mais alto e não custa nada, eu acho. Eu acho. Não tem? Sério?
Fourth and final Dreepy goes for the Dust Goal, something we didn't get a chance to see, of course, in the last game, and we know could be very, very relevant.
Yeah, whenever you see a player fitting out their hand like this aggressively, it is a dead giveaway that something like Cleffa is coming out. So Grasping Draw lets you draw 5 cards. You nailed it, Alex. It is 5, and that means that hopefully we're going to have an explosive turn 2. There's only 23 minutes left on the clock. That is why Matthias is playing so quickly.
Yeah, we do have that evolution up to a Dracloak. Now we've got 190 HP Dracloak instead. Counter Catcher looked like it was taken from that Recon Directive. Does have the extra energy in hand as well. Could fire off a headbutt, but we do get a Brock Scouting being played now. Finally able to utilize a supporter, which allows you to grab 2 basic Pokemon, or one evolution Pokemon. It's one of those sort of soft mini counters to Budews that are
uma música de fundo. Cara, pior que a live aqui pra mim tá numa altura absurdamente alta, velho. Aqui no caso é só os cansaços e o sono mesmo. Que tá deixando eu com mais sono pra poder dormir, cara.
Budew is coming down onto that board.
And I feel pretty confident we're going to see a retreat from the Dracloak into the Budew, and we're going to start ticking up that itchy pollen counter again, because your opponent is threatening a very explosive turn. If you let them do whatever they want, maybe we should slow them down a little bit. So you can get the Dracloak out the active. You could, if you wanted, attach and then KO the Cleffa, but I think probably going into Budew is far more likely, and if it's feeling a little bit itchy in here, there's a good reason for it.
Poor little baby Cleffa, currently tilted to the side, about to be dealt with some hay fever on its own side, as 10 HP or 10 damage is taken onto that Cleffa because of that itchy pollen now. 20 HP remaining was quite relevant, maybe not so much because it's only 30 HP anyway, but an Arven being utilized now from Mateus' side. I didn't get a chance to really look at that hand to see what Mateus could be working with, but of course this Arven allowing you to grab one item card which can't be played and a tool card. So let's see the direction that Mateus takes with this.
I'm pretty sure he had a Charizard in hand, one of those big stage 2s. So this Arven would have allowed him to just go Rare Candy, Charizard, free retreat the Cleffa, and then start swinging away. Even if it is into a Budew, it would have given a big, powerful Pokemon to start swinging into. If you could maybe get a couple of Dracloak as well, that could have been the start, because basically with 20 minutes left on the clock,
Não pegou nada. Pera, ele não pegou nada com Arven, tá de sacanagem. Ah não, ele pegou o doce e o...
But you want the win and you don't have that much time to pull it off. We've got Candy, we got Charizard, but instead we have to settle for a Charmeleon, an attachment, and then we're just going to draw up to 7 with Cleffa's grasping draw.
Yeah, I don't know, it may seem like, you know, I'm only saying this in hindsight after seeing the discard of the technical machine evolution, but I was thinking maybe actually holding on to that could have been quite useful here. He only plays the one copy, and knowing maybe he'll be under Budew lock at some stage, not Budew lock, but item lock from the Budew, I should say.
Que Dragapult, mano, é aquele baralho insuportavelmente forte, saca?
So have it. We had
bizarramente forte, eu diria,
sabe? Now keep seeing our opponent get his own Dracloaks down. Double Dracloak coming into the hand from that. Is that the Jacq?
It's Zim.
Oh, Zim. Ah.
Who is obviously Jacq.
Yeah, yes, of course. As you would know. But yes, that is a Jacq that allows you to grab 2 evolution Pokemon. So perfect synergy to grab some of those Dracloak. You still got draw power from the Recon Directives, as you do see double energy hit there from the second Recon Directive. Just an easy choice. Maybe save the Luminous energy. Maybe for one of those Monkey Dories at some stage as well. You know, you can utilize that Psychic. Oh, it looks like we might be firing off a big Phantom Dive soon, Ross.
Yeah, it looks like it's not soon, Alex. Right now, Budew retreats, and once again, second game in a row, Giovanni taking the initiative here. And of course, that Duskull's only got 60 HP. 60 HP basics right now are very worrying, and one of the biggest reasons is, well, there's 2. Double Monkey Dory, and it's Dragapult. Dragapult drops 6 damage counters. That Duskull goes down. It means there's no Dusknoir coming out. You don't mind giving up a prize for your Dusclops or your Dusknoir. You know that's going to happen. Giving up a prize from your Duskull feels bad, and now not only are you 1 game down, but you're 2 prizes down, and your opponent's got a better board setup than you right now.
And when you are facing up against a Dragapult that's already come out, usually you want to try and evolve up to that Dusclops as soon as possible to just stop any weird shenanigans from Phantom Dive, and now doesn't have the time or sort of the opportunity to utilize that Curse Blast.
Acordar sempre que possível bugado. Caraca, isso aqui é me acordar, mano.
Fica difícil. Right now with that Ultra Ball, with that Fire Energy as well, trying to get the Dracloak, trying to get some things going, because he has to really stem the tide here. Because right now, his opponent has a stage 2 with draw power in the back. He's got his own the Charizard here. He was also double checking there was enough Fire Energies available. Of course, I'm sure from that point, we do just kind of double check. There they are. They were dealt together. I'm pretty sure that's why he checked with the Ultra Ball at the same time.
Pra tu ver meu sono, né? Bom dia, Seixeira, tudo bom? Tranquilo? Tô só com sono vendo essa partida, mas tão bom. Mas a culpa não é da partida, porque eu tô com sono mesmo.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you know what? 240 is not a bad start. Get a lot of damage on the board and then figure it out later. So here we see an Ultra Ball coming down and presumably for another Dracloak here.
Yeah, I would like to see another Dracloak come into this. Both players as well, just double checking exactly what's happened there, but it's all good. So we're going to see that Ultra Ball being utilized right now.
Em parte eu dormi, né? Mas eu não descansei. Eu dormi uma hora. Bom dia, chego e tá tendo Draga versus Draga. Na verdade, Draga versus Dragazard, né? Pior ainda.
Pretty much splashed in every single deck right now.
Oh, it's one of the best cards we've ever had in the history of the game, frankly. And now we see a Buddy-Buddy Poffin, which you don't really need anything right now, but I mean, you can't get a Duskull really. I think Duskull will be a pretty bad idea, but you can maybe get a Charmander or
minha última partida ontem,
and this is one of the things, right?
Caguei top deck e fui para a final. Eu não consegui ver ainda, só eu deixei para assistir mais tarde ontem. Só que acabou que eu acabei de fazer as paradas bem muito tarde. Pra você ter noção, eu nem dormi ontem.
Unlike Iono, where your opponent and yourself put your hand to the bottom of your deck.
Só sai a loja dele e filmou as partidas, mano, foi maneiro, velho.
As the player who played it, 2 if you were the opponent who has just taken a prize on your
Mas ainda vou assistir.
So here we go, could be a big 5 cards. Finds another Dracloak. Big pick up there, so more draw power, which is always important in the Pokemon trading card game. Counter catcher, Super Rod, 2 very good resource managing cards there. Of course, can decide to maybe take down some of the draw power that Giovanni had, but opts to go with the Super Rod, and it's a big burning darkness, 240 damage that you've correctly said, Ross.
Yeah, 240. My issue with 240 is it's not 60 away from being KO'd. So you cannot just
tu não tá no grupo, né? Coloca daqui a pouco,
which means you'll probably have to have another proper hit onto it, and then you're just 2-hit KOing.
Mas tu pode botar aí no chat, pô. No chat eles conseguem abrir também.
And then finish with a Dragapult, or a hit combined with a Dusknoir to get a KO, or a late game really big KO. I don't just want to do a 2-hit KO, because then I'm 2-hit KOing Dragapult.
Esse Garchomp tá brabo mesmo, mediamente bom. Bate fofo, mas só no primeiro ataque.
The flow just by not getting the energy attachment on Giovanni's side of the board, because you know, if you can prevent your opponent, especially a slow Dragapult player, actually to utilize and not be able to actually attach an energy to another bench Dracloak ready for a next Dragapult EX, that could be ever so important, maybe even more important than necessarily taking a knockout or doing massive amounts of damage, and you're okay doing the 2-hit knockout here. But that being said, that energy source was found, psychic energy has been attached to the bench Dracloak and an Iono to boost as well.
And that everything's just going nicely for Giovanni here. What they really need to do in this game, and most games, is just keep your Dragapult rolling, and that's what he's doing, keeping the Dragapult rolling. He's got his Pheasant Dipty for a future turn if he wants it, not live now, of course, but could be next turn. And it just feels like what Giovanni's doing in this game is just always attacking with Dragapult, and he's getting better starts than his opponent. He's keeping, you know, we've not seen Dusknoir, and we're not really going to see it now for the entire matchup. And when you can pull that off, you're feeling pretty good about yourself.
Absolutely. So if you are just joining us here at the Bologna Special Championships, we are Swiss round 12, 13 minutes, or just over 13 minutes to go. Giovanni did take a back and forth game 1, but was able to take a massive 4-prize turn on a Charizard EX and a Dragapult EX. Mateus here in this game 2 looking to try and turn that around. Has a fresh Charizard. Is currently behind on prizes, but Giovanni is the one with damage counters currently on the board. Phantom Dive being announced here. 200 damage going on to this Charizard EX. 1 at least, I'm sure, will be going on that Pheasant Dipty to kind of get it in range. And now I'm working with 5 more. So we're just going to place it free on the Dracloak. Get that ready again in range of another Phantom Dive on the next turn. One, to get that in range of another Phantom Dive on the next turn. And then just confirmation that that luxurious cape, that Dragapult EX is not quite luxurious as you'd expect.
No, it stopped working as soon as we evolved up into an EX. No extra HP, no extra prizes. It does nothing. But you said about the damage placement there, it's perfect. Pheasant Dipty now has 200 HP remaining, gets KO'd by a Phantom Dive, and both Dracloak and Dreepy have 60 HP remaining, which means the residual damage from a Phantom Dive will get that KO. Giovanni is playing this absolutely wonderfully. I'll be honest, that extra damage counter on the other Dracloak isn't really doing very much, but it had to go somewhere.
Yeah, so why not? Why not? Let's just spread it around. Let's see what other shenanigans might sort of come down. Here we do see the Night Stretcher on Mateus' side of the board. He's going to be prepping his own Dragapult EX now. He's evolved up the one that had 30 damage on it. Gets the Psychic Energy attachment to that bench Dragapult EX. Another Dreepy down, prepping for future turns. Let's see
quando o sono pega você, meu amigo,
do this turn here.
ele só te abraça,
being
mano.
played as well. Let's bring it back down to 4 cards for Giovanni.
É o que eu comi. Tô quase pegando a maçãzinha ali.
But you know, you
Só pra
want
me
to be
acordar, tá
seeing 6
ligado?
further cards if you're Mateus. So let's see which way we go.
One important point to note, Giovanni had the Pheasant Dipty in hand, chose not to play it last turn because it wasn't going to be activated. It's now stuck at the bottom of the deck. He's going to need to shuffle his deck.
Yeah, we do see another Dracula come down now as well. And you're right, we're starting to also see cards like that, unfortunately, not very useful Genesect currently in Giovanni's hand because that unfair stamp has already been played. It wasn't quite as unfair in nature as you'd like to expect, but Mateus now is just double checking. He's just going to be swinging away with that Burning Darkness. Charizard EX taking names right now, bringing Mateus back in line on prizes up against Giovanni. And it's just a Budew right now, has that fantastic free retreat. Let's see how Giovanni plays out this turn.
Well, first things first, we need an energy, and it must be a fire, and we need a Dragapult EX. Now, we do see the fire energy. Oh, it's a fire energy and a counter catcher. This seems like a pretty easy decision. Counter catcher isn't live, and you're desperate for a fire energy right now. We see a second recon directive. Can we hit the Dragapult EX? Yes, because we've hit Night Stretcher, and there's a Dragapult EX in the discard pile. That is as good as hitting the Dragapult. So, we got a free retreating Budew, we got the energy and the Night Stretcher for the Dragapult. The attack is coming out this turn.
Yeah, and one of the things that I'm sure Mateus would have liked to try to prep would have been maybe another Charmander, another Charizard, another big EX attacker.
Vou lavar meu rosto,
especially
mano,
one that
senão eu
sort
vou
of
acabar
ramps up
desmaiando.
with prizes being taken by your opponent. There's that Dragapult EX, of course, such a powerful, powerful attacker. We've seen it throughout this weekend so far, and we're gonna continue seeing it because it's so good right now in the meta game. That Phantom Dive kind of keeping a lot of those smaller baby Pokemon sometimes in check, but also dealing a massive amount of damage. As we do see the free retreat from the Budew, Dragapult in the active.
And that means a Phantom Dive, you will get a KO on the Charizard. Now, there's nothing actually set up on the bench to get a KO at this point because we saw evolutions of both the Pokemon that were potentially in range of getting KO'd. But what you can do is get a bunch of damage counters on the board to set up for the future. You can't quite get there, but you can put each Dracloak up to 3, you can put the Dreepy up to 1, put each of them, essentially same deal as last time. You evolve these or they will be KO'd next turn.
Yeah, exactly. But again, got to be keeping an eye out on future Charizard EX. There's the Phantom Dive announcement going straight to the discard pile. There we go. Looks like it's going to be that little cheeky 1 damage counter from Phantom Dive onto the Dreepy. And we are targeting those 2 Dracloaks as well. They are going to be ramped up to at least 3 each, I'm sure. Again, put them in 60 damage counters range. That means we are still playing with 1 more damage counter. That Pheasant Dipty going to 190 HP remaining.
Just like last turn, we had 5. We really needed to play somewhere specific, and the 6th one, you were like, I don't really care. It's not that relevant. It's not manipulating the numbers well enough. So, I think you're right. I think we need a Charizard. Now, we ain't getting it this turn, but we could potentially get a Charizard next turn. So here comes an Artisan, and that will get you your Charmander if you want it, if it's in the deck, mind you.
Yeah, you're right. But at the same time, we've got to start thinking Giovanni basically with no way of having that Dragapult EX right now being knocked out because there's no access to something like a Duskull, Dusclops, Dustoir, and an attack on that Dragapult EX. It does mean Giovanni, if that Dragapult EX
does not não, eu dormi lá no banheiro, velho.
Orders away from winning this game and taking this sort of round as well. So Mateus has just again got to figure out exactly how we do this. Ultra balling away that Charmander now. With
Não é
that
nem zoeira.
also hitting the discard, getting that Dragapult already as well. We are just double checking Matthias. How many Dragapult does he play? He plays 2 Dragapult, so can't exactly evolve up 2 of them. It's just going to be that extra one that will be evolved up. And that's what the kind of decision is going to be here. There we go. Recon Directive first, before even that option. Finds Iono, big easy pickup.
Oh yes, that's what you want. Put your opponent down to a 2-card hand. And here's the thing, that Dragapult right now is getting another attack off. But there is a world in which, essentially, you hit the Dragapult, they take a prize, you hit it again and KO it, and Giovanni doesn't have another attacker. That's what you're hoping for if you are Matthias here.
Let's see what he picks up from those 2 cards as well. Dragapult and energy. So it's a good sign for the moment at the very least.
That's kind of perfect. You need 3 cards. It's 2 energy and a Dragapult. So having 2 of them in your hand is actually kind of redonkulous.
But does mean Giovanni wouldn't necessarily have win next turn for the moment without boss's orders, of course. Because this Dragapult will be able to tank a hit, be able to take on a Phantom Dive from Matthias' side. We do see a further flip the script as well. But of course, never forget, Giovanni still has a Recon Directive waiting in the wings, which is also ever so important. Retreat into the Dragapult EX now by Matthias. It's going to be a big Phantom Dive. After, let's play down some more cards first, double check what's available for myself, get it out of the deck in case anything comes down. Phantom Dive, 60 damage counters onto that Drag Cloak, doesn't want to activate Pheasantipity. Let's see what this top deck is. It's a Buddy-Buddy Poffin.
And actually, to be fair, we could. Now, here comes the Dracloak. We need to try and see some kind of gusting. Game is actually on board for Matthias next turn. He can take 4 prizes next turn, KO all 3 of those Pokemon. But we need some gusting to start off with from this Dracloak. Gusting will be the game. It's a counter catcher, but you're not behind on prizes, so that is not going to work. We could still evolve up the Dragapult, though, and that would mean that Matthias could only take 3 prizes next turn. So you need to play defense.
And we'll still get an energy attachment on it as well, because we have seen, of course, that Luminous Energy. There we go. Does have 6 damage counters on it, dealing 200 to this Dragapult. Does take it to 230. A Jet Headbutt will not be enough on the next turn, so we'll still need to look for future cards as well. Artisan now being utilized. Again, double checking. That deck is still pretty big. And it's not something you get too often, but is it enough to kind of get that shuffled around, try and get that boss's orders and an energy, or I should just say maybe just an energy on the next turn. Won't have any draw power, however.
Nope, no draw power. That's one of the things. You had to evolve up your Dracloak, or else Matthias had game on the board, but that meant you had to take away that Recon Directive, so you are in top deck mode with, I don't want to be rude, a pretty terrible hand. So you are really by the skin of your teeth here. Now, here we go with the attack. You're going to get 200 damage onto the Dragapult. You're not winning the game here, but you can get a KO. It's got to be on one of the Dracloak, presumably. Take that off the board, and then that's just one less card that Matthias is going to have access to.
Absolutely. You don't want to give him... Oh, he's kind of spreading it out right now. I'm surprised, because then the next turn, if that Dragapult didn't go down, he could technically boss his orders and Jet Headbutt for the win. But this is the board state that he's gone with. Doesn't want to give that further draw. Now, Matthias is going to have a very important decision here. If he takes 3 prizes this turn, that would actually activate Giovanni's counter catcher in hand.
De usar 3 decks rápidos em MD3.
But that's going to be a scary thought, because often with these sort of slower Dragon Ball builds, they do lean heavily into those counter catchers. They do heavily lean into those bosses orders.
Me pergunta isso mais tarde, porque eu tô meio que dormindo assistindo, então minha mente não vai raciocinar agora. Pergunta mais tarde.
Just to make sure that counter catcher is not an option. Set up the KO for the following turn, but either win or leave 2 prizes remaining.
Obrigado pelo follow, mano.
Absolutely crucial here.
Eu tô meio que dormindo assim, pescando assim na partida, então eu não vou conseguir responder da maneira que você deseja. Daqui a um tempinho me pergunta de novo, que possivelmente eu vou estar mais acordado, tanto que eu tô comendo maçã pra ver se eu acordo. Aí você me faz a mesma pergunta, possivelmente eu vou responder certinho. Que eu li 2 vezes e eu não entendi essa pergunta.
But I think there is a Dragapult in hand right now. But is there... Oh, he's got 2 energies already attached to that Dragapult.
Energy's good. You just basically evolve into Dragapult, you announce the attack, and then put the damage on the benched Dragapult. You don't want to KO the Budew as well for that exact reason. And then we go back over to Giovanni and see if they can find a way to end up the game.
Box.
Yeah, so he's just getting those energies back into the deck, prepped in case he needs to find another, maybe retreat. Maybe there's a gusting of, actually it wouldn't even, actually no, yeah, if there's a gusting of that Pheasant Dipty without energy, and maybe trying to lock out opponent from that type of play, as we do get the Phantom Dive announcement.
And we see the Phantom Dive, we get the KO.
Eu prefiro decks mais rápidos.
This is crucial. Budew does not go down there, even on prizes. Counter catcher.
Eu sou jogador de deck agressivo, né?
Do we see an energy? No, it's a Budew top deck, so it's going to have to basically be use Artisan. Get a card out of your deck. It doesn't even really matter what. Just get you -1 card in deck, so that when you play that Iono, you've got a slightly better chance of drawing what you want. Monkey Dory is not going to do it, unfortunately.
Eu prefiro decks mais agressivos que é mais chance. Entendeu? Minha opinião. Mas depende do agressivo. Mas eu prefiro. Que uma Gage da vida, mas a vantagem da Gage é que, por exemplo, ela joga mais tempo, né, mid-range, acaba que ela ganha mais partidas, se parar pra pensar, né? E ela não é agressiva, né, mid-range, no caso. Mas eu prefiro agressivo. É mais garantido.
I think has to go onto the Dragapult. Dragapult is in range.
I don't think
I think he's picking up his cards. I think that might be it. I think we might have the win for Matthias here, and we are at 1 game each, but I don't think there is going to be enough time for a game 3.
No, very little time on the clock, Matthias. I mean, it took a bit longer than he would have liked, perhaps, because, you know, we saw how pretty quickly he was playing out those first turn, but he was able to clutch this game 2, as we do get a chance to just recap exactly what happened. We had two big Terra Pokemon EXs in the active spot, swinging away at one another. Charizard dealing 240 damage to this Dragapult EX. This Dragapult was hanging in there, of course, just kind of setting himself a big, massive wall, but it did eventually go down, leveling the prizes. But Giovanni was able to then knock out that Charizard and actually go down to 2 prizes himself, and it was just back-to-back sort of Ionos.
Dragapult é baralho mid-range. Gardevoir é baralho mid-range. A longo prazo, você vai ver que eles vão ter um comeback melhor, né? O agressivo, alguns decks agressivos acabam perdendo gás quando a partida se prolonga, né? Então esse estilo de deck é mais vantajoso, mas eu gosto do estilo agressivo que já é 880, ou perde rápido ou ganha rápido. Tá, que eu prefiro.
They did have a turn 0.
Oh, they did have a turn. Oh, they did. I apologize. Matthias gets
turn
0. Just attach. Giovanni has 1 turn, and then Matthias gets a turn. Giovanni has the final turn. Here's the deal. If somebody could just, if both players bench a couple of basics, that's going to be the game. So Giovanni here, benching a couple of basics, basically means they cannot lose the game, because Matthias is going to have exactly 1 turn to try and
mas no final de tudo, vou citar uma partida que aconteceu anteriormente. Terra Box versus Cheat Box. Adivinha quem ganhou?
Yep, just to remind viewers, as Ross has been kind of discussing as well, we've got that little die on the middle of the board just to indicate this is turn 1. Matthias will be turn 2 after having his first turn, which was turn 0. And Giovanni, after item locking because of that Budew, and it just double checking, it's just
Terra Box, porque os recursos acabaram. Então acaba que mesmo por causa dos empates, o Saki, acaba que é melhor, né?
Yeah, Rare Candy, Dragapult, Energy, Retreat, Budew, Jet, Headbutt, boom, game. So, if Matthias benches a basic Pokemon here,
ele tá falando uma probabilidade que faz sentido, porque, por exemplo, são decks mid-range, eles demoram mais pra rodar. Mas no final acaba que eles são melhores, se você parar pra pensar, sabe? Bizarro, né? que mesmo com empates...
doesn't get another basic, so now we need to start thinking, is there any way that we could actually get the KO coming down here? There will be no Rare Candy Dragapult because there is no Rare Candy in the deck. One of them could lead to the win here.
Por exemplo, você vê todos os Dragapult e vai tudo no topo dos regionais. Por quê? Mid-range, mano.
I mean, all of the sort of Dragapult or Dragloak line generally needs 2 energy attachments, and that's not really going to do anything.
We need something for a single energy, like Maractus can do 20, that's not going to be enough.
No, his Charmanders are definitely not weak to any sort of Grosh shenanigans, so that's not really going to help. There's definitely no water Pokemon that's dealing 30 damage that will allow that sort of to be ticked over to 60. But I guess Giovanni's just kind of double checking what is available. I mean, Matthias is kind of thinking, well, surely not. But I guess those palms are going to be pretty sweaty because he's going to be thinking, does he have a way if he's still playing this out? We're double checking. This is turn 3 of time, of course, in the Swiss round 12. It's just double checking. There's Recon Directive here.
Goes and gets himself a Jacques, I believe, but I don't think there's anything he can go and get here. It's just a case of, can he deal 60 damage? Energy on Monkey Dory, that is the game, and there we see a tie. Matthias and Giovanni, both players playing fantastically. One game apiece. Unfortunately, no time for a game 3, so we end up with a tie. One thing that might make them feel better is that as it stands at the moment, a win to put one of them onto 28 points might not have been enough. I'm having a look at the pairings as they go. If there is a winner, well, we'll get to that in a minute. Let's have a look at the replay first. In this game 3, and it was just a retreat into a Budew. Make sure there's no Rare Candy into Charizard or anything like that. And then Matthias there looking at his hand, having a bit of a chuckle there, you can see in the face cam. He's like, I've got nothing. Let's see if you can KO my Charmander. Had there been a single copy of Rare Candy in the deck? Maybe, but no, we see an Itchy Pollen. One more for the counter, but not getting towards a win. So here's where we stand with the top 8 at the moment. Fabrizio Talone and Julius Brunfeld have tied. They are both into top 8, or top cut. We've got Angelo is in and Francesco is in. They are both on 29 points.
Parando pra pensar, foi 2 partidas. O próximo já é o top cut, certo?
If each of them ends up with a win, then we will have a player on at least 29 points, and we will have a really clean top 8, no asymmetrical round, we'll go straight into top 8. If one of those games ends in a tie, then we're not going to have 8 or more players on 29 points. So 28 points becomes a cutoff, and I am not doing the maths for that right now. Like I say, if we have clean victories in those 4 games, I've done it in my head, we good. If we go down to 28 points, someone in the hive who's a lot cleverer than me can figure out who's in top.
I mean, everyone has access to the stream pairing. Feel free to comment, you know, whilst you're following alongside us as well. We're all very excited to try and figure out who actually could make the top cut or asymmetric top cut, but we've already highlighted a couple of names there. Of course, you know, even Julius Brunfeld, we haven't had Julius.
Eu te dou o quê? Que aí você falou, calma, eu dou não sei o quê, que eu tô meio com sono, não lembro agora. O que você te comenta? Eu buguei. Tinha a ver com pré-release, né?
Someone who's been playing Gardevoir for quite some time now, but let's see who else is going to be potentially joining Julius Brunfeld in that top cut.
And if you want to know the decks for the time being, Julius is playing Gardevoir, Fabrizio has got that Ogerpon, that Terra Box we saw.
Eu pagava, meu pré-release, você fala?
Is playing Dragapult. So right now, 2 Gardevoir, 1 Dragapult, 1 Ogerpon, and then we've got Gardevoir Roaring Moon, Miraidon, Hydreigon, Raging Bolt, Dragapult, Gardevoir. So we could see Hydreigon, Roaring Moon, Pikachu, no, we could either have
já passou já, foi na sexta-feira. Já passou aqui, infelizmente.
We're all excited. I mean, we always love trying to work out exactly who has the chance and opportunity to make it through. That's why we love looking.
Gosto da ideia de jogar MD1 de Draga na real. É forte, mano. Tá ligado? Tipo,
or even Joe's favorite Hydreigon EX. He loves talking about that. We'll make sure he talks about that when he comes back on as well. But, you know, at the same time, all of these players are putting themselves in a fantastic position. 4 prizes, 4 championship points, and then you've got some of those players looking for the opportunity to earn themselves that direct invitation to the World Championships.
And that is a big thing here. It is that direct invitation. You win this tournament, you get a direct invite to the World Championships. No top 125, no worrying about championship points. You know you're going to be playing in Anaheim in August, and that's huge for these players. That's what they work for all year.
Yeah, I mean, that's a dream for everyone, right? We know we've had opportunities to be there once upon a time as well, and we'd love to continue being there whenever we get the opportunity. But at the same time, a lot of these players are all be looking to try and find that place, whether it's with that direct invitation, but as we all sort of keep recalling, there's that top 125 sort of cut-off point that every player is also keeping an eye on. That's one of the key reasons why so many players have had to continuously keep playing Pokemon, and that's the enjoyment of the game, because we all love it at the end of the day.
Oh, yeah.
But it does mean you have to keep sort of grinding away a little bit.
Chegou a testar o Garchomp e não tive tempo ainda, sabe? Porque esse mandou foi ontem, né? Que ontem eu fiquei o dia inteiro. Eu tava na live, aí depois eu acabei a live, eu fui descansar, depois eu fui editar vídeo, upar vídeo e depois eu vim aqui fazer live de novo. Então eu não tive tempo ainda de testar. Mas eu ainda vou ver se eu testo em off ainda pra ver como é que tá. Gadinho, tô virado. Vou pôr live pra dormir. Bom dormindo cheiroso. Vai pôr live pra dormir? Então vamos dormir juntinhos, mano.
Although we have been mainly featuring the Masters CG competition this weekend on our stream, we do still have the juniors and seniors battling it out to see who becomes the Bologna champion this weekend. And with me, I caught someone special, a former competitive player, one of Europe's most elite back in the day, but now a coordinator for the juniors and seniors division. We caught Iono Thomas. How are you doing?
Hello Jesper. I'm fine. Thank you for asking. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastically, and yeah, we've both been playing in the same divisions previously. We also get to play against each other, but now you stepped...
Sometimes we competed against each other, and it went both ways, right?
Exactly. But now, as a coordinator in the juniors and seniors divisions, now, can you tell me what is the main difference when it comes to juniors, seniors, and masters?
Well, in Europe,
até o final a gente aguenta, dormindo, talvez.
Most different thing in junior seniors, because there are so many kids with so many languages, and we just have to cover the floor with judges that can speak all of the languages. So basically, me being Czech-Slovak helps a lot. Not many people speak this typical or weird languages, but we have, for example, here in Italy, we had a lot of Italian judges, which were super helpful. It was amazing because they could take the calls
literalmente, eu acabei de comer, eu dei uma acordada e o sono já tá batendo de novo. Tá maluco,
English with the kids, and the kids, for example, like Italian or
fazer um litro de café, cara, eu já bebi um litro de café, não vou beber mais não, velho, muita coisa. Vai valer a pena. Me ajuda.
So of course, being able to be fun, fair, equal to all players in terms of the different languages. Whenever you have any
dando soco em mim mesmo que eu acordo, relaxa,
estamos safe. Seniors stepping up into masters and being very competitive.
Esse rapaz vai ter problema no olho, tô não, pô.
How are you able to see that when you're judging?
It's amazing. It's really amazing to see.
Às vezes tá machucado, né?
Sometimes you see a player.
Já aprendi que não adianta. Em partes não adianta mesmo não, mas para pensar.
Decent player, I can see what should be happening on the table, and the player executes the cards really well. He does.
Pô, mas é cansativo, né, mano? Vamos ser sinceros.
And that's amazing to see, even like at this.
Mas quando acorda esse horário, mano, 5 da manhã, é muito pesado. Quando eu acordo de tardezinha pra acompanhar, é de boaça ainda, sabe?
And the good juniors, or the really good juniors, tend to be really good seniors. And then, as you said, the transition to masters is something that we tend to see a lot of really good first-year masters doing well and beating long-running masters. And it all starts here. It all starts at this, let's say, smaller tables, where the game is for the kids as well, along as for the masters.
You're saying that everything has a beginning in this game, and now I do want to ask you in terms of your beginnings, how did you start to play Pokemon?
Oh, well, it wasn't really a thing in Czech Republic back in 2007, which is 18 years ago or something like that. I started in seniors. I like played the local competition, and back then the biggest thing that we had was the Arnhem tournament. That was what it was, some sort of like a special event, but in like much smaller scale. But it was the biggest thing that we had, and apart from that, there were nationals and worlds, and the worlds was like the big, let's say.
Esse replay descansado me parece mais tranquilo. Assim, concordo. Por isso que o do Japão a gente meio que tá fazendo assim, que fica até melhor de assistir. Mas aqui
can have fun in this really huge events, and it's amazing for the growth of the game, because we didn't have those back in the day, and that's something that, I mean, me being a kid again, I would just love to compete in this type of events and in these type of tournaments. Would be lovely.
Normal.
Yeah, so competing from a very young age, both of us really actually.
Mas agora
starting
já
around 2007. But for you guys, Alex and Ross, I do want to know what is your favorite memory from locals when you were younger?
2 ou 3.
My favorite memory. Ross, do you have one?
I've got plenty of favourite memories, but I'll tell you what, there's a local I used to go to back in Nottingham when I lived there. There was a phenomenal pizza place.
Vocês querem falar que eu falo uma coisa pra vocês nunca mais pararem de ver igual eu tô vendo?
Oh, great.
Getting grease on the cards here. Yeah, that was my Tuesday for about 4 years, and oh, I had a wonderful time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was great to hear.
O cara da direita. Toda vez que ele fala, ele faz isso.
The sort of the other age divisions, like I said, we don't
Toda
get
vez
a chance to feature all too
tem
much.
Tique de fazer isso aqui.
A fantastic way to hear about how
Toda vez.
we're also supporting.
Presta atenção quando ele for falar.
They are the future, eventually, of our masters divisions as well. So it's great to see, you know, again,
lá, já virou o pescoço.
Support, the amount of great help that judges actually provide to our tournaments throughout all the age divisions.
I had a couple of years where I judged a lot of pre-releases for seniors and juniors, and I had a whale of a time. It is so much fun having a new players of all of those new cards. I had a great time judging those pre-releases.
And speaking of pre-releases and other Pokemon events, there's an opportunity to hear a little bit more just how to get involved.
Ai, música, tira a música, meu Deus. PTG Grádio, não sei. PTCG Rádio. Acho que deve ser esse cara mesmo. Acho que foi tu que me falou dele uma vez, né? Ele já nem consegue ler mesmo. Para de me zoar, cara. Deixa eu fingir que eu consigo ler. Não, mas eu tô acordado agora. Agora eu tô acordado. Tanto que eu tô lendo, né? Abre os olhos. Tá aberto! Álcool na cueca? Álcool na... Álcool na cueca? Nem faça. Arde para um catamba. Sério? Caramba. Tava quase fazendo, só pra me acordar. Tu fazia isso com prank na escola? Você passava... Peraí, você passava álcool no saco? Não entendi. Pera, que? Não. Desodorante, quer dizer. É a vida, né? Falar pro Scorpimus assim, Scorpimus, paga minha passagem pro like, mano. Scorpimus Ah, tá sem som?
Judge is kind of hanging on as the lone other, but over in juniors in top 4 we have an okie dokie deck.
Oh yeah.
Tô zoando, relaxa.
Juniors, and I'll be honest with you, I want to kind of go over in a minute and have a look and see how that game's going.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's a lot of other very interesting decks. I know we kind of, you know, say sometimes with the junior players, they do like to pick maybe something that's been out there for a bit longer. They get a lot more familiarity with it.
Paga a minha também.
One of the other top 4s and actually playing that Ogre-Pon tool.
Patrocina nós, Scorpius.
Lots of different options and makes it
super encontrar com a galera, dá um abraço.
Intricate gameplay. So again, I'm really interested to see how they're kind of faring up in top 4 at this moment.
I'm interested to see it. As also in Maridon in top 4 juniors, just popping that one out there as well. But look, we talked about League. You might be thinking, well, I kind of want to go to League, but I'd like to learn a bit more about playing the Pokémon Tcg and the mechanics before we go there. Well, do I have wonderful news for you?
Falou com a loja da Jersey? Ah, eu mandei mensagem, eu vou esperar ele me responder pra eu te falar. O Julian tava aqui ontem, eu acho que eu esqueci até de perguntar pra ele. Eu falei no privado, mas ele tava aí ontem, eu podia ter perguntado pra ele, esqueci. Eu tava meio com sono também, né? Aí eu esqueci. Perguntar de novo. Se ele aparecer aí de novo no chat, eu pergunto ao vivo mesmo. Que eu mandei mensagem, mas ele não respondeu. Quando tá no intervalo... É porque quando tem regional, o Bugado gosta de deixar só o regional passando mesmo, saca? Que hoje meu cérebro já era, pô. Você tem cérebro? Cara, assim, ele tá aqui, né? A gente tenta usar, né? Mas assim, né? A gente tenta usar, né? Sociais, ele teve partida ontem na loja, né? Aí foi transmitido. Só porque eu jogo Dragapult, isso é dragofobia. Cara, não é nem dragofobia, é porque eu vou acabar dormindo no meio da partida e eu queria prestar atenção direitinho, mano. Tá ligado? Eu não gosto de ficar, tipo... né? Com sono. Mas é a lei da vida, né? A transmissão do Cup ontem aí foi transmitido. Eu apreci jogando na segunda e última rodada. Eles transmitem igual o Tcg? Tem uma mesa específica, né? Ele mandou aqui no coisa, eu acho. Ele mandou aí no chat mais cedo. Deixa eu aproveitar para ir no banheiro de novo, gente. E mandar um ad aqui rapidinho. Que aí eu jogo mais um pouquinho de água na minha cara. Já volto rapidinho. Que aí eu até jogo o bagulho lá na... Pô, mas isso é maneiro na loja, velho, eu acho. Curti, trouxe mais café. Por quê? Porque eu sou, sei lá, que o café é bom. E eu só esquentei o meu. Pegou o álcool? Cara, passei no saco não, mas passei no pescoço. Dizem que acorda também. Vai ficar virado no girar. Não, eu tô te falando, o bicho demorou pra caramba, velho. Tu tava analisando de novo? Cara, demorou pra fazer jogada, eu lembro disso. Tem que ver o cara da quarta partida, demorou muito. Não, bizarro, né? O cara joga de joystick, mano. Joystick não tem que pensar tanto assim, pra ser sincero. Ai, queimei a língua. Ai, ai. Ai, eu queimei a língua. Meu Deus do céu. Queimei a língua. Na moral. Queimei a língua. Agora tá ardendo a língua. Hashtag play Pokémon. Bom dia, senhoras e senhores. Fala, meu querido, como é que você tá? Tudo bom? Beulezinho? É maneiro, pô.
Top 8 competitors who have all achieved 29 or better match points, Jesper. That means we're getting into the single elimination bracket.
Yeah, and single elimination means that we are just 3 games from deciding a Bologna champion here today. Has to happen within these next couple of hours where we're going to be deciding who's going to win. No ties at this point. It's all about winning or perhaps maybe a bit of losing.
All of these players so far have had incredible tournaments both today and yesterday to put themselves in prime position. And like you said, Jesper, just a few games away, a few close-knit cards going one way or another could be the difference between becoming eternalized as a champion and going home with just a handful of points and packs.
Yeah, and being eternal is one of these things we think about whenever we're playing these special championships as well as regional championships. One thing that is for sure is, well, we need to remember, if you're winning this special championships, you will be invited to the Pokémon Tcg World Championships happening.
Tudo bem, mano. Só com sono, mas tirando isso, tamo bem.
If I was to choose, I wouldn't care as much about being eternal. I I'd rather just get invited to Worlds because that's where we really become eternal.
Tirando o sono que tá fortíssimo.
That's what all of our players are working so hard towards throughout the entire season, not just this weekend. Throughout the entire season, we've been going to all sorts of regional and special championships to get these points, to get yourself even in the position to win the World Championships.
Que isso, mano, eu que agradeço.
Hey, look, all these other fantastic players around you.
So we do get to see our top 8 decks, and some parts of it super
Horimun
not so much.
No top 8, gostei.
3 Gardevoir decks in top 8.
3 Gardevoir, 2 Dragapult, 1 Joltik, 1 Terabox e 1 Horimun sobrevivente. Que delícia, cara. Gosto de Horimun, gosto. É o Donkey, será?
Horimun. We've also seen Daniel Rinaldi on the stream as well, playing the Joltik box. But I think Simon's the surprise of the day with a Roaring Moon EX deck featuring the Petulant Brute Bonnet Poison combination. You can lead out the game with those single prize Pokemon, taking knockouts, but crucially during Pokemon checkup. So a number of these setup decks that rely on Pheasantipity EX in order to flip the script, draw a bunch of prizes, a bunch of cards I should say, to create a big combination, typically with the Ionos, with the counter catchers, all of those shenanigans. You're waggling the finger because Petulant took the KO during Pokemon checkup via that poison. So that's a great way for you to get ahead in the game. And of course, there's that dark typing following you up. And when there's 3 Gardevoir still remaining in the field, you've got to be feeling good if you're Simon.
Yeah, and especially for Simon who just came off
of 9th place várias guard, tá bom. Eu mesmo donkei várias guard.
In Stuttgart, we have to remember, lost the finals against Christian Fontenot.
Na loja.
Running that lost zone box where Simon was playing, well, nothing else than Miraidon.
Yeah, so he's found a new archetype in the format, playing that Roaring Moon. Has played it in a few different iterations, as you said, Jesper. So fantastic to see them once again at those top tables.
Terabox, Luistron e Joltik pra final. Se o Luistron for pra final, melhor ainda.
Whenever we're seeing a player like this, who's very good at piling these aggressive decks, it just goes to show that whenever you have a format that kind of fits into that mode.
Se mostrar o Luistron, eu já acordo automaticamente.
For example, we're also talking Raging
Bull, but then
from the right comes there a little bit of a Roaring Moon. And Roaring Moon is so good because, well, it gets to one-hit knockout anything in play. Although it does 200
dependendo dos confrontos, capaz do Moon ganhar. Então, é isso que eu tava parando pensar. Se ele não pegar Draga, e se o Draga morrer antes, capaz ele ganhar mesmo. E derrota até Joltik Box, né?
And with this kind of strategy, you may be thinking, that's pretty bad against Gardevoir. You're doing 200 to yourself, you take a knockup, but then we're also featuring the baby Roaring Moon that could do a lot of damage and be a really efficient one-prize attacker with these ancient box-style decks where you're not only playing the Roaring Moon EX, the baby Roaring Moon, but yes, as you mentioned, Brute Bonnet, Pekkaron, and you're going to be able to actually win your games when you're going first on the very first turn, just like we saw Ryuki Okada do at EYC this year.
Clearly not a bad strategy. If you can win before your opponent's even drawn a card for their turn, could be devastating and, of course, very powerful as well. 2 Dragapults in our top 8 then, but one crucial difference. Lorenzo is playing a straight Dragapult, whereas Francisco is opting to play the Dust Noir line alongside Dragapult to give himself that Curse Blast option.
Yeah, and it was what we saw whenever Dragapult came out. It was, first of all, we started with a partner in Dust Noir afterwards. Then we started to see, you know, it was not being played as much, it was more Retrodrago, but as soon as we saw Retrodrago go back out of the format after rotation, we did see Dragapult Dust Noir being the best deck for a while. At EYC, after Prismatic Evolutions release, where that was when Retrodrago really started to fall off, we did see Natalie Miller in the finals with Dragapult Dust Noir. Then rotation happened and Dragapult Dust Noir stayed as one of the major bosses of the format until the slower version of Dragapult really came around swinging. But Dust Noir is just so powerful. You're able to knock itself out, put 13 damage counters in play on your opponent's side of the field. And when you factor in cards like Iono, where you can put your opponent down at a lower amount of prizes, put these damage counters in play. You can then play Iono, take out their attacker they have in the active spot, and then you end up in a situation where they had a low hand size, And they've got their attacker knocked out. It seems like they're playing unfair state, but just a few more steps and getting more damage onto the play.
Dustoir, such a controversial card, but the numbers line up so perfectly. Either you're taking out a support Pokemon in the back, or you're setting up that Phantom Dive. 200 is typically 2-hit KO.
Sim, mas a versão com o Dusk no ar é forte.
So having that additional 130 damage, well worth a prize card, especially when you can maneuver those prizes to be favorable.
É
as
mais
you
forte,
said,
eu acho.
opens up counter catcher for you to get even more flexible with where you're making that damage count, and that's what Dragapult is all about. Dustoir, it's surprising to me that it's not the guaranteed go-to in Dragapult, to be honest with you, because ever since it was printed, it's worked fantastic with Charizard, it's worked fantastic in the Terrapagos Pidgeot archetype as well, where you had these checkmate style situations where Dustoir was the key that allowed you to force Briar in a lot of situations, force a prize map, impose your strategy. And because it's so well paired with Dragapult, I would have thought it would have been a no-brainer, but this straight Dragapult list is also really coming through and just saying that Monkey Dory is a good enough option.
I was about to say that, Joe. Yeah, Monkey Dory is the big difference we see. We do see some few mentions of Monkey Dory in these Dragapult Dustoir lists, although it's been decided
Francisco is as well, actually. He's got both.
Yeah, and usually a lot of people say that's a tiny bit too inconsistent for my liking, and then you're going either or. But in cases for this, where if you can fit both and it works out for you, yeah.
Monkey Dory, a phenomenal card. It's in the 3 Gardevoir that are also in the top 8, and both Dragapult players are utilizing the Adrena Brain from this card. You do spend a turn attachment to power up the Monkey Dory to allow this ability to take effect, but when so many decks in the format are trying to get tricky with their damage counters, the fact that you can throw them back over to your opponent's side is a massive upside, and I think the main reason why Gardevoir is so successful right now.
And also when you think of Gardevoir, it gets the energy into play by the ability to send energy, so you can just use your turn attachment on that darkness energy. It doesn't do too much for you.
Mas tá cheiroso, tudo bom?
Does get the damage into play for you, which is the whole reason why it works. So we can kind of start discussing, is Monkey Dory then the best card in format? Can we almost
probably? I mean, I do feel like it is. I mean, other decks have to enable it to make it work, but the fact that so many are finding a way to put it into the deck, it really does feel like certainly one of the strongest Pokemon that we have access to in the game right now. And then for the rest of our top 8, it's 3 basic decks, but they do play all quite differently. The Roaring Moon, we mentioned already, Pecharunt trying to take those early prize cards while you set up multiple EX threats. The Joltik acts in a similar way, where it comes out the gates first with a single prize Pokemon and builds a board behind it.
Yeah, and we've been seeing Joltik 2, 3, 4 times here on the stream during this weekend. Such a powerful deck, as it's so good against Budew, since the Joltik is the one accelerating the energy and not the electric generator, which we've
melhor carta do formato, considero incontestável, simplesmente porque o formato está do jeito que está, por causa dela, counter catcher,
playing straight into you. So yeah, they play all differently, but they
all have
this common goal in mind.
Eu tava dando uma olhada ontem fazendo o vídeo da coleção de Black Bolt e White Flare. E agora, analisando por um todo, vendo todas as cartas que lançou, você tem razão com o que você falou ontem. Realmente, Destiny Rivals, né, que é Rivais Predestinados, é a melhor coleção comparada a Black Bolt White Flare pro meta. É uma merda, cara. Eu vi todas as cartas ontem. E meu irmão, parecia que eu tava vendo coleção do Pocket, sabe? Joga moedas de cara, faça isso. Joga moedas de cara, faça aquilo. Eu falei, que merda é essa, boy? Tá ligado? Tipo, mano, é tipo 4 cartas que é interessante, o resto é tudo ruim. Sério mesmo, velho. É porque eu tava com a esperança de vir algumas cartas mais interessantes, entendeu? Eu acho que esse era o meu pensamento na época, né? Tipo, vai vir cartas mais interessantes quando lançar tudo, né? E não veio. Então assim, né? Assim, o N é interessante. A Hilda é interessante, a energia tripla é interessante. Não sei se você reparou, mas vai ter reprint de Pokégear e de recuperação de energia I. Então, né, o balão é interessante, aquela energia que os básicos é interessante. Mas Pokémon em si tem o quê? Uns 4 Pokémon interessantes, que é o Smicote, né, o Reshiram. O Reshiram acaba que é interessante. Minimamente, pelo menos, né? Alguns outros aqui, gato pingado, que vai usar uma situação ou outra, né? Então, assim, tirando isso.
and it is going to be Simon that we're featuring with that Roaring Moon EX deck. Certainly a story of the tournament so far, and he is coming up against Lorenzo, who is piloting the straight Dragapult archetype. Two fantastic competitors. We've already spoken to Lorenzo on broadcast yesterday. He's just here for the vibes. He's mostly playing in the local area in Italy, but he's proving that he is one of the top competitors in this country.
Vou
comprar tudo avulso, Black BB e Watchflare. Como já disse, vou comprar umas 5 boxes agora rivais. E a próxima vou comprar nenhum produto fechado. Não, é realmente o seu plano é o melhor. Entendeu? E o seu plano realmente foi muito bom. Porque eu acho que a coleção vai ser mais para colecionador mesmo. Porque a questão das cartas bonitas e só. Tá ligado?
That is one of the beautiful things of our system. If you win the tournament, no questions asked. We give you that direct invitation to the World Championships, and that is possibly the way.
Opa, Horimun, já vou acordar já.
Find their way towards Anaheim. Let's see some prize cards.
Espero que um dia eu poder te encontrar pessoalmente, mano. Igualmente, mano.
EX for Lorenzo, in addition to one of his Budew. And also the jamming tower in there could be influential.
Yeah, but this, one thing I'm really excited to see is who goes first. If Simon goes first against the one basic Pokemon from Lorenzo, we could be seeing this game finish over.
Luiz Tom de Dragapult, que triste, né?
Simon starts, so all we need is an ancient booster capsule and a perilous jungle for the game. We got it, it's already over!
That's game number 1. Brute Bonnet extending the hand as quickly as it began. It is over. Simon is 1 game up. Cleffer with the vulnerable 30 hit points, and with the Brute Bonnet starts, as you mentioned, Jesper, the perilous jungle increases the poison between Pokemon checkup.
Pera, acabou?
No need for Petra in this instance. That is going to be the 30 damage required to move us on to game number 2 in a lightning speed.
I am struck for words here. Yeah, it took 2 free card combo. Brute Bonnet, as you said.
No, você tá
and the perilous jungle, and we're on to game 2 already. And what I see, and we're getting perilous jungle. Ancient booster energy capsule, using the Brute Bonnet's ability, poisons both players in the active. Cleffa only has 30 HP, therefore the poison for 30 is exactly enough.
Dá-lhe Donkey, né, cara?
Simon could have gone for getting that Pekron that boosted poison damage by 50.
É o Lebui, bora. Não, nem é o Lebui, é o Simon.
Yeah, it's something we see. We saw this just once at EYC. But these
Toma, Dragapult. Mano, Dragapult tumano, eu já fico feliz, cara, de verdade.
And then transition into slower bits of games, but
nem jogou nada, que delícia.
Well, yeah, it does.
But what if Lorenzo? This could be the quickest top 8 match in history. If it goes again, I don't want to see that again. But I'm just telling you, it could happen.
Mano, sabe o que é bizarro? É que se ele doncar de novo, a gente tem que esperar 70 minutos para começar outra partida. Pô, Lebui, traiu o movimento, cara.
You say, well, I'm afraid of poison. Let me go first. Let's see the decision. Biggest basic, in fact. The Blood Moon Ursaluna EX in this game number 2. Simon starts off with a Pheasantipity EX, already has the Brute Bonnet Perilous Jungle combination. Once again, far less in his thinking on this turn number 1. When you see a basic that has far too many hit points to get the instant win on, you then pivot towards trying to set up your board as best you can. Try and bank some early energy attachments onto your Roaring Moon EX, knowing that you're going to require higher damage output options if you're going to start charging through this.
Vou clipar essa reação, pode clipar, mano, porque foi autêntico. Eu de verdade fiquei chocado, cara. Na moral. Eu tipo fiquei assim. Eu de verdade buguei, cara. Na hora eu vi e falei.
And it's one of the ways to bypass this rule we have about not being able to play supporter cards during the turn 1, where you can get to Squawk and Season yet still get to see more cards while you're trying to set up. Of course, there's that, and there's also Carmine that Simon plays in his deck to be able to use a supporter card turn 1. But outside of that, there's not many options for you to actually either attack nor use a supporter card turn 1. So Simon is playing everything that is there to be aggressive, but as you're saying, Joe, has different ways to go about it when it comes to if we see a Blood Moon active or if we see a Cleffa like we saw in game 1.
And I think with the Carmine in hand, we can Nestball out another Pokemon. We have Mew EX in the hand as well. A booster capsule for the Brute Bonnet. We can Pal Pad some of the supporters we just discarded and see an additional 5 cards here. So a really good start from Simon, who can grab a Poison Moon, mano. We'll be shuffling back a couple of those key supporter cards, and we'll look for 5 additional cards.
But if I'm in Simon's spot, I need to see energies hitting discard pile to make sure that my Sadas are effective. Sada lets you put 2 energies into play to 2 different ancient Pokemon and draw 3 cards. You need to get those energies into discard pile first, which typically you want to be doing with Carmine or Squawkabilly. Not that I see any energy here, and yet you're always also clumping up your board here. You don't have an area 0 to help out with this bench damage.
Só com uma ursa na frente. Nossa, o Draga bricou 2 vezes, cara.
That's the question mark of Mew EX here. It would seem like a no-brainer, but you might need the space for the likes of Latias EX yourself, in addition to those attackers. So in the end, we do have to throw away the Mew EX to the Carmine and see an additional 5 cards. Will there be any turn attachment whatsoever here, Jesper? Well, finally we see energy and plenty to boot. Now we can Ultra Ball away a couple and still grab our turn attachment.
And now I'm not going to worry about that Sada being able to be effective. I'm pretty sure that this Ultra Ball is going to be discarding 2 Darkness Energy. And
ele doncou, Renan.
That Simon wanted to have. Being able to Ultra Ball, get an attacker out, have a Sada ready to boot
in their hand.
Being able to use that to charge up, and basically when you're playing Sada and you're playing Energy Switch in this deck, you can still power up a Roaring Moon EX in one singular turn. And if it's basically Simon going, if Lorenzo blinks at all, then that Botman's going to go down real quick.
What a phenomenal turn 1. Simon using both the Squawkabilly EX and Carmine to see so much of his deck on the first turn and ending up with a bunch of handy basics along the way. Can get the manual attachment for the turn on his Roaring Moon EX.
Não, eu imagino.
Pokemon in this instance. Pheasantipty is a dark type, so the Perilous Jungle will only deal 1 counter to it, but the Blood Moon Ursaluna will receive 3 instead here.
Yeah, just the fixing of the damage counters from Poison there. With your 10 from Poison, 20 from Perilous Jungle should always be 30.
Já tomou seu café? Cara, então eu tô tomando aqui ainda.
Going over to Lorenzo, I see double Buddy Poffin. So yeah, we're off to a better start this time.
Tô tomando ainda.
Do we get to see the kind of repeat of what happened at the EYC finals?
Não, as cartas novas só no próximo. Só no Night. Dia 13 de junho, mano. O que é Doncou é quando o cara derrotou o Pokémon do oponente e ele não tinha Pokémon no banco pra botar na frente. Perdi 3 partidas ontem pra um deck da nova coleção que usa Monkidori. É muito Monkidori? Da nova coleção?
Which actually is really good when you're thinking that Simon wants to be hunting these attachments down to make sure that Lorenzo does not get into a spot where Dragapult can be pulling this game back.
So Lorenzo, a game down, but has finally played his first card of the set, the Buddy-Buddy Poffin, to grab some additional basic Pokemon. Importantly as well, I believe Lorenzo has a Brock Scouting in that hand. Jesper, you mentioned it. And that could be an easy way to move this Blood Moon Ursaluna EX out of the active position. It's typically best known for being a late game card. So we could even be using Brock to grab a Latias EX here if we need to move this Pokemon and initiate an itchy Pollen Lock.
Yeah, and we need to initiate the pitcher Pollen Lock because that could also be one thing that really would annoy Simon. Simon kind of wants to go, well, also get his own Latias out to make sure that they can get to retreat that Pheasantipity out of the active spot. With no Latias, we'd then be talking, well, you can still take out the Buddy by Poison, but you still want something else in the Pheasantipity in the active spot. We're thinking something like the Pekkarunt.
Bom dia, Kay, tudo bom, mano? Como é que você tá?
Use Motivate and start charging up this Roaring Moon to make sure that's ready for after. This is
Eu espero que mexa
use Motivate for good purposes instead of just being 20 and nothing else.
There it is then. We do see Brock Scouting for the Skyliner ability of Latias EX in addition to Pheasantipity EX, which I imagine has to be held for future turns because the opening situation for Simon is to use the Pecharunt to take KOs without activating the Pheasantipity EX's Flip the Script ability because it will be taking KOs during Pokemon Checkup. But regardless, you've seen Simon on a 1-card hand. Let's weave our way into Budew and try and disrupt his setup.
Yeah, the unfortunate circumstance about Budew here in this kit. Oh, also shutting off the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, although that is still attached to the Brute Bonnet. Brute Bonnet is still going to be allowed to use its ability he just loses the effect of it. And we do see here the Professor Sada's Vitality being able to charge energy onto Brute Bonnet and Roaring Moon.
Yeah, there are a couple energy switch in the deck. Not live this turn, thanks to Itchy Pollen, but it's always great to bank extra energy onto the Brute Bonnet. We've drawn into a number of item cards, so I'm not sure we can get Petrarunt into the active position here to actually take a KO on the small Budew.
Yeah, with the Stadium replacement, we get to see that the Perilous Jungle being kicked out of play. And with that being kicked out of play, it's just going to be 10
A transmissão não fica os países de cada jogador. Cara, não. Nessa aqui eu acho que não.
It has to be a 2-turn usage, which just gives Lorenzo more time. And everything that Lorenzo wants to have in this matchup is exactly time. The more time that a Dragon Ball deck like this gets, the stronger it gets.
Tá, beleza,
very
apago lá.
reminiscent of what the way Gardevoir wants to be doing it.
A big sigh of relief then that Budew is able to hang on in there with the crucial stadium bump of the jamming tower. Just talking about Lorenzo's deck list here, it's A-Spec is the Neo upper energy. That's
cara, eu ouvi sim, não ela completa, mas eu ouvi ela pouquinho.
And so far it's already coming in clutch, helping this Budew hang on. It's given us the opportunity
Tem que ver sua cara, mano. Eu vou olhar minha cara.
See a fresh hand here with Iono.
Fazer sticker, eu peço para um amigo meu fazer sticker. Até que é gostosinho de ver aqui. Joguei o deck Full Item ontem no pré, veio meio Item, meio Rocket. Tirei toda a Rocket e coloquei só coisa do Item. É, porque o Rocket tá funcionando com Rocket, né? Bom dia, povo, como vocês estão? Tô bom, Emerson, e você, Sushiro, tudo bom?
And so far we're lacking the likes of energy cards. That's going to be a big piece that Lorenzo needs to try and find.
Yes, we're always talking about the Dragon Ball decks wants to have this a Dragon Ball and a half whenever they start attacking to make sure that knockouts are not going to be affecting them. You see the second recon directive here.
Ooh, interesting. We're not going to use the Iono here. We're going to hold on to it for a future turn. Just pass the action over to Simon here. We know this Budew will be KO'd coming back into Lorenzo's turn over Pokemon Checkup, so Simon does not have to worry about that. Although I do think his priority will still be trying to move the Spezentipity EX out of the active position here.
Definitely, but when all you're drawing is item cards, you're not going to be able to do that once the Itchy Pollen lock is in there. But Simon does get to take that knockout, and a good thing for Simon is that Lorenzo did not get an attachment done last turn, which means that there's not going to be a Dragon Ball attacking this turn unless they draw the Neo upper energy, but doesn't really
Limão Estrondo vai ganhar.
You're staring down the barrel of a Frenzy Gouging. Yeah. And if then a Frenzy Gouging comes out, you can't be Phantom Diving.
Meu pessoal da loja tá louco.
Use your Neo upper energy. So it's really a situation where
ontem eu ouvi ele só mais umas 6 horas seguidas. Pô, caraca. Ele pegou o prêmio? Pegou. Pegou um pegador. Pegou no Badu, né?
Just to try and get into that.
I think even though someone's just taken a prize card, it's still a relief for him that he's getting a fresh hand because he's been sat on a bunch of item cards. So at least gets to
no
fresh ones, but so too does Lorenzo, seeing 6 fresh cards here before any recon directive. I think we're still looking for energy, Jesper.
Yeah, although we do see Simon drawing into Pekrond EX, meaning that we at least could get to see some retreating done from the Spezentipity by the usage of the Pekrond there. But yeah, not a lot.
Estagiário sempre moscando, mano. E eu que tô com sono e ele que mosca, mano. Vai entender.
Yeah, there is one basic energy in hand. There's an Ultra Ball for a final Dracloak here. I do think will be valuable. But I'm not sure if there's any way to find both a third Dracloak and a Budew, so we have to weigh up which is.
É que eu tô acordado só porque é Luz Trondo, mano, não tava dormindo. Mesmo tendo um Dragapult do outro lado, eu tô torcendo pro Luz Trondo, mano. Limão Estrondo, bora, Limão Estrondo, cara.
So instead Lorenzo opting for the Budew in this instance to maintain that Itchy Pollen lock that he's been diligently doing so far.
But one thing that's very good from Simon's hand is that with the Pekrond EX, you're able to use the subjugating chains. You can actually get to use the Brute Bonnet on top of that, poison the Budew, use subjugating chains to get into the normal baby Pekrond, meaning that you can take a knockout that does not trigger Spezentipity, since Budew would be knocked out during Pokemon Checkup. So really important here, and also keeps this Roaring Moon EX out of harm's way, putting Simon down to 4, meaning that if you're in front by 2 prizes, you can still try and stick yourself onto this.
Joguinho de cagar pelado, ah, é gostosinho.
Try that. We do see the pointing to
cagar pelado é gostoso.
EX putting probably forward to Baby Pekron, since that would be guaranteeing that knockout from the Brute Bonnets being able to poison both of the active Pokemon.
I would have liked to have announced the Brute Bonnet first, because now we're poisoning our Petrarunt, but either way, it's still getting the job done. We're seeing a Darkness Energy attachment. Yep, coming on to our Petrarunt here. Eyeing this up for damage. Here comes the Brute Bonnet. And we will just, between Pokemon checkup, get that knockout on Budew. Simon goes down to just 4 prize cards remaining. Also has the Roaring Moon EX powered up in the back. Lorenzo, with no energy still in play, really has to start making moves here.
Yeah, and I'm just, as said last turn, we really wanted to
Quem toma banho de chinelo é esquisito. De chinelo? Como assim? Caraca, eu tomo banho de chinelo, tá me zoando? HP ela da liberdade, obviamente. Caraca, eu tomo banho de chinelo, o que você tá falando? Então eu sou esquisito, mas bem que o Bugada Como assim, bugado? É, senão eu tomo choque aqui do chuveiro, pô. Vocês estão vendo uns caras gritando na transmissão?
Your attackers in the Roaring Moon, pushing it from the 230 all the way up to 290 hit points, which is massive for any basic Pokemon. We're starting to see combinations come together from Recon Directive. Have we yet seen? No, still no Neo upper energy found. So it's just a fire energy coming onto the Dracloak in this instance. Are we going to evolve up into our Dragapult TX to try and protect this Pokemon? It can fall prey to, as we say, the frenzied gouging.
Achei que era na sua casa. Não, pô. Somos todos esquisitos, Bugado. O Bugado é mais esquisito ainda, né? Sei lá.
Going into a Dreepy.
Tem. Não sei se é porque eles estão assistindo a partida e estão gritando, né?
Although that would be pretty decent, since if that gets frenzied gouging, you could still go for a multi-prize route somewhere else. Although we go to Simon's turn and not much happening, just the push of the Dreepy and basically sacrificing that to a KO, but it's not going to be about Brute Bonnet, since that's going to be a little bit too little.
Items are finally unleashed, Jesper, which means we're flipping coins.
Come on.
Pokemon Catcher
No.
does hit Tails. I believe we have Earthen Vessel and we have Pokegear in the hand here. We're going to use Vessel to get rid of a Super Rod, perhaps. Well, the Ancient Boost Energy Capsule will be not doing anything just yet, but as long as Simon is able to bounce the Jamming Tower, we'll be buffing up his Roaring Moon later. Let's see the 7 cards here. Iono is found. Not necessarily the supporter card we were looking for, but it does at least give us a hand refresh here.
At least give us a sort of hand refresh, 4 cards, not the amount of cards that you want. Going to be able to play the Earthen Vessel to get that last energy into play that you need. One thing we do have to remember about this Roaring Moon deck, seemingly we all forget
Acordar sempre o Bugadinho não relaxa, pô. Eu tava só coçando o olho dessa vez.
For this deck, meaning that you can get to wrap up games with it. Although the main
Relaxa que dessa vez eu dormi não, dessa vez eu tava só. Eu tô com sono das gramas. Se isso tá se passando na Itália, achei esquisito não ter gritos o tempo todo. Pô, e é na Itália mesmo. Eu sou o gnomo Papai Noel. Caraca, tu é um gnomo? Sabia não.
Which just deals 10 damage, but also crucially poisons the opponent's active.
Yeah, but it's still going to make it exactly enough, and also the Dreepy going to be knocked out by poison again, not triggering the flip the script from Festantipity. Both of these decks are really, really good at playing around that flip the script, even though like Festantipity is one of the best abilities that we have in the game, and everyone's constantly looking to how do we make sure that our
Você toma 10, poison 6. Tchau, Drip.
Previously in the form of Cloth, Terrapagos, and now just back home in the dark deck of Roaring Moon.
Our players just discussing how the poison chain works. It deals only the 10 damage, but the toxic subjugation is still in effect because the attack itself does poison. So it is indeed Simon going down to 3 prize cards remaining. Lorenzo has at least been able to maintain his Drakloak here. Has been given a fresh hand to play with as well. We need to work in our Dragapult TX. It feels like we have to get Phantom Diving now, Jesper.
We definitely have to go start and get Phantom Diving, because otherwise we'll be playing into Simon having 2 prizes left, and then any Roaring Moon using the French Gouging.
Eu acho que é pela final, não?
Have to start putting on some pressure onto Simon, regardless in which way.
A torcida tá loucura pelo Strong do cara. É não, tá tendo 3 jogos. Tá tendo do Gol, VGC e o TCG junto.
It requires from Lorenzo, get an energy, get a Dragapult, start doing something. It's better than, of course, what happened
the last time, which is
passing, because we don't have the options to do anything about it.
I think crucially we do have energy in the hand, a psychic one, no less. And I think now it's the debate between Dragapult EX and Buddy-Buddy Poffin. Dragapult clearly a card that we need this turn. So
não, ele explicou, o cara ficou meia hora pra sem entender mesmo. Ué, como é que meu bicho morreu? Ai, que susto!
Another piece of the puzzle would be looking towards counter catcher. I think that's the debate. Because a single prize.
Mano, os despertador tocou tudo junto. Que susto, velho. Meu Deus, vocês ouviram?
Or because there's so much damage already on Fezandipity EX, you could just continue to target down this Pokemon over a couple of turns.
Yeah, with 2 Phantom Dives,
acabou pra quem? Não, ainda dá pra matar o EX, mas...
the amount of HP that Fezandipity has. So 2 Phantom Dives there could be wonderful, which means they kind of want to go and counter catch or something like a Pekka to make sure that that also gets knocked out. Although it leaves us with a spot of, we have to deal with this Roaring Moon.
Oh yeah.
We can't believe that an Iono is going to be saying Simon gets no energy.
Orders.
So boss's orders could be targeting exactly that Pekka. So you're going to be able to either take up both of the Pekka, take free prizes, and use that remaining damage to put onto Roaring Moon, which doesn't seem too great. Or we can go ahead and put some pressure onto this Fezandipity.
Yeah, if you pressure Fezandipity, you can win next turn with Neo up energy, bring up the Squawkabilly EX and win by finishing out Fez.
Realmente faz sucesso, mano. Tem campeonato e tudo.
Only 190 is handy. This doesn't set you up for game quite as easily, but it's putting you in a position to worry far less about the Roaring Moon using Frenzied Gouging.
Basically what Lorenzo's saying is that he's telling Simon, no, you're not going to be able to Frenzy Gouging next turn. If you want to be doing that, however, you're going to be knocking yourself out, which gives me 2 extra prizes, and says that Lorenzo's going to be very easily able to go ahead and take the last remaining 2 prizes there after that, either on something like the Squawkabilly, as you mentioned, or picking out the Brute Bonnet, knocking that out with Phantom Dive and putting some extra damage on Pekka. The chances are many to do so.
Se não tirar estágio, ele perde.
We're going into Simon's turn.
Ele tem Fezan.
Be taking free prizes. A way we could be doing that is Calamitous Storm onto something like Latias, getting rid of that jamming tower, saying to Lorenzo that you're not going to be able to take out this Roaring Moon unless you hit your 2nd tower, which again, yes, with the amount of Dracloaks we had throughout the game, that is very possible, although we have to play our chances whenever in these kinds of spots.
No perilous jungle found from the Flip the Script either. So I believe our only draw supporter right now is Carmine. We're not going to be thinning the hand down. We have a number of Ultra Ball in here. There's another Roaring Moon EX in that hand. You can't really start working towards just yet without the help of Sada.
Although, Joe, it looks like Simon's going to try to attempt a classic, but he's going to attach energy to the Roaring Moon, but we may just see the classic Ultra Ball for double Ultra Ball heading into the deck and just thinning out the hand since, yeah, there's a lot of cards you still want to discard. Yeah, we see not one.
Oxi. Dormi na 9ª até a 10ª, primeira rodada. Aí dormi de... Oxi, morreu? Ah, legal. Puxaram o cabo, mano. Mano, não é possível. Tá na maior parte puxaram o cabo. Não é nem ferrando, velho. Ah, mano. Tá de sacanagem, velho. Deixa eu ver se puxaram o cabo mesmo. Não é possível, cara. Puxaram o cabo mesmo. Não tá online. Ih, nossa, nem ferrando. Nossa, não, mano, nem ferrando, velho. Ah, mano, tá de sacanagem, velho. Que puxaram o cabo mesmo e caiu tudo lá. Não, não é possível. Caiu tudo. Nossa, puxaram o cabo, mano. Meu Lua vencendo. Puxaram o cabo, véi. Nossa, nem ferrando, mano. Cara, tá tendo um torneio de Yu-Gi-Oh! Ao vivo. Cara, que puxaram o cabo da minha internet também, porque não tá carregando aqui pra mim. Olha lá, não carrega a página. Lagou. Meu Deus. Pronto. Agora morreu até minha stream. Morreu, cara. Morreu, peraí. Nem ferrando, mano. Peraí. Deixa eu fechar essa bagaça. Tchau. Eu não tenho paciência não, o PC. Se você tem paciência, parabéns. Eu não tenho. Vamos lá. Voltou?
Look at this Latias with Calamitous Storm.
Okay.
One thing we could be seeing is a frenzy gouging. Although this would also need jamming tower in play.
Tá, o que ele fez que eu não entendi? Ele bateu na Ursaluna.
Actually get to a tiebreaker game. Although this may seem far away, this is one of the conditions that Lorenzo's looking at. And when you're sitting in Lorenzo's shoes, you have to do whatever you can to not lose this top 8 at this very stage. But it's getting harder and harder for every single turn that goes and every single prize card that Simon draws.
Salve, Bugadinho, mais uma vez te acompanho aqui, você é brabo. Poderia me tirar uma dúvida? Quero montar um baralho de Pokémon da Tcg que ficou uns 350 mais ou menos. Você acha que vale a pena? Cara, na minha opinião, eu aguardaria mais um pouco pra comprar as cartas depois, porque a coleção acabou de sair. Se você quiser comprar o baralho porque quer um baralho meta, eu não aconselho você a comprar esse baralho. O baralho Dragapult você vai pagar R$100 e poucos quando chegar mês que vem, e é mais poderoso do que esse aí da equipe Rocket. Agora, se você quer montar um baralho da equipe Rocket, espera mais um pouco que vai ficar mais barato.
But just frenzy gouging doesn't matter too much here, Joe, and get the win here. So Simon's gonna draw, get that Night Stretcher into play, get the Pekron EX, use the subjugating change, get into the Roaring Moon EX, and here we got it. Simon John winning this top 8 2-0, advancing into the top 4 of the Bologna Special Championships. A very, very short game 1 into a bit more of a lengthy game 2, getting to see exactly what this.
Ai, que delícia, cara. Poison Moon ganhando de draga. Cara, que gostoso, tá? Top 4. Ai, que felicidade. Eu tenho esse deck na minha mão. Ai, que delícia. Cara, que delícia, mano. Meu Deus. Tô aprendendo agora. Será meu primeiro baralho. Então, é meio caro comprar esse baralho pra ser o seu primeiro baralho, Matheus. Eu não recomendo o deck da equipe Rocket pra iniciante, não. Entendeu? Minha opinião. É um baralho muito legal, muito forte, mas eu não recomendo ele para iniciante não, o deck Rocket, né? E tá caro, na minha opinião ainda. Agora só vem guard nas próximas, vai ser easy, exatamente. Eu recomendo, Matheus, você esperar sair a box do Draga, putz. Da equipe Rocket eu acho um baralho que não é bom para iniciante e é muito caro, mano, não compensa na minha opinião. Minha opinião, entendeu? Top, Renazão. Aí é o que a gente não viu.
Calamity Storm plus poison, dealing exactly enough damage to be taken out that Blockman or Saluna, putting Simon down to 1 prize card at this stage, and then 1 card off Iono, Night Stretcher, 4 Pekaron EX, subjugating chains, back into the Roaring Moon, Frenzy Gouging.
Na verdade não, Purga, porque tem nova coleção que chegou, vou ter que testar os novos decks. Vem até o Fezão, exato. Dá pra jogar de boas.
Congratulations, Simon. You're in a top 4 now.
Yeah, and Simon really showing off the Roaring Moon EX deck. I think it's not really an archetype that many players pick because
pra iniciante é bom usar, cara, eu acho o Put melhor porque ele é um deck meta e não é tão difícil de você aprender a jogar com ele. Estou jogando só o Pocket, assistindo você e entendendo melhor do físico. Percebo que muitos dizem o Pocket 80% de sorte e 20% de habilidade. Agora você me entende. É literalmente mais sorte. Porque tudo é moeda, é depender de aleatoriedade, né? O live não, o live você tem o controle. Tipo, ativa essa carta, você busca a carta e traz. Ativa essa carta, você busca, né? É complicado.
Tries to achieve that. We see pretty often, like the best 2 decks in the format, as we see currently, God of War and Dragon Bolt are 2 decks that actually struggle.
É draw e sorte, né? Se você não puxar a carta que você precisa, você só perde.
If you're playing a deck like Roaring Moon, that's pretty consistent. Plays 3 games in 50 minutes. It's actually a pretty good deck to bring to a tournament whenever you think that you want to be completing games, because what do you need for advancing? You need wins. And if you're winning, well, you win the tournament.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's keep on winning.
Sim. No Pocket, sim. No live tem o fator sorte, obviamente, né? Que se a mão vem toda bunda, você só não faz nada, porque acontece, mas é minimamente, comparado ao Pocket, é bem menos. Você consegue controlar mais a sua... Caraca, já volto. Gente, desculpa se eu tô indo no banheiro toda hora. É que eu tô bebendo água, bebendo café, pra ficar acordado aqui toda hora, então por isso que eu tô toda hora indo no banheiro, mano.
Yes, thank you very much, both of you at the desk there. I am here with the winner of our top 8 feature match. Simon, congratulations, you've made it into top 4. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good,
Yeah, exactly. Man, a few words. I mean, after that, there wasn't many turns that you actually had to play in the end. I mean, we could start with game 1. You were up against Dragapult. You just see the Cleffer. You're going first. That's got to be a nice feeling knowing you can just burst into poison.
Yeah, it was really a good feeling because just 2 cards needed for the donk. I was really happy about that.
How often has that happened this weekend?
I could like donk 6 to 7 times at the tournament,
I mean, it's got to be feeling so good. I mean, that's why the deck is built in that way. Game 2 went a little bit more differently, of course, but at the same time, a matchup into Dragapult EX. Have you played a lot this weekend? What's your general thoughts going into that matchup?
I like to playing this matchup because if I can get 2 prizes just with the baby patch around, it's good for me. But if I miss a kill, a knockout in the first turn, it's not that good for me. I have to hope they miss the energy attachment like before, so yeah.
And often, sometimes it does happen, right? They're so reliant on those energy attachments, whilst you can just keep bursting through, you just keep ticking over some damage counters, you set up a big Roaring Moon EX, which is what we saw. I mean, how many of Dragon Balls did you
quase que eu apareci de cueca. Mano, quase que eu apareci de cueca que minha calça caiu no meio do caminho, cara. Minha calça caiu no meio do caminho, mano. Lu ganhou? Ganhou.
It's not too bad of a feeling. Look, you've brought the same deck that you took to Utrecht to a ninth place, just missing out on top card by 1 point. This time you were able to make it through there. Why Roaring Moon?
Live é muito easy, é a ranqueada mais fácil que eu joguei na vida. Tem um vídeo de maluco no YouTube que ele mostra as melhores jogadas do mundo. A mais da metade delas são sorte top deck. O vídeo é insano. Massa.
Yeah, it's almost like a nice solitaire moment when you're doing the poison sort of knockouts and then the big knockouts. You have
Mano, o primeiro hit kill foi a melhor hit.
You mentioned sort of the big single prizes or big basic Pokemon that you've played. I think might have played like a future box at a tournament. You've had some really good results for the last
cara falou que o Donkey já 6 ou 7 vezes aí no torneio. Caraca, mas o Donkey é inevitável mesmo. Eu na liguinha, eu donkei 3 vezes seguidas, ô Silver, pra tu ver como esse deck é legal.
So you're hoping to go maybe one step further this time, of course?
Yeah, I hope so. We will see.
Yeah. Is there anything in the top 8 that you're maybe a little bit afraid of having to go up against?
Yeah, just the Joltic box deck with me right on, because
eu não fiz nada pra ninguém. Pô, também eu sou jogador de Lustron e Guard. Que isso, cara? Calma aí, cara. Espero não ser o próximo. Nunca se sabe, né, Tomás? Tomás é da minha liguinha, né? Então dá pra gente doncar ele. Se eu quiser.
You know, it was a very short amount of time we had you on the stream because you only needed to win 2 games in very quick succession. You get to have a nice break, keep an eye out and watch in some of the other games as well. We'll let you have a little bit of a break, but hopefully you guys all enjoyed that. It was a great display again. We've seen so many poison docs before.
Tem um lance no Pocket que acho meio paia também. A galera quer jogar rápido, então às vezes nem deixa o jogo correr e já se rende.
Let us know what you think will actually go all the way. Will it be something like this Roar Moon EX, or will it be one of the others in top 8? What do you guys think back at the desk?
I think that we just seen a man with a very big talent.
Lustron do Massinha top 4 do regional, você acredita? Acabou de ganhar de Draga. Pensa a minha felicidade.
I'm not even sure at this point with Simon coming so far in the tournament. I wouldn't be afraid of a little Joltik.
Cara, Lustron do absurdo. Eu tô abismado.
And there's also Koraidon in his deck as well, a fantastic ancient Pokemon. It's a fighting type. You have poison coverage to get around the Pikachu EX as well. Not many decks have an instant response to the Pikachu. I think he's selling himself short. I think he's got a great bracket ahead of him. He's taken out a Dragapult. A number of Gardevoir remain. That's got to be looking good for him.
Yeah, and that little moon of his being able to be really, really good against Gardevoir when we're talking about those single or prize attackers that he can be weaving around with the poison as well. And not to say less, against Gardevoir, if they're just starting a lonely little routes, he could of course be going with the Baby Pekaron, the Brute Bonnet's Toxic Powder, and the Perilous Jungle. It's going to deal 80 damage with poison even before the Gardevoir player's turn, being able to essentially donk your opponent. And yes, we've seen it once on this stream so far, but we did see it at EYC as well, and that's just a powerful combo whenever you don't allow your opponents to play any cards. That's one of the 4 ways you win the Pokemon trading card game. You're using Budew to make sure that your opponent does not play the game. And yes, indeed, if you win on the first turn, your opponent does not win the game at all or get to play. So, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter if it's 1 prize or 6. A win is a win. It doesn't matter how it comes. Let's see then. I imagine that Simon was one of the first to complete his top 8 game, but we can have a look at the bracket and see the remainder of his run and any other results that have come in. No, there's actually more games have also concluded. Looks like Angelo was able to get a 2-0 victory over Daniel. Angelo playing the Gardevoir EX archetype, taking out the Joltik box.
Eu tô esperando o seu top 10 números de 1 a 10. Eu já falei ontem, não?
Baby
tivemos hoje Draga versus Dragazard, Terabox versus Joltik Box, Lustrondo versus Draga e a outra partida não lembro que eu dormi. Qual foi a outra, gente?
Being right there with the terrestrial box deck, either playing as Ricardo Covelho, who's up against Julius Brunfeldt 1-0.
That means that it won't be Dragapult EX winning this tournament, both falling in top 8. The final
Master Clip. Manda aí o link de novo pro povo ver.
That's a Gardevoir mirror match. So looks like Terrestrial Toolbox, we have a Roaring Moon and some Gardevoir are going to be battling it out in our top 4. We just don't yet know who.
Não, na moral, olha isso aqui. Não, peraí.
It's a tough ride out there for Gardevoir.
Manda o link aí de novo, na moral.
Towards the latter stages of the tournament, and it's just mirror matches and Dragapults, and it looks very good for it. Here, I think it's got some head.
Yeah, we're talking about with Simon's deck Roaring Moon EX. Yes.
Olha isso aqui. Na moral, gente, olha isso aqui. Acabou. De novo. De olho no lance. Donk. Acabou. A primeira partida de Lustron versus Dragapult foi isso. Donk. Clefa na frente. Envenena campo. Donk. A minha cara ficou impagável.
Pera, acabou?
Acabou, é. Ai, cara, ficou muito bom isso aqui, tá? Vai te lascar. Partida mais rápida da história, velho. Não deu pra ver minha cara? Em choque. Ah, não deu não? A Khan tá na frente? Ah, a Khan tava na frente? Desculpa, peraí. Peraí.
A Slowpoke hat. Slowpoke fans are very well catered for. We have a...
Pera, de novo. Pera aí, que minha cara tava na frente. Agora vocês vão ver minha cara de novo.
Pera, acabou?
Não, eu fiquei em choque. Eu só fiquei em choque mesmo. Tipo, minha cara eu só fiquei em choque, tipo. Foi só isso. Eu só fiquei em choque mesmo. Me desculpa. Relaxa.
Such a shame that I'm standing here not able to play the side events to give my Slowpoke here a little tiny, or not a tiny friend, but a humongous friend.
Ficou bom, tá?
But speaking of huge, we've
Vou
had
fazer
a huge
figurinha.
this weekend. All the excitement we have. It's not only just the main event. It's not only just the main event in the Master Tcg. I said when I was out in the floor,
eu permito.
juniors and seniors actions when I was talking to Thomas, and they're also in the finishing stage of their tournament. Now, there's one thing we've been talking about throughout the entirety of the tournament. It has been that pollen count. My allergies have not been going super great this weekend, and I do want to know how or whenever I have to take my allergy medication, because the pollen count currently is up on 33, and as much as I remember after day one, it was at 25. So we've had a little bit less pollen.
A little bit less, yeah.
A little better weather in here, a bit more item cards to be able to soothe out this weather. But yeah, what are you thinking, Joe?
I mean, as the forecast from yesterday, I feel like we've been really undersold the
Legenda acabou.
There's no more Dragapult remaining.
Buguei.
It's Roaring Moon, that doesn't have itchy pollen. It's Terrastal
no grupo, por favor.
No pollen there, and a lot of Gardevoir. Maybe one or two play Budgie, but often no. Often it's TM Evolution, Cleffa, and other little basics, and just sort of passing into your opponent, building a board instead. So there may not be any more itchy pollens announced all day.
Yeah, and even though Gardevoir does play one, they get
eu sei com você o dia todo, mereço isso. Que relaxa, pô. O Bugado liga essas coisas não.
Whereas whenever you're watching Dragapult, they have to use Budgie if they want to have a successful game, or Cleffa. But typically it's going to be Budgie if they're going to draw greater hands.
Ontem teve 21 mil ataques de Badu. 21 mil.
Not going to see a lot more of the Budgie, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to be seeing less than 5 itchy pollens for the rest of the tournament for this stage.
Você tem noção de que ontem teve 21 mil ataques de Badu, cara? No total? No final do stream?
Areas affected by itchy pollen here.
Oh, wow.
Because we've been following this story for quite some time. Budgie has been popping up all over Europe in droves.
Yeah, and we have to remember that Budgie was released in the Prismatic Evolutions format. There's a reason why that we didn't have super much of a storm around about Gdansk. It's not the time
Quero fazer contagem de Badu, igual eu falei brincando aquele dia, velho. Tinha mais de 1.200, eu acho. Bagulho assim.
In February, and then we're getting down to Seville, which was the most severely affected area on our map. So we have to say sorry to all the
Não, na stream não, foi no total. Não, sim, foi no total,
and you'd likely have to go to doctor and get checked.
Yeah, Bologna, one of the worst and most tracked areas, because we knew that this was something we had to expect. If it hit Seville as badly as it did, we had to stay on top of things. We knew that there was going to be Budgie all over the place. We're still trying to get those accurate estimates.
Me pergunta quem foi o doido que contou isso. Essa é a minha pergunta. Quem conseguiu contar tudo isso? Quem viu todas as mesas e viu o Badu?
Yeah, and it's definitely a funny thing to keep track of during the upcoming tournaments. And maybe we're also going to be seeing more Itchy Paul during the North American International Championship. Not that I doubt it. We're all going to probably see that. But he's still too good that it's not going to be washed away with one extra set and 2 weeks coming in. Sure. It's not going to happen like that. But it's really interesting that we don't get to see Budew.
Parei na frame perfeita, tá pronto? Manda.
Main strategy of our winning deck for this tournament. So really interesting how we get to see that and what shake-up that's going to make whenever we get to after this tournament. Yes, we're in the last tournament of the Journey Together format, but it's not that Destined Rivals gives us a lot of new decks. We're talking about a bit of Marty's Grimsnarl and alike whenever that comes around.
Eu também acho, porque não dá pra saber.
Being remade.
Ontem acabou cedo, capaz de hoje acabar cedo também, porque... Ó, foi o top cut agora, não foi? Não, foi o top 8 agora. O próximo 2 é o top 4 e depois é a final. Então tem mais 3 horas, 9, 10, 11, 12, meio-dia acaba a massinha possivelmente.
Yeah, and whatever deck list you may have, you do have to make sure that you're doing your homework and making sure you can see that. Whenever you're watching the stream back home, we're always looking for what's the better parts of this list. But we do have a little thing I want to show in terms of how we can get these cards for you.
Vai se lascar, véi. O cara pegou o take e deu com o fechado ainda, mano. Vocês me amam mesmo, não é possível. Ah, é musiquinha de fundo, não pode. Ficou muito feio, velho. Ficou perfeito. O cara pegou o take perfeito. Parabéns. Bom dia, Bugado. Bom dia, rapaziada. Mais um dia lavando louça e o café acompanhando a live. Aí sim, Guilherme. Tamo junto, mano. Um ótimo dia para você, inclusive. Tamo junto. Beijando seu coração. Melhor? Não tem como. Tem? Mano, pera aí. Tá aí. Mandando no Discord geral? Cadê? Deixa eu ver. Acho que calcularam por amostragem. Pegaram algumas mesas, tiraram a média e depois... Eu também acho, porque... Caraca, velho. Minha cara tá muito esquisita, mano. Só pôr com figurinha. Não sei se os corpos, você tá no Discord, tem o... Os corpos botou lá. Todos são bons. Caralho. E aí, Gus? E aí, Gus? Como é que tá, seu cheiroso? Tudo bom? Foi 3 Garge, 2 Draga, 1 Joltik Box, 1 Terabox. E o Horimun ganhou do Dragapult. Tinha um Horimun EX. Então ele foi pro top 4. Agora não sabemos os outros. Mas esses que eu falei são o top 8. Como é que você tá, Gus? Só ouro, mano? Tão lindos. É um apanhado geral, né? Eu também acho que não contaram, não. É uma loucura contar. Agora é o top 4 que vai ter. Bem, mano, e você? Tamo bem, mano. Só acordando agora, porque eu não dormi de ontem pra hoje. Aí eu tô meio com sono, mas tamo aí. Meu trabalho está feito. Valeu, Scorpions. Tamo junto. Fala, Berserk. Bom dia, seu cheiroso. Como é que você tá? Tudo bom? Você madrugou? É porque acontece, ontem como é que foi? Quando acabou a live ontem, acabou acho que era 1h30, 2 horas, mais ou menos assim. O que aconteceu? Eu fui gravar vídeo, tomei banho e dormi. Aí eu acordei, eram umas 7h30, 8 horas, eu acho, por aí. E aí eu acordei esse horário e não consegui dormir mais. Porque, na verdade, eu até dormi. Eu tirei um cochilo de 30, 40 minutos, eu acho. 1 hora, não lembro. Das 4 até as 5. Das 4h30 até as 5, acho que foi meia hora mesmo. Aí... E depois eu vim fazer a live. Que já era a hora de abrir a live. É isso. Cara, na moral, deixa eu ir no banheiro de novo, velho. Eu tô... Esse café tá fazendo no banheiro toda hora, velho. Ó o cafezinho. Delícia. Já volto. Vou ter que ir no banheiro, gente. Pelo amor de Deus. Na volta. Meu Deus do céu. Preciso... Nossa, mas toda hora fazendo no banheiro, velho. Olá, senhoritos.
Quickly about the bracket. So Angelo has already gotten through with that Gardevoir. We'll be facing Simon and that Roaring Moon in top 4. Fabrizio joining them in top 4 with Terrabox, and we're still trying to figure out if it is going to be Ricardo with Gardevoir or Julius with Gardevoir joining them. What that really means
Ainda não acabou, não.
If Simon is going to win this event, just Gardy.
Nossa, não vai mostrar os dois top 4, vai mostrar só um.
We're going to go straight to our feature match right now because our players are ready here, waiting.
Luiz Tronto de novo.
Ball rolling right here. This is the top 4. Angelo is on our left. We just saw Simon in that right-hand side.
Luiz Tronto de novo, gente.
Another fantastic matchup. Spoke to Simon, of course. He did not want to face up against Joltik Miraidon, and there is no
Joltik.
He's got Gardevoir here.
Ah, não, é Gardevoir. Mas falou Joltik. Guide versus Limão Estrondo, bora.
Secret Box for Gardevoir there, and Angelo is priced. That's something we need to keep an eye on. But here's a fist bump, and we are rolling with our first top 4 game here at the Bologna Special Championship. Simon going first with that Roaring Moon deck. And we've got ourselves a Mew in the active. That's not a bad little starter.
Not bad at all, but he's not facing up against one of those routes. It's a Monkey Dory in the active. 110 HP, maybe a stretch too far for this opening turn for any naughty shenanigans from the poison donk aspect. But
final foi bem, assim, Luiz Tronto dando show, né?
That dark type sort of access on the board, but there's not much else beyond just the benching of that Brute Bonnet and the tool being attached. It's on Angelo now. Energy attachment, technical machine evolution to the Monkey Dory. What else can you do here? Hang on.
Wait, he's got to have... Okay, he has at least one Iono in hand, so we're not going to see a result quite that quick. There is going to be something going on here, in addition to just
pior que esse regional até que assim, o triste é que teve muito draga, né? Mas tirando isso, até que foi... Pelo menos as finais estão melhores do que o outro, né? Esperei que a roupa que prendeu no lugar.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was just a bit of fear factor if Angelo did not hit anything off the Iono to find another Pokemon as an example, and it meant they would just been that lone Monkey Dory in their active spot, staring down at a free retreat Mew and what Simon could do on his turn. So Pheasantipity did hit the board nice and early, which does mean there is no opportunity to just get benched out of this game.
Yeah, if you have no Pokemon remaining, you do lose the game, so you know what? It's got to be done. Got to bench it down. While we got a second, let's have a reminder of this Gardevoir deck. It is all built around Gardevoir EX. Lets you attach as much energy as you like during your turn to your fellow Psychic Pokemon. What's the downside? Well, you have to do 2 damage counters for every energy that you accelerate. But with things like Monkey Dory taking that damage and moving it to your opponent, and cards like Screamtail and Drifloon that can do damage, the amount of damage on them. Drifloon to the active, Screamtail can even hit the bench. Oh, it's not really that much of a downside. Gardevoir uses that damage in a lot of different ways.
Absolutely, and we're seeing the board being set up here. Some
Mas o Garcia joga.
For Angelo here. Does,
que eu saiba joga, só não sei se ele tá nesse, né?
Energy, and you guys can see as well the technical machine evolution also on that Monkey Dory. So just be looking for another route if possible after this restart, just so we can evolve 2 Pokemon. We do see that inclusion that
na verdade não, porque o Lua bate dobrado.
Across the pond, that Rabsca has also hit the hand there, a Pokemon which prevents, with that spherical shield, prevent all damage and effects of attacks from your opponent's Pokemon done to your bench Pokemon. Maybe not as useful here. And
tem o Baby que bate também
the evolution up
no
to
Mew.
Just 1 Curlier. It does look a little bit susceptible to an easy knockout though.
It does. I want to just point out that Bravery Charm on the Pheasantipity there. It takes it out of range of a Roaring Moon using Calamity Storm, forcing a Frenzied Gouging, which does that 200 damage to itself if you want to get a KO. So taking that easy 2 prizes off the board. Nice little play there from Angelo. But now we're back over to Simon, and it looks like we got ourselves a perilous jungle, and then we're going to be searching out a Pokemon. What are we searching out here? What do we need?
We just need some draw power, it looks like. I want to double check what that final card is in the hand. It does have to discard away that Squawkabilly EX. a fantastic card which you can use its ability Squawk and Squeeze on its first turn to start bursting through and into the key combo cards you require to win multiple matchups here. But of course, Simon was unable to do so, so Squawk ability EX is no longer useful. Just a reminder for anyone who hasn't watched this deck, or if you didn't catch a glimpse of that top 8 already, we tend to use and work with the combos of Poison, utilizing that Pecharunt, which has that Toxic Subjugation, alongside the Brute Bonnet with a tool attachment, that Ancient Booster capsule, which then allows you to use Toxic Powder, and then additional ticks of poison damage will happen between turns, which will allow you to sometimes, just like we saw in Top 8 Game 1, take a very, very easy knockout on small Pokemon.
Easy knockout on small Pokemon with Poison, big KOs with Roaring Moon EX, and that Frenzied Gouging, which literally one-hit KOs whatever's in front of you. The combination so far serving Simon very, very well in Bologna here. Now, we're using Mew's ability. We're drawing up. We got an Energy and an Iono.
We're using that Toxic Powder here now, poisoning both active Pokemon. Of course, Mew can just retreat, and this is where that Pecharunt goes into the active position, that Toxic Subjugation. As long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, you put 5 more damage counters on your opponent's poison Pokemon during Pokemon checkup. So look at the damage counters just tick up there. If Angela does not maneuver that Munkidori out of the active spot, it will mean...
É porque, no caso, já tá bem no finalzinho, só falta só o Nike. Que esse aqui é Special Event, né, Jax? Eu acho que o azul deve vir no Nike.
I don't know. I did not see what he drew. He is going to be able to retreat to something. Oh, it's a Professor's Research. Yes, Alex.
Yes, it
is going to be useful. New hand of 7 cards here from the Professor's Research. The good news is 3 of those damage can go over from the Munkidori. Bad news is that doesn't actually take it out of being KO'd by Poison. It still needs to get out the active, or it will go down during Pokemon checkup.
Yep, so that is going to be the key aspect here, because we do see another route
Nossa,
in the field.
Horrível.
That Curlier no longer just the only lone god of our line that's available on Angelo's side of the board. That Munkidori, of course, can just retreat by paying the 1 retreat cost that it has, as it can just put that Psychic Energy that was initially attached to it into the discard pile, especially where it wants those energies to be, as the Drifloon is maneuvered into the active spot. Poison removed from the Munkidori. Now Poison... no, sorry, not Poison. Adrenabrain can now manipulate some damage counters across the board.
But we're going to need a Gardevoir coming out here. Gardevoir would get energy onto the Drifloon, allow it to attack. It is just a pass, and here's the problem. Drifloon is well in range of that Poison package we just saw. It's got 70 HP. Poison was doing 80 damage, so... Yes, the Munkidori has been saved, but that Drifloon is not going to be lasting till the end of the turn. And that's what Simon really wants to do here. In the early game, take cheeky little prizes off small Pokemon using that Poison package, and that lets you build up your energy onto your Roaring Moon, and then you can go after your big KOs, things like Mew, things like Gardevoir EX, Fezandipity. That's the game plan here, and right now, seems to be working.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what Simon's going to be doing. He even explained that himself in the interview with me, as he does get the Pecharunt EX. Again, another Pokemon as part of many of these combos with a fantastic ability, subjugating chains this time. Once during the turn, you may switch one of your benched dark Pokemon, except any Pecharunt EX, of course, with your active Pokemon. Your active Pokemon is now poisoned, but when you combo that with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, which allows you to remove or recover from all special conditions on ancient Pokemon with the HP buff as well. It does mean that you don't actually have to stay poisoned, and that's the great thing about it, as we do get some Mew drawing as well with that restart ability. 2 cards, working off a small hand size right now. I think still has an Iono in hand, does.
Yeah, that would do a nice hand refresh here. Do you want to help out your opponent? How good do you
Nossa,
think
puxa o Haunts, velho.
You can do nothing right now but announce the ability from Brute Bonnet, and you will get that KO on the Drifloon with Poison. You've got the Pecharunt in the active. You've got Perilous Jungle there. You do have a couple of energy and the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule onto Roaring Moon. So we are going to see the Iono play here. Continue to advance your board. You don't necessarily need anything this turn, but the more you can set up for future turns, the better.
gente consegue puxar e deitar numa porrada, né?
Lots of draw engines which are going to be helping you out in the mid to late game. So getting set up, filling out your deck, these are all useful things to do in the early game.
Absolutely, and so important was one of those cards that was also in that hand from the restart was that Pokemon Catcher. When you're having to often use cards, or supporters I should say, like Professor
Pra gente é Quisera.
you don't often get a chance to use
pra eles é, pra você e pra eles é Iono. Pra nós é Quisera, tá escrito Quisera, eu tô com a carta aqui na minha mão.
With things like Pokemon Catcher, yes, it is on a coin flip, but that coin flip could mean the difference between winning and potentially losing a game, and that's why it's so important to try and play multiple of those, get those heads, and target down the Pokemon you need to target, as we do see now the Toxic Powder being utilized.
Não posso falar muita coisa não, porque eu falo boss, e pra nós é ordem da chefia, eu não posso nem falar muita coisa, né? Mas Iono é melhor mesmo, na minha opinião, que Quisera é muito feio.
Yeah, it's one of those decks because you are, or Angelo is playing the sort of build that won Portland last week. It does only have one rare candy in the list, relies heavily on those technical machine evolutions to try and burst into some of those Curliers and Gardevoir EXs, or even that Rabsca in certain matchups where possible. And then is playing sort of the fewer number of sort of Night Stretchers, does have Super Rod, so there's different ways to recover, but it looks like we're just maybe targeting, oh, it's the Gardevoir EX, maybe this is a turn that we need to start maybe gaining some traction himself here, and maybe taking the pressure back onto Simon's board.
And we don't necessarily need Rare Candy. There is a Curlier there. That is the one on the bench that goes and gets evolved up. You can always use the ability to attach to your routes and then get it out the active if you want to. That is always an option. So you do have that pivot just kind of waiting. Obviously, you've got Monkey Dory, can move 3 damage counters back, but crucially, that is not going to be enough for the 80 HP.
Acho que isso era bem mais legal que
Iono. What you could do here is essentially move damage over with Monkey Dory and then just let Petrarump be KO'd by poison during Pokemon checkup. That would be an option.
Absolutely, and don't forget, because we're seeing poison, well, Pokemon checkup poison damage taking knockouts at this moment in time, that Pheasantipity, which did go down as a bit of fail-safe for that Monkey Dory in case Angelo did not find any other Pokemon. You can't activate Flip the Script because that only allows you to use that ability if a knockout was taken on your opponent's last turn. Poison Checkup is between turns, which means that's not possible, as we do see now that Roaring Moon in the active spot, and that's just on Gardevoir here to see how we deal with it, if possible at all. As the Routes gets 2 damage from the Psychic Brace. Oh, here we go, Ross, that Mew genome hacking again could be the option.
We see what's going on here. Free energy on there from the Mew, from the Gardevoir.
Lasco.
You can copy your opponent's attack.
Mas tem 290 de HP, não deita.
Calamity Storm, but unfortunately that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule is giving it too much extra HP. What you can... Wait, can we do that?
Não deita, pô.
Frenzied Gouging will KO itself, will it not?
It will.
But the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule will survive. Oh, it is a
double
KO.
Hit kill.
I'm just double checking it is a double KO on the Mew and the Roaring Moon because a Calamity Storm won't get the KO.
Exactly.
Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, now it would without it. No, wouldn't it be 10 damage short? So it is a Frenzied Gouging. It is a double KO here. Mew takes down the Roaring Moon, but it also KOs itself. And Simon's going to be able to take a pretty easy KO off this Ralph's here and go to 4 prizes taken.
I guess the thinking from Angelo's side is, while removing all of those energies and sort of setup that you had on the Roaring Moon EX, make it really difficult for you to knock out my Gardevoir EX on a future turn.
Aí ele ajuda o Luiz cara, ele é maluco.
By sacrificing the Mew EX, that genome hacking. Both we've been on stream for 2 genome hackings right now, Ross, for 2 massive knockouts.
É porque toma 200, né? O meu tem 180, né? Então ele foi de vala.
It was dragged into the discard pile alongside it, of course. But it does mean Angelo
cara enlouqueceu, ele tem
plano on Simon's board for the moment, at the very least.
And one thing worth noting, this build of Simon's deck, because you're taking those early prizes with poison, you're not playing, you know, energy acceleration outside of Professor Sada's vitality. That's essentially what you're relying on here. So yes, you absolutely can get a Roaring Moon EX in, you know, set up using that. We've also got Energy Switch, so you can attach to 2 different Pokemon, then Energy Switch onto the Roaring Moon. But that's a lot to add ask for at a kind of, you've got nothing, you better get it back right this second, it's doable. But you're asking your opponent to have a lot. If Simon's got it, oh, I like his chances in this game. But if he doesn't, that could give Angelo the opening they need.
I mean, he's still in a fantastic spot because, you know, the emphasis is now on him because the double knockout means it's on Simon's turn. Angelo still had to promote a Pokemon, chose to go with a Rouse because the others are such an important piece of the puzzle in terms of actually trying to take this game down.
O plano é não deixar montar
potentially go back into
o Luistrondo.
that run once again. And with Toxic Subjugation and the Perilous Jungle, that 80 damage ticker from Poison will be more than enough to overcome the HP of the Rouse. Once again, also not allowing Serendipity ES's flip the script to be active.
Yes, and very important, you need to make sure you poison a Mew and then retreat into the Pecharunt so you avoid the KO from Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain ability. You need to make sure you've got 4 damage counters going into your opponent's turn, not 5. This is what Monkey Dory does. You've always got to be wary of Monkey Dory.
Yep, just double checking also because we did see the Super Rod being utilized on that Roaring Moon. It's because Simon only has access to one. The other Roaring Moon currently is sat in those prizes right now, which makes it a little bit awkward. So he did Super Rod, did get it out, of course. It's now back onto the bench. We do restart just for the 1 energy attachment to the Pecharunt EX. Another very useful attacker. Especially just 2 energies as well.
Ele esqueceu que tinha cápsula.
Outburst of 60 damage for each prize card your opponent has taken. And right now, Angelo's taken 2, so it's doing 120, often times 2 because of the weakness on Angelo's side of the board with some of those Pokemon. But there's also here a lot of things happening with that Professor Star's Vitality, more energy acceleration, Ross.
This is going beautifully. We're getting energy on the board. There is an energy waiting for the energy switch. We've got the poison already established, so the Mew can just free retreat into the Pecharunt, and then we're off and rolling. But might we instead? There is a Pokemon catcher in hand. What might we go there? We've got the Serendipity. The KO, of course, did come down, so we do get to draw 3 cards. I don't like the Pokemon catcher yet. I want to KO the Rouse. Next turn, however,
we're saving it. We're saving it. So that would give us multiple opportunities maybe to gust around and grab one of those 2 prize Pokemon, as we do see the Toxic Powder now on both of the active Pokemon. Mew with the free retreat can just maneuver into the Pecharunt. It's just going to be a massive poison Pokemon check up between turns. Poison damage, Perilous Jungle adds 2. The Pecharunt
cara nem usa defesa.
8 damage counters. Routes goes down. Gardevoir in the active.
And right now, look at what Simon's done. He's KO 2 Pokemon with poison, and he's let Mew KO itself. That's it. That is what Simon has done to get 4 prizes. Now, here comes a counter catcher coming down, and it is coming down on to that Pecharunt EX. Now we get an energy on Gardevoir. The numbers work out here with the damage from the Monkey Dory. That actually didn't even need the damage from the Monkey Dory. Gardevoir actually hits 190 quite nicely. This is a 2 prize Pokemon that Gardevoir can 1-hit KO with no issues.
But you don't want to leave that Gardevoir in the active spot. Yes, right now Simon doesn't have a Dark Pokemon ready to start swinging away at that Gardevoir, but you don't want to leave that option there. So I'm sure Angelo is going to be looking for maybe something like that Scream Tail, you know, dealing with just 80 damage on it. It does times 2, it does 160, which is actually perfect numbers with the 190 HP of the Pecharunt EX there as well. That would be one way to potentially not just have a 2 prizer in the active spot.
Oh, and here we see the other top 8. The final player has gone into top 4. It is Ricardo Coviello, who has defeated Julius Brunfeld 2-0. That will be our final player in top 4. So there is your update. The other top 4 game is locked, and I'm pretty sure we're going to show that one after this one, right?
Absolutely. Once this game concludes, we're going to be trying to show the other top 4 where possible. It'll be a fantastic matchup.
Segura o Chan. Eu tô acordado,
Terraboss. But let's go back straight to this game because loads of things are happening now, Ross. That Drifloon is back from nowhere, back from the discard pile.
Tá, acho que eu entendi o que ele quer fazer.
Onto it. It's Balloon Burst attack. 30 times the number of damage counters on this Pokemon. We're free on it right now. It's got 6 damage counters on it, which means it's dealing 180 damage with just a massive swing, taking a knockout with 2 prizes going there. And Simon, however, down to 2 cards after that Iono, but has Mew, has Serendipity, Which way are we going here?
Well, we need gusting right now, really. There's actually quite a lot we need. Gusting, energy switch, energy would end the game. That is asking quite a lot.
Doesn't necessarily need an energy switch. Could just find an energy, right? If as long as we hit a Professor Sada's vitality as well. But I think there might be a boss's orders. But which direction will Simon go is going to be really interesting. After maybe the Mew.
Mas aí se ele deitar agora o bicho da frente,
it's going to be a number of different cards.
Ele não usa pegador.
Looks like it's just targeting that Iono. Only plays one copy. Can get 2 Ionos off because of that Pal Pad that he plays as well. But let's see how well he can draw from this restart and potential flip the script to see the direction he has to go down to make it happen.
Ah, tá 2-2, não vi. Achei que tava 3-2.
We could get into, so it is Simon's turn. A energy switch or Professor Sada, plus your attachment for the turn, you are going to be good. Or a Sada and an energy switch. A few different ways to do it. Get free energy on the Roaring Moon, get some gusting going. You can just KO that Gardevoir, win the game right now. There is that Night Stretcher, which is going to be bringing back an energy, it looks like. So there's your attachment for the turn, sorted nice and easily. Free energy on the Roaring Moon plus gusting, you will get the win.
Draw of 2 from the
Ele vai dar 1000 depois pelo Egypt.
So make sure we do this in the right order. There you go. Restart for 2 cards. It's just a stadium in hand right now. Let's see how these two help out this situation. Squawkabilly and the Dark Energy, not very useful.
Not useful at all.
Flip the script. There we go for 3 more cards.
These need to be more useful than an energy and a Squawkabilly you can't play. We've got Professor Sada's vitality. That is going to get the energy and maybe even get you a Pokemon catcher because you will be drawing 3 extra cards. That's what we're going to do. We're going to play the Professor Sada's vitality. We are looking for a Pokemon catcher heads. That will win this game for Simon. It's too late for boss's orders. There's 1 in the deck, but you've already played a supporter. There are 3 Pokemon catcher in the deck. Can you find one?
1, 2, 3, Ross. Let's go. No catchers.
We haven't found one. We can't even flip to see if it works. And this is where it gets really awkward because now you got to hope your opponent doesn't have any gusting shenanigans. I mean, you have to KO the Drifloon, so essentially you're probably going to do your usual trick of KOing the Drifloon with the Pecharunt and then hoping your opponent cannot gust up and KO the Roaring Moon. But we do have that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, so actually you'd kind of have to KO the Pheasant Dipty at this point because that's the easier target.
Or even the Mew EX,
it was actually an even easier target.
Nice little soft Mew EX, we'd like to say, with only 180 HP. There, we do obviously now. It's on side.
Eu recuaria pro Brubonnet na frente e passaria, pô.
Is essentially on the next turn just the boss's orders away or gusting option away from actually taking a massive big swing turn.
Eu recuaria pro Brubonnet, mano, de verdade.
Always just double checking. Do we need to just? We still need to.
E passaria. Eu faria
isso.
isso.
Poison before we do it. Otherwise, no, we don't. No, you're good.
No, always going straight into the Brubonnet. I mean, that's another way of doing it. You won't get poisoned regardless. Toxic powder.
Não, pô.
And you don't even need. I mean, it's 10 damage left. You're easy. Any poison would do that. Now,
agora ferrou, o cara é um animal, mano. Não era pra ter derrotado. Agora pegador ele ganha.
Any gusting in hand. Not yet, or you would have imagined
it would have come
down. So, we got an Artisan, we search for a Pokemon. This is pure deck thinning. There's nothing. Or do we actually? Can we double Monkey Dory onto the Pecharunt and then KO the active Brute Bonnet? That's going to be 2 prizes.
Eu não teria derrotado o Drifloon, mas sei lá.
Energy? We do. I think he might have this, you know. Just accelerate a bunch of energy to your active Gardevoir. Use your double Monkey Dory to Adrenabrain twice onto the Pecharunt to get the KO. You'd use Gardevoir to KO the active Brute Bonnet. No gusting needed here. Angelo
se bem que dava ruim de qualquer jeito, né?
Game 1 in our top 4 of Bologna Special Championships.
Yep, played that perfectly. Was able to maneuver out of those poison sort of tickers, those knockouts, that Pheasant Dipty, that draw power.
Pior que não tinha o que fazer, mano.
But he had all the right pieces there. Unfortunately, for Simon, just missed out on that Pokemon catcher potentially. We'll still need to flip the coin, of course, to hit heads. We do get a chance to recap exactly what's happened. Angelo hadn't to risk it all with that Iono, but eventually maneuvered into that Curlier and also had to just give up a couple of small prizes to poison.
Yeah, Simon in the early game was taking those prizes with that poison. We saw Drifloon going down.
Cadê os Pokémon catcher? Pois é.
Awkward. We did see the Pokemon the counter catcher onto that Roaring Moon. This was a big swing point in the game. Using Mew, it sounds a little bit risky. KOing your opponent's Pokemon and your own, giving your opponent
Não, Lua, ganha aí, pelo amor de Deus, cara.
The biggest threat off the board. We then saw another counter catcher bringing up
agonia,
that
grande Donkey aí, e bora pra terceiro game.
Drifloon. We see the retreat there to that Drifloon.
Deu azar demais,
we
mano.
get a big KO on the Pecharum, at which point you have only 2 prize cards remaining. Gusting would end the game at this point. Simon had a chance, didn't get it, but then with a double Monkey Dory onto Pecharum, KO with Gardevoir onto Brute Bonnet, that was all that was needed.
Yep, and here we go. We're going to be heading into this game too. Simon with the choice of going first or second. I imagine could still try and sneak the game by a potential game by going first once again, because there's so many little Pokemon on Angelo's side of the board as well. But so long as not just one, Angelo will be able to survive any sort of poison shenanigans.
Fala pessoa, tudo bom, mano? Como é que você tá?
Pokemon there. It just looks like there will be a mulligan on Angelo's side, and if you haven't or not known about any of the mulligan rules before, if you do not
Moon na tela, Moon na tela, mano, exatamente.
You reveal your hand, show that to your opponent, and your opponent,
você não está vendo errado.
Will be able to draw one additional card.
Podia doncar, podia, mano. Cheguei vendo a maravilha brilhar.
The poison deck from played by Simon.
Indeed. Now,
é o que eu tô querendo.
A little bit of a count while you've been explaining that very nicely, the mulligan rules there. And here's the deal. There are 10 basics in this Gardevoir deck from Angelo. 5 of them are in range. Oh, that's a second. You don't want to give lots of extra cards to this poison deck turn 1. Right. This is how they beat you without you drawing a card. I'm assuming they're going first. So, essentially, there are 10 basics in the deck.
Eu literalmente tomei monte de café, tô com vontade de mijar umas toda hora.
Just outside of range. So there is, assuming that Angelo starts with a single basic Pokemon here, there is a 50% chance it is in range of this poison package, and with 2 extra cards to draw from Simon at least. But it's a Monkey Dory, so we will not be seeing a turn 1 win before a card is drawn.
Now onto those prizes.
Eita, caixa prisou. E 2 que será prisou.
For Angelo in the last game, but Secret Box this time for both our players. Fist bump, game 2, top 4. Simon looking to turn the tide after losing game 1 to Angelo's Gardevoir. Starts with that Squawkabilly EX.
Oh, we had the 50-50 shot there of being able to KO this Pokemon with a Squawkabilly in the active, giving you that
caixa prisou no anterior também. Que merda.
There was a good chance of being able to pull this combo off.
Cadê o Pinico Gamer, Bugado? Pois é, cadê o Pinico Gamer, mano?
It's got 110 HP.
Tô cansado, mas tô bem, então é 2, mano.
And that was a card that was used to great effect in the previous game.
Yeah, and we will look back to Mew being a pivotal card for Angelo in that game.
Mas não tem como dar Donk, o Monkey Dory tem 110 de HP, mano.
Utilizing genome hacking, take out the big threat, give Angelo a great opportunity to keep that Gardevoir on the board whilst knocking out Simon's threat. I wonder if we're ever going to see any more genome hacking shenanigans in this matchup.
And one thing I want to point out about Simon's deck, there are 4 copies of Carmine in the deck. Now, Carmine is objectively a worse version of Professor's research. Instead of a shuffle draw 7, it gets
só se o mundo dele vir muito merda pra ele não conseguir descer nada no próximo turno e perder pro Monkey Dory.
You can use it on your first turn of the game, even if you go first. And there is actually one in hand. So if Simon wants it here, he can be using it. And here we go with a Carmine. Discard your hand, draw 5. And we haven't even used Squawk and Seize yet. This is how Simon gets those turn 1 KOs so often. It is not coincidence or luck. The deck is built to draw a lot of cards on turn 1, even without being able to use a non-Carmine supporter.
So this is again still a key turn where he's got the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule now. Toxic Powder is now alive. There's the Pecharum being targeted with some energy, so it can, you know, easily retreat without having to cause further Dark Pokemon to be poisoned from the subjugating chains ability of the Pecharum EX as well. But it does mean we will shortly be seeing a poison checkup between turns if we do have the Pecharum move into the active spot. Of course, 1 poison damage counter is the usual. Perilous Jungle, if you're a dark Pokemon, actually would mean that it increases by 2, and then with that Petulant. You've got Toxic Subjugation, which would increase that by 5 more damage counters. 8 damage counters could be going on this Monkey Dory this turn, right here, right now, forcing Angelo on a bit of a clock because he doesn't maneuver out the way. Doesn't matter right now, we're still seeing more cards first. We're just pitching all the way through, but if Angelo doesn't maneuver that Monkey Dory, that will just go down to poison, coming back into Simon's turn.
And if anybody's wondering, yes, the turn 1 KO would have already happened, frankly. If it was needed desperately, we would have already used the energy to retreat that Squawkabilly and just already passed a turn and got the KO. What we're doing here instead is going, all right, I'm not KOing your Monkey Dory, so let's set up my board a little bit more effectively. Let's make sure I've got everything I need to be moving on through the game.
Yeah, so we're going further, Ross. We're getting that Ultra Ball, we're discarding and pitching away that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Great attacker with that seasoned skill ability, of course. Blood Moon dealing 240 damage. Nice late game finisher, but we're grabbing another Roaring Moon, maybe seeing something like a Professor Stardust Vitality in hand for the next turn as well. Just making sure it's all ready. One interesting aspect.
Então, mas só dá 80 de dano, Scorpions. Não deita o Monkey Dory, tem 110, né? Bom dia, Bugadinho. Bora comprar pãozinho e frios. Pô, bora, mano. Eu tô com fome já.
As we do see the maneuver into the Petulant now. Toxic Powder poisoning both active Pokemon, and then a pass will happen where 8 damage counters will go on a active Monkey Dory.
Absolutely. Although, fun fact, the
Petulant
was actually poisoned by the Petulant, moving it into the active with that subjugating chains. But it doesn't matter, you take that damage. And here's the fun thing. Now, we got Screamtail on the bench there, just to make sure there is something if this Monkey Dory goes down. But the Darkness Energy is on Monkey Dory, but you kind of got to get it out the active or it's getting KO. So you might need that energy as a pivot. You'll get 1 turn of moving the free damage over, but then you'll go down anyway.
I mean, I guess you're probably going to pivot away, maybe use the Adrenaline ability, maybe maneuver over to one of Simon's Pokemon for the time being, maybe then retreat into the Screamtail, knowing it can basically tank a poison checkup
contadores de dano
on Simon's next turn as well, or I guess between turns on the following one. But at the same time, you're then at least setting up and getting your board ready by getting this routes from this Artisan. I'm not too sure if there's any other ways to get further routes because, again, 1 is always so scary to look at.
It really is. One thing I'm kind of liking for Angelo here, you can get your Monkey Dory off the board, and it's got a bunch of damage on, but there's no real way for Simon to punish that. You can take 8 damage counters on your Screamtail and then get it to the bench, and it's got 8 damage on, but there's no real way for Simon to punish that. There's no Monkey Dory or something like that. So those heavily damaged Pokemon on the bench aren't being easily KO'd by other things.
I've just noticed, and I think Simon also noticed as well, that early Professor's research that had to be played by Angelo, as we do see the Adrenabrain happen to the active Petulant there. I believe I saw double guard.
Sim, porque ele é mais agressivo, né, então.
Both of them are currently in the discard pile, which means the only way to get them back is via a Night Stretcher or that Super Rod. So for the time being, he knows where they are, which is usually a good thing, but they are in the discard pile.
Yeah, they're a little bit more difficult to get out the discard pile because you have to draw into that Night Stretcher rather than being able to draw into Gardevoir or Ultra Ball or something along those lines. So looks like we are just retreating into the Screamtail here. Here comes the Professor Sada's Vitality. Get an energy onto the Roaring Moon and an energy onto the Brute Bonnet.
Salve, Rai, tudo bom, mano?
At any point we draw an energy switch, that energy can be moved over to
eles precisam corrigir as foil? Na verdade, não. É porque esse estilo de bagulho é...
Speaking of which,
tem a Switch. Tem Switch Energy, pô.
I think it was there. It's waiting in the hands. That gold energy switch is there right at the back. He's moved it to the front once again. But do you want maybe hold on to it for the time being if you don't need to basically put the target on that Roaring Moon EX? I mean, it's not easy usually to kind of knock it out from the Gardevoir player's side of the board, especially on this kind of board state. But you know, by holding it, by saving it, it's not as if you're likely to be Budewed, because let's face it, we're not getting any more Budew counters increased here. So energy switch
ele mata se ele ligar no outro ali.
Onto the active. Very interesting decision. We get to use Poison Chain as a way of just, instead of causing any more different
O ideal é
ele 10 damage as well, which means the 10 damage plus the 8 ticker means, Ross,
it will get KO'd very nicely indeed. Although I hate to break to you, it's actually 20 because Scream 10 is weak to darkness, but still your point remained valid. It gets KO'd, but once again the KO happens during Pokemon checkup from Poison, keeping that Fezandipiti out of range, which is one of the really cool things about Poison. We've mentioned it a couple times, but it remains important, not giving your opponent an extra, you know, that could be 6-9 cards throughout the game they're not drawing. That's a huge difference, especially for a stage 2 sub deck.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do see some more cards coming out of the deck, more being thinned away. Another Petron sort of coming to the hand for the moment. Maybe if he does eventually lose his own Petron,
ele vai morrer pro
maybe if
Monkey
he sees
mesmo.
that Monkey Dory get another Dark Energy onto it and move some damage counters across, as it is the announcement of Poison Chain. 20 damage as Ross correctly counted up. Oh, but then I just realized there's no stadium as well, but it only goes to 80.
But it can retreat next turn.
Yes, it can.
Nossa, não tem campo.
Can't retreat.
Can't retreat next
your
turn.
opponent's next turn, your opponent can't retreat.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Relaxa, pô, eu que deixei.
Ah, never mind. I'll forgive you. It's your birthday. So, okay, so the lack of stadium.
Esse Ângelo é burguês safado. É verdade.
You don't get the full 8 damage counters, but it's not just the damage that we see from Poison Chain, it is a stopping retreating, and you're going to be thinking, some of you are going to be sitting there thinking, oh, what's he? Maybe he's got a switch. No, he doesn't. Or a Professor Turret. No, he doesn't. Or a Penny. No, he doesn't. It's sticking in the active.
Yeah, Gardevoir doesn't usually have too many luxuries to play those types of cards anymore. Just trying
Ele
to
tinha
think,
campo na
is there a
mão, eu
way
não
to
vi.
get a Gardevoir out and ready? I mean, it's very unlikely we'll need to hit that one rare candy because none of them are Curliers right now. None of them could very easily evolve up. You know, maybe Anjo would have been looking for one way to maybe take something down alongside itself with that Scream Tail, just like we kind of saw with that Mew EX's genome hacking. But for the moment, another Monkey Dory hits the field. Maybe this is one way just to kind of maneuver those damage counters away from the Scream Tail.
Eu acho que ele esqueceu, velho. Pô, mas aí o bicho vai jogar mal agora, é sacanagem.
There is a Dark Energy attachment to the undamaged Monkey Dory.
Well, what you do here is you KO the Petulant.
And
then these 3 damage counters should then go over, put the Petulant up to 90.
But that's why we benched the second one, Ross.
Ah, so now the second one comes in, the ability remains, and then it will still get KO'd. I love this weird, this is such a weird little sequence we've got going on here. Like, I'm going to poison you with Petrump. Well, I'm going to KO Petrump with Monkey Dory. Good job, I benched a second Petrump to bring in and use the ability. And now we do see that Scream Tail going down from Poison. 1 prize taken from each player. Ooh, they went the wrong side. They could have got Secret Box.
They could have got it, but they weren't to know, of course, other than it being prized. One thing that Angelo maybe even missed is that he would have maybe missed that Petron also being on the bench ready to come back up to get the toxic subjugations as well, because he could just remove the damage counters from the bench Monkey Dory rather than the active Scream Tail. Does have double Curlier now, so there's only a Night Stretcher or a Super Rod and an Ultra Ball away from getting Gardevoir EX live, but still only represents a single prize. Board sake for the moment, as the 3rd Perilous Jungle now hits the field. One was discarded early from the Carmine, one was played early before the Carmine, and this is the 3rd one here, which will allow a damage counters between turns, as we do get the Earthen Vessel discarded.
E tem que deitar uma Kirlia, pô.
No, it's another capsule energy there, 2 dark
que aí ele passa na frente.
Oh, I really like what Angelo's doing here. He's gone and put another Monkey Dory active and said, look, here's the deal. I'm just going to keep doing this. I'm going to let you put a bunch of damage on my Monkey Dory. So if I'm Petulant, I really, really, really want to energy switch energy, use Poison Chain, stick it in the active, stop it retreating. The only issue with that is 60 damage could then still be healed off, because you could put energy on your bench Monkey Dory and use both of them.
É, o Monkey é até melhor,
And the Monkey Dory is going to retreat, and that's just a pool of damage Monkey Dory can throw back at you over the next few turns.
Pronto. Now we do see a Fezandipiti EX. Remember, from the Monkey Dory Adrenabrain ability, moving damage.
Eu acho que ele mata, pô. Ele tem arca na mão, não tem?
On your opponent's last turn, which does mean Fezandipiti is currently live, and Flip the Script is active and available, and it's just confirming, I think, just that it is. but I believe that is the case because according to the text from the Fezandipty, once during your turn, if any of your Pokemon were knocked out during your opponent's last turn, you may draw 3 cards.
Yep, sometimes we see these abilities activate if it was KO'd by damage from an attack. That is not what Fezandipty says. It is just any KO that happened during your opponent's turn. So Burn won't do it, that's Pokemon Checkup. Poison won't do it, that's during Pokemon Checkup. But a Confusion Flip, that wouldn't be irrelevant on your opponent's turn.
Ele tá atrás da arca. Tô de mal de você, Bugado. Tá torcendo contra Guard. Pô, mas é o meu Lu Stronda ali, né, cara? Infelizmente eu vou ter que torcer pra ele, cara. Bom dia, Rip, tudo bom?
Find a supporter there and put it into your hand. Finds a Professor Sarda's Vitality.
Eu acho que ele vai usar a arca, é melhor, não?
There is no easy target, right, for this poison damage. Therefore, using a big EX like Roaring Moon EX
aqui ele já energiza.
Great either to try and take a knockout, but maybe it's something you could consider. Maybe just swinging away with that Calamitous Storm. Don't discard the stadium, of course, because you want that Perilous Jungle to be there where possible. But actually, it wouldn't even be enough, actually. It's 100 damage, isn't it? I kept thinking it was 120. No, it's 100 plus 120 if you discard the stadium. So this is kind of...
Ele tem que matar esse monk com energia. Aqui ele já mata, pô. Ele tem energia na mão. Eu bateria de Lu agora, velho, de verdade.
Taken out of play, at least for the time being. I think that might be the play. Like I say, you can attack with Petulant and keep it in the active.
É verdade, é verdade.
You're going to be double monkey Dory constantly, which I don't love.
Ele tem que matar o da frente que tá com energia.
Do have to attack with Roaring Moon, but I think Anjo's doing a great job here because I'm trying to put
os dois são bons, mano.
And I'm like, I don't like any of these plans. They all feel a bit bad.
They all feel a bit susceptible to something just happening to my big Roaring Moon EX here, as he does send up now, and because of that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule can't be poisoned because it recovers from all special or ancient Pokemon are covered from special conditions, and there's the 110 damage with the poison trigger as well.
Monkey Dory's weak to fire darkness.
Oh yeah, there you go.
It's at 200. It did more than enough. Ignore me. Fezandipty is going to be relevant now. You can actually draw with Fezandipty.
So is that the worry then? Maybe that's is that a misstep from potentially using Toxic Powder to poison the active Psychic Monkey Dory? Get the 1 something we need to consider, everyone, as we're watching through as well.
Mas tem 290 de HP, a Guard não deita tão fácil. Ou deita. Nossa, vai usar o meu de novo, velho. Nossa, mas aí ele vai ser burro se ele usar o Mil pra dar nocaute. Porque aí vai faltar 2 prêmios só meter um boss, não? Depois? Sei lá. Ah não, mas ele tem que fazer outro Lua, né? Não, mas ele tem o pegador na mão, o pegador já resolve.
And that's it. If with no Gardevoir, you're not getting enough energy here to do anything of real value. If you get your Gardevoir, you can accelerate your energy. We've not got it yet. That was an energy and a Buddy-Buddy Poffin.
Eu tô sempre Lu porque eu amo Lua, cara.
You need Gardevoir here and then you need an attack.
Obrigado pelo follow. Ô, Catizinho, tamo junto, mano. Ele não tem guard ainda, é verdade.
Again, removes the threat, right? And that's one of the few things that Angelo done very well. Gets the Drifloon out, ready to go, raring to kind of knock out and feast on.
Não, mas ele pode usar maca, né?
As a single prizer, might I add. Of course, it's 30 times the number of damage counters on itself. Balloon burst there, could be bursting its way. Iono first, so it's going to see plenty of cards. Going to see 9 more cards after that flip the script as well, because that Roaring Moon did have to take a knockout. Oh, sorry, 5. It's taken 1 prize.
Oh, and he hit the Brave Charm, Bravery Charm. That was what I was looking for. Bravery Charm onto now. It's a lot to ask for. But essentially, without Bravery Charm, Drifloon can have 6 damage counters on, can do 180.
3 cards. It hasn't found a nice stretch. I'm not too sure. But is there an Ultra Ball? Because he did hit the Super Rod.
No, is there still no Gardevoir? There's got to be a... I kind of assumed he was going to get Gardevoir. He got the Drifloon, he got the Bravery Charm. I'm sitting here trying to figure the maths out. Yeah. Is there an Ultra Ball? That would be...
That's the only thing he has to be looking for right now, because there's definitely a Super Rod from that flip the script. I'm just not too sure if I did see the Night Stretcher. Maybe just correct me if I'm wrong, but it's just with that...
Te odeio, mal conheço você só por causa de guard. Caraca. Eu sei, mano, tu faz ele gastar recursos pra buscar energia com baralho LOL. Eu jogo competitivo de guard. Caraca, gente, o quer se matar só porque um gosta de guard e outro não, cara. Lag de brigada de graça, gente, pelo amor de Deus.
If we've whiffed the Gardevoir, then I think this game has just swung wildly into Simon's favor. That is a huge miss, because with the Bravery Charm, Drifloon can actually...
a Guard aqui, ela já tá atrás, eu acho. Aqui, GG, cara. Tem pegador na mão, mano. Acabou. Aqui acabou. O cara não gosta de Guard, eu não gosto de você. Não gosta de Luz Tronta, eu não gosto de você. Não gosta de Dragapult. Que isso, gente? Vamos ser amigos, pelo amor de Deus. Agora é a sorte, gente. Bora.
He's looking for a head. He gets a head! So we can go and grab either that Mew or that Fezandipty. As you said, Alex, Fezandipty seems like the better option.
Ganhamos. Aqui ganhamos. Aqui ganhamos.
And if you're willing to get rid of the stadium, you will do enough damage here without having to use frenzy.
Acabou, aqui acabou.
Here comes Professor Sada's vitality.
Aqui acabou.
Getting more energy onto
aqui
the
acabou.
board, and that one
aqui acabou, aqui acabou. Aqui acabou. Acabou. Toma, seu trouxa. Quero ver quem não gosta de mim gostando de Arcanine. Ah, a cápsula deixa, pô. Sabe o que era lindo? O quê? Game 3 de 14 segundos. Exatamente, tem que ser isso, cara. Meu Deus, cara. Ó, voltou ao Salana. Acabou.
In fact, this is number 3. This is the final stadium.
I think at this point, you give up the stadium. You have a nice, healthy Roaring Moon EX. You're just going to be wanting to take big 2 prize EX Pokemon now on your final 2 prizes.
Eu até acordei, meu irmão. Tô acordadaço agora. Agora acordei mesmo. Não, agora o gato não ganha não, pô. Ganha não, ganha não. Ganha mais não.
So what we're going to do is it's going to see the Gardevoir put back in with this Super Rod, because when you play Professor's Research, you're kind of thinking you are going to hit it. There's an argument sometimes to keep one in the deck and one in the discard, so that you can hit Rescue Stretcher and that would give you an out as well. But because you're about to play Professor's Research, get them both in the deck, that's going to be your best chance.
Não, aqui ela não volta não, pô. Aqui ela não volta.
We're going to play Professor's Research in just a moment. Are we too late? Not for now, but I think we need to see the Bravery Charm come onto the Drifloon as well before we do that.
Me deixa ser feliz, posso insultar? Caraca, que gratuito.
Of course, as well. I mean, that was a Super Rod. So the 3 Pokemon have to come back straight into the deck. Monkey Dory, Double Gardevoir can just research.
Pode, claro. Oxi, os caras deixam um brigar com o outro do nada. Isso é muito besta. Para com isso, gente. Bate de drift, leva 2 frames, próximo turno bate. É, o Pecharante ganha, né?
It looks like we have. That does look like a Gardevoir, but again with those fancy alt arts.
No, it's definitely a Gardevoir. Definitely a Gardevoir.
Just in case. Just in case. I didn't want to be. There it is.
Definitely a Gardevoir, Alex.
Now we know. Definitely a Gardevoir in the active spot.
So now we've got all the energy acceleration we need. Now it's actually going to take a little bit here. What we really want to do is it 5 energy?
Correct.
And that would do 10 damage counters.
Guard Sorístico não deixa o povo jogar meta deck. Pronto. Pronto. Feliz. Agora eu tô feliz. Soltou todos os cachorros na Guard.
5 energy, 10 damage counters, 300 damage.
O cara xingou o Guard do nada. Tá bom, pode xingar à vontade. Tem gente que xingou, acho que foi Lost Box assim da outra vez, não foi? Foi. Mano, eu odeio o Guard. Cada um com seus ódios, tá normal. Tá, trezentão.
A little bit of adrenaline action.
Yeah, let's just tick over some damage counters. There's the big balloon burst. Knockout on this big Roaring Moon EX. Now it's on you, Simon. You have to find a way to bring.
Agora tem que só derrotar um bicho de 2 prizes. Nossa, o cara tá tremendo, mano.
Shaking a little bit in terms of the actual decision making here. Brute Bonnet in the active spot. Ooh, just decisions. Does still need an energy.
Pera, ele não vai fazer o que eu tô pensando não, né?
Lots of draw. let's see where we can go to.
Draws an energy switch, but there's no energy to be switched, so that's not going to do you much good right now.
E tá tremendo, mano. Você tem Fezan, calma, tio. Você tem Fezan.
We don't have actually enough energy right now. Here comes Pokemon Catcher. Can we go and grab one of these two bros Pokemon? It's Tails!
Errou.
So we don't get to grab that two bros Pokemon active. Absolutely huge. Now there's two Catcher on.
Errou o pegador.
Yeah, should be one more.
Yes.
Floating around in that deck. Going to be so important. Does have access to one boss's orders. I'm not too sure if I have seen it already discarded through some of those earlier turns where we saw the Carmine and the Squirtle.
Ai, meu Deus do céu, cara.
Just double checking what's available. There's the secret box. There's that Pokemon Catcher. Is that the boss's orders just behind it as well? So not too many pieces behind. So maybe just double checking. Is it worth flipping the script here, right now? Maybe trying to get into some of those pieces.
Yes.
Yes.
Because if you don't, there's a Carmine in hand. You can Carmine and search for a Pokemon Catcher. The problem is, if you go for the Pokemon Catcher and you hit the boss's orders, you can't play it. So I'm flipping the script now so that I've got the option. Now, we do actually see the big bear, the Blood Moon Saluna. That's just a really nice way to get the easy KO on the Mew, but we still need.
Tem Fezan, cara. Ele não tem Fezan?
The deck, I think. Here we go. Big free cards, Ross.
We're looking for boss's orders. Oh, go on, Simon. Show us the cards.
He's missed it. Squawk. Professor Sala's Vitality and Carmine. Professor Sala's Vitality will give you the energy, but I guess it's just having to then find that Pokemon Catcher. How many cards remaining? No other further draws. There is that Mew EX. Obviously can't draw too many cards in hand now.
Did you see how many energy were in the deck?
There were at least two. Does have, is that a energy switch as well?
It's an energy switch, but you need the energy.
Tem outro catcher, tem outro catcher.
So, okay, so we are seeing a Professor Sada's Vitality. Here we go. We've got the energy. The energy is no longer an issue. Now the issue is, do you hit a Pokemon Catcher? We got 3 cards. Boss's orders won't do it.
Tá, pegou a caixa, ok. A caixa.
No, that's step 1. Step 2, if you go for this Pokemon
a caixa dá pra pegar o catcher.
Unlike its previous iteration, where it was an automatic gust, it is now a 50-50 flip. Where you have to.
Ai, meu Deus do céu, cara, eu vou passar mal aqui, mano. É a caixa, é isso, cara. Não tem o que fazer. Gente, eu vou desmaiar aqui, velho. Tem mais um no baralho, ele tem mais um, relaxa, relaxa. Só que ele tem que acertar, né, cara?
Play a bit of defense and hope you're going to be there next turn. That is not a guarantee. Double Monkey Door, you can KO Petulant, and then you can KO a 2-prizer. So there is no guarantee.
Mano, ele tem 3 cartas no baralho, mano.
Same scenario that we found himself. There it is.
Ah, não, cara.
Pokemon Catcher with that
eu vou passar mal, gente.
Are there any other pieces? Remember, Simon's got to continue playing this game as if there's more opportunities as well. It's only 3 cards.
I don't think there is a...
There's just 3 choices.
I don't think there is a boss's orders in decks. I think he would have taken it if it was.
I think it's there, but I think he's been keeping it in the deck so that if he does get Iono'd and only a single prize is knocked out from Angelo's side, he could take it. There's a boss's orders.
There's the boss. I want it in hand. I don't want to make things too complicated. I like having this in hand. So, here's the deal. If this Pokemon Catcher is heads, Simon is even this up at 1-1. Here comes a Pokemon Catcher.
Vai.
Tick flip here.
Vai.
We're looking for an even number. We're looking for a heads. I don't know what it is. Yes! So that's KO's a Mew. Simon takes the game, and we are going to get from the Bologna Special Championship.
Ai, que delícia! Ai, meu Deus, meu coração! Ai, meu coração, cara! Ai, meu coração, eu tô tremendo, Mano, eu tô tremendo igual o cara, velho. É o café, é a adrenalina. Meu Deus do céu, cara, eu tô acordado minha esposa. Ai, meu Deus. Mano, o cara deitou de Brubaunet, cara. Você tem noção disso? Cara, eu torço muito pra lua, velho.
Pheasant went down to Roaring Moon's Calamity Storm here. Had to discard his own stadium, however. But we
Monzão na final. Cara, que delícia, mano. Não, tá 1 a 1. Ele tem que ganhar mais um, cara. Mas tá massa a partida. Calma, mano, eu tô mano.
But there was step 2 that was coming after grabbing the boss's orders and that final Pokemon catcher.
And then we saw this flip coming down. And it went off the screen, but
did we see it?
We did see it. It was a number 4 if anyone's interested. That matters to anyone, my personal lucky number.
Mano, é sempre emocionante, isso é verdade, isso é verdade. Agora é o Donk Supremo. Sim, sim. Quebrou muito, velho. Oh, tem que ser Donk agora, hein?
On Angelo for the decision of going first or second into this game now, as both our players placing their prizes. Right now, we do see one of those Tentacle Machine evolutions.
Dos Carmine prisado é meio triste, tá? Só tem uma agora no baralho. Ah, Dom Canada fez um dip na frente, velho.
Obviously, Angelo's chosen to go first. You are not letting your opponent go first with this poison package. And you've actually started Pheasant Dipty, which means it can take.
Putz, ele tava com a caixa na mão, cara. Dava pra doncar, velho.
One of the scary things, however, because you are then putting a massive target.
Ele começou com a caixa, ele podia ter donkado, mas o cara, olha que triste, né, velho?
You didn't have that on the board for quite a while in game 2, but now it is. Now I know it's there. It's not going anywhere and it will be a target.
Vindo do futuro, acabei de ver o Jornal Nacional aqui. Streamer Mod já tá cardíaco após ver Rorimon vencendo o torneio de 2025. Sai fora, mano.
Energy switch, attach for turn, and then
delícia,
delícia. Super easy with Petulant, and then boom, you got the attack rolling. So
do you know what? Looking at that hand, it looks.
Nossa, vocês imaginam eu vivo, vocês imaginam eu morrer, não, sai fora.
I mean, I know we're talking about Simon's turn, whilst Angelo is double checking all of those prizes, of course. But in Simon's hand, not only does he have Earth.
Agora eu tenho certeza que você tá acordado.
Oh, I like Secret Box. Secret Box basically gets you everything you could possibly want. One of those cards, when it was first revealed, I was like,
é bom pro Rorimon, exato, que ele bate muito, né? Bate rápido. Nossa, puxou Squawka, que delícia, cara. Acabou. Que acabou, né, gente? Que acabou. Perdemos não, pô. Relaxa. Aqui estamos safe. Então, não existe empate no top 4. Quem tem menos prêmio ganha.
Let's just see the direction that Simon takes on this. He's the one.
Mano, se ele puxar aquela garja, acabou.
I'm sure has faced multiple Gardevoirs across this weekend. There is a secret box. Lovely to get the 2 dark energies into the discard pile. Ready for Professor Sada's vitality as well.
Mano, você dá catcher nesse round é muito GG, cara.
Still need the Pokemon down, of course. Does look like he's eyeing up that nest ball to get some of the Pokemon going as soon as possible.
Sounds good to me.
Oh, é bola ninho, cápsula, Carmine.
I'm going to flip the Pokemon catcher. If I flip heads,
is that what you're going for?
I'm going to flip Pokemon catcher. I'm going to do it, Alex. And if I flip heads, I'm like, yay, only routes, I KO it, and my opponent is absolute minimum 2 turns away from getting a Gardevoir and being able to attack properly. If I flip tails, I'm going after the Pheasant Dipty, which is not a bad consolation. So we've got the stadium, we've got the Press Starter's Vitality, we've got the Nest Ball here, which will go and get that gold Roaring Moon. Now we do want a second Pokemon down here, though.
Ah, não, Capuz e Rorimon.
Because you want a target for the Professor Sada's Vitality, but you also need it for its Toxic Powder ability as well, because you already have the tool now in hand from the secret box. So there's a
few tá tremendo, mas é muita emoção, cara. Eu também tô.
I think it's just going to be very dependent on maybe if he could still draw an additional card from Mew first with that restart ability, depending on the size of the hand, but then using.
É a final, é hoje, depois dessa partida.
Tell me what I should be doing.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 5 cards in hand right now. We do still have Squawk ability. Squawk hasn't even been used yet.
Yeah.
This is your first turn, so we have got plenty more that we can do. There's a stadium. There is the tool. Squawk ability goes down. I'm flipping the Pokemon catcher, drawing 2 with Mew.
That's the decision right here, right now. I think.
Vamos lá.
Sad. Either way, maybe it's restarting first. Maybe because. Oh, hello, another card that you could actually put down, I guess. You won't be losing that to Prestisalis Vitality, saving the Pokemon catcher for the moment. Here we go. See an extra 3 cards here.
And then we're going to still be able to have Squawk and Seize afterwards. There's your energy switch. So that's it. We've got the energy switch, and we've still got that Pokemon catcher in hand. So we're going to energy switch over. And look, we've got.
Nossa, abate de lua, mano.
If we want to KO the Fezandipti, we've got the stadium, we've got the energy switch. We don't actually have an energy in hand yet, though. Yeah, we do.
No,
cara, o deck tá rodante muito bem, mano.
We've got the energy switch, we've got the stadium. We don't. Oh yeah, Mew's got free retreats. Yeah.
Os outros top 4, eu não sei se no Pokéstats já tem lá mostrando o top 4.
Do we want to try and go after the only routes? Are we prize racing or are we instead trying to disrupt the
O cara só vai assistir ele apanhar, cara.
I say we, it's mostly Simon. Bit of us,
no, we're all together. We work on both sides here. We do see the gold energy switch now being played. That energy is moved over from the Brew Bonnet onto the Roaring Moon EX. Now it's that decision, it's that key moment. I think if you're going all the way here with this Roaring Moon
deita esse Fezan e acabou, mano.
I guess you can still swing into a route.
É isso, deita o Fezan mesmo.
Up another energy as well necessarily, but it looks like he's flipping the Squawk Seas. We're going and taking down this Fezandipti.
Skytoy não vai puxar guard. É melhor bater no Fezan mesmo. Já avança muito. Deita o Fezan, melhor deitar o Fezan.
Some of those Pokemon catchers, we know how important those are. Just double checking what supporters have been discarded already. Whether Pokemon catcher, Pokemon
outro top 4 é guard Dragapult.
Like a viable target right now. He's getting an Ultra Ball ready. Maybe having to discard another energy. There's going to be another one sort of hitting the discard now.
É, isso é o primeiro round do bicho ainda.
Dark energies accounted for, none prize, so we'll still have 2 in the deck. But I guess just wants to be able to maneuver around, right? You have the Petron. EX is one way to sort of keep moving back and forth. You still have usually something like the Latias EX.
Mano, aqui o cara não ganha mais não, a guard já perdeu, pô. Dá não.
So does go for the Petron EX there. With again its wonderful ability of subjugating chains, maneuvering.
O deck já rodou todinho, pô.
Does poison your own dark Pokemon as well, but with things like the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, you don't have to worry too much. There we go, just a free retreat of Mew, Ross.
And here we go into the Roaring Moon. You do have to get rid of the stadium. Down goes Fezandipti. Worth noting there is a perilous jungle in the poison jungle.
Ele traz de volta, pô. Tem que avançar nas prêmios. Entendeu?
There's only one available right now. But it looks like we're just using the Night Stretcher, getting back the
É porque, por exemplo, se você bater, eu entendo que puxar o guard ali é interessante, mas você avançar nas prêmios contra guard é melhor, saque? Confia em mim, eu sou jogador de Luz Trondo, mano. É muito melhor. Porque depois ele pode trazer mais guard, aí fica nesse vai e vem, é melhor já deitar, tá ligado? Quanto mais rápido você puxar prêmio contra guard, é melhor com o Lua, entendeu? Você quebra muito guard.
On his first turn, and Angelo here is really up against the wall because he's just got that single rouse, does have the technical machine evolution on that.
Sim, mas é melhor, assim, digo por experiência própria de várias guards que eu já enfrentei. Eu sempre ganhava da guard avançando nas prêmios, sabe?
Iono, another psychic energy and a Mew EX.
Porque, por exemplo, se você deita uma guard, você puxa uma prêmio, tipo um round. Se ele estivesse batendo de Lua Baby, ok, bater no round, entendeu? Tá vendo? Ele desceu outro round.
Instead of the Fezandipti, I guess if it's already there, energy attachment, technical machine evolution, I guess this is the direction you've got to go with just under 14 minutes, 13 minutes and 27 seconds, 26 seconds to go.
We know Simon's got a Pokemon catcher in hand.
Yep.
We know he drew one off of the...
Ah lá, trouxe uma guide. Você puxar um boss aqui, acabou, mano. Ah lá, tem pegador, mano. Mano, ah lá, ele tem pegador. Se ele puxar a guard, acabou.
of fun.
Olha lá.
Here we go. Another. Every heads is huge. Every flip is huge. It is a flip. It is a heads. God of War comes active. Now, if you don't have a stadium, you are going to need to frenzied gouging. And I'm just going to go out on a limb and say Simon is totally okay with this.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. I think this is putting himself in such a strong.
Mano, aqui acabou, velho. Não tem como. Dá não, pô. Aqui acabou, velho.
Evolution up that curlier, it would have just been the Pheasantipity that would have been targeted, right? 100%. At least there was another EX Pokemon there going already.
Desculpa, gente, eu tô muito maluco hoje.
Two prizes. Now, Simon, you got to be thinking about setting up that
aqui já foi.
Thinking about what
acabou.
next attack you might be utilizing here. He has grabbed another Roaring Moon EX from an Ultra Ball. He's discarded the
eu tô maluco, emocionado. O Luiz Trono me deixa maluco, cara.
Once again. So now we're just going to be setting up that board state and trying to almost checkmate.
Because the thing is,
if
you take a lot of prizes early, you end up with a lot of cards remaining in your deck. And the issue there is you get Iono to 2, which, let's face it, you know, Angelo's playing 4 Ionos, probably going to Iono him to 2. You could end up in a little bit of trouble. Here comes Professor Sarda's Vitality.
Missão cumprida. Por manter o Bugada acordado.
Yep, does have energy switch in hand as well, so can maneuver some of the energy into that second Roaring Moon. No stadium right now does mean Calamitous Storm doesn't quite take the knockout. We'll have to frenzy gouging and would put a lot of damage counters on the active Roaring Moon, I should say. But again, can we draw into something? We didn't see another Perilous Jungle for the time being, at least.
One thing that's very important, there's no, well, here's what I'm worried about, okay?
Agora acabou mesmo.
If you have 30 HP remaining, there we go. Because otherwise, Monkey Dory's like, hi! Monkey Dory would have a field day moving 3 damage counts over and KOing. That's what I was essentially getting to. Let's make sure that we don't leave in a situation where Monkey Dory can take an easy 2 prizes.
All right, so it looks pretty good.
Ele vai ter que dar hit kill.
Right now, we'll be going down to 2 prizes. Big knockout, frenzy gouging, one of the few insta-KO attacks that we have in the Pokemon trading card game right now, regardless of what's in the active spot. Does have one drawback, which deals 200 damage to itself.
Just one tiny little drawback.
Just a little one.
A little one. The thing is, it's really not that big a deal. You really don't mind. In a lot of games, now Monkey Dory is a big problem, but in a lot of games like this, you're forcing your opponent to attack.
Ele não tem energia, mano.
We got a huge handful of cards here.
Ele não tem energia Dark.
10
de vida não, ele tá com 90 de vida. 90. Cada cápsula. Monkey Dory não deita.
Simon, however, only really needs 2, right?
Ganha não, pô.
Single prizes in the active that maybe swing away into the active Roaring Moon EX. He can take another knockout.
Salve, salve, Bugadinho. Nossa, Lua mostrando que veio. Eita, isso, tudo bom? Salve, salve. É, Luazinho bravo, cara. 90, Monkey Dory tem que ter 2 Monkey Dory pra deitar, mano.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Arven comes down. And, you know, when you're thinking about Angelo here, there's 2 ways to KO a fresh Roaring Moon. It's either use Mew, but that gives up 2 prizes, you lose the game. Or it is 5 energy onto a Drifloon with a Bravery Charm, like we said before. We see the Bravery Charm searched out. Probably not a coincidence. That's it. So you've got to work towards that Drifloon. You've got to have that ready for a potential Roaring Moon in the future. And honestly, you've got a couple of turns now where you have to just hope your opponent doesn't flip heads on a
Aí na final pega outro guide GG. É, se a outra guide ganhar é GG.
End the game. That Pheasantipity is great for drawing cards, but it's a mighty enticing target. Here comes Night Stretcher for God of War though, so the attacks are going to happen.
Psychic Embrace
ele se mata,
here for Angelo. Can just sort of put some damage counters onto that Scream Tail and take a fairly easy knockout on the active. And then
mas aquela parada dele se matar com 1000 foi o que fez ele vencer a partida. Não posso nem falar nada.
Which we haven't seen in this game 3, been less useful. But when there's damage counters already flowing around on Angelo's board state, sometimes that could be the one way to deal with it. But Angelo will be doing their best to try and maneuver out of this. Of course, Nest Ball being played. What other targets can we be? Probably just targeting that Lily.
Ele fez isso, ele fez isso.
I guess saying, well, if you're
Na primeira rodada ele fez isso. Lua na final, só sai. Não, Lua na semi, né? Esse é o top 4.
Worth noting also, Lily Scafari maxes out at 220 with 2 full benches, but when you add in Monkey Dory, that is another option for KOing a fresh Roaring Moon, so that is something to keep in mind.
Ah, aqui acabou, né, filho?
Obviously,
acabou.
We've got easily enough damage, but I don't think you're going to need Lily Scafari in the active, are you?
Acabou, mano, aqui acabou. Acabou a arca. Acabou, tem arca. Acabou, tem arca. Acabou. Ai, o cara meteu um pipi X na frente, eu não entendi nada. O cara entregou o jogo, obrigado. Ai, que delícia. Me tira a dúvida aqui, quando vem os combos do mês de junho no live? Que combo do mês de junho? Ah, eu acho que... Não, na verdade já veio, né? Porque o Green Snore e o Metagross já chegou antes, né, no bagulho. Mas deve chegar mais pro meio do ano, meio do mês, né? Ai, gente, que felicidade, tá? Eu também achei que ele ia fazer isso. Mas será que ele tá... Ah, acho que ele tava sem energia, saque. Eu acho que ele tava sem energia. Quem tá na final não sabemos. Ou é Terra Box ou é Guard.
The double Monkey Dory, Adrena Brain Play, and the knockout on the active took game 1.
That was all that was needed. Over into game 2, we saw an early KO with that Roaring Moon onto a Monkey Dory, and then it was Pokemon Catcher. That was a real story here. We saw the flip there. That was a heads. That meant that we could go and get a nice easy KO.
Mas prefiro o cremosinho. O cremosinho tem como, né? Cheguei com o sleeve lindo da Pipi na tela. Eita, chegou mesmo aí, Mila, tudo bom? E chegou vendo o Lua sendo vitorioso indo pra final. Olha só que maravilha. Mano, incrível, tá? Gente, agora eu preciso mijar, porque senão eu vou acabar mijando nas calças, porque, meu irmão, a emoção aqui foi tão grande que eu acho que eu me caguei. Pera aí. Lua na final, cara. Silver, manda o AD aí pra mim, eu preciso ir no banheiro, cara. Já vou.
And then, from then on, it was all Simon. There was another Pokemon catcher on a big Gardevoir EX that had just been evolved up. Easy, big, Dark Week Pokemon. That was an easy 2 prizes once again for Simon. And then it was just downhill there for Simon to just take the final 2 prizes.
And that was all that was needed. You see that Lily Scafari, this really was a desperation play from Angelo, just saying, I hope you whiff the energy. If you do, I've still got a chance. Unfortunately, Simon did not. So he did not have a chance, and that's how he ended up in the final. We've got Roaring Moon in the final, and we're talking about that game 3. That's what Roaring Moon used to look like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Big, fast, aggressive smash. It's been rebuilt into this. I can either poison or do that, and I think that's why Simon's had such a good run here. There are some games where you can use that poison package really effectively, and there's other games where it isn't enough, and you can take little KOs using no real energy or any of that, or you can really stretch up to KO anything. And if you're a good enough player to switch on the fly like Simon is, that is how we ended up here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's been able to pilot the deck to a 9th place position in Utrecht. And now into the finals. Once again, he's been in a final before. He reminded me at Stuttgart Regionals a couple of seasons ago. Maybe it was last season, actually. But now he's going to try and take the win here with that same deck.
He's got that same deck. He's trying to get there.
Pera, quem leva fone? Não entendi.
Place finish in Utrecht. We're setting up our second top 4. It's going to be here in no time at all. But
gente, eu quase mijei nas calças com a Mika.
How about we remind ourselves what happened at that Utrecht event?
Aí, deixa eu mutar, porque senão eu tomo um copyright. Oxe, vai mostrar outro top 4? mas eu cheguei a tempo. Cara, vai mostrar outro top 4, gente. Pra quem quiser ver o Bugado acordado. Entendi. Lua na final, animado pra testar Dragapult na segunda. Pior que, tipo assim, nem compensa eu testar o Lua, porque... Como eu posso explicar? A gente tá testando as novas decks da nova coleção, né? Então... Jamais negando Lua. Mas é porque, né? A vida é assim. Bom dia, meu querido, tudo bom? Então, não estou negando Lua, né? Eu estou, né? Então, o meu Lua eu uso Secret Box, mano. Clonaram um Bugado, colocaram um farsante. Relaxa. Como é que você tá, meu querido, tudo bom? Uma carta que a galera não tava rodando muito e vai voltar a rodar é um Pokémon Catcher. Pokémon Catcher é bom. Eu rodo no meu ainda. Veremos, não perca no próximo episódio. Tô bem, você tá bem. Mais feliz ainda que o Luiz Trondo chegou na final. Mais feliz ainda. Eu vi um streamer rodando catcher no Jotic Box e Iron Hands tinha 8 guts pra dar. Caraca. Ah, o catcher. Eu já vi essa build aí. Counter Catcher. É forte mesmo. A ponta do dedo no ombro? Entendi, não entendi.
top 4
Agora tem, dá pra botar o
We were
áudio.
in the back, Jesper, watching away, heart in mouth stuff with those coin flips from Pokemon catchers, but Simon was able to take the win there with his Roaring Moon EX deck. Not something many of us expected going into this tournament, but it means that we can get right back into even more top 4 action. Myself, Joe Bernard, Jesper Eriksson, going to be guiding you through this one, and we have another really
Não, no YouTube toma copyright, Scorpions, infelizmente. Na Twitch não tem problema não, mas no YouTube toma copyright, já aconteceu várias e várias vezes, por isso que eu muto. Entendeu? Aqui, ó, ponta o dedo. Olha lá, ponta o dedo no ombro, na mesma mão, ó.
And Ricardo able to overcome a mirror match in beating Julius Brumfeld. Both our players winning in 2-0 in their top 8 game. Got to be feeling good. Has had a little nice break as well. Got to watch the other top 4 match. So they're going to be coming into this one fresh and raring.
Já de Ultra Box.
It's a good question whenever you're sitting as a player and you're watching the other top 4. Either you get more nervous by doing it, since you may be getting down to being a little less cold, like a little less warm in it, and you know, feeling the tension. But it's also good to have these breaks to make sure that you get some water in, you get to just relieve the pressure a bit, and then be ready to say, this top 4 is going to be all mine. And both of these players are looking forward to it. And it's going to be an interesting matchup because, yeah, typically this is a very close matchup with the Wellspring Ogre Pawn being able to take out a bit of the bench, but we're seeing this new kind of version of Gardevoir.
Yeah.
It's going to be a bit of a challenge for Fabrizio.
The TM Evolution Rabsca, I think, is what you're alluding to there, Jesper. And Fabrizio said in his interview earlier on when we spoke to him that he is worried about that Rabsca. So that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on. But both our players are at the table, so we're going to be getting into our top 4 game very shortly. We've already seen Fabrizio. There he is on the left, playing that Terrastal toolbox. Does have a few tricks up his sleeve as well, mind you.
Indeed.
He is playing a Briar, he is playing a Jamming Tower. These are 2 cards that I certainly have to keep an eye on throughout this set, because that can be a way that you can surprise the Gardevoir player and take more prize cards in one turn than one would expect.
Yeah, one thing Ricardo did take down Julius in a all-out Gardevoir mirror match 2-0, so very talented. But yeah, you're talking about the Jamming Tower. Oftentimes, Gardevoir wants to go with a strategy of using Braver Charm like a Scream Tail or Drift Balloon, going over the initial HP threshold that they actually do have. That's when Jamming Tower come in and grab this passive knockout and make sure that Fabrizio, can get into a spot where they can take multiple prizes even though they're staring down one prize Pokemon. Whereas Ricardo wants to make sure that they've studied Fabrizio's list. These lists are not public for the players. That's one thing about tournament play, where you have to try and scout out what could be a bit of an advantage for Ricardo. Perhaps potentially have watched some of Fabrizio's games or have friends reporting in terms of what Fabrizio played in their list.
It's a great point because Ricardo's just picked up the brand new
just
a week away from Portland. So incorporating the Rabsca means that Ricardo has not had much time to practice with this new build.
Cocielo jogando
already, the Scream Tail found in the prizes, including one of those Pokemon, the Counter Catcher as well. And the Briar in the prizes for Fabrizio not always going to be an issue, depending on how Gardevoir plays out its lines. So I think right now the Scream Tail, the bigger issue between the 2 players. But here we go, getting into our second top 4 match then. We see the fist bump and it's liftoff.
And we are off with Fabrizio going first, which is typically what these Noctowl engine decks wants to do. And also the Gardevoir deck wants to go second. We're talking about Team Evolutions. Previously was Buddy you want to go for. Gets to bench the Hoothoot. Doesn't look like there's any outs for a potential Fein Rotom, but there is Earthen Vessel. You can Fein out. You can be benching that Pheasantipity to make sure that you actually can try and restart for a few cards. Because remember one thing, Noctowl doesn't work without a Terra Pokemon at play.
Eu assisti o canal dele muitos anos atrás.
Mew's not Terra, Latias not Terra. We need to find a Terra Pokemon, and it's the issue that some of these Terra Pokemon, well, Terra decks have with Noctowl, especially when you're playing Raging Bolt. You need that Ogre Pawn down. In this situation, well, either Pikachu or any of the Ogre Pawns will do, but neither of them are in play.
Yeah, you play a huge amount of
Box, no, Terra Box.
Pokemon, not just because they give different attacking lines and type coverages, but also because it's essential to unlock the ability of Noctowl on turn 2. That's really what makes this deck tick. The Jewel Seeker allowing you to search your deck for 2 trainer cards and immediately grab them to your hand. Working with guarantees rather than working with draw and sort of dump and see and hope allows you to really script your turns a little bit more carefully. In this instance, without access to Terastal, instead Fabrizio is going to have to grab a couple energy out of the deck. Will then probably just attach energy to the Lily's Clefairy that he has in hand and will bench. I don't think he can even draw any cards from Mew EX right now, but might be reliant on it on the following turn.
Yeah, and when you're looking at a matchup like this, when you're playing against Gardevoir, you have to be putting pressure on early. As we described, Gardevoir was one of these decks where if you give it more time, the more time it gets, the better the deck gets. So yeah, just an attachment to Lily's Clefairy, and we're over to Ricardo, who wants to be doing everything that they can to get all of their basic Pokemon to play. Couple of routes. Rellor is really important for this matchup when we're talking the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon can get into the play out of nowhere. So potentially want to be seeing that Arven for Team Evolution, Buddy Poffin, some energy cards that I think we do already have a little bit in hand for Ricardo. And, you know, using this nest ball to try and scout out what they have in prize, and then we'll get the bad news that the Scream Tail is out there.
Yeah, that's bad news to start things off, but at least there's low enough EX Pokemon around that the Gardevoir itself can get into the mix when it has to in this matchup, especially if Monkey Dory can heal off damage off the Gardevoir. It can even sit out of range of that Pikachu EX, provided you find enough of them. Ricardo's going through his opening deck search, making sure he knows what he has access to, but as you said, Jesper, the Gardevoir deck operates by grabbing that Stage 2 Pokemon, and Psychic Embrace is the big enabler of the deck. As long as we can discard these Psychic Energy, they work as a lovely reservoir for you to access for the remainder of the game. The Drifloon is currently in the axe position, deals more damage based on the damage counters it has on itself. That Balloon Blast can be one of the highest damage output options within the deck, actually, when you add Bravery Charm into the mix. So this is a great attacking option for you as a single prizer. Also weaving in these Monkey Dory to Adrenabrain around the board. Certainly looking at targeting down Hoot Hoot throughout the entire game is one of the key reasons why Ricardo can have a good time here. But as you said, if we have more access to basics alongside these Rolts, if we can sculpt that TM evolution, Arabska would be a massive find in the opening to shut down one of the most aggressive lines that Terastal Box has access to, which is using that Wellspring Ogerpon EX.
But you already see the Irvin Vessel discarding that Iono, already having the Rellor in hand, getting to search some of these few energies on, and Ricardo did look through the deck. Mais odiador de guard. Evolutions at, and yes, they are within the deck. We just have to see.
Essa aqui.
Can discard is a really great start to that. But it's also really awkward whenever you attach the Drifloon to get the Team Evolution. Yes, you're getting that great effect off it.
Metade odiador de guard, metade adorador de guard. É normal.
Since that has to be an energy that needs to be put into play with Psychic.
Essa aposta, não sei, mano. Aí vai de você se tu quiser, mano.
Yeah, so often you see Gardevoir promoting a Pokemon it won't end up attacking with, because you can use that damage that you require to then Monkey Dory around that. It's a big Professor's research. 3 copies of TM Evolution to find here. That was the innovation that Michael Davidson and Henry Chow incorporated. Will we see it from this 7?
Yes, we do see it.
Faça você? Ah, não sou muito de fazer a aposta, não. Aí vai de você, mano.
I guess here when you're playing against the terrestrialization box that you really want to get that Rapscan.
É o Badu é uma... Cara, mas ninguém vai ser banido, gente. Sofram calado, por favor.
Yeah, really beautiful grab here from the research and getting free
Sofram calado, porque as cartas não são banidas, cara.
Instantly pointing to Rellor, in addition to one of the Rolts here. There is a color in the prize cards as well, remember?
Só bane no expandido, gente. Vai sofrer aí durante 3 anos Badu ainda, gente. Badu acabou de chegar. Vamos sofrer durante 3 anos aí contra Badu, e é isso, mano.
So we can get together Curlia and Arabska in play, and to boot, we're also playing one of the Rare Candy. So just in case that this Curlia could end up going down, it will be just alright if we can get into that Rare Candy, but it leaves us with a chance to get into play. But yeah, Arabska hitting play for the first time this weekend on stream.
Você joga no físico, Scorpions? Joga, né? Tá, a aposta é a seguinte. Se Luiz Trondo for campeão, você vai ter que montar um deck de guard e jogar a liguinha com ele. Falei.
Committing the energy attachment to Lily's Clefairy, and where will the boss's orders point? It's going to the Rabska. Recognition that Spherical Shield is so frustrating to deal with.
Ok.
One draw from UEX now opens up.
Não precisa ganhar a liguinha, mas você tem que jogar a liguinha com ele. Pronto. Você quer falar pra montar Moon? Não, pô, mas ele odeia guard. Tem que ser uma aposta que ele não faria, né? Tem que ser algo que ele não faria.
doing exactly 190 damage with the Miracle Force. And Joe,
mas só vai valer, claro, se Lua for campeão. Se Lua não for campeão, aí não vai.
No, so it means that then Fabrizio have to start answering with Pikachu. Not a well set up board. If you want to defend this Gardevoir, you have to like go really fast constantly. And that's why that with the team evolution, you're suddenly just pushing the gas down to the floor and making this game go as fast as possible, where Fabrizio currently at the moment is not in a place where they can just tack along as they usually wanted to do.
This is a wonderful position for Ricardo now. The Ultra Ball already in the hand. No issues finding Gardevoir EX. Already has access to a number of those Psychic Energy. I believe there's also Iono in hand as well. I know Fabrizio didn't use Jewel Seeker at all, so possibly Ricardo would like to sit on this hand, but also seeing more options, starting to find your own Darkness Energy in Monkey Dory is definitely worthwhile to give yourself even more control over this board. Let's see where Ricardo wants to go with it. We already know he has a 2 prize card KO mapped out. This is how else he can push this board state.
You would solely in Ricardo's shoes be very afraid of like the Gardevoir being knocked out by potential Pikachu, even though there's not much to show from Fabrizio's board, but just a knocked out can actually get you into that spot. He still needs the Terra Pokemon. Yes, there could be that Pikachu, for example, being top decked, and then you can go knocked out into Crispin plus the Crystal, and then there's the knockout. It's not much you actually need to do so. So Ricardo gonna go Iono, try to grab themselves a few more pieces to try.
Uma coisa que eu tenho dúvida no Pokémon é porque as artes alternativas são mais caras, essas douradas são mais raras. Cara, eu acho que é porque são mais bonitas, né? Porque, convenhamos, as últimas douradas são muito feias comparado às artes especiais, eu acho. Que é isso, sabe?
No, something that's actually really good for Ricardo is drawing that Rare Candy. The bottom 2 prize cards are
eu acho que é mais por esse motivo, né? Tem que comprar caixa secreta e 200 conto. Fala, Chiquito, bom dia, tudo bom?
With that Ultra Ball being able to be pulled
Gripado.
with what we would recognize as the first 2 prizes. Usually players would be picking their prizes from the bottom, which means that that Ultra Ball plus a counter catcher could have come into effect. And it's really good for Ricardo's that if they take 2 prizes here with the Gardevoir and the Clefairy, and Fabrizio strikes back, it would be 3 to 4, meaning that Ricardo's going to be able to use the counter catcher again, and thereby being able to take out Pokemon like Mew instead of actually having to hit into the Pikachu.
Como a partida tá emocionante,
because you can only knock out Pikachu if you have Monkey Dory to
deixa eu lavar meu rosto ali, velho.
Meaning you can go around that issue and kind of leave it for another time. And also if the Topaz balls are used, well, the energies get discarded straight away, so you can kind of start to go after other pieces of the setup.
Yes, but thinking so far ahead here in how the eventual game will pan out, and that's exactly what Ricardo's doing in this instance as well.
Nossa, peraí que eu tirei o fone. Deixa eu ir no banheiro ali, velho. Mano, a partida de Lua me acordou, mas agora já tá dando sono de novo. Essa partida tá meio, né? A procura por arte alternativa muito maior que as douradas, logo pressão. Exato, a Mimir. O bot morreu. Não tem mais a imagem do bot, eu vou matar o PC, eu acho, por isso.
You want to be able to control the prize raise as much as possible. And you can use that Monkey Dory perhaps next turn. Whenever you're promoting Gardevoir to just retreat it again like you usually want to, you can spawn those damage counters that you can be using with the Monkey Dory to take that knockout on Clefairy. And then
Lua campeão, cara, Lua campeão eu vou ficar muito feliz de verdade. Pokémon que você mais odeia? Cara, então, vou ser bem sincero com você, eu não odeio nenhum Pokémon específico. Talvez o TCG, mas o Pokémon em si não tem nenhum que eu odeio, não, cara. Mentira? Snorlax? Não, no TCG eu odeio. Agora eu quis dizer Pokémon mesmo, não odeio nenhum, entendeu?
I believe Fabrizio has an Iono in this hand. With that one floating hoot, you can manually attach.
Tipo, no TCG eu odeio alguns. Agora, Pokémon mesmo, nenhum.
So it's not that costly that he can't use a Crispin here. But he's still hoping that
sim, TCG é Snorlax Stall. É o que eu mais odeio do fundo do meu coração. No TCG. Agora, no resto, nenhum. Entendeu? Final merecia um Donkey. Eu tenho um ódio. Por jogar de Snorlax, um ódio. Cara, o Snorlax é muito insuportável, vai jogar com aquela merda, velho.
Below free, we can still get to restart and have our hand as full as possible after the Iono. Simply something you see from decks like God of War in the past would typically use Iono.
Eu parei de jogar por causa desses Snorlax, voltei quando rotacionou. Mano, é muito insuportável o Snorlax, mano. Que presencial, se eu caio contra, eu só não jogo o jogo, eu saio da mesa. No meu caso, como o meu deck counterava Snorlax, eu tava feliz, eu jogava de boaça. Mas realmente é chato. Eu amo Dragapult no jogo, mas de Oda eu sinto mais saudades do Stall. Ele me contar para a votação.
It's a tough spot once again for Varizio here. All because his opening wasn't ideal. Yeah, sacrificing Professor's Research I think is the correct move.
I do agree here, Joe. And one good thing for Fabrizio in this case is that they are running the full 4 suite of Crispin, really pondering if it should be double Crispin.
É ver o amiguinho sofrer, né?
But it just hurts so much for this deck, wanting to play Crispin.
Não é falta de cérebro, é porque é divertido ver o cara se agonizando. Eu consigo entender a motivação da pessoa que faz isso, mas o problema do Snorlax é que é muito anti-jogo, mano. Você tira toda a diversão do jogo, na minha opinião, tá ligado? Peguei, pior que eu peguei mesmo a atitude de Snorlax. Igual eu falei, eu entendo a motivação da pessoa, mas eu, sendo bem sincero, qual Pokémon Tcg que você mais odeia na votação? Dragapult. Dragapult é meu ódio supremo, cara. Atualmente eu odeio Dragapult. Uma dica pra tirar o sono, como uma maçã ou frutas cítricas. Cara, eu comi uma maçã, mas durou, sei lá, 15 minutos, deu sono de novo. Não sei porquê. Lá vem o pessoa falar a frase do... A frase que eu acho mais engraçada, na minha opinião. A quinta geração é a cópia da primeira. Eu acho engraçada essa frase. Pimenta no café não é ruim. Eu lembro de ter jogado um que era 8 round Swiss na pré-pontuação. Dos primeiros jogos que eu peguei Star Wars, o segundo eu saí da mesa e dropei do campeonato, porque tu não diversão nenhuma. Então, exato, é exatamente o que eu falei, tipo, você não sente diversão nenhuma em jogar. Tipo, diversão nenhuma em jogar contra Snorlax e tal, tá ligado? Eu sentia diversão com o Lua porque eu não tomava stall, por causa do peixarante, então eu nunca tomei stall. Entendeu?
Exactly what you want to see after taking out that Rapska, which is
é exato, igual eu falei, o peixarante tinha uma diversão porque você batia nos Snorlax, aí era meu adversário. Falando por alto, se Moon ganhar, eu monto o deck de guard pra uma liga. Se guard ganhar, você terá que montar um Dragapult e levar ele pra liga. Putz, só me falta meu dinheiro, né? Eu vou ter que juntar um dinheirinho, vamos ver o que a gente faz aí. Pode ser. Só vai demorar pra eu montar, porque talvez eu consiga montar só quando chegar o deck de Draga, mas aí eu dou um jeito. Pode ser. Na rotação anterior eu só caía contra 4 ou 5 Snorlax, tá? Eu perdi uma partida entre elas. Pô, é muito chato o Snorlax.
One thing I want to be seeing
from
from Ricardo this turn is something
like
some Monkey Dories. Start to get that into play and start, you know, enabling themselves
to
start getting these multi-prize turns. Could, for example, go for a 6-prize turn in 2 turns if enough monkeys see the board. It's all depending, though, on
Nossa, mano, teve uma stream que a gente assistiu, o Advocático, que foi Snorlax Tal versus Snorlax Tal. Meu irmão, a gente tava fazendo tudo na stream, rindo, chorando, mas conversando sobre coisas aleatórias. A gente nem tava assistindo a stream. Porque, meu irmão, que partida que foi o tempo, comeu o tempo todinho a gente conversando aqui, ó. Entendeu? Mano, porque não dava, mano. Tá ligado? Tipo, não dava, a gente não queria assistir aquela merda, velho. Quem queria assistir Tal vs Tal, os caras ficavam batendo de Shiu. Matheus Lourenço, obrigado pelo follow, mano. Dia Bugado, espero que o D2 seja mais animado. As partidas de ontem eu não achei tão bacana. Cara, já tá animado, velho. Tipo, o Lustrondo tá na final. Já tá muito melhor que antes, né? Não, o Dragapult, como Pokémon sem ser no TCG, Matheusinho, eu acho maneiraço, eu gosto. Mas no TCG eu achei ele chato. É que você não jogou Sol e Lua, que era top 8 com 5 de control. Era? Nossa, sério isso mesmo? Caraca, aí é triste, mano. Sabe que eu não tenho Pix? É verdade, tu não tem Pix. Putz, é verdade. Eu tenho Pal Pad. Não sei se você tem Pal Pad. É PayPal, quer dizer, PayPal.
The decklist of Henry is only 2 Monkey Dory and one of them is in the prizes.
Penso que alguém se divertiu lá, mas não foi você. Exato, alguém. Alguém. Go. Pensa que o Pidgeot tem a mesma habilidade do Draclock? Ah, o Pidgeot tinha? Só que não, na época tinha muito mais cartas de controle. Aí era um informe na época. With the usage of Gardevoir and Monkey Dory. We do see the Night Stretcher for the Drifloon exactly. Veja quanto falta para montar o deck e me fala o preço. Pode ser que eu ajude, não me importa. Aposta é aposta. Caraca, mas aí peraí, se você perder você monta, se eu perder você me ajuda a montar, então tá bom. Relaxa, pô, tá frio mesmo. Ele é muito diferente dos demais pra manter o drip aparecendo em todos. Mano, sabe o que eu descobri esses dias? Foi ontem? Não sei se isso é real, mas eu acho que é, porque eu pesquisei no Cerebi. Pra você evoluir o drip pra Draclock, sabe qual que é o level que você tem que upar essa merda pra ele upar pro Draclock? Level 50, mano, você acredita? Eu falei, caraca, pra que isso tudo? O bagulho, bichinho desse tamanho, tem que evoluir pro 50 pra virar outro. Aí pro Dragapult é 60, eu falei, mas o Dane eu lembro, pô, mas eu não lembrava que o Dragapult é assim também, não?
The Freddy down to Clefairy takes the knockout here, and I'm reckoning that there has to be 4 energies attached to that Drifloon now to be able to take the knockout. Or you could potentially go route of taking out Hoothoot, although that does not follow with the
aceitava esse acordo.
So putting the 4 energies onto Drifloon, 80
o Raider é 64, é verdade. Nossa, que level alto, né? Tá maluco, velho. Pra questão de level, né? Tipo, é muita coisa. Eu que upei o Dance Percy pro 70, esperando ele virar um Geomon quando lançou, não evoluía. Ah, na época eu fiz essa loucura também, pô. É pseudo lendário também. É, não, exato. Os pseudo lendário tudo é level alto, né?
Pikachu. Ogre, Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, Teal Dance,
não, mas do piquenique eu tô ligado. Mas em outros jogos é meio tenso o Palos, é isso que eu tô pensando. Vai ser mais fácil.
Powerhouse. Fabrizio has to himself, but it's technically possible. That's why I'm putting it out there. Although with the lightning being priced as well, it's a bit harder to get to when you're just playing one lightning energy, meaning that Pikachu is not going to be an option for this current turn.
Well, already this jamming tower is being spied by Fabrizio in the deck. Clearly it's on his mind.
O café que eu tomei tá vindo descendo tudo agora, velho. Só porque eu acordei. Eu achei porque eu tava meio com sono. E mesmo assim eu tava indo no banheiro. Agora que eu acordei, eu acho que eu acordei. Eu quero ir no banheiro toda hora, velho. Aí eu bebi água, aí o café tá...
Where he has access to some Nestball, so he can find a Terrestrial Pokemon. We can try and find Pheasantipity EX perhaps. Try and weave that in. There's only one Monkey Dory currently on the board. If you take out the Drifloon, maybe Blood Moon Ursaluna EX being a chunky enough Pokemon could help out at this point. These are the things we have to consider. If Fabrizio only takes a single prize, Ricardo won't have access to any gusting effects either. He only plays Counter Catcher in his deck list. It would force the Scream Tail that's only just been taken from prize cards alongside another Bravery Charm. And we know that one's already been spent at least.
And then we also have to think about the amount of energy that has to be used on that Scream Tail, exactly. Whenever we saw Gardevoir in the past, there's also been playing some Turo in, for example, Brentana's list. In the new Henry Child list, there's no Professor Turo scenario, meaning that you cannot pick up the Drifloon and reuse that energy. You have to retreat it off or get it knocked out. But if Fabrizio essentially doesn't touch it, these energies are going to stick in play, and Ricardo's going to have an easy time taking 2 prizes, unless Fabrizio just tosses up a Noctowl into the face of Ricardo and says, deal with this.
Pikachu EX coming to the front. So not the Blood Moon Ursaluna angle. There's another Terrestrial Pokemon. The Resolute Heart, quite easy to get around for the Gardevoir with Monkey Dory currently established. Maybe Fabrizio has more plans of setup KOs here.
Yet I'm not quite sure about the Pikachu here. With the Lightning Energy being priced, there has to be a knockout taken on Drifloon, and Fabrizio has to be like, I have to take this 33% chance that I get the Lightning Energy off the prizes. Yes, it may lead into a spot where that could become necessary, although I wouldn't feel too good in Fabrizio's shoes if that's what I have to bank on.
We have the one draw from Teal Dance first. Let's see if that changes our fortunes. It's not a Noctowl, it's not a useful piece. Nest Ball is a flat card, it's not usable. It's a concession there from Fabrizio. Game 1 goes to Ricardo. The combination was just too much to acquire, and without access to Jewel Seeker, Fabrizio's going to be picking this one up. Ricardo with a really impressive display with his Gardevoir deck.
We're about to see that. Even though the Rapska hitting play, getting knocked out immediately to make sure that these Wellspring Mask Ogre pump, but just the amount of resources that Fabrizio has to pull out of deck where it's just too many, and this beautiful turn 1 for Ricardo. Research, getting rid of all these many energies, getting a TM evolution off that research, being able to get the Rapska and the Kirlia into play. Reprising one of the Kirlia, it's beautiful, you can get that into play as a caveat on top. And yeah, the Drifloon there getting the knockout, and unfortunately for Fabrizio, falling a bit short in terms of these resources, not being able to compete really in the latter stages of the game. Of course, after missing a Terra Pokemon early, meaning that the Noctowls couldn't quite get the effect until it was a little tad too late.
That's exactly what I was going to mention, Jesper. It doesn't take much for the Terra Box to get into play. Typically, one Ball Search card gets you rolling with the Fan Call. Then you have access to not just one Noctowl, but often multiple, and that really starts to cascade as the game continues. And it comes down to hand disruption, trying to get around Mew EX and Pheasantix EX draws with often who floated around the board. That wasn't the case in this first game. Early game, it was all about the Fairy EX.
Gardei ganhando.
Slowly manually attached to it.
Aparentemente vai ser Moon e Gardei de novo.
Yes, you dealt with the Rabska, which was a good piece that allowed you to weave in the Wellspring Ogapon at the right time, while it was still sort of useful, while it could still take those easy prize cards.
Está perdido na França, ajuda ele a chegar ao Kings League. Quem?
Too many awkward draws and you weren't able to close
out Yuri, cara?
Yeah, it's the difference between hitting or not hitting the options that you need. And yeah, going into today's game too, Fabrizio typically still wants to go first with this Terra Box, although Gardevoir is not super great at going first, especially when he's playing Team Evo.
That's true.
Best going first deck, although it depends on the amount of Buddy Poffins and stuff.
Pois é, a gente tá postando e o bicho nem ganhou ainda, né? Gardin, como é mesmo o nome daquele jogo de Pokémon que tu falou? Pokémon Lost, você fala? Tá, mas tá 1 a 0, né? Tecnicamente ela tá na frente, né? Você vê, ela virou o jogo, né? Tá perdendo e virou o jogo.
I would argue it's a difficult decision whenever this deck was, if this truly was new. We have seen Gardevoir with Team Evolution in the past before Buddy was released, and typically you want to bully Gardevoir until you go first. With Fabrizio's deck being good at going first, but it's still even better going second. You have more outs, you have ways
tá falando do Pokémon Lost ou Thaís? Ou tá falando de outro jogo?
Yeah, it is a dream kind of.
E estava atrás aqui. Tem um vídeo no canal que eu fiz sobre o Pokémon Lost, aí lá tem um linkzinho na descrição.
and get into these ball search cards you need for the fan rotom? It's a good question, because I thought that Fabrizio pointed towards himself. I did see Ricardo point towards Fabrizio, so I'm pretty sure that Fabrizio still chooses to go.
Você consegue utilizar o Discord enquanto streama? Atualmente sim, porque eu comprei memória a mais. Antigamente não.
Let's see some prize cards coming in. The Tech Jamming Tower already in the prize cards. The Latias EX, which is a one-of within his deck. Anytime a Noctowl piece finds its way to the prizes, that's awkward. However, we are seeing a number of supporter cards and Psychic Energy in the prizes for Ricardo. So both players are going to have to struggle through that. As it's a double new EX start in our game number 2 here in top 4. And I think relief because Fabrizio has found an Ultra Ball.
And yeah, the answer to the question is 302. Number of Pokemon we have in the active over the 151 in the active, of course, with the Ultra Ball coming through.
Quer assistir a final comigo? Ah, mas a gente já tá assistindo aqui. Já tá de boa. É porque eu tô... Como se diz? Como é que eu vou explicar isso?
My goodness, Fabrizio. Gotta be having a sigh of relief if there's any time to do it. It's in top 4 when you're a game down.
Como é que eu vou explicar isso? É porque aqui é o seguinte, se eu abrir o Discord e depois, sei lá, porque não dá pra eu transmitir pra você pelo Discord, já tá transmitindo aqui. Se eu for abrir o Discord pra ver transmissão, aqui apaga a tela, tá ligado? Entendeu? Tipo, a tela que tem que ficar na frente tem que ser essa, senão, tipo, ele apaga. Aí fica tudo preto, aí a galera não vê. E aí eu não teria como transmitir eu, por exemplo, né? Mas pera. Tu é streamer também, Scorpion, mas eu não sabia não. Se não, eu tô descobrindo agora. Caraca, Scorpion, perdão, mano, é porque o bugado é muito bugado, velho. Minha mente é... Você vê que... Cara, mas é porque hoje é um dia específico. Hoje eu tô meio que avoadaço, tá ligado? É mesmo bugado, eu sou, mano. Mas a verdade, eu lembro que você tinha dado raid pra mim, é verdade, cara, eu sou muito lerdo, desculpa. Quanto tempo você dormiu de ontem pra hoje? É 2 horas só, cara. Só 2. No máximo 2. Vou atrás desse vídeo. No máximo 2 horas de ontem pra hoje, porque ontem acabou a live, acho que era 2 e pouco, aí eu fui, fiz vídeo, aí eu... Aí depois eu tomei banho e dormi. Aí eu dormi das 5 até as 7h30, ou foi das 6 até as 8, não lembro agora. Eu sei que foi 2 horinhas. Ah, mas tá clipado o Scorpions, qualquer coisa, né? Aí tá safe. O clipe já tá ali, pô. O clipe já mostra, não? Agora, se tu quiser, tipo assim, gravar a tela da final pra assistir, né? Lembro que você ficou de madrugada respondendo no Discord, achei que ia atrasar hoje. Pô, eu também achei. Acabou que eu não dormi, né? Então, tipo, de ontem depois eu não dormi. Só dormi, tipo, 2 horas da tarde, gente. Depois é isso.
As once again we've seen in that first game, trying to work towards your Gardevoir EX unlocks all sorts of possibilities, a lot of aggressive basic attacking single prize Pokemon, and it unlocks the Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory.
Covielo, Talonhe.
Within the deck to thin out these energy cards, so that not only do you get your stage 2 online, but immediately you can start pouncing with your Psychic Embrace ability.
You're exactly right about that, Joe, and still looking diligently throughout the deck. One thing that we do see with
pior que a minha esposa, ela foi dormir, cara. Ela que foi me acordar, ela me acordou e depois ela foi dormir.
Making sure that you have everything
Imagina, eu fazia jogos variados até 3 meses atrás, antes de entrar para o mundo do TCG. Joguei Magic the Gathering em 2017 e 2017, depois apenas comecei fazendo Pokémon, League e COD. Tenho a tatuagem do Ghost no meu ombro. Ai, que maneiro, mano. Eu também jogava jogos variados. Aí depois eu fui pro Yu-Gi-Oh! Streamava Yu-Gi-Oh! Depois eu fui pra Pokémon. Também esqueci, mas não faço live sempre. Outro dia postei no grupo Mundo do Bugadinho no Zap quando tava em live testando o deck do Mewtwo. Se eu comprar produtos e ver os personagens, eu anuncio de novo no grupo quando fizer um unboxing. GG, mano. Cara, eu acho lindo essas artes brilhantes ali daquelas energias. Eu li Miau, eu sou muito retardado. É Mewtwo, pô. Faço já quase 6 anos tendo feito uma pausa de 1 ano por causa da saúde mental. Eu fiz pausa de 1 ano também, mas no meu caso foi porque minha mãe faleceu. Aí eu dei uma pausa de 1 ano, quase 2 anos na verdade eu dei pausa. E meu PC tinha morrido também junto e... Mó rolê.
Fabrizio with triple Hoothoot in play can potentially get into a situation where with Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, get an energy into
quando lançar, aí dá pra vocês pegar. Eu vou pegar também.
Put a Sparkling Crystal to it, bosses orders of Ralts and take out both of these Ralts and essentially putting Ricardo at such a back foot.
Não, já tem um tempinho, foi 2022. Tempinho assim, tem 3 anos só, é bem recente.
But with Noctowl, that's all possible.
Não tem problema não.
Typically, I'd say that's an outlandish dream. But when there's this many Noctowl available,
meu Deus, tô me divertindo com a Ragnarok. Moon de 15 anos estaria feliz com isso, top. Pô, pior que deu vontade de jogar quando eu vi a parada. De qual coleção é essa energia? Eu acho que é a Fagulhas Impetuosas? Ou Prismatic Evolution,
it would mean that this Mew essentially could become a damage bank, so to speak, being used of that Monkey Dory and also being a free retreat at the same time. Slowly throughout the game, unless Fabrizio then decides to boss it, counter catcher it, or torrential pump it later, it's gonna be just stick there and just gonna keep floating damage.
Bugar, uma dor que nunca passa, mas aprendemos a conviver.
Area 0.
Meio que é isso mesmo, é uma dor que não passa, mas a gente tem que se acostumar, né? Que a gente tem que viver a vida, tem que continuar lutando, vivendo e por aí vai.
Like you said, the stadium could unlock this a little bit more. If Jewel Seeker grabs Ultra Ball as one of these options, and Nest Ball, you could pre-grab the Teal Mask Ogre-Pawn.
Vem jogar PXG, bom demais pra quem gosta de Pokémon. Cara, pior que PXG não me agrada. Eu já dei uma olhadinha, mas assim... me deu vontade de jogar olhando não, tá ligado? Nada contra, mas...
then you can get the Teal Mask down, use the ability, use the energy switch straight away. You can actually draw more with restart that way.
Obrigado,
just
gente.
hit an Ultra Ball that way or a Noctowl that way. You could actually end up guaranteeing, since with the Earthen Vessel you get water, you can get grass. It actually doesn't matter which energy you get if you're aiming for the Sparkling Crystal in this case.
In this instance, it's Crispin Crystal as our 2 cards.
That's a bit more
já testou PS Story? Base Story? É parecido. É de um youtuber, é bem mais casual e menos pay to win, é bem gostosinho.
Yeah, I suppose damaging the Mew EX, it's not the worst thing. There's only going to be like a maximum of 1 Monkey Dory coming down on a future turn. Maybe you can finish it off with torrential pumps later, but it feels like...
need to pull that Mew to the bench and pull down Jamming Tower, which is prize, so it's going to be pretty difficult to actually take out this Mew. You're doing 100 damage to it, and then with Monkey Dory, that's not too great, because it goes down to 70, that's... Yeah, not so great doing that.
I'm finding it hard to get on board with this line, honestly, because you've left yourself with not much draw in hand. You're holding Energy Switch, but no energy on your board. You're holding Area 0, but no Ball Search. You've got no guaranteed Noctowls for next turn, and you've only taken a single prize. I think Fabrizio going for the early Wellspring, worrying about the Rabska is reasonable, but this still wasn't the best turn we could possibly sculpt here. Ricardo's done enough to make it awkward.
The question is, you could have gone for the play taking out both routes. And you could have gone so far ahead that you wouldn't even need to care about whatever Rapska could have done, because you're putting Ricardo then behind by 2 free turns. Whereas now you can get Iono, which is great for you, but you still left such an opening behind. You can't really clean up this Mew pretty easily without needing another attacker that isn't the Ogre Pawn, so I'm not quite sure if I'm the biggest fan of this.
Still though, it's an Iono when we need to find ourselves Rare Candy if we want to get to the races with Gardevoir EX here.
Alguém tá jogando truco. Com certeza, estão gritando, né?
There's a Nestball that could be grabbing something like Fesendipity, but putting Fesendipity on board is another one of these 2 prize liabilities, and we don't want to be using the Braver Charms on these 2 prize guys, since if you're doing that, you're not going to be able to take one-hit knockouts with Drifloons, since you're only playing double Braver Charm.
It doesn't look like an easy turn whatsoever. Maybe we just have to see these additional cards here, Jesper. We at least want to find access to a Curly.
Tries to attach an S-ball, pretty smart.
I feel like it has to be flip the script. This hand is not getting us far.
No, there's not even an energy. You can't even use Team Evolution here, so you have to flip the script to get an energy at the very least.
Yeah, we need to find an energy card or a Night Stretcher. Here we go then, Nest Ball surely has to find Fesendipity EX here.
And yet you only have 4 energy cards left since you're priced to double Psychic, so you need to go into Fesendipity, flip the script to even have the shot of using that TM Evolution or just drawing straight into your Curlius. Or Secret Box.
Vou olhar acabar a partida para não...
But here, yeah, you just have to Fesendipity,
Deixa eu copiar
leaving your board a bit vulnerable and kind of banking on this Iono, not giving Fabrizio a super good hand.
Dizem que mulheres são escandalosas, mas hétero jogando truque e vendo futebol são pior. Cara, eu acho que eu torcendo pra Horimun sou pior, irmão. Eu tava literalmente gritando aqui, tá ligado? Eu tava muito pior. E as pessoas podem comprovar isso aqui.
We can get to restart for 1 card first by doing this.
Drifloon, TM Evolution already.
Ele parecia que tava na parada de carnaval. Eu tava desse jeito mesmo.
No energy. Just Monkey Dory and Ralts, so we still get to flip the script for free. We need to see Curlia, Candy Guardy, or energy. What is it? No Candy. Vessel, that does it.
Vessel is huge. Other than Vessel finally granting us access to some energy cards. And that means we can at the very least find a couple Curlia now. And that's... We're leaking prize cards, but at least Ricardo's getting to where he needs to be.
Yes, but this opens up after the Iono. We can still get to see the double clean out next turn of the Curlius. Curlia only has 90 HP. Does 100 to the active. 100.
Eu tava cochilando, acordei contigo gritando na vitória do Horimun.
One Noctowl and have hit something good off the Iono, it's purely possible that it can actually happen here. Still needs to Area 0, still needs a TMS Ogre Pawn, but with 2 Hoot Hoots in play, if you hit double Noctowl, I'm not asking for much here, Joe.
We're hoping for the best then from Ricardo. The energy finally comes to the hand. We will be going into those double Curlia. And like you said, Jesper, we haven't yet scouted Fabrizio's hand. The double Curly could all be crashing down next turn with enough Jewel Seekers.
And I have to be really honest here.
Isso, dona Judite! Bate
double Curly into play, which is nice and all for Ricardo.
It's good for him.
Yeah, but it's good for him. The issue that comes up here, 1 Curly was discarded with the research, right? So
eu ainda acho que Horimun ganha. Sei lá, na minha cabeça ainda dá. Bora ver, né?
Ai, que delícia! Ai, que delícia! There's grass energy, there's Ultra Ball and Noctowl in this hand.
We might just see it now.
You have to think that if Fabrizio wants this line of play, he can make it happen. Jewel Seeker number 1 coming in. Area 0 is required. Boss's orders is required. We're seeing his hand going through those motions of what he needs to put together.
Energy switch, attachment. Get in there. And the boss's orders to be there. This could be one of the biggest turns we've seen the entire tournament. And
eu acredito, eu quero montar o deck.
Possibility. It's where you can really see the massive amounts of skills in these players being in top 4. There's a reason why they're here. They're here because they're doing this so well and being able to pull off these combos seamlessly easy. But yeah, really need to make sure that they're grabbing
fazer de tudo para que Gage não ganhe.
And you may be
aí eu vou ter que montar o Dragas.
Easy, but now you're seeing with all the lights on you in top 4, headset on, white noise in, and yeah, Do we have...
Fabrizio is debating Crispin and not trying to find the double Noctowl plus the boss's orders combination.
It does also leave you a bit in the muds whenever you've done that torrential pump and you use both of the Noctowls.
That's true. It leaves you with far less draw power on the board. But then, I mean, you know you're getting a free turn if there's no access to Gardevoir EX on the following turn from your opponent.
You're right about that, and you'll be going down to free prizes, which means you likely get to draw another prize at that stage. And if you get to draw another prize at that stage, you're just 2 prizes away with him using your pretty TC. And the sensitivity is also pretty good to fly up, so honestly, I would be thinking here that if you get to draw really great, although at least you're getting 2 prizes by doing this, so I'm not hating it.
This is still a massive play.
Oh yeah.
No doubt about it. Fabrizio will be going 3 prizes up. There's the manual attachment in addition to the Crispin energy acceleration. And it does keep a Hoot available. I still like putting down the Teal Mask Ogopon EX as well. It means that if the Area 0 is bumped, you can get rid of one of your Noctowl freely.
Silêncio da match contra os novos tal. Tem vídeo no canal.
Night Stretcher fodder in case of Iono, having more outs of getting into a Noctowl, and also pretty much for free in that case, since you don't want to be discounting more cards with Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball is a necessary evil when you're playing.
Já acendi minha vela, fiz meu personagem de sal, minha parte tá feita. Agora falta a entidade fazer a dela e fazer toda a Gade perder.
And you're making your decisions way easier whenever you have anything open to you with the Night Stretcher. Do you see the draw from the Teal Mask Ogopon?
It's like an easy Ultra Ball away now. There's Ditto and the other Wellspring EX. I feel like that's easy enough to get rid of. If you want to see any additional cards from restarts here, it wouldn't be a bad thing to put even more Hoots onto this board. Or if you wanted to put something like Pheasantipity EX proactively onto the board, that could be okay. There is one of those Hoot in the prize cards actually, so that's not available right now.
Although drawing the 2 prizes, it's either Hoot or Noctowl is going to go into the hand. Both of them are going to be fantastic draws to have in that case. But yeah, Ultra Ball, we're going to see that it is likely going to be for a Pokemon we get to play instantly, like the Pheasantipity, for example, making sure that we can get to draw extra cards in terms of a knockout and get to restart for 2 additional cards. Name of the game here, have a full hand as possible whenever you can, and just make sure that whatever your opponent tries to throw in your face, that you can respond to it.
Eyeing up the Terrapagos EX as an interesting choice. Another terrestrial Pokemon. It's one of the cheaper attackers in the deck. Quite an efficient option, so you're not linked towards the Crispin so heavily each turn. Could open up boss's orders lines on the already damaged Mew EX at some stage.
Yeah, and the Pheasantipity too, since you would only need 7 benched Pokemon to deal with that Pheasantipity, and it leaves you with very good options to be taking those prizes. Looking like the prize map here is going to be Torrential Pump, knock out the Drifloon, knock out Kirlia. See what happens from Ricardo next turn. Is there going to be a combination of Rare Candy Gardevoir? If there's not, this looks pretty dark, honestly. And if there is, it's still going to be difficult, but then at least Ricardo has a way to pull themselves back into the game, where Fabrizio then has to look at a route where can we go around to take out one either Pheasantipity or Mew, and then potentially something like the Monkey Dory.
Looks like Fabrizio's happy to hold the 2 cards drawn from restart, so we will be using our Torrential Pump from Wellspring Mask Ogopon EX, taking out the stage 1 in addition to the Drifloon. Fabrizio goes 3 prize cards ahead, as he did in that game number 1, but in this instance his board is far more resolute.
Exactly, and this is the perfect board we see from these Terra boxes, getting to be able to to use the Torrential Pump several times, and typically when you've used Torrential Pump twice, you've taken 4 prizes. Although when you take out the Rellor, pretty nice because it enables you to use more of them. And when you get to take out the Curlia that your opponent has been working so hard to get, it's going to be there. But do we see the combination for Rare Candy Gardevoir? We do see the Rare Candy, but do we see a way of actually getting the Gardevoir?
I'm not seeing it, Jesper. Maybe flip the script to find the combination. Here we go. It has to happen
here, man. It has to happen here. You see 1, 2 free cards off the flip the script. These are important. Nest Ball, Rapscott, Research, no!
Tough break. Rare Candy, it's a one-of in the deck list.
And it's just the unfortunate piece. If you're using Research, you don't get to use the Candy. If you get to Iono, that Candy gets washed to the bottom. You don't have any more additional draw cards since Refinement was rotated. So it doesn't look like there's going to be coming any Gardevoir into play this turn, meaning that the ball is solidly in Fabrizio's court. And Ricardo has to bench another Rolls, being really afraid of Fabrizio taking out the only Rolls in play with another.
Ixi, aqui vai ficar empatado, eu acho, hein?
Respect it. Looks like Ricardo, the only way he could still get the Rare Candy Gardevoir is to hit the Secret Box, in addition to a Gardevoir or Ultra Ball. We're going to Nest Ball now to have a look in the deck.
Que o bicho não tem nem gás no campo.
Coming into play this turn. Not seeing many other great Pokemon to pull out from this position. Yeah, this can be shuffled up. We'll be going Monkidori, also just having a look at what's remaining in deck to see if it's still possible for him here, Jesper.
Yeah, this does look really difficult, Joe, here, and it's unfortunate at these stages. Although he's still up 1-0, it's still quite possible he can just swing this into Game 3. We have to remember there's plenty of time to make sure Game 3 happens, and these players have been on great pace to make sure this happens. We don't have to worry about time at the very least in this stage, but we do have to worry about what's going to happen right here, right now. If this Iono does not hit into a combination that gives us Gardevoir EX on Ricardo's side of the board, I would be much closer to over than it was just now.
The big 6 cards then. We're looking for our A-Spec in addition to Gardevoir or Ultra Ball to make this come together. We need to find the Rare Candy that we've just shuffled to the bottom. 6 cards.
I don't see the Secret Box there, Joe.
That's a real problem. Now at this stage, you're hoping that you've forced Fabrizio into a slow hand and he can't reload another Torrential Pump. You've really got to be dodging Ultra Ball and Noctowl at this stage. You have to hope that the 3 cards stick.
Surely doesn't look like it here, and there's not even cards to be expended to be using the restart to potentially draw some extra cards. So you could go for Night Stretcher for Curlia to get that into play, although that would just be needing 1 Crispin to be just to lead it essentially here.
It's time for a panic counter catch. I think.
Yeah.
The one
Pera, não vai ser legal pro Nike, mas vai estar as 2 semanas certinho.
There's no Latias EX currently in play, so there is no Skyliner.
Sério que não vai ser legal?
In fact, it's in the prize cards for Fabrizio.
Exactly right, and with only
não dá as 2 semanas, dá as 2 semanas certinho, não dá não? Acho que vai sim, pô, é 2 semanas certinho. Sim, começa a valer no Nike, é certinho.
Yeah, really, it's what do you leave in the active spot here? Does it even matter what you leave in the active spot, or do you just accept that if Fabrizio actually gets the attack, we're in the muds?
I feel like the rolls, but that really doesn't feel good.
No, because
nothing feels good from here.
At least there is no switch inside of Fabrizio's deck, so there's no like switch Crispin combination. It has to be rescue board attached plus energy switch and Crispin sort of thing, which is pretty difficult to hit. So here, the Super Rod getting a Gardevoir, need that for external Curly, need that for future, and a Drift getting back into like one of your main attackers to try and pull back a few of the pieces here.
Cancelei seu cancelamento.
Is that there's still Mew in play to grab these cards, that if you can play any of the cards you got off Iono, you get to be using restart for a few cards, getting through the deck, because the decks are just getting thinner and thinner the more we get into the game, and the more likely it is for Fabrizio also to be hitting options that they would
Cara, não tem nem gás em campo aqui, na gás não ganha mesmo não, velho.
Not sure if there's any other live action here. We can Adrenabrain some damage off this Mew EX, setting up some math across the board. It's still foggy for Ricardo. He still has 6 prize cards to take, so he's going to set up damage on Terrapagos EX right now.
What could have been really, really good here for Ricardo is that if they can get a second Monkidori into play next turn, being able to take this Hoot out during 2 turns, but we didn't really.
Ele tá lendo o quê? Jogador de Yu-Gi-Oh! Básico.
There's an energy in hand, so we get to use the Teal Mask. I think I saw Professor something in their hand. It's either a turn or research.
Energy, Boss's Orders, Blood Moon, Ursaluna EX, and another card that we can't
O Nike é daqui 2 semanas, exatamente, dá 2 semanas certinho. Porque o bagulho lançou tipo dia 30, né?
Wow.
É literalmente certinho. Minha change 9 cards.
To spend a Boss's Orders, and that doesn't feel good when there's no guarantees of you doing anything.
For turn, use.
Yeah, you'd have to attach to Terrapagos EX. Yeah, bench Blood Moon EX. That would be your final bench slot.
And then you draw 1, which has to be either Energy Switch or Crispin, Noctowl.
If you just bench Blood Moon Ursaluna, you open up Professor
Nego, né?
Nego. Supporter option. Then you're still
nego.
Attack with the energy committed now.
So we have to see an epic top deck of the restart here. really, really threatening benching the bottom. It is such a huge guy putting down here in the bench. But yeah, are we going to be playing the Boss's Orders? Of course, cannot play the Briar since that Ricardo's not on 2 Briars, and you can't just burn the Briar. Can go for the Boss's Orders, and if the Boss's Orders does hit Energy Switch, and you can pull up something like the Festivity, you're also forcing then Ricardo to pull an option out of the deck to retreat it like an Energy. So we then force Ricardo to we reckon that if you're sitting in Fabrizio's shoes, that there should be an Energy in Ricardo's hand regardless. But if you go Boss for the Fest exactly, and you actually hit either Knockdown or Energy Switch,
esse cara tá de slow play de propósito? Tá de propósito. Tá, porque ele tá ganhando, né, 1 ponto. Ele tá 1 a 0.
Here it is, Seeker coming in, a huge hit from Fabrizio here. He is not slowing down.
We can get the energy switch here. Make sure we have the knockout on Festivity. Yes, it opens up for the Iono 2-1 from Ricardo, but now you're still also having an Ogre Pawn with 2 energies down in the field. And whatever Ricardo attacks with, he has to be afraid that that could be taken out unless it's God of War attacking, and yet there's still going to be small squishy Pokemon on the bench. And then next turn, it could just be the Torrential Pump from Resping Ogre Pawn, I'm sorry, to be able to take out something like the Rolls or the Monkey Dory on bench.
This is becoming a terrifying board state. Fabrizio's draw 2 found exactly what he needed from draw 2 to pick the best 2 from your deck.
Depende de como você faz o slow play.
The Jewel Seeker from Noctowl. Fabrizio kept his line open.
Mas acho que esse slow play dele pode fazer ele perder. Terá... Pois é, pode ser porque o deck de guard é menos agressivo, né? Que o de Terra Box. O T já ganhamos ainda não.
Being able to use the second energy switch, potentially that can come down next turn as well, to make sure that they don't just need Crispin, because I think the last card hand's actually Crispin. So I have all the options that they want to happen next turn. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is a Crispin in the end of the hand, yeah. So
acabou.
If there's no disruption from Ricardo,
aqui guard não ganha nessa match não.
For Torrential Pump, because there's only 2 Bravery Charms, and you can't, unless... No, you can't even get that. You have to Arcane Gardevoir, Bravery Charm to Monkey Dory if you want to protect against it. But by benching the Scream Tail, it basically telegraphs that Crispin equals game on the Torrential Pump. And it looks like we're going to see research.
Você está me ouvindo bem?
If Fabrizio sees the line to be able to
então, mas guard não consegue desenvolver os 20 minutos, consegue? Comparado ao Ultra Box? Eu acho que vai ficar empatado e vai ser quem tem menos prêmios, eu acho. Vai acabar sendo assim, não?
He knows that his back is against the wall. He has to make Fabrizio have it. From his perspective, it's a low hand size. There's certainly a
olha ele enrolando, cara. Olha o slow play, gente.
Even though there's only a couple cards required.
Olha o slow play do cara, mano. Olha lá, ele olhando, pensando, ai que vagabundo, mano.
Position to claw this massive comeback. We know that it's probably not possible, but Ricardo might see something.
Juiz, olha isso, juiz. Tá não.
We haven't quite kept tabs on how the energies are from Fabrizio. There could be an option that there's not enough energies to power up left in deck, and if you're sitting here as Ricardo, you have to do everything that you can potentially to grab this. We have seen crazier things happening both on stream and in some of our games or ourselves. But yeah, Secret Box is going to come out. Could be the counter catcher. Guess they can play more with more supporter. We have to remember that. Have to grab Iono, counter catcher, Team Evo.
Yeah, it's just no stadium remaining.
So Bravery Charm instead of the Evo.
Feels like some sort of panic counter-catcher plus Scream Tail combination is the best thing you can do.
Yeah, I mean, you could counter-catcher the Boltman or Luna.
Yeah.
Even though Fabrizio did take the last of the prizes, there's a full bench over there, which means
não, ele já perdeu, ele tá só enrolando, velho. Mano, tá 6 a 1, ele tá enrolando, velho. Olha lá, mano.
All the damage that you can. You could damage the active, you could damage the Mew EX, and then look for multiple Monkey Dory to string together. I think that's about all we can see here, Jesper, right now, to stay in this game.
Excited. We do get to see the Gardevoir, which is the piece that we need to see first before we can actually start attacking with the Scream Tail and try to get these energies in play. We've used the Mew as a damage bank again, as we talked about earlier in the game. You see 70 damage that are already onto the Mew to try and see if we can make some spots where we can set up some damage counters and potentially swing this awful position into a strength.
You
Enrolar assim não é antijogo? Tecnicamente sim, né? Ah, não, você tá lendo... Não, não, tá de sacanagem. Não, não, tá de sacanagem. Não, esse cara tá de sacanagem. Você tá lendo o Terapagos? Não, tá zoando, né? Não, 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 não. Não, não, não. Juiz, pelo amor de Deus. Olha isso aí, cara. Mano, ele tá lendo o Terapagos. Não, mano, pelo amor de Deus, cara. Dá um double prize loja na próxima partida. Não é possível um bagulho isso, não. Ah, mano. Mano, isso não... Mano, ele tá enrolando de propósito, velho. Mano, eu duvido. Ele enfrentou... Deve ter enfrentado Terapagos a partida em... Mano, não faz sentido. Mano, não é possível. Isso aí... Não, esse eu duvido que ele não conheça Terapagos. Não. Não, olha isso, mano. Ah, acabou. Moço, bate logo, filho. Ele tá te enrolando.
And we do see boss's orders, either Rolls, Streamtail, Monkey Dory for the game here, and Fabrizio tying up the set 1-1 with just about 16.5 minutes left for game 3. Plenty of time to get in, and these trainers have been fighting.
Se fosse eu com 15 anos, tava criando 10 contas fake no Twitter só pra mandar a foto da carta Terapagos pra ele. Ele tá pensando, né? Ele tá enrolando porque ele já tinha ganhado uma partida, pô. Ele leu o segundo ataque? Não, pô, ele tá enrolando. Isso é slow play.
And immediately off the first Jewel Seeker, we were able to start launching these torrential pumps, damaging Mute EX, taking out the Relo in the process. And Ricardo seemed like he was
Purga, ele leu pra enrolar, mano, porque ele já tinha lido antes. Ele tá trollando, velho. Ele leu porque ele já tinha uma vitória, ele tava querendo enrolar, pô. Eu duvido que esse cara não conhece o Terapagos, Purga. Eu duvido, cara. Ah, foi ironia? Ah, desculpa. Mano, ele tá enrolando muito para Foz. Eu quero ver agora. Ele vai jogar full speed, quer ver? Agora se ele continuar no slow play, meu amigo, não. Aí é safadagem.
Coming in clutch whenever Fabrizio needed that last knockdown to be pulled off the top of the deck, remembering that there was a knockdown prize at that very stage as well. So great find there and leads us into a game 3, and as we all wish, we want close games, we want game 3s, we want some exciting actions to bring to you.
Tomara que ele brique. Ele tem que ser doncado pra ser trouxa.
Well, it's a real back and forth. We've seen how the Rabska can affect things. We've seen how it's also affected Fabrizio's thinking as well. The priority of that Pokémon.
Eita, e agora Scorpius? Eu acho que talvez ele perca. Ah, máscara nascente prisou, nem ferrando, cara.
Also the Pikachu EX in there as well. But a couple Ultra Ball in the prizes for Ricardo, but we see the fist bump. It looks like Fabrizio will be kicking things off with that Mew EX once again in the active position, and immediately with a Nest Ball, we know that he's going to have at least a pretty decent
turn. Me enrola o tomate.
As long as you're starting Nest Ball with this Terra Box deck, Fabrizio is going to be able to at least get a Fen Rotom, which he does go ahead and get right here. Although the question is,
eu só quero tomar banho descansado. Ah, tem dois no deck, então
we can even go for the transformative start Ditto. Thanks to the Mew EX lead, we can naturally pivot into this Pokemon. Its time to shine is only on turn 1, but the transformative start, such a valuable ability that many players who use the Fan Rotom look towards this Pokemon.
Ah, é, aí é 5 da tarde, né, Scorpius? Aí é outro horário, é verdade. É porque aqui vai dar meio-dia ainda, mano.
He has no illusions as to what the most important Pokemon is for his early game in this matchup.
Bom dia, meu querido, tudo bom? Como é que você tá? Ah, ele tem 2 máscaras, GG. Aqui é GG, mano. Se ele não descer 3 bichos, bicho, ele vai tomar.
Such a hard time getting that back. And actually, when I'm looking down at Ricardo's list, not going to be able to retreat and use Team Evolution at the same time, meaning that this Relor may just be left out there.
O Scorpius é da Suíça, pô.
Leads where you just have to leave it in the active and hope that just by evolving into 2 Curlier, that's your best safeguard.
Quem começou foi o Fabrício.
Onto the Wellspring mask Pokemon as well.
We even have an Ultra Ball to boot next turn.
Chegou o Milatic? Ainda não, você acredita?
Being able to possibly go for my dream play of taking out 2 Curlias.
Oh boy, Jesper, we need to use Iono here. We need to
que não venha nenhuma quilha, não venha Poffin, não venha nada, vai, é agora, vai. Ó o Donk vindo, moleque, ó o Donk vindo. Merda, bolaninho. Mas só uma bolaninho.
Get into Curlia, but that still means that you can't do that. You can't just go for Curlia because it means that you would lose a knockdown.
Só uma bolaninho, cara.
There's Indipity EX maybe.
That's not so great either. That just
it's not great. It's not great yet.
O nome disso é karma. Traz aí o Fezão, senão você vai se lascar, mano. Vai achando que o mundo não pune. Pega o round isso aí, ó. Pipi é X, ele vai pegar. Moço, tem que ser Fezão. Se você pegar pipi, você vai se lascar, mano. Vai se lascar, mano. Ele vai trazer pipi? Pera, o Fezão dele prisou. Ele deu quiser e só veio uma bolinha na mão dele, o Scorpius. Meu Deus, eu tô assim. Pipi, mano. Prisou não? Caraca, então o que esse cara tá fazendo?
It's not a great deal either way. It's an awkward Iono.
No, mano, o que esse cara fez?
You love to see it. Hey, every damage counter matters.
Mano, mas ele já vai perder uma prêmio agora.
Wait and see what happens here. Slight intrusion's gonna happen here. 30 damage to the Wellspring Mask over upon 10 to Relor itself.
O que ele fez? Ele pegou o Wheeler pra além de sacanagem, mano.
The Iono was not kind to Ricardo. So now with this Ultra Ball, and so often we've said that Dual Secret
não tem nada pra além do Wheeler, cara.
The world is his oyster this turn.
Ai, que troll,
cara. As well as weaving in some different item cards. I feel like simply damaging the
Ai, se ele meu terá pago 5 vezes, eu vou ler seu Wheeler só de troll na volta, seu trouxa.
Getting that off the board immediately is really handy.
And the question comes, is Ricardo then going to be able to
Ai, eu tô rindo muito, cara, na moral,
the likely question is, well, then you also let go of a team evolution. If you're putting down a Relor, that's going to get bullied straight away by the torrential pump.
Mas se ele colocasse um round, se ele perdia... Não, sim, eu entendi, mas ele tinha que ter colocado era um Fezan. Por quê? Porque ele ia tomar o dano no Relor e depois ele ia puxar mais 3 cartas. Não faz sentido ele trazer a pipi, tá ligado? Ele não tem Plínio no baralho pra bater de pipi, saca? É isso que eu não entendi.
It's all just getting more and more difficult, and that's why I'm trying to lead out the options that are for Ricardo.
Eita, e agora? Como é que vai fazer com a aposta, Scorpius? Porque eu acho que a guard vai de vala aqui, hein?
Torrential pump lined up then, as you said, Jesper, and
tem que mudar a aposta. A aposta vai ter que ser só se o Lua for campeão mesmo ou não, tá ligado?
It's a great deal for you. Terrapagos EX finds its way into the hand, but the turn is already fantastic.
It doesn't require a lot to be fantastic here, May, and you also get to see the Night Stretcher being in hand.
Olha essa loucura, pois é. Terra e Moon na final. Nossa, bem diferente a final, se realmente o Terra ganhar.
And don't forget, these extra small draws in the last game were what set them apart, with Fabrizio being able to grab an Octal. And if the same could happen,
Leo Terapagos lá de novo, nem tem Terapagos. Ah, não tem ali no campo. Maca.
The good news is there's at least a supporter in hand, and there's Night Stretcher. So we can try and recover Relor.
Então com Terra, aposta, beleza.
Possibly even Bravery Charming up this Lily's Clefairy is valuable now, and just saying that you're not gonna have access to TM Evolution, you'll find that Rare Candy again later.
Relaxa, eu já sei o que ele quer fazer. Ele quer deixar o dano, porque se ele não conseguir trazer ninguém no próximo turno, ele já deita o pipi.
I still just don't like it here, Joe. It's
listen, don't count him out. Gardevoir's always going behind.
I'm not counting out. Gardevoir's always
a great puxou Caldabrado e Monkidori.
Oh, there's an Ultra Ball that can get a rolls, but we really do.
Nossa, Mamão tá ruim mesmo assim, né?
Yeah, this was another awkward 6 cards, no doubt about it.
Ultra Ball for Fessendipity to try and grab a Buddy-Buddy Poffin?
Fezan, né?
Behind enough to make that hero play. We could be. Honestly, we could be. It's one copy of Buddy-Buddy Poffin in the deck. And the Secret Box. You'd have exactly enough cards with Flip the Script to be able to play the Secret Box and discard.
E aí, Lenda, beleza? É Guard versus Terra Box.
Grab a supporter for the following turn anyway, so it's not that all in.
Yeah, so it's either choosing between
UEX
or Ralts. Choosing Ralts leans. At least Fabrizio needs a couple of cards to be pulling off the Torrential Pump since there's no Sparkling Crystal in play yet.
Yep.
Although that would just be an Ultra Ball for a Noctowl who gets Crispin and Sparkling Crystal in that case. It's not a lot we're asking for there.
Olha a enrolação dele, gente.
Because if Ricardo goes ahead and says, yes, I'm going to go for
olha a enrolação, meu Deus.
Then basically just tell him, Fabrizio, do you have it?
Ricardo has to dodge at this stage. Ultra Ball for one.
Não, esse cara tá jogando lento de propósito. Mano, ele do nada começou a jogar lento. Ele tava jogando muito rápido.
Less than 7 minutes remain on the clock.
Não, ele ainda nem trouxe o Fezan agora. Ele quis trazer o Round. Mano. Cara, dá não.
As I said last turn, Joe, these small cards that you draw from these pieces. Or we can even go for Assault Landing potentially. We do a free retreat with Latias.
Choosing not to take the draw and just putting more damage onto this board. It sets up a jamming tower play.
If there's a boss's orders in hand, if there's a boss's orders, we get the rods.
Oh my goodness, still denial
of
the Gardevoir. Fabrizio will take another prize card. And Ricardo left with just one energy on Lily's Clefairy.
And landing this Ralts Assault.
Toma, Gardevoir, vai tomando de ladinho, de cá, de lá, de cabeça, de eita. Vai enrolar, vai ler o Terapagos, vai! A regra é clara e nunca falha. Leu a carta mais de uma vez, você perde a partida. É de praxe. Aqui acabou, né, gente? Aqui acabou. Aqui acabou. Aqui acabou. Leu a cartinha 3 vezes? Não sabe o que o Terapagos faz? Toma na Jabirá, que é isso, acabou. Não tem que fazer não. Agora você pegou o Fezan, agora você desce essa merda desse Fezan aí. Não quer descer o Fezan, gente. Gente, ele não... agora ele vai descer o Fezan.
Get the most out of it and try and level up this prize race. You could still stay in it here.
Yeah, exactly. And we still just need to do.
O negócio é jogar tanto que nem ler a carta, só a figura. Mano, o cara pegou o Terapagos LG pra ler 2 vezes, mano. Tá trolando, mano. Quem pega o Terapagos pra ler 3 vezes, 2 vezes? Ninguém, velho. Eu duvido que não enfrentou nenhum Terapagos, não faz nem sentido. Não tô zoando. Ele pegou pra ler 2 vezes, mano, o Terapagos. E a gente sabe que não foi porque ele não sabe o que faz. 4 minutos você vai perder, filho. Nem adianta. Tamo falando a verdade, velho. Ele pegou pra ler o Terapagos 2 vezes. Aí o outro cara, o Fabrício, pegou o Reelor pra ler só de sacanagem, mano. Porque não faz sentido nenhum ler o Reelor, tá ligado? Meu irmão, você pode enrolar quantas já perdeu aí, ó. Você tem mais prêmio. A maldição da leitura. Leu, perdeu. Leu mais de uma vez, perdeu, né?
If you can counter catch or an attack with Lily's Clefairy EX as well, that's still how you have your most aggressive turn. Oh, we're changing up our box here.
É porque tá desorientado, Alisson. O bicho tá desorientadaço, mano.
Just having a debate here between our trainers.
Yeah, still so many options that Ricardo has to go through. And regardless of whatever option that they're presented with, it's just not a good option, and everything seems like it's a little tad too late at some stages here.
Foi absurdo no dia, né?
Getting an Arven versus a supporter slot, still being able to get a tool, a stadium, and an item card to be able to pull themselves back, or attempt to pull themselves back into this.
E logo extrapagas, isso nem sentido faz, o efeito é o mais simples que existe. O segundo ataque nem dá pra usar no deck. Bom, não sabemos, né? Mas não faz sentido mesmo. Tá derretido? Cara, eu tô um pouquinho, mano. Que eu, assim, eu tô com fome. Eu não dormi ontem pra hoje, só dormi 2 horinhas, né? Então... Foi 2 horinhas, amor, que eu dormi? 2 horinhas só, gente. Depois, meia hora, né? Tipo, minha esposa me acordou pra fazer live pra vocês.
Oh, it's actually going to be the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. It's got nothing on it, so it's not necessarily the biggest threat, but you're just
eu acordei no Moon, eu acordei só quando tava o Luiz Trondo jogando. É verdade.
Getting rid of the Arven and TM Evolution just found from the Secret Box.
Tu dormiu depois, dormi 2 horinhas só, Luiz.
And Rocks number 2 can be found.
So we can get the Artisan for the second waltz exactly here.
It's everything you hoped for. From that Professor's research, we finally had a decent outcome. Couple whiffs from Ionos back to back, but now the research comes in clutch. We will bump the stadium, forcing some discards from Fabrizio, getting rid of a couple of those Noctowl and the Fan Rotom. What else are we getting rid of here?
It's really difficult. It's also really smart from Ricardo pulling up this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, because I would definitely just discard the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon in this case here. Perhaps
right, that's true.
Yeah, forcing to discard either Terapagos or Latias. I do really like discarding the Terapagos rather. And you want to keep the Teal Mask Ogerpon in play because that could draw cards. You want to keep Mew in place because that could also draw cards. And you want to keep the Latias in place since that gains you the free retreat that you need to be maneuvering and have mobility on your board. So actually picking up this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, regardless of if you're being aggressive or not, which Ricardo is in this stage, gets to relieve yourself from one of the main attackers that Fabrizio could use to knock you out, which is 2 energy attachments, which is the Terapagos. But also you get to remove
agora tem que pegar prêmio,
from play, which could be the enabling effect to actually grab the knockout with Terapagos after all.
So Ricardo, with his back against the wall, is finally able to develop not 1 but 2 Rolts, whilst also leveling up the prize.
Não tem mais drop na Twitch. Cara, só tem em internacional, né? Como isso aqui é regional, não dá. Mas o Nike vai ter, dia 13 vai ter, daqui que Rockets League, tudo direitinho.
does have access to Jewel Seeker once again, so I'm expecting another explosive turn here. What's the best way that he can disrupt Ricardo this turn?
Ih, turno 0 vai ser nele, hein?
Clefairy's an easy KO.
Clefairy's an easy KO, and then you can look at the Festivity for the last remaining KO with something like the Blood Moon. Okay, we started there. I'm really just always looking forward to an option.
Amanhã dos stream pra código.
Yeah. That's a big combo.
Ah, é, tem um código aqui, caso vocês não saibam, tem um código novo, tá? Olha aqui, ó. Aqui, ó, tem esse código novo aqui, ó. Do Destiny Rivals, ó. Tem esse aqui, ó. Se você usar esse código aqui, você ganha 2 cartas especial. Agora ele enrolou de propósito. Toma! Turno 0 aqui, ó. Toma o turno 0 pra tu. Manda no chat. Você não tem, não? Deixa eu mandar aqui pra você. Tá aí, mandei no chat.
You can also Torrential Pump alongside your jamming tower. That would be a way to take a big 3 prize turn as well.
Oh yeah.
So you don't have to use a gusting effect. In that case, you'd be able to use Crispin in addition to Sparkling Crystal.
So we do see
os dois estão errados? Não, toma de volta agora, né? Enrolação.
A lot of great options here since if you go to take the free prizes here, yes, you go down to 1, you'll still have your Mew in play to be able
agora
to
tu não deve, precisa ter pressa, não.
Which means it has to be Iono plus KO Mew. If it's Iono plus KO Mew, it almost cannot be by Screamtail, since I could lose to anything from the board, even something like a Sob or a triple strike, even from Hoot.
Tem, tá na mão dele.
You're getting creative. Sparkling Crystal coming to the hand then with Jewel Seeker. What's the second piece of the puzzle? Area 0.
Quase dormindo. Claro, o cara tá enrolando, mano.
Research this turn. Still seeing 7 fresh cards. and hoping from that stage that we can draw into Ultra Balls, Noctowls, or energy switches.
We could also Sparkling Crystal the Teal Mask Ogerpon, no, don't forget that, and get the knockout on the Clefairy, and then have to find another way of grabbing 2 prizes. It can always just be, be the boss Blood Moon onto Fessendipity a bit later.
Yep.
Since as long as you're grabbing 2 prizes this turn, you have to feel good about what you're doing here in this position. So I'm actually not really hating this, but the Sparking Crystal is going to come down
Spread the threat.
to it.
Fessendipity EX can also hit the board. Research for a fresh 7 cards here. We're seeing a lot of cards, Jesper. We could naturally find the combo without the need for Noctowl. There's the Jamming Tower.
But we just played Area 0 this turn, Joe, so we can't play the Jamming Tower down, although there's not an energy to the Monkey Dory yet. So if the Monkey Dory is not being activated, we could see that Clefairy go down to the usage of Jamming Tower.
Now there's the option of Jewel Seeker still remaining. How can we piece this together? I think now it's just a simple KO on the Lily's Clefairy and say that I've got Myriad Leaf Shower online and I've got the Torrential Pump lined up for future turns.
We do have a Grass in the discard pile. This could either be something like, you know, Earthen Vessel for double Grass, depending on what we have
discard,
left in deck.
Yeah.
So we could potentially go for something like Super Rod,
Night
Earthen
Stretcher,
Vessel,
yeah, that's
Night
a great combo.
To be able to both draw the card by Teal Mask, and Teal Dancing, or you can grab the Vessel. So we do see Vessel. How many Grass do we have in deck, Joe?
Não, sequenciou horrível. Tá dormindo, velho. Cord.
We're just setting Clefairy up with that 220.
Mas o Renan joga, ele é jogador de guard, mano. Até eu que não sou tão jogador de guard assim, jogo melhor que isso aí.
We have to recognize that Ricardo, if an attachment is going to come down to Monkey Dory, will start removing damage off the Clefairy.
O que eu perdi? Ah, mano. O cara leu Terapagos 2 vezes. Você acredita, mano? Isso, é um Roseradium Meow, exatamente.
And Ricardo's only going to maximum be able to use 1 Monkey Dory, leaving that Clefairy exactly at the amount of HP that's being good here. Although time is called, we're going to have Fabrizio being turn 0, and when we go to time here in Top Cut, we have to find a winner. We do play the typical
Bugadinho, qual deck você tem mais gostado do novo meta? Cara, do novo sem ser o que eu já gosto, cara, o Goldengo, eu acho. Gardevoir eu tenho curtido bastante. Isso, dona Judite! Bate! Typhlosion é legal também. Terapagos eu tenho medo.
So it can come into a situation where drawing something like free prize cards may be enough.
Talk about pressure between these two players.
Olha a felicidade do cara. Mas eu nem tomei café da manhã esperando esse jogo terminar. Eu sou mais deck do Typhlosion do Ho-Oh, Typhlosion.
Plays from both players at this stage, and you just do not want to trip up. Both players have a chance to be the victor here.
I really like this, Joe. I really like Night Stretching for the Hutu. Just in case an Iono comes out, you do have these extra options to pull out and knock down. And it's a lifeblood of Fabrizio's deck to get knocked out. And if there's an Iono being played, a knockdown can go ahead and get exactly that Jamming Tower. Fabrizio would then only need a knockdown next turn, literally, because that could be Crispin.
Os caras tá enrolando, tô quase dormindo, cara.
This Wellspring Mask Ogerpon's knocked that out, but we do get to see Torrential Pump not grab it and knock out a Clefairy, pushing it up to 220 damage, staying alive because of the Bravery Charm. That's really good. And then we get to see Monkey Door or any of the ones on the bench.
Not that afraid of anything.
Frango jogando.
I think because there's a couple of darkness energy in the discard pile as well. This makes Night Stretcher far less live.
Tá bom, já acordei.
2 copies in Henry Chow's list of Night Stretcher.
MVP Silene, cara! Acordei já. Tô acordado.
Super Rod Artisan,
tô acordado.
Night Stretcher for Darkness to get that alive. But still, even if there's a Monkey Door from the Clefairy, it's still going to go down to a potential Jamming Tower next turn. And we may just see this tournament here being the battle of the tower.
This is so close, yes, but turn 1 for Ricardo then. A heavily damaged Lily's Clefairy EX. This is the first opportunity Ricardo's had in this Game 3 to actually find a Gardevoir EX. Here's a draw for turn, Rare Candy off the top. I don't think it's live though.
Neither, Joe, and such scrappy games here for Ricardo's past 2 games. Was thinking that potentially is
Ele vai meter um guard com Rare Candy. Dá pra ele fazer. Mas ele só tem uma energia, pô. Ele não tem mais energias pra bater. Pô, mudei o nick, não te avisei. O bugadinho é o Itachi. Ah, tu, Itachi! E aí, Itachi, como é que você tá, seu cheiroso? Tudo bom? Realmente eu não sabia que era tu não, pô. Eu li o nick, eu pensei, será que é o Itachi? Eu juro que eu pensei isso. Eu juro que eu pensei. Porque eu lembro que o seu nick no Pokémon Tcg Live era Muramasa. Aí eu pensei, será que é tu? Só que eu não, né, como eu tô meio com um sono meio lerdo hoje, eu tô meio, né? Quanto tempo, mano? Você tá bom? Mas a conferência aí com uma energia, né?
We failed to do so in game number 2, but I still feel like it was the right avenue in that game too.
Yeah, because it's just so hard to shuffle the deck and get the Rare Candy afterwards, right? Yeah. And you would have to be counting on more things happening. Whereas if you're trying to draw for the Gardevoir in this size of a deck, it's a more fair shout than what you had in game 2.
Let's see then. Any more actions before the flip the script, or is it the big Fezandipity? 3 cards. Will we see Gardevoir EX here?
He's getting a better seat in his chair here.
Gardevoir EX.
On the first card even.
That means we're still gaming.
Se ele conseguir pôr a guard no campo, ele ainda ganha.
That was the minimum he needed this turn to even have a hope to continue on in this game.
Eu te vou bater. Não, bate em mim não, cara. Eu tô com sono, velho. Ainda nem tô comendo café da manhã, esperando esse jogo terminar. Caramba, vai terminar amanhã.
Well, can we even find something like counter-catcher at this stage?
Não ganha, não ganha.
Bring up Fezandipity and punch it, knowing that later on you can Adrenabrain to finish it off. Gardevoir, even given 2 turns remaining, can still sculpt its way to 4 prizes over those 2 turns, even if it takes none this turn.
Doesn't look like it's currently, it looks like double on Night Stretcher and a Super Odd for the items that there are in hand. So it has to be an Iono drawing 4 cards, and if it needs to happen now, Joe, for the counter catcher, otherwise it may just be a tad too late. Fabrizio only having 1 turn left here in time, and yeah, it's getting tense.
It's far too dangerous at this stage. Ricardo still looking for pieces.
Arven, Gardevoir, Nespa.
Não, Plínio aqui acabou, né?
These are not live.
Which means that whatever Fabrizio draws here, it's gonna stay theirs.
I mean, you can still retreat into Gardevoir EX and hit this Wellspring Ogerpon for 190. Still using Adrenabrain on your Clefairy EX and set up another one of these multi-prize EX Pokemon.
Yeah, you can put it on something like the Fezandipity, a Latias, or you can even just take out the Mew next turn with the Monkey Dory, as long as you're just not taking a knockout this turn.
Yeah, and you set up the damage for Screamtail this way if it's on Mew EX.
Exactly.
So you're actually right in this mix, and you're forcing Fabrizio from this 3 cards. If you don't give Flip the Script to your opponents, it's still needing access to Noctowl or Ultra Ball. Ricardo still is.
It's a matter again of these small amount of cards being drawn. Do we get to see that Noctowl happening on the Hood once again, or do we finally? I'm not gonna say finally, it's because it hasn't happened yet, but maybe do we see Fabrizio missing for once, which is what Ricardo really does need here. Gonna see the Monkey Dory activating the Adrenabrain, perhaps. Holding a bit onto it. Gonna use
Mas ele não tem guard, mano. Mas ele deita com o Pipi, não deita?
You're absolutely right about if you put it onto Mew, you can use Screamtail with 4 energies next turn. Really great and aware of play here, because then you can on the turn afterwards. But we're gonna put it onto.
It's going onto the active. Does that mean we are allowing Flip the Script to stay live here?
We are, but we get to get rid of the Sparkling Crystal.
Yeah, you are aware that Torrential Pump, you know, once again, Jesper, we're sat up here thinking Jamming Tower's a big combo for Fabrizio.
Yeah, but Ricardo maybe doesn't even know about it.
Hasn't seen it in the first 2 games whatsoever. So it may simply be out of his field of thinking. Not in his vision right now.
It's not something that we typically see in all these Firebox decks. It's not every single time.
You think about it in Raging Bolt, not in this deck.
Exactly. We do see retreat. And it could be into either something like the Screamtail. Well, I'm not quite sure. He's just gonna.
Just attacking.
Seems like we're just gonna take the knockout onto the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, and now
Silene é você! Como é possível? Silene! Nossa! Nem ferrando, velho! Silene, você é doido, meu coração! Meu amigo! MVP Silene, cara!
Rock Scouting gets us towards Blood Moon as a Luna EX.
Rock Scouting could get us something like Noctowl potentially.
Noctowl as well. Is that enough in this instance? Noctowl would grab the jamming tower for the easy 2 prize KO. Ricardo presumably shoves.
Fala, time, boa tarde, tudo bom?
Pokemon. That's not an easy KO.
Can we do Volspring again? I think we've exhausted all the energy switches, honestly.
Aqui é Terapagos, não? Terapagos e Plínio.
Flip the script, Jesper. 3 more cards.
Terapagos e Plínio, pô. É só trazer o Terapagos e Plínio. Tem Plínio na mão, 2 Plínio. Ultra Ball, acabou.
Surely now Fabrizio is getting
Tower
close.
boss's orders. Could be hitting it here, but we need a little bit more.
Do we need to take prize cards here to unlock the way to win?
Terapagos ele bate e ganha, pô.
Lily's Clefairy EX, but Ricardo will no doubt bring up his Gardevoir EX, a mammoth 310 hit points.
Não, 3 não, mas se ele só derrotar o Pipi, ele ganha. O Saluna, o Saluna! O Saluna, gente!
Counter catch is still open for Fabrizio. Could he do it? You could Brock Scouting Blood Moon Ursaluna. You can use your Jewel Seeker for Counter Catcher plus Jamming Tower. Play Counter Catcher, Jamming Tower, then Blood Moon for the game.
Could just happen. Ultra Ball would put contemplating discarding the Brock is. We need to.
As long as it's all in deck here.
Oh, it's a psychic energy, so we get to see it here.
Não sei.
Counter catch is available. Game is in the deck.
Game is in deck, yes. We just need to see if Fabrizio gets the seed. You can just get the Blood Moon down with the Brock attached to it. Counter catcher. Does Fabrizio see it here?
Fabrizio with 3 prize cards remaining. Ricardo with 2. Jewel Seeker is game here. Can Fabrizio spot it?
Pera, quê? Quanto que a Pipi tá de dano? 6, 12, 13.
Perfectly here, Joe. Here comes the Jewel Seeker. Rock Scouting and Energy is Blood Moon for the final attack of the game. We're looking at boss's orders, but Counter Catch is available. I can't believe this in top 4 of the Special Championships. Fabrizio just needs to see it.
Ah, Ursi ganha!
In turn 2 of time, Fabrizio's final turn here.
Mas a Ursaluna não dá pra usar com a Ursi, cara.
About the Jewel Seeker.
There's a jamming tower to very least. That's
we
what
knew
we
that
need
was
to.
we knew that was essential.
This boss to be a counter catcher.
It looks like we're not getting there, Jesper.
Mano, mas pra que boss? Aí você não ganha, doido. Não, não faz merda não, pelo amor de Deus. Você vai bater com o que puxando, velho?
Takes back the boss's orders. Have a look through that deck, please, Fabrizio.
Please take one more time. One more time.
Quiser? Não, filho! Não!
Jesper, please.
Oh, he's teasing us.
My knees are weak.
Mano, não faz merda, pelo amor de Deus, cara.
But it's such an important decision here.
This is an obscure line. This is an obscure line.
Tá nervoso, gente. Ele tá nervoso. Vai fazer merda, cara.
Brock Scouting the Blood Moon. Attach the energy.
Fan wrote him even.
Fan wrote him would also do it. It's right there.
Counter Catcher, mano.
Haven't yet shuffled. The decision's not been made.
Counter Catcher, seu animal.
Puts it back on top of the deck again. Oh, looks at Rock Scouting. Looks at
Fabrizio he must know that he's so close here. He must know that Jewel Seeker can get there. Jamming Tower, yes. The Brock is the right idea, but you already have an item version.
The boss is also kind of the right idea, getting closer.
Não quisera não, cara.
Oh my goodness.
Meu Deus.
Joe. But what do you then attack with to make sure that Ricardo just doesn't?
Meu Deus do céu, cara, não é possível. Não é possível.
Yes, but that's a great question.
Ele pegou a Quiser, velho.
Prime position to get knocked out and
that is a great question, my friend.
Esse cara tá trolando, mano. Você vai morrer na praia mesmo, velho. Não é possível.
It was right there. We're going to retreat out of our multi-prize Mew EX into a Noctowl.
Okay. Can go jamming tower and get rid of the Mew.
Não é possível.
By the Scream Tail. Gonna jamming tower for the knockout. Has to remove the Mew to not get Scream Tail bullied. Okay. Fair enough. Promotes the God of War, as we did see.
Yeah, we knew that was happening. These two prize cards don't change anything.
And energy switch.
No, energy switch, not the pieces that he needed. He knew that though. He knew what he had access to. Even his final prize card, Pikachu EX, wouldn't have changed anything. Energy onto Noctowl, perhaps.
I would rather attach onto the festivity in this case, meaning that you can next turn then Crispin.
Yeah. But no energy whatsoever. We're just gonna.
Cara, meu Deus do céu.
Just one card now for Fabrizio.
And you just removed your Mew though.
You did. You had to.
Yeah, I agree.
Meu Deus, ele tirou o Mew.
It just feels so bad ioning yourself to one, and I think it's double.
Ele deu Iono e tirou o Mew.
Pass over last turn of the game. Does Ricardo have it here? Counter catcher. And it's gonna work enough because you can go ahead, use the Psychic Embrace on God of War, use the Monkey Dory to remove 3 damage counters off it, put it onto Festivity, and you can Force attack, deal 190 with Miracle Force, taking down this top 4.
Burro! Meu Deus do céu, ele perdeu de propósito, meu Deus do céu, ele é burro demais, cara! Meu Deus, uma pamonha mesmo, cara! Meu Deus, ele morreu mesmo na praia. A culpa sabe de quem é? É nossa, nós fizemos a aposta Guard versus Horimun. E o universo quer que a final seja Guard versus Horimun. É isso, cara. Não tem como. A final já estava pré-determinada desde o início. É Guard versus Horimun. É isso, cara. Vamos dar donk nessa praga. O MVP do jogo foi o cérebro desse cara, exatamente, cara. Caraca. Mereceu perder, mano, que ódio, velho. Já deu por hoje. Caramba, mano. Como ele ganhava. Cara, Ursaluna e Counter Catcher, cara, só isso que ele precisava. Ursaluna, Counter Catcher. Puxava o Fezan pra frente, recuava o Mew, ligava a energia, Ursaluna pra frente. Descia. Mano, caraca. Sei lá.
To attack all in one turn with the trapped Terrapagos EX, and it was a boss's orders to close out that final.
Sei lá, mano. Nossa, mas que amenal, cara. Sei lá. É, nem precisava ser Fezan, é verdade. O cara só escolheu perder, mano. Cara. Então, torre bola ninho. Ah, não, mas ele precisava do Counter Catcher, né? Ele tinha Plínio, cara. Caramba, é um amenal mesmo, cara.
And then going into the last turn for Fabrizio in this game, such an incredible decision from the Noctowl that could have been.
Tadinho, o cara ficou nervoso, mano. O cara ficou nervosaço, velho. Não vou julgar, já fiz muita merda em jogo também, pois é. Ô Julia, me perguntaram se você envia internacionalmente as camisetas ou só aqui no Brasil, mano. Tem gente inscrito meu que não mora aqui no Brasil e quer comprar camiseta. Nenhum dos dois merece a final, dá o X do pro mundo. Você viu que o Roblox fizeram comigo, toda uma pessoa tava dando perto de graça, agora todo mundo não deu pra mim, só porque eu tinha perdido comum. Cara, não entendi a afirmação, cara. Do Ian, não entendi o que o Ian quis dizer, mas tudo bem. Eu não entendi mesmo.
Using Roaring Moon into God of War, we know there's type coverage available to him. We know there's early game poison shenanigans. But sometimes
assim, eu acho que tinha coisa pra ele fazer. Nunca vendi, mas consigo sim. O pagamento pode ser por Pal Pad e posso ver opções de envio. Aí, ó, Scorpimus, ele consegue mandar pra tu, mano. Pra ganhar dinheiro, bota a camisa até num foguete pra Marte. Aí sim, mano. Aí, Scorpimus, ele consegue, mano. Pagamento pro Pal Pad, não PayPal, ele Pal Pad, né? Perdão, mano. Tô ficando maluco. Link do chaveamento, você fala daqui? Exclamação mesa. Precisava de counter na round, torre, jogar o Saluna, bater, pois é.
But we get to see that, you know, it had to be targeted. It had to be removed from play instantaneously, otherwise it would have wreaked havoc in this game.
So it's back-to-back finals then for the Henry Chow, Michael Davidson.
Só que esse aí deve estar a mesa antiga, né? Tem que atualizar e pegar a nova. Né? Agora vamos juntar todas as energias pro alto e vir 2 Donk na guard e sonhar muito. Cara, 2 é muito, mas pelo menos 1 acho que vai, tá? Aí, Scorpimus, ó, parece que ele consegue mandar pra sua camiseta. Então já é GG. Pagamento pro Pal Pad, eu falei errado. É o Julian, ele tá lá no YouTube. Mas aí tem o link do... Você pode conversar com ele pelo Instagram, né? Que lá no Instagram você consegue combinar com a pessoa. Ai, a música... Que tem no Instagram. Qual a página? Pera aí, deixa eu pegar pra tu. Manda o link pra mim, Julian, do Instagram. Pra eu mandar pro Scorpimus aqui, pra vocês conversar e combinar direitinho. Ele perdeu de burro. Pega o Ursaluna com o Brock na mão e buscava o campo com o counter e GG. Então, mano, ele tinha play. É isso que a gente falou, mano. E aí tinha play, ele perdeu. Coloca o pin? Tá. Tá o pin. Esquema de aposta. Mostra a camisa aí de novo, Bugado. Quanto que ela tá? A camisa? A camisa tá aqui, ó. Cadê? Deixa eu achar aqui. Tô com o link aqui, ó. Ai, desculpa se eu tô lento, gente. Eu tô com fome, mano. Muita fome. Aí eu fico mais lento do que uma porta, tá ligado? Vocês acham uma porta lento? Pois é. Fico pior. Aqui, ó. Essa aqui é a camiseta do Bugado. Muita gente pediu a camiseta, ó. Essa é a camisetinha do Bugado. Tá? É Athena Geek Store. O nome, tá? Ó, que lindo. E se você usar o cupom BUGADO5, você tem 5% de desconto, mano. Veja como fica o frete pra Suíça, por favor. Só sei que visto SM. SM? Média? Aqui, ó. Acho que é só pesquisar no YouTube, no Instagram, ó. Instagram. Aqui, ó. Instagram. Aqui, ó. Athena Geek. Aqui, ó, Scorpion. Você fala no PV dele aqui, ó. Aí você combina direitinho com ele aqui, ó. Pronto, te mandei lá na roxinha. Fala, Totti, tudo bom, mano? Como é que você tá? Belezinha? Small, médio. Não tem ela camisa escura, só tem uma versão por enquanto, né? Bom demais. Te mandei o link lá, Scorpimus, na roxinha. Você entra lá e conversa com ele no privado, que aí é mais de boa vocês conversar pelo Instagram, né? Que aí vocês podem combinar no PV de mais de boa, né? Não, guard contra Lu Strong da X. Boa tarde, Bugada. Vicini em Pokémon Lost, achei um Fibas, alguém sabe como evoluir? Tem uma pedrinha que você tem que dar pra ele evoluir. Ainda tô inconformado. Somos dois, cara. Já pode ver a tatuagem que eu tenho. Ah, é verdade, né? Putz, manda de novo o link, que eu perdi o link. Eu sem querer copiei outras coisas. Tu viu o link aí do Instagram, Scorpio? Mas é só abrir lá, que aí tu conversa com ele no privado, que é mais safe. Eu mandei o link lá, ô Julian, pra ele do Instagram, aí ele fala contigo no privado, que aí fica mais safe. Isso é a prova de que nunca dá pra duvidar que a pessoa pode errar. Pois é. Isso é verdade. Tá aí? Meu Deus! Ah, que maneiro. Call of Duty. Deixa eu seguir. Não, na vida tá tudo. Ficou massa, velho. Maneiro. Enquanto tá na pausa, tem como mostrar a carta do Terapagos, Bugado? Tem gente que não sabe o que faz. 10 anos? Caraca, aí sim. Jogador de espinhos férias fingindo que pensa. Jesse Cifuentes, mano. Esse Instagram nem é seu, né, Scorpius? Ou esse é o seu mesmo? Porque tá lá tatu alguma coisa? Não é o meu? Ah, sabia. Esse é o do tatuador. Aí imaginei, porque tava tatu lá. É o mesmo nome? Nossa, se ele ler as cartas do Poison Moon, eu vou dar um tapa nesse cara, velho. Ah, você seguiu dele mesmo? Ah. Vou tomar meu banho de 5 minutos, vai lá. Bom, gente, eu já vou botar aqui pra vocês votarem, né? Porque a gente já sabe quem é a final, né? Então... Aqui, ó, é Gard versus Lu Strondo. Já votem aí que vocês já sabem quem vai ganhar. Salve, meu querido, tudo bom? Como é que você tá? Gardevoyer, Lua, Estrondo. Todos torceremos para o Moon. Vai, Moon, é a sua agora, cara. Esse cara de guard, meu Deus do céu, velho. O cara tá jogando muito torto, mano. Moon. Vamos lá, gente. Já é final? Já é final, mano.
Roaring Moon EX deck up against that dark, weak, but incredibly deck that will play from behind. God of our EX piloted by Ricardo.
And if you watch the top four that Alex and I showed you through earlier, you will see this is not as straightforward a matchup as it may seem with that dark type weakness. It was not an easy route through that top four match for Simon, but he made it through. He's here in the final. Let's have a look as the prize cards come down here. Is there anything we are worried about? There is a Routes and a Curlier and a TM Evolution, and then we've got one of those Petcheron promos prized for Simon, but it looks like we are ready to go. Players have hands, we have a fist bump, and the final of the Bologna Special Championships is underway, and Simon is going to start off.
Simon's starting, there's a Routes in the active.
That's got less than 80 HP.
Is there an option? There's one, there's piece one. That perilous.
Meu Deus, ele pode doncar.
Being able to be one of those extra poison tickers between turns, up by two.
Meu Deus do céu.
And we've got the tool attached to it. We need a
Acabou.
in the active, and that's it.
Acabou.
Free retreat. That's an Ultra Ball. You know what Ultra Ball can get?
A Petcheron.
Acabou.
Anything, but it can also get a Petcheron if that's the one that you want.
Donkey.
There goes Petcheron. So we can free retreat. Poison comes down between turns. 2 damage for the terrorist jungle. 5 damage counters for the Petcheron ability. That's 8 damage counters. During Pokemon checkup by that poison, and we might only be 53 seconds.
Primeira! Bugado! Toma, Donkey, otário! Isso, dona Judite! Bate nele! Ai, que delícia, cara! Toma, trouxa! Mano, se ele dá um K de novo, eu vou rachar de rir. Não é possível, velho. Vai tomar dor. Vai ser slow play, tudo que vai e volta, tio. Mano do céu. Ai, que bom, cara. Muito bom isso, velho. Ai, que delícia, cara. Que nunca... Mano, outro Donkey, vai, outro Donkey. Vamos lá, vamos lá. Olha o Donkey vindo, voltando. A cara de bunda do cara. Leu Terapagos agora? Vai lá, Leu Terapagos agora, trouxa. Lê de novo. Eu te dou o Terapagos, você lê pra sempre. Já prepara teu deck de guard. Pô, prepara o deck de guard. Ele vai pedir pro cara começar, né? Final do Cloud foi assim mesmo. Nossa, prisou uma Gardê, mano. Já se lascou, mano.
Here we go. It's going to be game 2, fist bump off. Game 2 of our Masters final here in Bologna at the Special Championships. We're looking to crown.
Cara, vai descer 500 Pokémon agora, velho, só pra não tomar Donkey. Nossa, dá pra esse cara essa carta, mano. Deixa eu vagabundo.
About half the basics are in range of that poison package on turn 1 and half of them are not. But here comes Artisan.
Eu já não vou tomar banho, eu tô com as ânsia. Mano, tu vai ter que montar para estourar de Gardevoir mesmo.
Since we're in the final, Alex, not everyone's watched the rest of the tournament. Remind us how this Gardevoir deck runs.
Absolutely. And it's
Lê o Horimun agora, o Ricardão aí.
Has that fantastic psychic embrace ability for energy acceleration from that reservoir, from that pool of discarded psychic energies in the discard pile. It does deal damage, self-damage when you do use psychic embrace, but that's how you ramp up the damage. And
meu Deus, vai enrolar mesmo, velho. Você já perdeu.
And that's when you start weaving in, depending on what you're up against.
Cara, vai enrolar mesmo, gente.
Utilizing your single prize.
Faz o que você faz melhor, slow play. Vai lá, vai lá.
Pokémon knockouts.
Yeah, that is the goal. It's all about Gardevoir accelerating energy and turning the
MD3 a final? Cara, MD3 a partida inteira, desde as primeiras partidas até agora. Sempre MD3. Vou montar esse deck de lua também. eu tenho ele montado aqui, o Scorpion. Só que minha build deve estar diferente da dele, mas é só montar igual.
Routes. We've got a Monkey Door in the active. You don't really want to leave one routes only because Simon plays Pokemon Catcher and all it takes is one head to drag it up, KO that lone route, and then you are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, we've been in this position before, so it's on Ricardo just to try and stabilize that board a little bit before he is able to maybe use some supporters on the next turn. It's just a pass over. One route's there. Did have Ultra Ball, was thinking about it. Simon, what have you top decked there? Just whilst we kind of check what is available from that artisan. Of course, Simon will be checking for his prizes as well. Ross, your turn. Roaring Moon.
So Roaring Moon, this is actually kind of like two decks in one at this stage. We've got the traditional Roaring Moon, which can do either 220 damage for free energy or an automatic one.
São 70 minutos, impossível ele querer meter slow play. Não, se ele meter slow play, ele vai perder, porque ele já tava atrás. Não, não tô com ódio do slow play, tô com ódio desse cara. Lendo Terapagos, tá ligado?
Poisoning with Brute Bonnet, using things like Perilous Jungle and that Petulant card to add poison to it and take those easy prizes in the early game.
Pega esse papiro e anota aí, ó. Sou slow play safado. Anota aí. Isso, anota aí agora. Tô mandando. Isso, anota. Sou slow play safado. Parabéns. Continua anotando aí.
So we have our Petulant come down and now we've just got an Ultra Ball. We are dropping ourselves.
Aí dá tempo de acompanhar os outros jogos. Ah, esse é o último, mano. Então Pontos grátis.
Simon obviously has a supporter still to use, and Squawk concedes lets you discard your hand and draw 6. We are nowhere near the end of Simon's turn here.
Tomara que tome outro jogo rápido. O cara tem até o campo já que acabou.
As well. Obviously, Simon has identified that Petron as key here. Even if it isn't taking a knockout necessarily, we'll start applying a lot of pressure to that Monkey Dory if it does get into the active spot with poison ticking as well, because then it's forcing Ricardo maybe to find a retreat. Maybe then he would be able to use something like Technical Machine Evolution rather than a potential Monkey Dory and getting KO'd on the way back over to Simon. Does get the other Brute Bonnet now down on the field. Now it's just one tool away from being able to activate, of course, that Toxic Powder ability.
Que ele podia ter combado antes.
There's going to be another Pokemon getting searched out here. He's got his choice of a bunch. We've seen that Mew is a fantastic Pokemon. It also acts as a really nice pivot. Speaking of pivot options, though, Petulant EX lets you move your Darkness Pokemon in and out of the active with ease. And you do have
fazer como na abertura do Simpsons, escreve no quadro, não sei mais. Não serei mais o Love Play safado.
You're immune to poison by virtue of that Pokemon tool, so you don't actually take the poison, it's just a free switch in. Pivoting options of all these poison things, pretty important, frankly.
Yeah, pretty important the whole way through. Of course, all of these dark Pokemon. There's the Perilous Jungle as well. He got full value out of using that Artisan, and now is going to be going and using Squawk and Seize, discarding that Pheasantipity EX. 6 fresh new cards, and of course has already played supporter for turn. That's why he's got the energy attack to the active. Hits a Secret Box, will be able to start pitching things away. Hits also that Pokemon Catcher, which is also pretty cool.
He wants to go after that single route. This is a huge coin flip. It is a tails, so we don't get the routes there. That would have been a huge flip. KO this only route.
Lo campeão, talvez.
Could go and get another one though with Secret Box. Have another bite of the apple, so to speak.
Yeah, it's one of those things where he's just got to start thinking about that resource management. We know how vital those Pokemon catchers can be in the mid to late games when you're sort of targeting those big EX Pokemon, so you can start really prize racing between this matchup. But when you're applying so much pressure by removing potentially the only routes in play, I mean, it's got to look pretty tasty if you just see that 70 HP Pokemon.
O sonho vai ser realizado. Aí ele já tinha ganhado os regionais. Boa tarde, tem a lista do Luiz Tron, estou voltando a jogar. Ainda não, vai sair só segunda-feira essa lista, mano. Ou hoje mais tarde no Twitter do cara. A lista só sai um dia depois.
And of course, you need to get an item as well. Yes, Alex.
He's looked like he's picked up that Pokemon catcher.
I want the Pokemon catcher. And here's the thing. You won game 1. You can be a little bit more cavalier in game 2.
Cavaliering, I like it.
Especially when you know if there's a game 3, you get to go first.
Absolutely.
Mas é muito diferente das listas do comum, não. É mais do mesmo, tem mais pegador, né, ao invés de pegador superior.
Perilous position, of course, as well, but then that Pokemon catcher could really just impact what this board state could look like. But just gonna confirm, will he
deve sair hoje? Capaz que não.
He's playing it. Big flip here. Let's do this.
Ah, não consegui.
And that's the thing. Like, if you're Ricardo, it's a huge sigh of relief. Your opponents played 2 of their free Pokemon catcher for no value whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got that tool now going, so we're gonna start poisoning the opponent here in this situation. There will be a pretty big ticker. At the very least, it's free, of course, with that Perilous Jungle.
Tá tudo apoiando o Luiz Tron na stream.
Attachment also from hand to the Petulant. You know, kind of gives that option, you know, something we didn't really notice too much before, but that poison chain's another way just to add even more damage. But there is the movement now from the Petulant EX, and now it's just the poison. Of course, now with the tickers, the 1 from the normal poison, the additional 2 from Perilous Jungle, and the 5 from the Petulant in the active spot from Toxic Subjugation.
And in terms of numbers here, yes, Monkey Dory can move 3 of those damage counters off using that Adrenabrain ability, but then 8 ticking over during Pokemon checkup will still be enough.
A mão também não tá muito legal, não. Mas ele pode já fazer HD, mas ele se lasca se ele fizer só isso.
brilliant. That's your energy attachment for the turn, and it's no longer on the board. You're still forcing a big waste of resources from your opponents.
Yeah, and this is always the tricky point here, as we do see an Ultra Ball being eyed up. I don't really see anything like a supporter card in hand though for Ricardo, and that could be the limiting factor here. Ultra Ball discarding a Bravery Charm and a counter catcher. Just going to look at what the options are going to be here for Ricardo. The Mew is the option that could allow him to continue drawing some cards, but maybe going down a different angle here, Ross. Kind of double checking what is available again, which cards we want to start.
Lá vai o slow play, gente. Ah, não,
does
cara.
have one of those curliers, I think, in hand itself. It's just picking a route for
Lá
the time
vai o slow
being.
play, mano. Vai lá, filho. Olha lá a diferença dele jogando rápido, cara. Como o bicho tava fazendo slow play mesmo, velho. Olha a diferença.
You could have lost your only routes and been a minimum 2 turns away from having a Gardevoir, and that's if you use your one of Rare Candy. It could have been a very bad position. You got away with it last turn. Let's not put the potential of that happening again. Let's get a second route start and make sure that cannot happen again.
Yeah, I think Ricardo's just kind of second guessing himself based on this decision here. You know, he's always checking
Mas ele nem tem a porta na mão.
what's available. Of course, that routes. I do want to just confirm what's in that hand. I mean, there's that Technical Machine Evolution, I think. There's a Relor as well. There's an Energy Attachment and a Curlier.
Olha lá, acabou. Ele acabou a mão dele, ó.
It's going to be a Technical Machine Evolution for that Routes and Curlier here. It's going to go straight up into the Gardevoir.
Que acabou.
And a Curlier
Ele tem uma energia e fez a Gardevoir.
So it can, after that Monkey Dory goes down,
Acabou. Aqui acabou, mano.
But there's no... Yeah, you're going to lose.
Ele vai tomar mais 80 e perder o Monkey Dory.
You've not got any cards in hand.
Aí, tudo que vai e volta, tá vendo? Que é GG, mano. É que é GG. Aqui ele termina o turno, toma 80, perde o Monkey Dory, ele puxa a Garda depois bate, acabou. Olha a tristeza dele botando o Relor no ativo, cara. Pegou um boss ainda.
Worst case scenario, you are up by 2 prizes and your opponent is in full top deck mode with no attackers established.
And honestly, you'd be absolutely fine just announcing Toxic Powder and passing. Of course, you want to continue setting up your board behind it, but you know your opponent has no cards in hand. Having a Gardevoir with 0 cards and just access to 1 Psychic Energy in that, it's not quite a reservoir anymore, but it's just not going to be good enough at this point. There's Professor Sada's Vitality going, well, I'm just going to continue building up this board behind, and let's just see how Simon is going to be able to play out the rest of this turn as well.
I think Puddle might be the best we can do instead of a reservoir here.
Raindrop, I don't know.
The raindrop of energy. We see the energy coming
down here switch, tem, tá na mão.
Professor Sada's Vitality, and a very important point, we said it before, but it needs to be reiterated. The KO here will happen because of poison.
Aqui o cara vai só assistir a partida, pô. Acabou.
Would not be able to use that to turn it into another free card. Pheasant Dipty only works if the KO happens on your opponent's turn, and Pokemon checkup happens between turns, does not activate. So we see an Ultra Ball coming down. Blood Moon, Ursaluna, not necessary right now. We are instead searching for... What's the best option here? There's nothing we need this turn.
Grab nothing, just kind of thinning cards out of the hand. Of course, does still have Mew EX as an option later down the line to draw cards with that restart ability. But at the same time, you know, you've got to be
Olha com o sono some vendo o Rorimon, claro.
My opponent's in top deck mode and I'm burning cards from my hand for no value just to increase my consistency a little bit. I certainly like Simon's.
Nossa, muito melhor mesmo.
There's the energy switch onto Roaring Moon. Now, I don't think we're going to see an attack here. We don't need to see an attack here from Roaring Moon. We're basically just saying here, my Roaring Moon is ready. Now, if we could bring Gardevoir into the active... Oh, then I like it, but no, it is just a poison with a Brute Bonnet, and then between turns, 8 damage counters will tick down, but not before we've drawn with Mew. There was an argument here of trying to get gusting onto the Gardevoir. There will be no gusting.
Sem Pheasant Dipty, mano.
Goes up by 2 prizes. What is the top deck?
Puxou a evolução. Passou. Acabou, vai puxar Gardevoir. Acabou. Acabou, gente.
Simon will be able, and again, the pivot's not an option. You can use Petulant to pivot if you need to. Oh, we're attaching, so we might just be KOing the Curlier here and going, you know what? I'm in such a good position. I don't even need to KO your Gardevoir right now.
Mata Gardevoir, doido. Você tem boss, larga de ser maluco.
There's still that raindrop of a psychic energy in the discard pile for the moment. There really isn't anything going. Ricardo needs to
Ele não quer gastar o boss.
From that next top deck. There's the Toxic Powder, Poison, and the attack there from the Petulant. We're going to see the knockout once again via Poison after a Poison.
Mas ele não tem energia, pô.
To put it in range for the Poison to actually take over and take the Curly route. Gardevoir active, one card to save the dream here.
What is it going to be?
Acabou.
Basic, but I don't
perdeu. Puxou o Rabisca.
And it looks like we might be showing the hand, and I think we're going to see the handshake.
É isso, galera! Luiz Trondo! Ai, que delícia, cara! Ai, como é bom Ai, como é bom gostar de coisas boas, cara! Meu Deus, cara! Toma, Rabisca, roda essa bomba! Oh. Meu bebê, meu bebê, meu bebezão, meu bebê, matou todo mundo, ó, que coisa linda, te amo, ó, lindo. E aí, Andrezão, beleza, mano? Como é que você tá? Saudades, mano. Vim cá só ver a felicidade? Feliz de você vir cá me ver feliz, mano. Beijão no seu coração. Até que eu tô feliz. Toma, slow player, toma. Toma. Ai, que delícia, cara. Ai, Donkey, que era o que a gente queria, e tomou na jabiraca. Pronto. Estamos vendo o Bugado feliz por Luiz Trondo vencer o Special Event, cara. Lua não precisou atacar. Boa afirmação. MVP Silene, cara. Tu vai ter que montar a build desse indivíduo slow player aí agora, cara. É isso. Depois te mando, depois você pesquisar no Limites quando lançar e vai copiar desse tiozão aí. E assim encerrando, desse cara, pô. Já que ele joga uma banana, você vai jogar... Tá bom, então monta do Henry Shaw, a última do regional passado, pronto. Não tem tanta diferença, eu acho, do Henry Shaw pra esse cara aí, eu acho, não sei. Que também tinha Rabisca, né? Se eu não tô maluco. Caramba. Olha o Rabisca. Cara, o Lua nem precisou bater. O do Henry Shaw. É esse aqui, ó. Deixa eu pegar pra tu. In this top cut, we saw him in top 8, we saw him in top 4, we saw the kind of shakes in top 4, how tricky it was to find and piece together the actual victory in top 4, and then the final itself, it just happened perfectly for him, and Simon is the one with that direct invitation now. Commiserations, of course, to Ricardo. Fantastic play, fantastic run himself with that Gardevoir list. Ai, que felicidade. Gente, eu vou encerrar a live feliz hoje. Vou dormir e sonhar com luas voando no céu. Ai, que delícia, cara. Mano, que coisa gostosa, tá? Meu Deus do céu, cara. Por que a vida é assim, velho? Não sei, mas é... E eu vou sonhar com merda de Gardevoir. Hello, Kingzão. Tudo bom, seu cheiroso? Como é que você tá? Gente, meu sorriso tá igual do Coringa, mano. Tá tipo... Tá dos dois lados, mano. Lua campeão! Lua campeão! Agora, meu amigo, este deckzinho vai rodar gostoso. Ai, que delícia, vai rodar gostoso. Né? Nem sabia que tá tendo live hoje. Tá desde ontem o Kingzão. Semana que vem já não vai ter, né? Aí dia 13, já te avisando então, já de antemão. A próxima live vai ser possivelmente dia 13. Final, que vai ser sexta, sábado, domingo, né? Dos regionais, vai ser o Night. Se tiver antes, eu te aviso qualquer coisa. Eu só quero ver quantos campos ele usa. Eu uso 3. Eu também uso 3, Max. Também a minha build roda 3, mas eu tenho 4 aqui. Qualquer coisa dá pra alterar. Nossa, poucos decks das novas coleções, né? Não, na nova coleção não tem nesse aqui, tá? Esse regional aqui, que Special Event aqui, ainda é com a antiga. A nova coleção é só no próximo evento, que seria o Nike, né? Só dia 13 de junho mesmo. Cara, eu vou... Nossa.
But they find an easier chance of getting those energies loaded up on the board and sort of taking easier knockouts, and that's the worry.
Tô feliz, tá?
Absolutely. Well, we've had our conclusion here. Let's have a look at the final standings and confirm exactly how our top cut went. So Simon there sitting at number 1 with Roaring Moon.
Parabéns, Simon, você está no mundial, cara, com o Lu Strondo. É, a aranha bate dobrado nele, é verdade. Ah, dos Togeda, né? Ah, é, não, praticamente não teve, né? Só ontem que teve Badu Burn na stream, você acredita, King? Que é um deck que eu postei no canal, que é o Badu Burn com Magmortar, mano. Você acredita? Gente, quem quiser ajudar o Bugadinho, exclamação Pokélost. Tá, tem um joguinho novo patrocinado pelo canal. Se quiser, chega até o rank 5 lá, joga lá que você me ajuda imensamente. E se você quiser comprar camiseta do Bugado, tem camisetas novas também do canal. Muita gente me pediu essas camisetas, tá? Aqui, ó. Camisetas do canal Bugado PRE. Muita gente pediu essa camiseta, finalmente chegou, tá? Linkzinho aqui pra quem quiser. Beleza? Tem vários tamanhos, é sob encomenda, tá, seus cheirosos? Sob encomenda. Eu não tenho exclamação camiseta, eu tenho que criar ainda. Mas eu vou fazer fazer uma da Sirlane, né? Eu tenho que fazer uma da Sirlane mesmo. Sirlane é você, tem que ser assim. E essa cueca da Bugado já tá disponível? Ainda não. Num futuro, quem sabe, meia cueca, camiseta, blusa, calça, sei lá. A da Sirlane tem que ter a da Judite, né, Marcinho? A da Judite tem que ter também. Vou comprar uma. Pô, compra aí, mano. Vai me ajudar imensamente e vocês vão estar caracterizados. Meia animo, viu? Pô, meia é maneira.
And yes, exactly, Ross. We are here to crown our champion of the 2025 Bologna Special Championships. First of all, buonasera a tutti, and thank you so much for a great event.
Entra a expansão, sai a expansão e os decks meta não mudam, né? Não, mas aqui não tá valendo a última expansão da equipe Rocket ainda não, Moca. Essa aqui tá antiga ainda. É só no próximo evento depois desse, tá? Por isso que ainda tá os antigos. Qual é o tecido? Ixi, não sei. Mas esse aqui não tá falando nova coleção ainda não, Moca. Tá só a antiga ainda. Boa pergunta, não sei o tecido. Simon jogou na Special Event o Trash com o Iono. Acho que ele usou a mesma lista. Ah, sério? Vou olhar lá. Toma, parabéns, low player, safado. A sua autografada, eu autografo pra você se você quiser, pô. Mas acha, pô. Isso, Simon! Simon! Ai! Parabéns, cara! Parabéns, cara! Você merece, cara! Outro! Vou dar um Tarapagos pro cara de presente pra ele ler. Mano, nunca fiquei tão feliz de um slow player perder na minha vida, cara. E eu só... Nossa senhora. Nossa, veio top, né, Moca? Veio top pra caramba. Veio muito boa mesmo, realmente. O bem venceu, Matos. O bem venceu.
It's pretty good and I cannot say more.
Not many words needed. And of course, congratulations again. And we hope to see you at the World Championships coming up here in August. But one last thing to do, of course, give another round of applause for Simon Sean. And with that said, we'll throw over to our casters at the couch.
Levou, mano. Horimun ganhou, cara. Ai, música não, top copyright. Esse merece, esse... Ai, umbreão. Nossa, até tô com calor, deixa eu tirar essa roupa aqui. Meu Deus do céu, eu comecei a suar igual um cabrito agora. Tá maluco? Olha isso aqui. Nossa, peraí que eu... Nossa, tô até tirando a roupa aqui, porque... Nossa, comecei a suar aqui, peraí. Pronto, nossa senhor amado. Posso falar? Fala. Mano, eu comecei a suar igual um cabrito aqui agora. Slow cap. Por favor. Eu não entendi, mas tudo bem. Cara, que delícia. Ah, slow clap pro slow play. Ah, entendi. E aí, Bru? Bru, você chegou no final, Bru. Você perdeu, velho. Melhor partida da história. Você acredita? Vou dar atenção pra mulher. Bem, boa tarde. Vai lá, Renanzão. Bem no seu coração sujo, tamo junto. Lu Strondo versus Gard na final, Bru. Você acredita? And honestly, I just really enjoyed the final. I know it was quite short, but just seeing such an... Não vou falar quem ganhou, vou deixar você assistir e sentir a emoção que nós sentimos. Sério. And that's what we saw.
And let's have a look at those two finalists one last time and how it panned out, because like you said, you've seen it all before.
Caraca, o Chique nervoso tá atacando, mano. Que delícia, tá? Nossa, que carinha de slow play, né, cara? Olha a carinha de slow play, mano. Primeira vez sem draga, na final sim. Muito linda a camisa. Ou linda, né? Eu achei linda também. Donkey de 14 segundos. É o deck que eu amo, exatamente. Luzinho ganhando, eu tô feliz demais, cara. Ganhei meu dia, Bru. Ganhei o meu dia hoje, cara. Ai, que delícia. Tem até clipe, velho. Primeiro Donkey eu rachei de rir demais, cara. Nossa, foi muito bom. O cara foi donkado, Bru, só pra deixar aqui. Não dá, mano. Muito bom. Nossa, eu amo isso, velho. Na moral. Parabéns, Simon, você merece estar aí. Ou o Simon e hoje lá da pontinha lá também. Cara, é maneiro, velho. O James Cox também, o cara joga demais. O Johan também joga bem também pra caramba. O Joe joga bem também. O Isaiah slowplay, não quero slowplay não. Eu não sei falar o nome dele. É Yojivich Faxuberhat. É isso, não sei o nome dele. Eu não sei falar, gente. O nome do cara. Eu tô tentando ler, mano. O nome dele é esse pra mim. Na moral. Eu consigo ler o G20. Como é que é? Eu não sei o nome do cara, mano. O G20? É o G20? Nossa, diferente. Isso, né? Pronúncia, né?
Incredibly fast games from Roaring Moon in both the finals and the top 8, I think it was. And yeah, a winner that was unexpected in terms of deck.
Com 2 pontos, fala como se fosse Ah, sério? Não sabia. E quando cheguei às 11h45, eu fiquei na cozinha conversando com a minha avó. Entendi. Conversar com a avó é bom. Fala com a boca como se fosse assoprar. Assoprar? And of course, don't forget there's also the Play Pokémon new channel on YouTube. That's all focused on the competitive side of the game. Não fala ó.
The TCG, whether it's Go.
Achei que era oi, não. Só tenho ela viva, né? Eu tenho 2 avós. Eu atualmente agora só tenho uma avó viva. Minhas outras já faleceram. Uma faleceu inclusive mês passado. Infelizmente. Acabou, já acabou, Saque. Mas depois você vê o VOD aí, ó. Vale a pena, tá, Saque? Você vai, ó. Você vai ficar feliz assim como o Bugado ficou. Eu aproveitei que aproveitar, bro. A gente nunca sabe o dia de amanhã. Eu sempre aproveitei.
Yeah, we do a broadcast, we do a rebroadcast, it's on the Play Pokemon. You have no excuse if you want to catch up on anything and came midway through the day. We don't blame you. Just go back and make sure you rest, watch the rest of the stream. But that's it, chaps. That ends the chapter.
Pô, a minha agora só tem 4 também, cara. As outras já foi tudo. Vou ter que fazer só porque eu amo o deck.
But I think we turn the chapter now to destined rivals right around the corner, and of course the biggest tournament of the season.
Depois de tanto no resto, virei aberração na minha avó. Depois das tatu no rosto, virei aberração pra minha avó. É porque vó não gosta de tatuagem não, tá ligado? Meu avô também não gostava, minha avó até hoje ela não gosta das paradas. É coisa de antigo, né? Os velhos não gostam não, mano. Meu avô, se ele, né? Diminuiu a frequência de draga? Pior que não, teve 2 no top 8. Teve draga top 8, vendo Horimun é X R$100 cada. Também vendo R$100, eu tenho sobrando. Mentira, eu tenho sobrando, eu tenho uns 4 certinho. Dá pra mim, não é meu. É, foi campeão, né? A gente sobe o preço, né? Minha avó odeia, mas eu fiz mesmo assim. Ela odeia, mas quando eu disse que queria fazer, ela virou e falou: o corpo é seu. Eu sou cagão demais pra fazer tatuagem, mas eu acho maneiro. Me ajuda a vender o meu Garchomp PX da Cynthia bonitão, 10% é teu. Que isso, sério? Pera aí. Gente, Garchomp PX da Cynthia. Quanto tá, Luxo? Quanto tá, Luxo? Será que o maninho do Terabox que perdeu pra Gad que entregou não teria um match melhor contra o Lua no final? Teria, mano. Com certeza teria. Ele perdeu pra ele mesmo, mano. Foi muito triste, velho. Ele deu misplayzaça, mano. Não, mas não é a primeira vez que ele foi campeão, né? É a primeira vez esse ano. Mas ano passado ele já ganhou outras paradas também. Eu tô vendo de vender pra loja. Paga 500 conto? Gente, ó, dia 13 de junho. Mês agora, porque hoje é dia 1º, né? Dia 13. Vai ser uma sexta-feira 13. Meu Deus, o Nike vai ser uma sexta-feira 13. Bora! Vende lá no MyPCars. É verdade, vai no MyPCars do luxo, usa o cupom do Bugado, Bugado 5, que você vai ter desconto nas suas compras, cara. Tá uma velhinha vida louca. Tem nenhum jogador tá livre de mistura. Ninguém, mano. A gente comete, isso é normal, tá? A gente fica nervoso com essa... Se lascar, Silver. Tem nada não, sai fora, mano. O 1000x eu paguei caro, tá? Eu paguei 50 conto no meu. Só um, né? Eita, multa. Cadê meu 1000? Tá, não tá aqui o 1000. Então cadê meu 1000? Caraca, cadê meu 1000, velho? Meu 1000x. Não tá aqui. Tá em qual das paradinhas? Será que tá nessa? Acho que tá aqui. Tá aqui meu 1000. 1000x! Achei meu 1000. E tá aqui na minha caixinha, ó. Que daqui também é de um patrocinador, tá, meus queridos? Isso aqui vocês conseguem personalizar a caixinha e você pode ter 15% de desconto nas suas compras, tá? Se você comprar Ateliê versus 3D no Instagram, mano. Você comprar lá, usar o cupom do Bugado, você tem desconto. Bugadinho 3D. Tô indo agora no centro da cidade, atrás de umas cartas de 151. Eita, Lanzinha. Aí sim, mano. Nunca participei de campeonato, mas tenho ser que ficaria tão nervoso como eu teria. Ah, mas acontece, pô. Porque não manda fazer um conjunto de frio em casa, estampa da camisa? Como assim? Não entendi por quê. Parabéns, mano. Acabou. Triste, né, gente? Triste. Cara, eu tô cheio de patrocinador, gente. Então, ó, se vocês quiserem comprar essas deck box igual essa aqui que eu mostrei pra vocês, ó. Aqui, ó. Vou mostrar pra vocês. Ateliê versus 3D, mano. Ó, tem não só deck box, ó. Tem até os Pokémons, cara. Ó, a deck box você pode personalizar, mano. Tem com gaveta e sem gaveta. Você pode personalizar da cor que você quiser, com o Pokémon que você quiser. E se você usar o cupom na hora que você for fazer a compra lá no privado, Bugadinho 3D, você tem 15% de desconto. Fora que tem habilidades, ela faz habilidades também. tá? Da forma que você quiser, personalizado. Tem as insígnias também das regiões, se você quiser também ela faz. Ela faz chaveiro também. Tá? Tem Pokébola personalizado, só que aí é mais caro, obviamente, né? Tem o boneco também personalizado. Mano, lá faz um monte de coisa personalizada. Confere lá depois. Ateliê 3D Verso, mano. Segue lá. Fala no PV. E é tudo à mão, cara. Inclusive, isso aqui também, ó. É de lá, ó. Tá vendo? Meu Squirtlezinho. Ó. Você consegue fazer o Pokémon que você quiser. Ela faz também pra você, mano. Vê um pacote. Vê um pacote depois com ela lá pra fazer os deck box. Ela faz deck box personalizada. Ela me mostrou uma vez uma deck box que, tipo, o cara pediu com Rayquaza e pediu, tipo assim, em cima dourado. Aqui no meio a imagem do Rayquaza e aqui embaixo preto. Aí ficou dourado, preto e o rostinho do Rayquaza em cima e aqui e aqui em cima. Aí você pode personalizar da maneira que você quiser. Você vai ter 15% de desconto. Então quem quiser, linkzinho aqui também, tá? Quem quiser dar uma conferidinha lá, depois fala no PV, usa o cupom Bugadinho 3D que você vai ter desconto nas suas compras, belezinha? Bom, galera, gostei da do Blaziken. Será que ela faz uma dos Nizzles do Uraga? Faz da cor que você quiser, King. Tipo, eu quero, sei lá, azul em cima e preto embaixo, por exemplo, né? Ela faz. E ela faz de duas formas. Tem a pequena, que essa aqui é a pequena, ó. A pequena é só pra caber o deck. Ela faz a grande também, com as gavetinhas pra você botar os dados e as moedas, King. Aí você pode comprar a grande ou a pequena também, entendeu? Da maneira que você quiser, ela faz. Você pode combinar direitinho o estilo lá com ela também, qualquer coisa, entendeu? Por exemplo, igual você falou, eu quero do Sneasel, o Zoroark. Você pode falar assim, ó, eu quero um Sneasel com um roxinho aqui e um Zoroark aqui, por exemplo. Entendeu? Um roxinho do Zoroark. Ela faz, mano. Fica maneiro, fica maneiraça, velho. E se você usar o cupom do Bugado, que é Bugadinho 3D, tudo maiúsculo, você tem 15% de desconto nas suas compras, mano. Comprando lá. Você me ajuda imensamente, cara.
Acabou aí.
Acabou-se. Gente... Infelizmente acabou-se. Tava divertido, né? Tava bem legal. Certo, Bugadinho? Agora vou ver a transmissão, assistir esse final. Tenha um bom domingo, Bogro. Tamo junto. Um ótimo dia. Amanhã eu vou testar meu Horimon gostosinho, bonitinho. Em live. Fala, Ikei! Já acabou, mano. Acabou, cara. Que triste, né, velho? Já, Ikei, acabou. Mó triste, mano. Foi bom enquanto durou. Mas amanhã a gente tá de volta, gente. Amanhã a gente tá de volta. A gente vai testar a nova coleção. Vai testar o Horimon. Vamos testar um monte de coisa amanhã. Os 3 decks, né? Porque eu vou testar 2 decks, mais o Horimon só pra brincar. Né? Beleza? Então, gente, eu vou indo nessa. Uma boa tarde pra vocês. Um bom domingo. Sua família te fez perder tudo. Senhora Bugada perguntando se acabou porque quer o teclado de volta.
Ele não devolveu ainda não.
O teclado tá comigo ainda, cara. Porra, eu não ofereci ontem de noite, tu não quis.
Mas você ofereceu quando eu tava jogando.
Ué, e qual a diferença de trocar 2 segundos o teclado? Aí, tá vendo? Tá vendo, gente? A culpa é minha agora. É a vida, né, gente? Tá vendo?
É sempre isso.
Tá vendo? A culpa é minha, gente. Tá vendo? É a vida, né? Acontece. Bom, gente, um ótimo domingo pra vocês. Um beijo no coração de vocês. Depois confere lá, meus queridos, no YouTube. Tem 2 vídeos no canal do Bugado hoje. Bugado News e tem deck da Cynthia, pra quem não assistiu. Dá uma conferidinha lá, deixa o like. E quem dá uma assistidinha lá, tá? Quem manda derrubar tudo que existe na casa no teclado. Né, eu derrubei tudo mesmo, né? Lestronda ganhou, mano. Graças a Deus. DR ao vivo? Não é DR não, pô. Minha esposa se ama. Tá, gente? Bom domingo pra vocês. Um beijo no coração de todas vossas senhorias. Tá? Quem for descansar, bom descanso. Quem for ficar acordado, bom acordamento, não sei. Quem for assistir o vídeo do Bugadinho, deixa o like lá, não esquece. Dá uma conferidinha lá, tem 2 vídeos no canal hoje de Bugado News e Dex. Hoje eu soltei 2 vídeos, então confiram lá, tá, seu cheiroso? E eu vou mandar uma raidzinha lá pro King, quem quiser depois seguir o King lá, tá? Trocar uma ideia lá com o King, beleza? Gente, um beijão no coração de todas as senhorias. Brigadão. Amanhã o Bugadinho volta 1 da tarde pra gente poder testar os baralhozinhos da nova coleção e brincar um pouquinho com o Luiz Trondo, porque eu amo, né? Cara, tu xingou mesmo, velho. O guard. Não, o Scorpius odeia a guard, mano. Só faltou ele meter um tiro na cabeça da guard, mano. Ele odeia mesmo. Bom, gente, vou indo nessa. Bom almoço pra quem não almoçou. Bom almoço pra quem já almoçou. E eu vou ficando por aqui, gente. Tamo junto, gente. Até amanhã, 1 da tarde. Eu volto aí pra mais lives pra vocês. Falou, seus cheirosos. Tamo junto. Abraço.